A luxurious vehicle came to a halt at the village entrance, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Jiang Nuan Nuan was unceremoniously tossed from the car, landing awkwardly on the ground, her white dress now sullied with mud. Despair washed over her as she lifted her tear-streaked face. "Why are you treating me this way?" Jiang Nuan Nuan, despite being the biological daughter of the Jiang family, your malicious nature has led you to scheme against Miss Yin'er. The Jiang family cannot accommodate you. You might as well return to your original home. The steward ordered her belongings to be discarded and departed in the luxury vehicle, leaving her behind. Seated in the back, Jiang Yin'er observed Jiang Nuan Nuan's pitiful state through the window, a satisfied smile curling her lips. What significance did being the true daughter hold? She was the cherished jewel in the hearts of the Jiang family. The so-called blood ties could never compare to 2 decades of companionship. Even if Jiang Nuan Nuan was reclaimed, she would still be the sole heiress of the Jiang family. The villagers encircled Jiang Nuan Nuan, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Oh, isn't that the daughter of the Jiang family? I heard she was reclaimed by her wealthy biological parents, and people thought she was soaring to new heights. Who would have guessed that after just 3 months, she would be cast out by her family? Ha ha ha. What a tremendous joke. I've never seen a biological child thrown out by their parents who knows what disgraceful deeds this girl has committed. I just heard from the Jiang family that upon her return, she framed her sister and even tried to steal her sister's fiancé. Truly despicable. No wonder she was sent back." Jiang Nuan Nuan clenched her fists, her delicate face pale, tears streaming down her almond-shaped eyes. She had not stolen anything, nor had she framed Jiang Yin'er or coveted her fiancé. Yet, no one believed her. Her father, mother, and 2 brothers all sided with Jiang Yin'er, branding her as a materialistic and malicious woman, ultimately driving her from their home back to the village. Having endured a childhood in hell, unloved by her parents and brothers, who often resorted to violence against her, she had finally hoped to find solace with her biological family. Yet, she was met with the same emptiness. No one loved her. Had she known this would be her fate, she would have preferred to remain distant from her biological parents. They had offered her hope, only to cast her aside cruelly, as if she were worthless refuse. If they had no desire for her, why had they brought her back in the first place? Would her heart have ached less had she never experienced hope? The light in Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes dimmed gradually, her heart feeling as though a piece had been cruelly carved away. Meanwhile, her adoptive parents were engrossed in a game of mahjong, boasting to anyone who would listen that they had raised a golden phoenix, now a young lady in the capital. "You'll make that wretched girl give me 100,000 a month, otherwise they'll cause a scene at the Jiang family. Just watch if she dares refuse me. Oomph. We raised her with great effort. Now that she's entered high society, she must buy us luxury cars and villas, or she's nothing but an ungrateful wretch." Villagers expressed their envy. "I've heard the Jiang family is quite affluent in the capital. Surely they will compensate you a handsome sum for raising their daughter. You deserve their gratitude. Even if the Jiang family does not provide for her, Jiang Nuan Nuan must still honor them. Old Jiang, you're truly fortunate. If only my own family's useless scion were also of noble lineage." The parents of the Jiang family basked in the flattery of their fellow villagers, their faces aglow with greed and scheming. "We are all from the same village. Once that girl sends me money, I will treat everyone in the village to a feast and distribute red envelopes." Just then, a few gossipy old women entered, their faces alight with schadenfreude. "As for the Jiang family, do not count on your golden phoenix. She has just been expelled, her belongings tossed out." The Jiang couple was momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. "What did you say?" Jiang Fan lunged forward, seizing the old woman by her collar, and shouted furiously, "You mad woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Nuan Nuan is the biological daughter of the Jiang family. How could they possibly cast her out? Their entire family relied on Jiang Nuan Nuan's support. Without her, as their golden goose, they would be left to starve." The old woman rolled her eyes. "Why not go to the village entrance and see for yourself? So many people witnessed it. Do you think I could deceive you? The Jiang family is truly shameless. In front of so many witnesses, they discarded that girl without a shred of dignity. It seemed evident that they had no intention of acknowledging Jiang Nuan Nuan. After all, they hailed from a prestigious city family. What did it matter if she were their biological daughter? Having been raised in the countryside for so many years, she was clearly unrefined and would only bring shame. Which noble family would accept such a daughter back? Jiang Nuan Nuan's existence was a disgrace to the Jiang family, and they certainly would not treat a source of shame with kindness. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Jiang Nuan Nuan's adoptive parents were horrified to find her and her belongings discarded beneath a tree. Anger surged within them as they rushed forward, delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Nuan Nuan's face. "Useless girl, look at the trouble you've caused. I raised you with great difficulty, hoping for a better future, only to discover you are utterly worthless. If you had been obedient, how could the Jiang family have cast you out? I will call the Jiang family. You must kneel and plead with them to take you back." Her adoptive parents attempted to contact the Jiang family, but their phone numbers had already been blocked. All means of communication had been thoroughly severed. They were resolute in their decision not to recognize Jiang Nuan Nuan as their daughter. Her adoptive mother, furious, sank to the ground, pounding her thighs in despair. "How could I have raised such a worthless child? You had a chance at a noble life, yet you chose to ruin it. What were you thinking?" Her nails dug into Jiang Nuan Nuan's face, leaving a vivid red mark. Jiang Nuan Nuan shrank her shoulders in fear. "Mother, I have not caused any trouble. I have always been obedient in the Jiang family." Before she could finish her sentence, her adoptive mother interrupted her sharply. "Nonsense. If you have been well behaved, how could you possibly be cast out? I have supported you for so many years, not for you to live off me for free. If the Jiang family disowns you, you can marry that old bachelor from the neighboring village and bring me a dowry." With that thought, her adoptive mother sprang up from the ground. "Everyone listen. This ungrateful girl is the biological daughter of a wealthy family. Whoever marries her will gain a rich father-in-law. A dowry of 500,000, not a penny less. Regardless of your looks or age, whoever gathers the most money, I will personally deliver Jiang Nuan Nuan to your bed." Jiang Nuan Nuan looked at her in disbelief. Her adoptive mother was actually selling her like a commodity. The men in the village gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan with greedy eyes, as if calculating whether spending 500,000 to bring her home was a worthy investment. Fear glimmered in Jiang Nuan Nuan's almond-shaped eyes as she instinctively protected her abdomen. She could not marry anyone because she was already carrying a child. The child's father bore the surname Mo, but he was not Jiang Yin'er's fiancé. He was the younger uncle of her own fiancé, the legendary Master Mo, known as the most formidable figure in the capital. Jiang Nuan Nuan's pregnancy was entirely a scheme. Jiang Yin'er, fearing that her original engagement to the Jiang family would fall into Jiang Nuan Nuan's hands upon her return, had spiked her drink at a banquet, aiming to ruin her virtue completely. Under the influence of the drug, Jiang Nuan Nuan inadvertently stumbled into a private room and collided with a man. In her hazy state, she only remembered the firmness of his embrace, imbued with a refreshing, pleasant woody scent, and instinctively clung to his lean waist. What followed was a whirlwind of chaotic emotions and burgeoning intimacy. A month later, when her period did not arrive, Jiang Nuan Nuan secretly purchased a pregnancy test, hiding it from her family. Upon seeing the 2 lines on the test, panic and fear overwhelmed her, and she spent half a day crying in her room. She was at a loss for what to do. There was no one she could rely on, and she herself was merely a newly adult child. While she knew who the child's father was, she did not dare to contact him. He was the powerful head of the Mo family, a figure perched atop the social pyramid, while she was but an invisible person in the Jiang family. She understood her position. Even if she were to find him, she would only qualify as a clandestine lover. Jiang Nuan Nuan had never considered leveraging her child to marry into wealth, nor did she wish for her child to be born as a disgraceful, illegitimate offspring. Thus, she sought an opportunity at the hospital to discreetly terminate the pregnancy. However, before she could even reach her scheduled appointment, she was expelled from the Jiang family. "Where have you hidden the money, you wretched girl? I refuse to believe that the Jiang family brought you back without showering you with gifts." Jiang Nuan Nuan found herself back in her original home, her adoptive parents rummaging through her belongings, scattering her possessions across the floor. They presumed that upon her return from the Jiang family, her biological parents would have lavished her with an array of presents as compensation. Yet, after sifting through Jiang Nuan Nuan's luggage, they discovered nothing but tattered clothes and worn-out Shusno valuables in sight. Jiang Nuan Nuan sat vacantly on the army cot, her voice a soft whisper. They gave me nothing. Her adoptive mother was incredulous. Impossible. They didn't buy you clothes or jewelry, nor a house or car. Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her gaze, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. They were afraid that if they bought me anything, Jiang Yin'er would feel hurt, so they let me wear her discarded clothes. No one had gifted her anything at all. Not even a month ago, on her birthday, she had received no presents. Jiang Yin'er hosted an extravagant birthday celebration, attended by the elite of the capital, where family and friends showered her with blessings and meticulously chosen gifts. Jiang Nuan Nuan stood in the shadows, enviously watching. Everyone had forgotten that it was also her birthday that day. Jiang Yin'er received congratulations every year, while Jiang Nuan Nuan had yet to hear a single happy birthday directed toward her. Her adoptive mother cast a disdainful glance her way. Yin'er is my biological daughter, of course. She is cherished. If I were the matriarch of the Jiang family, I would also wish to provide Yin'er with the very best. As for you, the burden of our family, you should be grateful to have any clothes at all, let alone be picky. Jiang Nuan Nuan had long grown accustomed to her adoptive mother's scorn and insults. In the past, she had struggled to comprehend why her parents treated her brother with such kindness while remaining indifferent and cruel toward her. Now, the truth was clear. Her parents had known all along that she was not their biological daughter. To ensure a good life for their true daughter, they had concealed this secret for 19 years, waiting for Jiang Nuan Nuan to mature, hoping to exploit her to extract money from the Jiang family. Alas, the Jiang family had no desire for Jiang Nuan Nuan, and her adoptive parents' plans had crumbled. Her adoptive mother answered a phone call, speaking as she exited. Clean up this mess and start cooking your father, and I will be back from playing mahjong soon. With a resounding bang, the iron door slammed shut. Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her hand against her aching heart, tears welling up in her almond-shaped eyes. She had no time to weep. She needed to escape this house swiftly. If she lingered any longer, her adoptive parents might sell her to an old bachelor. Jiang Nuan Nuan resolutely wiped her tears away, salvaging her identification card and other documents from the chaos. From the crevice of her backpack, she stealthily retrieved a black card. All the money she possessed had been seized by her adoptive mother to fuel her mahjong habit. Fortunately, this card had remained undiscovered. Jiang Nuan Nuan silently vowed to spend only a fraction of the funds on the card, promising herself that once she earned her own money in the future, she would repay Mr. Mo. She found herself with no other choice. Having gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, she was startled by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. In a panic, she hurriedly concealed herself beneath the bed. A group of young men with striking yellow hair entered, their gazes scanning the room. Jiang Daniu, didn't you say Jiang Nuan Nuan was back? Have her join us for a drink, and we'll wipe the slate clean for your gambling debts. What do you say? She is a genuine heiress. TSK. I have never experienced the taste of a wealthy young lady in my life, especially one who is still innocent. It must be intoxicating. The men exchanged lewd grins, their eyes filled with depravity. Jiang Daniu stepped into the storage room, impatience lacing his tone as he commanded, Jiang Nuan Nuan, Jiang Nuan Nuan, you wretched girl, come out this instant. Does your sister live in the storage room? It's filled with junk, there's hardly a place to step, and no windows. One might mistake it for a coffin room. Ha ha ha. Jiang Daniu scoffed. She's not my real sister. My biological sister is living in luxury among the elite. You won't catch a glimpse of her. That girl must be off somewhere, perhaps shopping for my mother. Let's go online first, and when she returns home tonight, we can have some fun. Let's hit the internet first, and later we can enjoy some warmth from Nuan Nuan. Ha ha ha. Beneath the bed, Jiang Nuan Nuan covered her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with fear and dread. Had she not hidden in time, the consequences of being discovered by Jiang Daniu would have been dire. She had to escape immediately. Without taking any luggage, Jiang Nuan Nuan grabbed her identification and phone, fleeing her home. Once she reached a safe place, she dialed the number stored at her phone. At the most prestigious hospital in the capital, a doctor clad in a white coat inquired, "Old sir, what seems to be troubling you?" The elderly patriarch of the Mo family groaned in pain. "I feel unwell all over." Upon hearing his words, the room full of doctors and specialists became tense. After all, his status was exceedingly distinguished. Who in the capital was unaware of the Mo family? With a legacy spanning a century and the current head Mo Hanjin, being a prodigy of remarkable talent and decisiveness, he was a formidable figure in the business realm. Since Mo Hanjin took charge, the Mo family had soared to the summit of the wealth rankings, firmly seated atop the capital's social hierarchy. Under the intense scrutiny of the assembled experts, the elderly patriarch turned to the hurriedly arriving Mo Hanjin and remarked softly, "I know my own body. You need not persuade me. This is a terminal illness, and only having grandchildren can cure it." Chapter 3. Mr. Mo, send someone to find Nuan. As Mo Hanjin was about to step into the hospital room, he abruptly halted mid-step. Had he known this was yet another scheme from the old man to pressure him into marriage and fatherhood, he would not have hurried to the hospital upon receiving the call. With a weary look in his eyes, Mo Hanjin remarked, "If there is nothing urgent, I shall return to the company. I have a meeting shortly." Mo's grandfather grasped his arm, refusing to let him leave. "You promised me you would marry and have children soon, so I could hold my grandson. If you don't agree, I'll show you how stubborn an old man can be." Mo Hanjin thought to himself, who would have imagined the venerable elder of the Mo family could be such a playful old rogue? If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be amused. He pressed his fingers to his forehead and said softly, "Could you perhaps act a bit more mature? I don't care. The fortune teller said I would definitely hold my grandson within a year, so you best get to work." Mo Hanjin replied, his expression impassive. "If you're truly that eager, you could hold your grandson right now." "Really? Where is he?" The elder's excitement was palpable as he looked around, even peering out of the hospital room several times. Could it be that this young man had already found someone and was secretly preparing a grand surprise? Just as the old man was filled with anticipation, Mo Hanjin calmly declared, "Grandfather, I am your grandson. Will that suffice?" The elder's face darkened, and in frustration, he shooed him away. "Go away. I don't have a grandson as old as you. You rascal, if you don't bring a wife home soon, I'll leave." Exiting the hospital room, an inexplicable figure flashed through Mo Hanjin's mind. He had always been aloof and proud, steering clear of the tedious soirees hosted by the elite. Yet that time, he had been compelled by his grandfather to attend. He had intended to make a brief appearance, but unexpectedly, a clumsy young girl had stumbled into him, landing directly in his embrace. As Mo Hanjin contemplated pushing her away, he glanced down and was met with a pair of innocent, bewildered eyes, which inexplicably softened his heart for a fleeting moment. After 3 decades of maintaining his integrity, he found himself breaking his own rules for this young girl. What began as a singular exception spiraled into a compulsion. His usual self-discipline and composure vanished. Observing the panic and fear in her eyes, he found himself repeatedly losing control, treating her with an unexpected harshness. The poor child, her eyes reddened from crying, had even lost her voice from sobbing. As he recalled that night, Mo Hanjin suddenly felt an unquenchable thirst. He took a couple of deep breaths to suppress the heat that had inexplicably risen within him. His assistant, hesitating, finally spoke up. "Mr. Mo, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should share with you." Mo Hanjin did not pause in his stride, casually responding, "Speak your mind." "We've just received word that Miss Jiang seems to have been expelled from the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, the man's tall figure stiffened abruptly. Mo Hanjin turned around, his dark, piercing gaze directed at his assistant, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. In a low, magnetic voice, he coldly inquired, "Which Miss Jiang?" Under immense pressure, the assistant, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, nervously spoke, "Yes, it is Miss Jiang Nuan Nuan." The existence of Jiang Nuan Nuan is known to only a few in the elite circles, as the Jiang family publicly acknowledges only one daughter, Jiang Yan Heir. To protect Jiang Yan Heir's reputation, Jiang Nuan Nuan has returned to the Jiang family without any public announcement. Her status within the Jiang family is merely that of a distant relative. However, the Mo family, being all-powerful, could see through the Jiang family's attempts at secrecy. When was she expelled? The assistant felt a peculiar sense of unease, sensing an undercurrent of barely concealed anger in Mr. Mo's deep voice. Just yesterday, he heard that Jiang Yan Heir had taken it upon herself to send Jiang Nuan Nuan back home while the Jiang family members were away. "Mr. Mo, where are you headed?" Mo Hanjin's brow was clouded with frost, and his voice carried a chilling intensity that instilled fear. Find her and bring her back to me by the end of the day. His interest in Jiang Nuan Nuan was minimal, far from affection. His ire stemmed from a sense of provocation, as if an outsider had encroached upon his territory, something the imperious Mo could not tolerate, since she had already become his woman. No one else had the right to bully her. If there were to be any bullying, it would be by him alone. In the capital city, at the Jiang residence, the family returned home only to discover the news of Jiang Nuan Nuan's departure. "What?" Jiang father exclaimed, displeased. "She left us like that? We raised her for 3 months, and she didn't even say a word before leaving. Truly, she is a white-eyed wolf raised by outsiders." Jiang Yin heir, with tears welling in her eyes, pitifully remarked, "I lost my necklace and asked my sister about it. Perhaps she was upset and left quietly." Sighing, she lamented, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked her." The elder brother scoffed, "Upset? I see her as nothing but a guilty thief. Your necklace must have been stolen by her. No matter. Brother will buy you 10 more exquisite ones." The second brother comforted Jiang Yin heir, saying, "Don't blame yourself, Yin heir. This is entirely that Jiang Nuan Nuan's fault. She left without a word, surely waiting for us to coax her back. A cunning ploy indeed." Jiang Nuan Nuan was devious and calculating, far surpassing Jiang Yin heir in guile. Upon hearing of Jiang Nuan Nuan's departure, Jiang mother felt an unexpected emptiness in her heart. After all, she was the child she carried for 10 months. It was impossible not to feel heartbroken at her sudden departure. Why must this child be so thoughtless? Jiang mother tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should send the butler to bring her back." Jiang father coldly replied, "Leave her be. Let her cause a scene. After a few days of neglect, she will return on her own." The second brother concurred. "She is foolish to play the runaway game like this. Father is right. She will come back of her own accord. Her vanity and materialism are so pronounced. After being a cherished daughter of the Jiang family for merely 3 months, could she truly relinquish the opulence of the Jiang household? If she were not so avaricious, would she have resorted to pilfering Yinner's necklace?" The elder brother, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, refrained from voicing much. However, the tenderness and affection in his gaze towards Jiang Yinner were unmistakable. "My sister, there is but one Jiang Yinner." The second brother feels the same. In this lifetime, there exists only one sister, Yinner. Jiang Yinner, overwhelmed with emotion, leapt into the embrace of her 2 brothers. "Elder brother, second brother, how fortunate I am to have you both." In a corner unseen by others, a fleeting glimmer of pride flickered in Jiang Yinner's eyes. She is the daughter most cherished by the Jiang family. Does Jiang Nuan Nuan truly think she can usurp the family's affection? Not a chance. Jiang Yinner bashfully declared, "Father, mother, regarding my engagement with young Master Mo, rest assured, only you shall marry into the Mo family." Jiang Nuan Nuan, with her petty demeanor, will likely settle for a mere working-class suitor. The last time young Master Mo visited our home, even old Master Mo made a personal appearance. This alone signifies the Mo family's earnest regard for this union. Yinner, rest easy. We shall ensure your grand entrance into the Mo family. Who is old Master Mo? He is the living embodiment of dread in the capital, and should he stomp his foot, the entire city would tremble. As the current head of the Mo family, his opinions are tantamount to that of the entire clan. Although the Jiang family is regarded as a prestigious household, it pales in comparison to the true apex represented by the Mo family. Nevertheless, old Master Mo took the time to visit the Jiang residence. This indicates the Mo family's immense satisfaction with the forthcoming union of young Master Mo and Yinner. They eagerly anticipate Yinner's marriage into the Mo family, where she shall reign as the most favored young matron. Chapter for the black card given by Mr. Mo at this moment. Jiang Nuan Nuan finds herself in a hospital. After fleeing her home, she called her most trusted teacher, Mr. Wang, only to learn that he was currently at the hospital. Upon hearing that her family intended to auction her off, Mr. Wang immediately reached out to former students and arranged for Jiang Nuan Nuan to be brought to a city hospital. She hurried over, her face etched with concern. "Mr. Wang, how is your health?" Upon seeing the frail figure lying in bed, tears streamed down Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks. She had only been gone for 3 months. How had Mr. Wang fallen ill? His complexion was sallow, and his cheekbones jutted out sharply, yet when he saw Jiang Nuan Nuan, his eyes sparkled with affectionate warmth. Nuan Nuan, didn't you go to university in the capital? I heard you found your biological parents. Why have you returned? Mr. Wang's voice remained as gentle and endearing as ever. Jiang Nuan Nuan grasped his hand, pressing it against her cheek, feeling the familiar warmth radiate from him. Her adoptive parents had prohibited her from pursuing her education. Had it not been for Mr. Wang's unwavering support, she would have been forced to drop out long ago. Many girls like her faced similar fates, with families that favored sons over daughters, denying them the opportunity for schooling. Mr. Wang visited each household, personally covering their tuition fees from his own pocket. He was the sole source of warmth in their lives. The adult Jiang Nuan Nuan trusted most was Mr. Wang. Hearing his question, she lowered her head, her eyes welling with tears, resembling a small kitten pricked by a painful thorn. Mr. Wang tenderly caressed her face, asking, "Have they treated you poorly?" Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked twice, and silent tears cascaded down her face. She quickly turned away, wiping her tears, not wishing to burden Mr. Wang with her worries. Her 3 months at the Jiang household had not been filled with joy. The family regarded her with suspicion and wariness, fearing she might demand something from them or expose Jiang Yin Heir's false identity. On the surface, Jiang Yin Heir treated her like a sister, but behind closed doors, she conspired with friends to make Jiang Nuan Nuan's life miserable. Jiang Nuan Nuan was thrown into the swimming pool, struggling in the water and choking on it. When her father arrived, they claimed she had jumped in recklessly. A snake was hidden in her bed, terrifying her into fleeing, only to be scolded by her second brother for disturbing the family's rest. But none of this needed to be known by Mr. Wang. "Teacher, I don't want to return to my biological parents' home. I wish to stay by your side and care for you in your old age," she declared. "You do not wish to return to the Jiang family, then do not. However, you cannot stay by my side," Mr. Wang replied. Jiang Nuan Nuan was perplexed. Why not? Mr. Wang had devoted his life to the field of education, never marrying or having children. Aside from colleagues, he had only the students he had mentored. "Silly child, I hope you soar further than you can imagine, like an eagle reaching the highest and farthest places. You should never sacrifice your future for anyone. You have worked hard to gain admission to a university in the capital. You must not forfeit this opportunity. If tuition poses a challenge, the teacher will assist you." Wang Laoshi appeared somewhat fatigued, prompting Jiang Nuan Nuan to exit first. From former students of Wang Laoshi, she learned about the tumor that had developed within him, which necessitated surgical intervention for removal. Senior sister Chen Rong remarked, "We have inquired, but the doctors in the city lack confidence. Only the most prestigious hospital in the capital can perform this operation." The individual who had just brought Jiang Nuan Nuan from the village was senior sister Chen Rong, a former student of Wang Laoshi, now employed in the capital. "I will contact my colleagues to see if anyone has connections that could facilitate Wang Laoshi's transfer to the best hospital." After making several calls, Chen Rong found no one able to assist. With a sigh, she expressed her regret. Wang Laoshi's tumor cannot be delayed any longer, since transferring is not an option. "We must proceed with the surgery here." Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip and softly asked, "Sister, how much is the surgical fee?" "It requires 500,000. Chen Rong hailed from a humble background, having barely managed to enroll in university and recently securing employment in the capital. She possessed little savings. As for Wang Laoshi, he never accepted gifts from students or their families, relying solely on a meager salary, which he devoted entirely to supporting his students. Gathering such a sum for the surgery would prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuan Nuan retrieved a black card from her pocket. "Sister, use this card." She was unaware of the card's balance, but hoped it could cover part of the surgical expenses. Should it fall short, she would devise another means to raise the remainder. Upon seeing the black card in her hand, Chen Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Nuan Nuan, where did you acquire this black card?" "It's a globally accepted VIP card, granted only to those whose assets reach a certain threshold and who have undergone qualification verification." Chen Rong had learned of its existence through a casual mention by her boss. Her boss, worth 12 figures, frequently appeared in domestic news, yet did not qualify for a black card. The card required not only financial resources, but also power and influence in the business world. It symbolized the pinnacle of aristocratic status. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly fabricated a lie. It was given to me by the Jiang family. Chen Rong, having heard some details regarding Jiang Nuan Nuan's background, did not question her words. What is the password? I will proceed to make the payment. After Chen Rong departed, Jiang Nuan Nuan sighed in relief, sitting on the metal chair in the hospital, lost in reverie. In truth, this was a card bestowed upon her by Mo Hanjin. During that fateful night, the man stood tall and imposing, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit that embraced his long, slender legs, exuding an innate nobility as if he were born to be a king. A familiar woody fragrance lingered around him, crisp and pleasant. Perhaps it was her mere imagination, but she sensed a hint of mischief in his elongated eyes, suggesting he was in a good mood. Why had he been so proactive last time, only to retreat upon seeing her now? Was he feeling guilty? Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, rendering her too timid to meet his gaze. The man, with his long fingers, delicately held out a card towards her. Take this card. The password is 6/8. Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her eyes defiantly, declaring, I do not want your money. That incident had merely been an accident, and she did not wish to accept his financial assistance. What would that make her? A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her, mingled with shame and sorrow, causing her almond-shaped eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Mo Hanjin playfully flicked her forehead, asking what she was daydreaming about. I injured you. This is for your medical expenses. In the distance, a voice called out, Young master, where are you? Without further ado, Mo Hanjin slipped the card into the pocket of Jiang Nuan Nuan's white dress. He then turned and swiftly disappeared from view. It was only from the servant that Jiang Nuan Nuan learned that aside from young Master Mo, an extraordinary figure, Mo Hanjin, had also come from the Mo family today. Just as the hospital processed the black card, Mo Hanjin's phone buzzed with a message. While engaged in a meeting, he glanced at his phone, which displayed the payment address. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Mo Hanjin's narrow eyes, and a smirk graced his lips. So, the little one was hiding here, was she? Chapter 5, Finding Warmth upon seeing Chen Rong return. Jiang Nuan Nuan hurriedly approached her. Senior sister, how did it go? Is there enough money on the card? Chen Rong nodded and returned the card to her. Yes, don't worry. How could the black card ever be insufficient? Jiang Nuan Nuan was oblivious to the significance of the black card. She only understood that the surgical fees had been paid, and now there was hope for Teacher Wang to undergo the operation. Although the hospital's standards were limited and the doctors could not guarantee the success of the surgery, this was still the best outcome. Having a chance to undergo surgery and potentially recover was certainly preferable to awaiting an inevitable demise. As evening fell, Jiang Nuan Nuan stood up obediently. Senior sister, please stay here. I will go buy dinner for Teacher Wang. Go ahead, but be careful on your way. Just as Jiang Nuan Nuan was about to head downstairs, she passed by the gynecology department and unconsciously paused at the doorway, her small hand resting on her abdomen. The baby was still very small. Her abdomen remained flat, revealing nothing. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan knew that she must terminate the pregnancy before the baby grew, or else the physical harm would be greater. The doctor, noticing her lingering at the entrance, inquired with curiosity, Young lady, why are you standing there? If something is wrong, come in, and I can take a look. Startled like a stray cat whose tail had been stepped on, Jiang Nuan Nuan turned and fled. She dashed out of the hospital building, breathless, coming to a halt in front of a flower bed. The thought of having to end her own child's life made her heart ache, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Just moments ago, as she approached the hospital room, she had even contemplated whether she could keep the child. Yet she could not afford to be selfish. She could not allow her baby to grow up without a father, nor did she wish for her child to become an illegitimate offspring of the Mo family. Most importantly, she knew she was incapable of raising the child alone. If she could barely sustain herself, how could she provide a nurturing environment for the baby? To insist on giving birth would be the utmost irresponsibility towards the child. Rationality urged Jiang Nuan Nuan that the baby must not be kept, yet sorrow still enveloped her heart. I am so sorry, my baby. Wait for me to be ready, and I will come to take you home. Please wait for your mother, all right? Wiping away her tears, Jiang Nuan Nuan prepared to buy dinner for Teacher Wang when suddenly, a fleet of luxury cars halted in front of her. Surrounded by the opulent vehicles, the door of a black Maybach opened, and a man in a tailored suit emerged, striding toward her with poise and grace. Every movement radiated elegance and affluence, a testament to his distinguished lineage and exemplary upbringing etched into his very being. Jiang Nuan Nuan was taken aback to see Mo Hanjin here. Her glistening almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, her small face frozen in shock, nearly questioning her own senses. The medical standards of this hospital certainly paled in comparison to those in the capital. What could possibly bring him here? Initially intending to pretend she had not seen him and to walk past, she was abruptly seized by her collar, as if lifted like a chick. Mo Hanjin brought the person before him, his deep black eyes scrutinizing her as he inquired in a low voice, "How did you come here?" Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip and replied softly, "My teacher is unwell, so I came to the hospital to see her." Upon hearing that it was not her own health at stake, Mo Hanjin subtly exhaled, a release he himself did not notice. With his hands in his pockets, he lowered his gaze, taking a keen interest in the petite figure standing at his chest level. When we returned to Jing City, Jiang Nuan Nuan kept her head down, remaining silent. She feared she could not return. If she did, Jiang Yinner would not spare her. The Jiang family had cast her aside like refuse. How could they possibly wish for her return? Although Teacher Wang hoped she would soar to greater heights, Jiang Nuan Nuan knew she could not contend with Jiang Yinner, so she planned to terminate her pregnancy and retake the college entrance examination next year. Then, she would apply to a university as far from Jing City as possible, distancing herself from her family. Mo Hanjin frowned slightly, his deep voice taking on a sharper tone. "Why are you not speaking?" Whenever Jiang Nuan Nuan stood before him, she could not help but feel anxious, akin to a schoolchild facing a teacher's scrutiny for unfinished assignments. Perhaps it was her innocence that made her feel as if her thoughts were laid bare before the mature and formidable Mo Hanjin. Instead of answering his previous question, Jiang Nuan Nuan opted to change the subject. "Mr. Mo, what brings you here?" Mo Hanjin regarded her with a leisurely glance, deliberately attempting to intimidate her. "I saw you swiping your card and came to bring you back." Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, her eyes blinking as a blush crept onto her cheeks. "I apologize. I truly cannot afford the medical expenses and have temporarily used your money. I promise to repay the 500,000 once I have the means." Mo Hanjin was somewhat taken aback, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Did you think I came to demand money from you?" As he spoke, Jiang Nuan Nuan timidly lifted her gaze, her dark eyes clear and innocent, like a lost fawn in the woods. "Isn't that so? If not for monetary reasons, why else would Mo Hanjin have sought her out in this place?" It was then that he noticed the slight redness around her eyes, as if she had recently been in tears. His expression shifted, the atmosphere around him growing icy. "Has someone bullied you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes flickered, and she shook her head, feeling guilty. No, not at all. She did not wish to disclose her pregnancy to Mo Hanjin. After all, she had already resolved to terminate the child, and revealing this would only complicate matters. However, she had initially intended to use Mo Hanjin's card to cover the cost of the abortion. To her surprise, he could see her transaction clearly from his end. She had to abandon that thought. As for the surgery fees, she would have to devise another plan. Fearing he might perceive her unease, Jiang Nuan Nuan cautiously asked, "Mr. Mo, may I leave now?" Mo Hanjin's handsome face darkened instantly, his expression as grim as the bottom of a pot. His voice turned frigid, teeth clenched as he asked, "Do you wish to sever ties with me so readily?" Jiang Nuan Nuan was startled by his brooding gaze, her delicate face paling slightly as she softly uttered, "I must buy lunch for the teacher. If I delay, the cafeteria will close." At that moment, Mo Hanjin's mood shifted from dark to somewhat brighter. "Add my contact information," he commanded. Without granting her a chance to refuse, he seized her phone and assertively entered his number. As soon as he returned the phone to her, Jiang Nuan Nuan hastily made her escape, as if he were a fearsome beast. Mo Hanjin's expression darkened, fluctuating between shades of blue and black, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired of his assistant. Do I appear frightening? Why else would she run at the sight of me? The assistant swallowed nervously, silently thinking, it is not that you are terrifying in appearance, but rather that your aura is exceedingly intimidating. After all, he was a formidable figure who had navigated the business world for years, exuding an air of decisiveness and ruthlessness, which would undoubtedly be daunting for a young woman like Jiang Nuan Nuan, who had just reached adulthood. After a moment, the assistant tentatively remarked, Mr. Mo, I can't shake the feeling that Miss Jiang seems to be concealing something from you. Mo Hanjin had already discerned this. After all, that girl wore her thoughts on her face. During their earlier conversation, her eyes flitted about, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, and even her petite nose glistened with sweat. It was evident she harbored a significant secret. Mo Hanjin coolly instructed, investigate what she is hiding from me. Chapter 6. Mr. Mo is aware of Nuan Nuan's pregnancy. Jiang Nuan Nuan believed she had successfully deceived Mo Hanjin. Little did she know, her feeble disguise was utterly transparent to the cunning old fox. As she stepped into the hospital room, Chun Rong and Teacher Wang greeted her with concern. Nuan Nuan, why does your complexion look so pale? Have you been startled by something? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. No, perhaps it's just the cold wind. In the presence of such an exalted figure as Mr. Mo, she could not help but feel a pang of inferiority. Coupled with his formidable aura, it rendered her nearly speechless. Teacher Wang, with a heart full of compassion, advised, you shouldn't stay overnight. The hospital is cold. Why not stay at Senior Sister Chun Rong's place for a couple of days? Jiang Nuan Nuan stubbornly refused. Please, let me stay here. I want to be at ease if I go back. I want to be able to sleep. After a while, a nurse entered. Teacher Wang, your surgical fees have been fully paid. We can schedule your operation in a few days. Teacher Wang's heart sank, her spoon clattering into the porridge. Chun Rong, Nuan Nuan, how did you manage to gather the surgical fees? That amounts to 500,000. Please, don't resort to high-interest loans on my behalf. Those are perilous. Quickly, return the money. You both have bright futures ahead. Don't stray down a dark path for my sake. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's heartfelt words, both Chun Rong and Jiang Nuan Nuan felt an indescribable emotion swell within them. Teacher Wang had always been selflessly devoted, prioritizing her students' futures above all, even at the cost of her own well-being. Sigh, at my age, undergoing surgery won't guarantee me many more years. It's simply isn't worth it. Teacher Wang grasped the nurse's arm. Please refund their surgical fees. They are young and naive, unaware of the dangers of high-interest loans. Jiang Nuan Nuan quickly stood up to prevent Teacher Wang from refunding the money. It's not a high-interest loan. The surgical fees were provided by my uncle. My uncle? Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke. Though the Jiang family has treated me poorly, one uncle has been very generous. He covered the surgical expenses. Teacher Wang looked somewhat skeptical. Really? Nuan Nuan, you mustn't deceive me. Jiang Nuan Nuan steadied her grip on her arm. I'm not lying. Every word is true. In truth, calling Mo Hanjin uncle was quite appropriate, given that she and Jiang Yin'er were of the same generation. And Jiang Yin'er was betrothed to Mo Hanjin's nephew. She wasn't lying, after all. It was indeed my uncle who provided the medical fees. He is wealthy and kind-hearted, treating me exceptionally well. Hearing this, Teacher Wang finally felt reassured. Once I recover and am discharged, I will return to school as soon as possible to repay your uncle. Although he may not lack this sum, we must express our gratitude and not take advantage of his kindness. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled sweetly, responding obediently with a soft "mm." Her words were conveyed directly to Mo Hanjin's ears. He often heard the term uncle, but when it emerged from this girl's lips, it struck him as distinctly amusing. Keep a close watch on her. Inform me immediately of any developments. On that day, Jiang Nuan Nuan had just returned from purchasing a meal when she received a phone call from a hospital in the capital city. Jiang Nuan Nuan, you had scheduled a termination procedure for this afternoon. Why have you not checked into the hospital yet? Upon hearing the term termination, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a tightening in her heart. Realizing she had no intention of returning to the capital, she offered an apology. I'm sorry, but I will not be undergoing the procedure. Are you certain you won't proceed? Waiting until the child is older to consider termination can pose greater risks to your health. Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together. I'm returning to my hometown, where I plan to have the procedure done at a local hospital. Very well, but I must caution you that a termination procedure is not a trivial matter. Please avoid any unregulated clinics and ensure you go to an accredited hospital. I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, Jiang Nuan Nuan's previously bright spirits were once again shrouded in darkness. The time she had left with her child was likely limited. Once she underwent the procedure, she would sever all ties with the Jiang and Mo families in the capital. As she stepped into the hospital, unbeknownst to her, someone had overheard her conversation. That person immediately contacted Mo Hanjin's assistant. Assistant Jiang, I just heard Miss Jiang say she intends to schedule a termination. What? Assistant Jiang nearly dropped his phone in shock. Had he misheard? Miss Jiang was pregnant, and she planned to terminate the pregnancy? This news needed to be relayed to President Mo at once. Mo Hanjin was currently engaged in a crucial video conference, and Assistant Jiang paced anxiously outside, torn between the decision to interrupt. What if he disrupted the company's international business? What if President Mo became furious? Suddenly, he recalled the old master of the Mo family's eagerness for grandchildren. This was a matter of great significance regarding the heir of the Mo family. If Miss Jiang was indeed carrying President Mo's child, he would no longer face the relentless pressure from the old master to produce an heir. This was the only bloodline of President Mo. If Miss Jiang proceeded with the termination, the old master might be driven to madness. In a moment of impulse, Assistant Jiang disregarded his reservations and pushed the door open. Mo Hanjin's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Flushed with urgency, Assistant Jiang stammered, President Mo, you're going to be a father. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow in mild confusion. Could it be that the stress of work had driven Assistant Jiang to madness? How could he utter such nonsense in broad daylight? After gathering his thoughts, Assistant Jiang rephrased his message. President Mo, Miss Jiang is pregnant, and she intends to terminate the child. At this revelation, Mo Hanjin finally reacted. His dark pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced violently at the weight of those words. His breath quickening. Upon hearing the latter part of the message, his expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed towards the hospital without even removing his glasses. He arrived just in time to see Jiang Nuan Nuan standing outside the gynecology surgery room. Mo Hanjin's face turned a deep shade of anger as he shouted, Jiang Nuan Nuan. Jiang Nuan Nuan stood at the entrance of the operating room, waiting in line, when she suddenly heard a man's furious voice behind her. The tone seemed oddly familiar. Just then, the doctor called her name, prompting her to continue without turning back as she made her way towards the operating room. Just as she was about to step through the door, a powerful grip seized her wrist. The strength was so intense that it felt as though it might crush her delicate hand. When she looked up, she met the man's furious gaze, the fire behind his golden-rimmed glasses threatening to erupt. She instinctively called out uncle. Mo Hanjin's expression was chillingly cold, his eyes dark and menacing as he gritted his teeth and questioned, Are you planning to terminate my child? Chapter 7 Mr. Mo and Nuan Nuan obtained their certificate. Jiang Nuan Nuan dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head with an air of uncertainty. Her silence only served to stoke Mo Hanjin's anger further. This girl is quite something. Appearing docile and quiet, she had the audacity to commit such a bold act. The surrounding onlookers began to cast their curious glances in their direction. Mo Hanjin's status dictated that he should not attract undue attention. Thus, he lifted Jiang Nuan Nuan effortlessly and carried her to a secluded corner before setting her down. Jiang Nuan Nuan's face flushed crimson, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she attempted to flee. But escape? Mo Hanjin placed his hands against the wall, trapping her between his broad chest and the cold surface, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. In that moment, she resembled a hapless rabbit ensnared in a trap, with no avenue of escape. Pressing against his chest, Jiang Nuan Nuan inexplicably recalled the man's domineering nature from that night. Anxiety and fear surged within her, her heart pounding like a drum. Why you step aside? Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to a kitten brandishing its soft, furry paws, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Mo Hanjin grasped her delicate chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, bore into hers as he gravely inquired. Answer my question. Were you attempting to terminate my child just now? Forced to meet his unwavering stare, her large, dark eyes were filled with trepidation and evasion. A mist of unshed tears shimmered in her eyes, revealing a hint of grievance. It's not your child. Mo Hanjin's grip on her chin tightened slightly, leaving an imprint on her fair skin. His gaze, laden with danger, remained fixed upon her. If it's not mine, then whose could it be? Jiang Nuan Nuan's lips parted and closed again, her stammering failing to produce a coherent response. According to the tropes of television dramas, after uttering such words, Mr. Mo should have erupted in fury and cast her aside. Why did he not harbor any doubts? Why was he so certain that the child within her was indeed his? It seemed as though Mo Hanjin could see through her innermost thoughts. His godlike visage drew closer, his gaze imbued with mischief, his tone tinged with menace. You should be aware of the consequences of giving me the green hat. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Jiang Nuan Nuan swallowed hard, suddenly recollecting the rumors that painted Mo Hanjin as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Should she dare to provoke him, she feared she might never leave the hospital that day. After a moment of hesitation, she opted for honesty. I have only been with you. The baby is yours. Crimson bloomed on her cheeks, her shy almond eyes fluttering as her voice dwindled to a whisper barely audible. The fury within Mo Hanjin subsided slightly, yet he remained before her, an insurmountable mountain. He inhaled deeply, his voice steady as he asked, "Why would you wish to terminate my child? Does this girl not understand the immense benefits that carrying a Mo family heir brings? Had it been another woman, she would have taken advantage of her pregnancy to move into the Mo family, charming the elder for a legitimate status, luxury cars, and opulent residences. Yet here she was, surprisingly contemplating the concealment of her intention to terminate the pregnancy. It was hard to discern whether to label her foolish or innocent, disregarding even the grandest of interests. Jiang Nuan's voice was tinged with melancholy, on the verge of tears. I do not wish for my baby to become an illegitimate child of a wealthy family. During her 3 months back at the Jiang household, her identity was shrouded in shame. She had to hide whenever guests arrived to avoid tarnishing the family's reputation. It was akin to living as an outcast, susceptible to being trampled underfoot by any young heir or heiress, subjected to torment akin to that of an ant. Jiang Nuan could not bear the thought of her child enduring such a fate in the future. Mo Hanjin gazed intently at her, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a decision, his tone remaining composed. If we obtain a marriage certificate, the child will not have to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate offspring. Jiang Nuan's eyes flickered with disbelief, her gaze widening in astonishment. What was he saying? How could someone of his esteemed status possibly marry her? Even the young master of the Mo family looked down upon her, an insignificant daughter from the countryside. How could the head of the Mo family be willing to enter into matrimony with her? Surely, she must have misheard. The anticipated elation that Mo Hanjin had expected did not manifest on Jiang Nuan's face. Were it any socialite from the capital, hearing such words from the Mo patriarch would likely elicit joyous screams or even fainting spells. Yet Jiang Nuan's reaction was remarkably calm. She forced a smile, her self-esteem faltering as she lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. You must be joking, for reasons unknown. Witnessing her humility and sorrow stirred a sense of discomfort within Mo Hanjin. How much torment had she endured in the Jiang family to become so cautious? Once Mo Hanjin made a decision, he never wavered. Standing tall before Jiang Nuan, his deep-set eyes reflecting her image, he asserted, "You do not wish for the child to be an outcast. Likewise, I do not desire my offspring to be abandoned. Thus, whether you consent or not, from this day forth, you shall be Mrs. Mo, the wife of the president of the Mo group." Grasping Jiang Nuan's delicate hand, he led her outside. Still reeling from his previous words, she momentarily stood frozen, attempting to break free, yet unable to escape his hold. "Where are you taking me?" "To obtain the marriage certificate, of course." Jiang Nuan's pupils dilated, her mouth agape in stunned silence at the revelation. Mo Hanjin ushered her into a Maybach, heading straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Photographers raised their cameras before them. Newlyweds, come a bit closer. Why do you appear so unfamiliar? You're married now, relax a little. Groom, embrace your bride. Mo Hanjin extended his arm, enveloping Jiang Nuan. His calloused, large hand radiated warmth, imprinting on her arm. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her expression turned shy. All right, 3, 2, 1. Their wedding photo was imprinted on the marriage certificate, yielding a splendid result. The man, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded an air of cold elegance and nobility, resembling an untouchable deity. Beside him stood a petite and lovely girl, her doe-like eyes filled with shyness and trepidation, a hint of a dimple gracing her lips. Regardless of perspective, they appear to be a match made in heaven. Before Jiang Nuan Nuan could thoroughly examine the red booklet in her hand, the marriage certificate was swiftly snatched away by Mo Hanjin. This document is only of use upon divorce. I shall keep it for you, he declared, taking the certificate to prevent her from contemplating an escape. Having married him, she would never have the chance to flee. Uncle, Jiang Nuan Nuan began, but Mo Hanjin's lips curled slightly as he inquired, what do you call me? It was then that she realized her mistake. To avoid having teacher Wang forfeit the handling fee, she had persistently referred to Mo Hanjin as uncle in his presence. With repetition, it had slipped from her lips. After a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly glanced at the man and sweetly uttered, husband. Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his features. He had merely intended to remind this foolish girl that they were now legally wed and that she could no longer address him as uncle. Who would have thought she would misinterpret his words? Nevertheless, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. This term of endearment was not unpleasant to his ears. Chapter 8. The suit-clad thug, after receiving the certificate, Mo Hanjin proposed that Jiang Nuan Nuan accompany him back to the capital city. You lack the capacity to raise a child alone. It is imperative that you return to the capital. I will arrange for someone to take care of you. The Mo family places great importance on their offspring and would not permit Jiang Nuan Nuan to bear a child of the Mo lineage while living independently outside. Should any malicious individuals learn of this news, they could conspire against her, leaving Jiang Nuan Nuan unable to protect herself, let alone the child within her. Contemplating her circumstances with the Jiang family, she hesitated, her youthful face displaying a conflicted expression. She had originally believed she would never have to return to the capital. Yet, unexpectedly, just days after her departure, she found herself compelled to go back. What would happen when she encountered members of the Jiang family again? Noticing her indecision, Mo Hanjin immediately revealed his trump card. Your teacher requires surgery. The medical facilities here are inadequate. Only by transferring her to the capital can she receive superior treatment. Indeed, upon hearing about her teacher, a spark ignited in Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes. Are you willing to assist in transferring teacher Wang? Mo Hanjin lightly tapped his fingers twice and casually replied, as long as you agree to return to the capital with me. I assure you that your teacher will receive the finest medical resources. Unable to contain her excitement, Jiang Nuan Nuan clapped her hands and beamed. That's wonderful. She and her senior sister had no connections in the capital to facilitate teacher Wang's transfer. If Mo Hanjin were to intervene, she had no doubt that teacher Wang would gain access to the best hospital and the most skilled doctors for her surgery. The Mo family's influence rendered what seemed insurmountable for ordinary individuals a mere trifle for them. This was the first time Mo Hanjin witnessed such a radiant smile from Jiang Nuan Nuan. The young girl's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and the dimples on her cheeks appeared as if they were filled with honey, both sweet and enchanting. Mo Hanjin's gaze deepened as he observed her. Will you accept this deal? Without hesitation, Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded eagerly, yes. I will return with you. Although she felt trepidation at the prospect of encountering the Jiang family, the life of teacher Wang outweighed her fears. The thought of her teacher soon regaining her health filled Jiang Nuan Nuan with such joy that she felt like leaping for joy. She stood up in her excitement, momentarily forgetting that she was in a car. Thud! She accidentally bumped her head. Crouching down while clutching her head, she lost her balance just as the luxury vehicle traversed a rough patch of road. Mo Hanjin's expression sharpened, and he swiftly reached out to steady her arm. As a result, Jiang Nuan Nuan found herself nestled in Mo Hanjin's embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. She sat upon the strong, long legs of the man, her glistening almond-shaped eyes wide open, her ruby lips slightly parted, gazing at him without blinking. Today marked the first time she had seen Mo Hanjin wearing glasses. The cold sharpness of his elongated eyes was softened behind the gold-rimmed lenses, lending him an air of scholarly restraint. Yet, Jiang Nuan Nuan knew he was neither scholarly nor restrained in the slightest. He is an unabashed, suit-clad brute, akin to a ravenous wolf. After her return that day, she was injured for several days, walking with an awkward gait, nearly discovered by the Jiang family. Jiang Nuan Nuan was lost in thought and did not notice that Mo Hanjin was also observing her. To this day, he still remembers how slender and soft the girl's waist was, so delicate that he could encompass it entirely with just one hand. The image of her tearfully pleading for mercy made Mo Hanjin's throat tighten, his breath becoming markedly more rapid. The darkness in his gaze deepened, flickering with embers of desire. "Are you not going to stop?" His voice was a low, gravelly timbre, as if shaped by sandpaper. Jiang Nuan Nuan, foolishly fixated on his throat, suddenly felt an unsettling surge of danger. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and she swiftly moved away from Mo Hanjin. She took a seat on the other side of the back seat, lowering the window to let the cool breeze disperse the warmth on her face. Once her temperature had subsided somewhat, she stole a glance at Mo Hanjin's profile. The man removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his well-defined fingers adjusting his tie. He commanded in a deep voice, "Turn on the air conditioning." The driver complied, activating the cool air. Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart raced inexplicably, beating wildly, and her lips curled into an involuntary smile. In truth, Mo Hanjin was not as fearsome as the rumor suggested. To offer her a sense of security, he had even taken her to register their marriage without hesitation. Ordinary men could scarcely accomplish such a feat, let alone a man of his immense wealth and power. His actions reflected a sense of responsibility and commitment befitting a man. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt he was simply breathtaking. Upon returning to the hospital, Jiang Nuan Nuan informed Teacher Wang and senior sister Chen Rong of the possibility of transfer. Teacher Wang exclaimed in surprise, "Nuan Nuan, was this arranged by your uncle?" Jiang Nuan Nuan scratched her cheek, feeling a pang of guilt as she nodded. Although her uncle had now ascended to the status of husband. Yet, there was no need for Teacher Wang to know this just yet. Wouldn't that burden him unnecessarily? Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Jiang Nuan Nuan understood that Teacher Wang did not wish for her to owe too many favors because of her. However, when it came to matters of health, what did such considerations matter? Jiang Nuan Nuan slung Teacher Wang's bag over her shoulder, assisting her out of bed. "Teacher Wang, please don't overthink it. The hospital's vehicle is already waiting outside. Allow me to help you." Once outside, upon seeing the vehicle emblazoned with the hospital's emblem, both Teacher Wang and Shenrong widened their eyes in astonishment. The finest hospital in the capital had personally sent a car to collect them. What an impressive display. What exactly was Jiang Nuan Nuan's uncle's status? Before boarding, Teacher Wang grasped Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand, speaking earnestly. "Nuan Nuan, although your family has treated you poorly, it is a blessing that you have an uncle who cares for you and loves you. I'm truly happy for you. You are a wonderful child, and in the future, many more will come to love you. Do not forget to express my gratitude to your uncle. My life is indebted to you both." Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a pang in her nose, nearly brought to tears. "Rest assured, Teacher Wang, I will heed your words and strive to reach greater heights and distant horizons." Shenrong supported Teacher Wang as they boarded the hospital vehicle. As for Jiang Nuan Nuan, she naturally accompanied Mo Hanjin back to the capital city. Along the way, she tugged at Mo Hanjin's sleeve, and when he glanced her way, she shyly remarked, "Mr. Mo, once I am capable, I will certainly repay the 500,000 I owe you." She almost blurted out husband, but, feeling embarrassed, opted for Mr. Mo instead. Such a formal address caused Mo Hanjin to furrow his brow slightly. "Mr. Mo, am I truly that old?" He replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to repay it. That card was originally a compensation I provided for you. A gift once given does not warrant reclamation. Moreover, The amount deducted that day was not 500,000, but rather 450,000. Jiang Nuan Nuan was somewhat taken aback. 450,000? She quickly deduced the truth. It was likely that senior sister Chenrong had contributed 50,000 of her own funds. Having recently graduated, establishing herself in the bustling city was no easy feat, and that 50,000 must have been saved through her hard work. Without hesitation, she had offered all to treat teacher Wang. Jiang Nuan Nuan retrieved the black card and extended it toward Mo Hanjin. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she sincerely said, "Mr. Mo, thank you for arranging the surgery for our teacher. I no longer have need for this card, so I shall return it to you." Chapter 9, Mr. Mo takes Nuan Nuan home. Mo Hanjin did not even glance at the black card in her hand. His deep gaze, laced with amusement, inquired with playful interest. "You thank me, yet still call me Mr. Mo?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she timidly uttered, "Husband." Mo Hanjin leaned closer, enveloping her entirely in his shadow, his tone carrying a hint of wicked charm. "Is that all it takes to call me husband?" Jiang Nuan Nuan inhaled the icy, woody scent that clung to him, mingled with an intoxicating masculine allure that made her weak at the knees. Apart from Mo Hanjin, she had never held the hand of another man. His sudden proximity set her on edge. Blushing fiercely, she mustered the courage to rise on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his cheek. A fleeting kiss akin to a dragonfly, skimming the water surface. This act of boldness sent her heart racing, and she quickly retreated, lowering her head in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Mo Hanjin had intended merely to tease the Na'vi girl, never anticipating that she would take the initiative to kiss him. The softness and sweetness of her lips stirred memories deep within him. He was acutely aware of just how sweet and delightful her kisses could be. Otherwise, he would not have held her chin, compelling her to part her lips, seizing her sweetness, leaving her tender lips slightly swollen from his fervent affection. A shadow flickered in Mo Hanjin's eyes as his gaze lingered on Jiang Nuan Nuan's lips for an extended moment. While this kiss on her cheek did not fully satiate him, it was a daring gesture for the bashful girl. They had already registered their marriage. There was ample time ahead for him to gradually teach his little wife. Mo Hanjin reached out, gently tousling her soft black hair. Raising a child incurs many expenses. Keep the black card for yourself. Purchase whatever your heart desires. A sweet warmth blossomed in Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart as she obediently nodded. Upon returning to the capital, Mo Hanjin did not take Jiang Nuan Nuan directly to the old residence, but instead led her to his regular villa. "For the time being, you shall stay here." He was hesitant to divulge the news of her pregnancy to the elder Mr. Mo, fearing that the old man might become overly excited and suffer an adverse reaction. He planned to take a gradual approach, waiting until the pregnancy stabilized before revealing this delightful surprise. "This is your room. I had it arranged temporarily. It may be a bit simple. We can gradually add anything you need later." Jiang Nuan Nuan pushed open the door, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. The walls were painted a delicate pink, and in the center stood a brand new white princess bed, accompanied by an exquisite vanity against the wall. Next to the vanity was a glass sliding door leading to a spacious, well-lit walk-in closet. At that moment, the closet was brimming with designer clothes, shoes, handbags, and a plethora of jewelry and accessories. Perhaps time had been too tight, for these gifts remained unopened, stacked with their packaging. Jiang Nuan Nuan stared in astonishment, hardly daring to breathe. "Such a large room. Is it really mine?" Mo Hanjin spoke with a calm demeanor. The items are not entirely complete. They will be delivered later." How many items had Mr. Mo truly prepared for her? For a moment, Jiang Nuan's heart felt as though it had been gently squeezed, overwhelmed by a wave of bittersweet emotion. It was not merely the presence of luxurious brands that moved her, but rather the fact that she finally had her own room. No longer would she be confined in a cramped and stifling storage space. She now possessed a warm, spacious bed, no longer needing to curl up to sleep. This simple and ordinary happiness was something she had only come to experience at the age of 20. Unable to resist, Jiang Nuan walked over and lay down on the soft bed. Her body sprawled out in a relaxed manner, not even touching the edges of the bed, free from the worry of falling off with a mere turn. The bed was so soft and warm, infused with a subtle scent. Jiang Nuan's bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with joy, her small face radiating happiness. She found everything in the room to be a source of wonder, touching this and that, like a little squirrel who had suddenly discovered a treasure trove of nuts. The satisfaction was beyond measure. Mo Hanjin had not anticipated that such ordinary things would bring Jiang Nuan such joy. In the future, he would ensure more items were sent over to fill the room completely. A faint smile graced his lips as he added, "My bedroom is next door. Feel free to call for me if you need anything." With that, he stepped into the adjacent room, leaving the space for Jiang Nuan to herself. After exploring the room, Jiang Nuan returned to the bed, embracing the cloud-like comforter, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. It turned out that when one experiences profound happiness, tears may flow unbidden. Her once empty heart had never felt so filled with warmth as it did now. For the first time, she understood the feeling of being loved, a sensation so delightful and intoxicating. Though she was aware that Mo Hanjin's actions were not solely for her, but also for the child she carried, her gratitude towards him was immense. After resting on the bed for a while, she drifted into a sweet dream. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at it, she was met with a barrage of scathing messages. "You rebellious girl, have you grown wings? Dare to run away from home? Where have you hidden? Hurry back. I found a good match for you. Old Lou from our village, who has offered 50,000 as a bride price. Come back and get married, or I'll break your legs if I catch you." After leaving her family home, Jiang Nuan had blocked all means of contact with her family. Yet, to her surprise, her foster parents had borrowed someone else's phone to send her these abusive messages. "Old Lou only wants a virgin. If you dare to fool around with men and ruin yourself, your father and I will not spare you. Don't think that running away has freed you from consequences. If you don't come back after seeing this message, we will report you to the police." Jiang Nuan stared blankly at the messages, tears spilling down her cheeks once more. Just as she had begun to feel a glimmer of warmth, she was once again pierced by the venomous words. Old Lou, approaching 50, had nearly beaten his last wife to death, and she had managed to escape him through a hard-fought divorce. Yet now, his adoptive parents were intent on selling her to an abusive elderly man for a bride price of 580,000. Mo Hanjin pushed open the door and stepped out to dinner, promising to take her to the hospital for a checkup shortly. Upon seeing the tear stains on Jiang Nuan Nuan's delicate face, Mo Hanjin anxiously entered the room. "What's wrong?" he inquired, lowering his gaze just in time to catch sight of the disturbing content on her screen. His brow furrowed tightly, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes as he snatched the phone from her grasp. "You are pregnant. Do not expose yourself to such distressing filth. I shall procure you a new phone and a new number, ensuring that no one shall disturb you ever again." Chapter 10. Mr. Mo is jealous. Mo Hanjin gently tousled Jiang Nuan Nuan's hair and soon had the butler bring her the latest model of a smartphone, which he placed in her hands. It sufficed to retain the contact details of a few significant individuals. There was no need to squander time on those unworthy of it. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks were still stained with dried tears, her almond-shaped eyes swollen and red, resembling a delicate, pitiful little white flower. She was using a second-hand phone discarded by her family, and being newly acquainted with the latest device, she struggled with its operation. Mo Hanjin's large hand enveloped hers, guiding her in the use of the smartphone's artificial intelligence assistant. As the towering figure of the man drew closer, the crisp scent of wood wafted to Jiang Nuan Nuan's nostrils, enveloping her entirely. His palm, warm and dry, pressed firmly against the back of her hand. "Have you learned?" he inquired. A fine sheen of sweat gathered at her nose. Her face flushed as she nodded shyly. It had merely been unfamiliarity. After a few demonstrations from Mo Hanjin, she grasped everything completely. Jiang Nuan Nuan had few friends, so she stored the contact details of her closest companions, along with those of Teacher Wang, in the phone. Just as she was about to switch off the device, Mo Hanjin stopped her. "You've overlooked one," he stated calmly. Jiang Nuan Nuan glanced between her old phone and the new one. Blinking her innocent, wide eyes, she replied naively, "I haven't missed anyone. I've saved all the important contacts." When she looked up, she found herself gazing into the deep, piercing eyes of the man, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to harbor a hint of displeasure. Suddenly enlightened, she understood the implication of his words. She hastily input Mo Hanjin's number, setting him as an emergency contact right in front of him, with a note designated as husband. Upon completing this task, a smile tugged at the corners of Mo Hanjin's mouth, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Let's go. I shall take you to the hospital for an examination." Jiang Nuan Nuan exhaled in relief, tapping her forehead in annoyance. Mr. Mo was her benefactor, the father of her child, and her legal husband. How could she have forgotten such an important person? How foolish of her. Mo Hanjin led Jiang Nuan Nuan to a renowned private hospital in the capital. This establishment was known for its exorbitant fees and top-tier medical expertise, attracting only the affluent. "Next, Jiang Nuan Nuan, you may enter," called Mu Xiaoxian, clad in a white coat, without raising his gaze. However, upon seeing the imposing man stride in, Mu Xiaoxian was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in shock. Instinctively, he rose to his feet, bowing respectfully, a hint of trepidation evident in his gaze. "Mr. Mo, what brings you here?" he queried, casting a furtive glance at the sign by the door, which indeed confirmed the obstetrics and gynecology department. Mr. Mo was notoriously indifferent to women, famously abstinent and unattainable in the circle. It was perplexing for him to be in the obstetrics department. His connection to it was as distant as that of a fish to a bicycle. Mo Hanjin narrowed his cold eyes, finding the man somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall his name at that moment. Mu Xiaoxian dared not trouble him with questions and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Third Master, I am Mu Xiaoxian from the Mu family. I am a friend of Mo Xiao and often in contact with him." It was then that Mo Hanjin recalled that there was indeed a medical student in his nephew's circle, and it must be him. The head of the Mu family held some degree of respect in Mo Hanjin's eyes, but as for Mu Xiaoxian, he was merely a junior and not worthy of additional attention. Mo Hanjin's demeanor was indifferent as he gestured towards Jiang Nuan Nuan, instructing her to undergo a complete examination. Only then did Mu Xiaoxian notice the petite young girl behind Mo Hanjin. She clung to his arm, timidly stepping forward, her porcelain-like face tinged with a rosy hue, appearing somewhat reserved. At the first sight of her, Mu Xiaoxian instinctively inquired, "How old are you? Are you of legal age?" Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded and softly replied, "I am 20 years old." Mu Xiaoxian finally exhaled in relief, as he was genuinely concerned that this young girl might be yet another minor seeking an abortion. Many scions from affluent families led hedonistic lives, often leaving their young girlfriends to deal with such matters alone. Despite having encountered such scenarios frequently in the hospital, he could never harden his heart against them. Mu Xiaoxian prepared the examination order for Jiang Nuan Nuan, noting her slender physique and additionally requesting some nutritional assessments. "Third Master, the order is ready. The VIP examination room is just upstairs." Mo Hanjin nodded, signaling for Jiang Nuan Nuan to step out first. He turned, his tall and upright figure exuding an aura of intimidation, as if a mountain loomed over Mu Xiaoxian. Without needing to say much, Mu Xiaoxian could intuitively grasp the underlying implications. Under the immense pressure, Mu Xiaoxian felt his palms grow clammy with sweat. He assured, "Third Master, rest assured, I shall keep this matter entirely confidential, even from Mo Xiao." "That is good to hear," Mo Hanjin replied before exiting the consultation room, the formidable and terrifying atmosphere vanishing abruptly. Mu Xiaoxian wiped the sweat from his forehead and observed as Mo Hanjin took Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand and departed from the room. Witnessing this scene, a myriad of astonishment and confusion swirled in his mind. Yet, he dared not utter a word about the day's events, for he could not jeopardize his future and family. Although he was a friend of Mo Xiao, even Mo Xiao himself held a deep-seated fear and reverence for Third Master Mo, resembling a mouse encountering a cat at the sight of him. Should he dare to defy Third Master's wishes, it was likely that the Mu family would find themselves ostracized from high society by dawn. However, the name Jiang Nuan Nuan struck a chord of familiarity within him. Where had he heard it before? In the elevator, only Jiang Nuan Nuan and Mo Hanjin were present. Jiang Nuan Nuan was not accustomed to being alone with a man, especially in the confined space of an elevator. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she sought to break the silence. "Mr. Mo, Was that Dr. Mu a friend of Mo Xiao? Mo Hanjin's gaze sharpened at her words, akin to a drawn blade. Jiang Nuan Nuan grew even more uneasy under his piercing stare, quietly asking, "Did I say something wrong?" Mo Hanjin's tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. "Are you particularly concerned about Mo Yunting's interpersonal relationships?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her head shaking vigorously. "No, I'm not concerned at all. I only just learned his name." The girl's eyes sparkled like crystal-clear springs, revealing her sincerity at first glance. Mo Hanjin's gaze softened slightly. However, his expression remained rather grim. Jiang Nuan Nuan feared she had misspoken, casting her eyes down to her toes and falling silent. As the elevator doors opened, she intended to step out, but the towering man took a step forward, blocking her path. His piercing gaze remained fixed on her face, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. "Jiang Nuan Nuan," he began, "initially a marriage was intended with my nephew, but now it has shifted to me. Do you feel any disappointment in your heart?" Chapter 11. Twins. Jiang Nuan Nuan's almond-shaped eyes flickered as she resolutely shook her head. "Mo Xiao is Jiang Yin Heir's fiancé, not mine. I have never contemplated marrying him. Since I have never entertained the idea of marrying Mo Xiao, how could I possibly feel disappointment?" Mo Hanjin fixed his penetrating gaze upon Jiang Nuan Nuan, as if attempting to see through her very being. Yet, regardless of his scrutiny, Jiang Nuan Nuan maintained an air of innocence, her doe-like eyes sparkling with clarity, devoid of any pretense. Stealing a glance outside the elevator, Jiang Nuan Nuan softly reminded, "Mr. Mo, the elevator has arrived." Mo Hanjin remained silent, taking her hand as they exited the elevator. As Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed at his profile, she couldn't help but ponder the meaning behind Mr. Mo's earlier words. Why was he so concerned about her relationship with Mo Xiao? Did he harbor a grudge against him? The matter eluded Jiang Nuan Nuan's comprehension. Obediently, she entered the examination room, where the doctor instructed her to lift her shirt in preparation for the ultrasound. The private hospital offered a commendable degree of privacy. Aside from the two female doctors, only Jiang Nuan Nuan and Mo Hanjin occupied the room, lying on the examination table. She shyly cast a glance at Mo Hanjin. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered, "Mr. Mo, could you possibly turn around first?" Although they had shared intimate moments before, that occasion had seen her under the influence of a sedative. Now, in a state of clarity, the thought of lifting her shirt in front of Mo Hanjin made her exceedingly bashful. Mo Hanjin took her hand, leaning closer to whisper in her ear with a deep, magnetic voice that exuded the allure of a mature man. "Mrs. Mo, what do you think?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear like a feather, sending a shiver down her spine. Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart raced. His address reminded her that they were, indeed, a legitimate married couple. What wife undergoes an ultrasound while her husband makes a point to avoid any semblance of impropriety? Her cheeks aflame, Jiang Nuan Nuan slowly lifted her shirt. As the cold probe made contact with her abdomen, she involuntarily shivered. Turning her gaze towards Mo Hanjin, she noticed that his attention was not on her, but rather fixated on the ultrasound screen. Moreover, his expression was filled solely with concern and apprehension, devoid of any romantic sentiment. This alleviated Jiang Nuan Nuan's anxiety considerably. Mr. Mo was not the lecherous playboy she had feared. She had heard that he was raised in a strictly disciplined household, where military-like education prevailed, and thus his every action reflected impeccable upbringing. "Congratulations, Mr. Mo and Miss Jiang. Your children are all very healthy." Jiang Nuan Nuan exhaled in relief. Having decided to carry the child to term, she naturally wished for the little one's health and safety. However, Mo Hanjin had taken note of the doctor's choice of words. "Children." He tightened his breath, inquiring, "Is she carrying more than one?" "Yes, we have observed 2 gestational sacs within Miss Jiang's uterus. As of now, everything appears normal." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. "Twins?" "Indeed, Miss Jiang." She felt as if she had been struck by a heavenly surprise. How fortunate she was to conceive twins at once. The thought of 2 lovely lives quietly growing within her filled her heart with profound happiness and emotion. "Babies, thank you for choosing me to be your mother." I promise to care for you well, ensuring you are born safely to explore this vibrant world. As Mo Hanjin held Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand while exiting the examination room, his body felt rigid. He had initially believed that the unexpected news of impending fatherhood was astonishing enough. Little did he know, even more delightful surprises awaited him. Not only was he to become a father, but he would also be blessed with 2 children simultaneously. The old master would surely be overjoyed to the point of fainting. "Mr. Mo, we are having 2 babies." Jiang Nuan Nuan's words snapped Mo Hanjin back to reality. His gaze instinctively drifted to her abdomen, and his breath quickened noticeably. Mo Hanjin feigned calmness, responding with a simple mm. Only he knew the turmoil that churned within him. Even during critical moments for the company, when making strategic decisions, he had never felt such anxiety. He had always been composed and unruffled. Yet at this moment, his hands trembled, just as he was immersed in excitement and joy. Jiang Nuan Nuan's innocent voice chimed in. "This means we will need to change twice as many diapers." Mo Hanjin was taken aback. Such a monumental joy. And the little girl was already thinking about diapers? A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, you are the mistress of our home. How could I allow you to change diapers for the children?" Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked, quickly grasping the situation. The Mo family was grand and prosperous, with numerous nannies and servants who would surely care for the babies well, sparing her, the mother, from such duties. Montak Hanyin, sensing her thoughts, softly remarked, "I will handle the diaper changes." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Did she hear correctly? The decisive and commanding President Mo was saying he would personally change diapers? "You have already endured so much in childbirth. I will take care of everything else. You need not worry about anything. Just focus on nurturing the babies," he stated, devoid of extravagant promises, offering only a simple assurance. Once the children arrived, he would naturally demonstrate everything through his actions. After leaving the hospital, Mo Hanjin received a work call. "There are some matters at the company. I will go over. Assistant Zhang will take you home." Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, she found the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, delicacies from land and sea, including top-quality abalone, shark fin, and various culinary delights. Gazing at the sumptuous feast before her, her mouth watered uncontrollably. With so many dishes, "I think I will wait for Mr. Mo to return before we eat." The servant hastily advised, "Miss Jiang, you are with child. You must not go hungry." Jiang Nuan Nuan pondered for a moment before taking a seat at the table and beginning to eat. She had never tasted such exquisite dishes. Each course was so delightful that it seemed to pull at her very senses, with aromas that tantalized her nostrils. One could easily discern that these culinary creations were the work of a master chef. After finishing her meal, she gently caressed her round belly, her face aglow with a blissful smile. Noticing the servant jotting something down in a notebook, her curiosity was piqued. "What are you recording?" The servant smiled. "Miss Jiang, this is a directive from Mr. Mo. He instructed us to note your culinary preferences so that we can prepare meals tailored to your taste in the future." No wonder she had been treated to such a lavish spread. It was all to document her preferences. A wave of deep emotion surged within Jiang Nuan Nuan. Mr. Mo truly was a responsible and attentive person. He would undoubtedly make a wonderful father. Just then, Mo Hanjin entered, coincidentally hearing her words, and furrowed his brow. From today onward, no one is to call her Miss Jiang. She is Mrs. Mo. Chapter 12. Old Master Mo was aware that the servants were somewhat astonished and quickly corrected themselves. Addressing her as Madam, Mo Hanjin approached Jiang Nuan Nuan and gently inquired, "Have you eaten enough?" Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded in affirmation. "One should not sleep immediately after a meal. Allow me to accompany you for a stroll in the garden." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she chirped, "All right," just as she did earlier. She took Mo Hanjin's hand with unreserved enthusiasm, oblivious to any impropriety. This scene left the villa's servants in a state of shock. Wasn't the esteemed Mr. Mo notoriously indifferent to women? Countless socialites and celebrities had thrown themselves at him, yet he had never even spared them a glance. Who was this Miss Jiang? Never had they heard of her, and now she resided beside Mr. Mo, even daring to hold his hand? More astonishing was the fact that Mr. Mo showed no signs of rejection. Was this truly the same aloof and ascetic Mr. Mo? One servant's eyes flickered, and they discreetly called Old Master Mo to relay the news. Old Master, Mr. Mo unexpectedly brought back a girl today and claims she is pregnant, instructing everyone to address her as Madam. I just saw Mr. Mo holding her hand. Old Master Mo was in the courtyard, half asleep, while listening to an opera, but upon hearing this, he instantly perked up. He sprang from his reclining chair with the agility of a sprightly youth, his voice booming like a bell. What did you say? That rascal has finally come to his senses? Before the servant could respond, Old Master Mo burst into hearty laughter. I am certain I shall have a grandson. The fortune teller foretold that I would embrace a grandson within the year, and now it seems that prophecy is coming true. That scoundrel concealing such joyous news from me. Do not spread the word just yet. Let me test him first. Old Master Mo's mind began to wander, envisioning the plump, chubby grandson he would soon hold in his arms. He planned to bring the child to the ancestral home, personally nurturing him, ensuring that the scoundrel Mo Hanjin would have no influence. After all, how dare he keep such good fortune from his own father? The butler, upon hearing this delightful news, shared in Old Master Mo's joy. Old Master, have you not prepared numerous gifts for your daughter-in-law and grandson? It is time to present them. Old Master Mo chuckled, stroking his beard with an air of mystery. No rush. I shall first observe this young lady. For years, Mo Hanjin had remained silent, never showing any inclination towards women, which had nearly driven Old Master Mo to despair, even leading him to question his son's capabilities. Unexpectedly, this reticent young man had not only found a partner, but was also expecting a child. Was this not akin to a barren tree blossoming? Old Master Mo's curiosity surged. What kind of girl had managed to capture the heart of this seemingly unyielding young man? In a bar. Young Master Mo, have you heard? Your fiancé, E from the village, has been returned by the Jiang family and sent back to her home. Laughter erupted. What a ridiculous creature. What foolish act did she commit to be rejected even by her own parents? Truly laughable. Due to the act of thievery, it is evident that such behavior is a product of rural upbringing, revealing a lack of awareness. Had it not been for this unsightly individual stealing from Jiang Nuan, they would not have faced expulsion. Although the Jiang family outwardly proclaims that Jiang Nuan is their biological daughter and Jiang Nuan Nuan merely a distant relative from the village, the elite circles remain unconvinced by their narrative. Would a family that claims one daughter as their own truly bring another into their fold and conceal her for so long? They're seasoned tricksters, playing games with the naive. Mo Yunting, idly toying with his wine glass, remarked nonchalantly, That fool dares to consider herself my fiancé. Do not speak such nonsense. My only betrothed is Yenner. The assembled guests erupted in teasing laughter. Who would have thought that young Master Mo is such a romantic at heart? Despite his reputation for mingling with countless women, he remains untouched by their charms. Those models and internet celebrities are but fleeting amusements. The true mistress of the Mo family has already been chosen, Jiang Yenner. With a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, Mo Yunting wore a smug expression. From now on, refrain from uttering the name Jiang Nuan Nuan in my presence. The very mention of that ugly creature turns my stomach. Jiang Nuan Nuan is nothing but a country bumpkin. How dare she be compared to Jiang Yenner? Mo Xiao, is Jiang Nuan Nuan truly as unattractive as you say? Someone interjected. She is not merely unattractive. She is hideously so. At the last banquet, upon seeing young Master Mo, she shamelessly approached him, only to accidentally fall into the swimming pool. Unable to swim, she floundered like a clumsy duck for quite some time. By the time she emerged from the water, her makeup was a complete mess. One glance nearly made me retch. Mo Yunting's disgust was palpable. Enough. Why burn her up? It's distasteful. Even if a woman like her were to offer herself freely, I would not wish to lay a finger on her. Does she truly think she can marry into the Mo family? Dream on. Though Mo Yunting was bound by an engagement to the Jiang family, he had never ceased his pursuits of other women. However, he was exceedingly selective. The foolish and unattractive Jiang Nuan Nuan could never capture his interest, no matter how diligently she might strive for improvement. Suddenly, a peculiar laugh echoed from the corner of the room, and Mo Yunting turned his gaze in that direction. frowning in displeasure. Xiaoxian, what is amusing you? Mu Xiaoshuan's expression betrayed a struggle against laughter, as if he had just heard a tremendous joke. He raised his wine glass to mask his mirth. It's nothing, merely. I recalled something rather amusing. The name Jiang Nuan Nuan sounds so familiar. She is indeed the true daughter of the Jiang family who was cast out. The last time we met at the hospital, I distinctly saw her without makeup. Her complexion was so fresh it seemed to glisten, and her exquisite almond-shaped eyes appeared almost sentient, more captivating than any star's natural beauty. Moreover, she embodies the very type that M.O. Yunting favors, an innocent flower. Could it be that M.O. Yunting actually labeled her as an ugly creature? Surely, there must be some deliberate scheme at play here. While he confidently assumes that Jiang Nuan Nuan yearns to become his wife, the truth is that she has already become his little aunt. As the wife of the head of the M.O. family, is it not 100 times superior to being a powerless Mrs. M.O.? Mu Xiaoxian set down his wine glass and announced his departure. I have matters to attend to. I shall return first. With that, he left the private room without another glance. Over time, Mu Xiaoxian gradually felt that he and M.O. Yunting were fundamentally incompatible. It would be best to limit their interactions in the future. After Mu Xiaoshuan's departure, the remaining guests in the room continued to speculate about Jiang Nuan Nuan. I hope Jiang Nuan Nuan returns soon. Otherwise, we shall lose a source of amusement, and life would be so dull. Fear not, she will certainly find her way back. After experiencing 3 months as the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, witnessing opulence, and having such an exceptional fiancé as M.O. Xiao, she would have to be foolish to let it all slip away. Chapter 13, Mr. Mo's heartache. This marked the first night that Jiang Nuan Nuan spent at the M.O. residence. As she lay upon the soft, expansive bed, her mind drifted to the events that had transpired at the Jiang family home. At the banquet, upon hearing that the esteemed Mr. M.O. was to attend, Jiang Yan was seized with fear that Jiang Nuan Nuan might steal him away. In a bid to humiliate her, Jiang Yan had conspired to have Jiang Nuan Nuan adorned with a grotesque visage, and when Mr. M.O. arrived, she callously pushed Jiang Nuan Nuan into the swimming pool. Help! Help! Jiang Nuan Nuan flailed desperately in the water, the torrent forcing its way into her lungs, causing her immense pain. Yet, those on the shore merely scoffed, none deigning to offer assistance. Look at her. Doesn't she resemble an ugly duckling? Truly, she is a sight to behold. What gives her the audacity to compare herself to Jiang Yan? They mocked. How could Jiang Nuan Nuan be so unattractive? Just look at that pale face. Lips as red as if she had devoured a child. Even the most unsightly village girl would outshine her. With such a repulsive visage, she dares to dream of marrying Mr. M.O.? What a delusion. If Mr. M.O. were to wed her, wouldn't he be haunted by nightmares each night? Ha 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 ha. The laughter on the shore was unrestrained, some even tossing water bottles that struck Jiang Nuan Nuan's head with a thud. Eventually, a torrential rain began to fall, and the elite young men and women returned to their villa, leaving Jiang Nuan Nuan abandoned outside. After much effort, she managed to claw her way out of the water, reclaiming her life amidst the downpour as she made her way back to the villa. However, upon her return, her father regarded her sodden appearance with disdain and impatience. Jiang Nuan Nuan, what nonsense is this? You leapt into the pool just to attract Mr. Mo's attention. You are bringing shame upon the Jiang family. I have no daughter as ridiculous as you. It is nothing short of a joke. Her mother's tone was laden with disapproval. Nuan Nuan, can you not be more sensible? Do not covet what belongs to Yan. Mr. M.O. is her fiancé, not your prize to pursue. Jiang Nuan Nuan had lingered too long in the frigid water and now stood drenched in rain, her body radiating cold. Yet, compared to the words from her own flesh and blood, the chill was inconsequential. The harshest blades are those wielded by those closest to us. Having concluded his work, M.O. Hanjin returned home well past mid. However, the slumbering Jiang Nuan Nuan remained unaware of the turmoil he was enduring at that moment. Unconsciously, she nestled against his arm, her delicate face seeking the warmth of his palm. M.O. Hanjin's breath grew heavy as he fixated on her in the darkness, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. Yet, considering her pregnancy, he could only suppress the surge of desire. After finally lulling her to sleep, Mo Hanjin gently extricated his arm and departed from the bedroom. Once back, the esteemed CO lingered in the bathroom for an extended period. Yet the fire within him was stubbornly unyielding. No amount of cold water seemed capable of extinguishing it. Mo Hanjin, vexed, closed his eyes, regretting that the child had come too soon. The following morning, Mo Hanjin and Jiang Nuan Nuan share breakfast. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "Why didn't you lock the door last night?" Jiang Nuan Nuan hesitated, casting a glance at him before lowering her head in shame, her voice trembling as if she were on the verge of tears. I was never allowed to lock the door at home. I've grown accustomed to it." Previously, Jiang Nuan Nuan resided in a storage room, where her parents and older brother would frequently enter to retrieve or store items. Thus, they never permitted her to lock the door. As a young girl, she had never experienced the luxury of privacy or personal space. Mo Hanjin's typically ironclad heart softened unexpectedly. How had she lived in such pitiable circumstances? No wonder that night she appeared so frail, like a starving stray cat. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Mo Hanjin felt a surge of curiosity about her past. He lifted his coffee cup to his lips and took a sip. "How did you rest last night?" Jiang Nuan Nuan offered a faint smile, replying, "I slept very well." Although she had initially endured a nightmare, she later found herself enveloped in a warm and protective embrace, one that bestowed upon her a profound sense of security, shielding her from all storms. Eventually, she drifted into sweet slumber, filled with dreams of happiness and joy. Seeing her smile inexplicably tugged at the corners of Mo Hanjin's mouth, and only upon noticing the astonished gaze of his assistant did he realize he had, indeed, smiled. Quickly, he suppressed the smile, reverting to a cold, indifferent expression. "Breakfast is important. You should eat more." Jiang Nuan Nuan looked up in surprise. Mo Hanjin cleared his throat. "I'm not concerned about you. I merely worry that the child in your womb lacks sufficient nourishment." Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked her glistening eyes, lowering her head obediently to sip the bird's nest soup. "Mr. Mo, I understand. There is no need to emphasize it." She was not so self-absorbed as to believe that Mr. Mo's kindness was directed solely at her. She was well aware that all his attentiveness stemmed from his concern for the child she carried. After leaving home, Mo Hanjin instructed his assistant, investigate Jiang Nuan Nuan's past, particularly her experiences during the 3 months at the Jiang family. Leave no detail overlooked. A fleeting moment of surprise crossed the assistant's mind as he replied, "Understood." The assistant acted swiftly, and soon he presented a stack of documents to Mo Hanjin. "Mr. Mo, Miss Jiang's experiences over the past 2 decades are all contained within this document." Assistant Zhang's expression was intricate, tinged with sympathy and reluctance. It was unimaginable that Miss Jiang's past was so harrowing. She was undeniably an exceptional young woman, with outstanding academic achievements, kind-heartedness, and a willingness to help others. However, her background was profoundly tumultuous. As Mo Hanjin perused the materials, his countenance darkened with each passing page. Previously, he had only been aware that Jiang Nuan Nuan was the true daughter reclaimed by the Jiang family. He had not anticipated that her life in the former Jiang household had been akin to a living hell. After finally being welcomed back by the Jiang family in the capital, she was met not with the affection of her parents and brother, but rather with disdain and aversion from the entire family. Jiang Yin'er secretly bullied Jiang Nuan Nuan, pouring wine over her head countless times, pricking her fingers with needles, and publicly reveling in her humiliation. Yet the Jiang family turned a blind eye, as they favored Jiang Yin'er and deemed Jiang Nuan Nuan a materialistic and vain woman. They believed that Jiang Nuan Nuan's return to the Jiang family was solely for the sake of their wealth and status, intent on usurping everything from Jiang Yin'er. Upon witnessing the terrifying expression on Mo Hanjin's face, Assistant Zhang's heart instinctively raced. "Mr. Mo, are you all right?" Chapter 14. Warm concern for Mr. Mo Hanjin closed his eyes, as if suppressing the surging fury within. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a proposal for collaboration with the Jiang family resting on the table. He extracted the document and perused it. The signature on the last page read Mo Yunting. Assistant Zhang explained, "Mr. Mo, This is young Master Yunting's proposal, which just arrived today, awaiting your approval. Although M.O. Yunting appeared to be the heir of the M.O. family, everyone recognized that the true power rested with M.O. Hanjin. After 3 months of diligent effort, M.O. Yunting had finally crafted the proposal, merely awaiting M.O. Hanjin's signature to officially commence the collaboration. However, after a mere glance, M.O. Hanjin furrowed his brow and discarded the proposal. With a sweeping motion, he marked a large red cross on the first page of the contract, signifying his disapproval of the partnership between the two families. M.O. Hanjin's brow knitted into a deep frown, his voice low and chilling, reminiscent of ice shards clinking in a metal cup. Give this to M.O. Yunting and advise him to refrain from meddling in company affairs. This proposal is utterly nonsensical. Assistant Zhang tugged at the corner of his mouth, replying, "Understood, Mr. M.O." He took the proposal and handed it to the waiting M.O. Yunting outside. Upon seeing Assistant Zhang, M.O. Yunting immediately stood, anxious not to leave a poor impression. "Assistant Zhang, did my uncle sign the contract?" As Zhang handed him the contract, he said, "Young Master M.O. Mr. M.O. suggests you read more and gain experience, striving to produce a better proposal." M.O. Yunting's gaze fell upon the glaring red cross on the contract, as if he could feel his uncle's cold, penetrating gaze upon him. His heart raced with trepidation. "Assistant Zhang, did my uncle mention any areas for improvement?" Assistant Zhang pondered M.O. Hanjin's expression and tone before awkwardly shaking his head. This implied there was nothing to amend, for the entire proposal was nothing more than a pile of rubbish. Any alterations would merely be embellishments on a turd. M.O. Yunting felt a flicker of indignation. After all, this collaborative proposal had been crafted through his dedicated overtime efforts, and those around him had deemed it quite commendable. Why had his uncle outright rejected it? Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, pacing back and forth in front of the CEO's office multiple times, ultimately lacking the courage to push the door open. He would rather face the old master than confront his unpredictable uncle. The old master might scold him, yet provoking his uncle could lead to a fate too grim to contemplate. Being sent off to build a desert would be a mild consequence. The shadow M.O. Hanjin cast over him was profoundly daunting. M.O. Yunting wiped his face and discarded the contract into the trash bin, leaving in a huff. "Young Master M.O., has Mr. M.O. agreed to the collaboration with the Jiang family?" At that moment, Jiang Yinner called, inquiring. Her question struck M.O. Yunting like a bullet. He was seething with frustration, and he shouted into the phone, "Collaboration? Nonsense! Does your Jiang family not recognize its own worth? This matter is non-negotiable. Do not bother me again." Jiang Yinner was attending a gathering with friends, deliberately putting her phone on speaker to ostentatiously display her affection. However, the furious reprimand from M.O. Yunting resonated clearly, reaching the ears of everyone present. Her friends, with glimmers of amusement in their eyes, eagerly awaited her embarrassment. "Jiang Yuan, did you not claim that young Master M.O. had acquiesced to the collaboration between the M.O. group and your family? Why has it not come to fruition?" From young Master M.O.'s tone just now, it seems his attitude toward you is not as favorable as you suggested. Your family's business is faltering, and it is only natural that the M.O. family would hesitate to partner with you. I never expected young Master M.O. to be so heartless. Does he not fear breaking your heart? Jiang Yinner's countenance darkened to an extreme, her teeth clenched in rage. Unable to contain her fury, she shot them a glare, gathered her belongings, and stormed off. Today was the day Mr. Wang was undergoing surgery, and Jiang Nuan was at the hospital to provide support. "Nuan, are you currently residing at your uncle's home?" As Jiang Nuan paused while pouring hot water, she nodded affirmatively. "Is your uncle's family accepting of you? Has he married? How does your aunt treat you?" Mr. Wang's concerned inquiries left Jiang Nuan at a loss for words. She could hardly divulge that her uncle had recently married and they had just registered their marriage. That would surely astonish Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang, please do not worry about me. I'm doing well. Let me take you outside for some sunlight." Jiang Nuan spent the entire morning at the hospital with Mr. Wang, and during lunch, she received a call from M.O. Hanjin. Upon seeing the word husband flashing on her screen, she quickly shielded it, anxious that Mr. Wang might catch a glimpse. Stealthily stepping outside, she placed the phone to her ear. "Hello." The deep, magnetic voice of Mo Hanjin resonated through the line, enhanced by the electrical modulation that made it even more alluring. As he managed contracts, he casually conversed with his young wife. "The family informed me that you did not return for lunch." Jiang Nuan replied softly, "I am at the hospital with Mr. Wang. I will not be going home for lunch today." She could hear the soft scratching of a pen against paper on the other end. "Mr. Mo, you must still be at work, I presume?" Mo Hanjin glanced at his watch and gently reminded her, "I had someone place the folic acid in your bag. Don't forget to take it." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Mo." He acknowledged her with a soft mm. The two of them, separated by the phone line, listened to each other's breathing, neither speaking. After a moment, Mo Hanjin had to attend to other matters, prompting Jiang Nuan to end the call. "Do you have something urgent?" Jiang Nuan, gripping her phone tightly, blurted out, "Mr. Mo, you must also remember to have your lunch on time." Just as Mo Hanjin was about to exit his office, he paused abruptly. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of urgency, as if she had mustered the courage to voice her concern after holding it in for quite some time. Since taking control of the Mo family, Mo Hanjin has never encountered anyone daring enough to challenge him. This is the first instance of someone exhibiting such audacity, and remarkably, it is a sweet and endearing young girl. Even more astonishing is that he does not feel the slightest bit of anger. A subtle smile graces Mo Hanjin's lips as he decides to indulge in a meal. Initially intending to forego lunch in favor of attending a meeting elsewhere, he makes a spontaneous decision to first enjoy his midday repast. Jiang Nuan's heart relaxes as she bids farewell to Mr. Mo, exclaiming, "Goodbye, Mr. Mo," before hastily ending the call, her heart racing with anxiety. She wonders if her concern for Mr. Mo might have annoyed him. Yet, with Mr. Mo treating her so well, she feels guilty for not expressing her appreciation. As she opens her fluffy little sheet bag, she discovers an assortment of vitamins. After purchasing a bottle of water, she takes her folic acid. Just as she turns to leave, she unexpectedly encounters a person she never anticipated, Mrs. Jiang, her biological mother. Chapter 15. The mysterious elder Jiang Nuan Nuan's smile abruptly froze upon her face. Mrs. Jiang was engaged in conversation with two other affluent ladies when she looked up and was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Jiang Nuan Nuan. It had been quite some time since Mrs. Jiang last saw her daughter, having left home in a fit of rebellion. Standing still, Jiang Nuan Nuan stared blankly as Mrs. Jiang approached, her heart instinctively racing. Although she was acutely aware that her biological parents favored Jiang Yan, a yearning for maternal affection surged within her. What child does not long for their mother's love? "Mrs. Jiang, I have heard that you have a biological daughter who has been lost and has only recently been found. Where is she? Why do you never bring her out?" Mrs. Jiang's expression stiffened momentarily, her gaze fleetingly skimming Jiang Nuan Nuan's face. She forced a couple of awkward chuckles. "Where did you hear that?" "Yan is my biological daughter. I have no other. The one who previously stayed at my house was merely a relative's child, temporarily residing with us." "You are mistaken." The other affluent lady suddenly enlightened, realizing the situation. "So that is how it is. Jiang Yan is gentle and understanding, and Mr. Mo has deemed her the future mistress of the Mo family." "Mrs. Jiang, you are indeed fortunate." Mrs. Jiang, with a pointed remark, added, "Yan has always been my pride." Mr. Mo has acknowledged her, and this engagement is one that cannot be stolen by anyone else. At that moment, Mrs. Mu noticed Jiang Nuan Nuan. "Oh, that girl bears a striking resemblance to Mrs. Jiang. Are you related?" A flicker of panic crossed Mrs. Jiang's eyes. "How could that be? I do not know her. Let us hurry into the hospital. We must not keep the doctor waiting." Without sparing a glance at Jiang Nuan Nuan, Mrs. Jiang hurried past her and entered the hospital, as if fearing that Jiang Nuan Nuan might rush forward to claim kinship, thus tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. With a loud crash, the water bottle in Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand shattered on the floor. It felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Mrs. Mu, hearing the commotion, glanced back at her. The girl's skin was as white as fine porcelain, her features exquisitely delicate, with almond-shaped eyes that glistened with a hint of crimson, brimming with tears. Her slender figure was accentuated by her long, fair legs beneath the hem of her skirt, enveloped in a soft halo, resembling the most treasured work of art in the world. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Mrs. Jiang, perhaps even more striking than Mrs. Jiang in her prime. Whispers in social circles hinted at the Jiang family embroiled in a scandal concerning the legitimacy of their daughters, claiming that Jiang Yan'er was not truly Mrs. Jiang's biological child. Were the rumors true? Jiang Nuan Nuan tasted salt on her lips and, in a delayed realization, wiped her face, finding it damp with tears. She used her sleeve to dry her cheeks, picked up the water bottle, discarded it into the trash, and then feigned nonchalance as she returned to teacher Wang's hospital room. From that moment onward, she resolved to sever all ties with the Jiang family. She had finally come to terms with the painful truth that her biological parents did not love her. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt foolish, pondering why she had chosen to transform herself into a pitiful creature, desperately yearning for a familial affection that was never meant for her. Perhaps her destiny was to remain estranged from the warmth of kinship, forever deprived of the love of her relatives. After more than half an hour, Madame Jiang seized an opportunity to extricate herself and arrived at the hospital entrance. However, after circling the vicinity twice, she found no trace of Jiang Nuan Nuan. Initially, she intended to inquire with a nearby security guard, but apprehension gripped her. She feared that the matter might spread and tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Nuan Nuan, how could she be so thoughtless? She had clearly seen her mother, yet chose not to wait in place. Was it necessary for her mother to venture out in search of her? Could she not exhibit a modicum of understanding? Madame Jiang attempted to call Jiang Nuan Nuan, but the line remained unanswered, deepening her dissatisfaction and infusing her gaze with impatience. How long would Jiang Nuan Nuan persist in this tantrum? She had stolen first and then ran away from home. Did she expect their family to coax her back? Yan'er, who had been pampered since childhood, never resorted to such threats of running away. Ultimately, she was a product of external nurturing, lacking the character and virtue to stand out. Having wholly inherited the pettiness of her adoptive parents, Madame Jiang resolved to let Jiang Nuan Nuan stew in her own juices. Jiang Nuan Nuan's deliberate appearance here, coinciding with her mother's arrival, indicated a lingering desire to return to the Jiang household. If she wished to return to a life of luxury, she must exhibit a contrite demeanor and sincerely apologize to Yan'er, taking full responsibility for her actions. Otherwise, she should forget about stepping through the Jiang family's door. Jiang Nuan Nuan ambled along the road, her spirits low. Though her rational mind had come to terms with the fact that she would no longer seek the affection of her family, her heart could not help but feel sorrowful. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through her thoughts. "Young lady, would you care to play a game of chess with me?" Jiang Nuan Nuan instinctively looked up to see an elderly gentleman clad in tattered clothes, seated beneath a tree with a makeshift chess setup. Despite his worn attire, the old man appeared remarkably clean, and his sharp eyes exuded an aura of extraordinary presence. "I can sense that you seem troubled. Join this old man for a game of chess. If it fails to alleviate your worries, I shall grant you any request you desire. How's that sound?" Jiang Nuan Nuan found his confidence unexpectedly amusing. It reminded her of the village elder from her past, who also enjoyed playing chess beneath the trees and often treated her sweets. The elder had lost his granddaughter to drowning, and upon encountering girls of the same age, he would inevitably recall his beloved grandchild. He was the only person in the village who had ever shown her kindness, but good souls do not often linger. The village elder had passed away a few years prior. Wiping away the sorrowful memories, Jiang Nuan Nuan took a seat on the stone bench opposite the old man. "Grandfather, I'm not very good at chess." "No worries, the old man will let you win." Jiang Nuan Nuan believed his whimsical words. Yet before long, she found herself exclaiming, "Grandfather, didn't you say you would go easy on me?" How was it that she had been utterly defeated with no chance of resistance? The old man stroked his beard, unperturbed by her teasing, clearly possessing a thick skin. Coughing lightly, he remarked, "Alas, young one, your skills in chess leave much to be desired. Do not place the blame upon this old fellow. As the saying goes, one style of play reveals one's character, and indeed, dear girl, your depth is rather shallow." The old man beamed, his face aglow with delight as he observed Jiang Nuan Nuan. She felt an uncanny resemblance between him and someone she knew. Yet the connection eluded her grasp. Clenching her fists and puffing out her cheeks like a defiant little puffer fish, she declared, "Old man, I refuse to believe I cannot win against you. Let's play again." Seated beneath the tree, the unlikely duo engaged in their game, oblivious to the dimming light of the evening. It was only when Jiang Nuan Nuan's phone chimed that she became aware of the time. "Oh dear, I've been so engrossed in play that I lost track of time," she exclaimed. "Thank you for helping me forget today's troubles. Next time we meet, I shall bring you a gift." As she answered the call from Mo Hanjin and strolled towards the villa, she said, "Mr. Mo, I am just outside the villa and will return shortly." Her figure gradually receded into the distance. After her departure, the old man gazed after her, stroking his beard with a smile. Had Mo Hanjin been present, Jiang Nuan Nuan would have noticed the striking resemblance between the old man and him, particularly in their sharp, penetrating gaze. Chapter 16. The big bad wolf bullying the little rabbit. When Jiang Nuan returned home, Mo Hanjin was already seated at the dining table. "Why are you back so late?" Jiang Nuan's eyes betrayed a hint of guilt as she hurriedly sat down beside him. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, Mo Hanjin grasped her wrist firmly. With innocent eyes, Jiang Nuan blinked and asked, "Mr. Mo, what is the matter?" Mo Hanjin summoned a servant to bring a mirror, holding it up for Jiang Nuan to see. His voice was deep, tinged with a subtle exasperation. "Little flower cat, take a look for yourself." He was bemused by how this girl had spent her day, returning in such a disheveled state. Jiang Nuan looked into the mirror and gasped at her reflection, her face smeared with several streaks of dark grime, as if she had just emerged from a coal mine. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her palms were also dirty. It must have happened while playing chess earlier, as she had inadvertently brushed her hands against the stone table, and in her contemplation had smeared the dirt onto her face as well. Embarrassment flooded her cheeks, warming her complexion instantly. She quickly rushed to wash her hands and face, then returned to the dining table. During the meal, Mo Hanjin observed that this girl was rather picky with her food. When presented with dishes she favored, she devoured them eagerly, her cheeks stuffed like a content little hamster, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, when faced with food she disliked, she didn't even pick up her chopsticks. Mo Hanjin pressed his fingers to his temples and asked in a low voice, "Can you not see clearly at night?" Jiang Nuan's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know?" This was something she had never shared with anyone, not even her closest friend, Chun Lingxian. How could Mr. Mo possibly know? Did he possess mind-reading abilities? Seeing the confusion etched on her face, Mo Hanjin found himself amused. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, I have the ability to read minds." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan dropped her chopsticks in shock. "Mr. Mo, can you really hear what I'm thinking?" Her face was painted with disbelief, as if the world had come crashing down around her. Mo Hanjin observed her expression, unable to suppress a smile. He asked, feigning indifference, "Could it be that you're harboring some indecent thoughts that you fear I might discover?" Jiang Nuan vehemently shook her head. "No, absolutely not." Yet, her cheeks betrayed her, growing increasingly crimson. She certainly didn't want Mr. Mo to know that ever since that night, she occasionally dreamt of him, the content of which was far too embarrassing to articulate. Jiang Nuan felt as though her face was blushing so fiercely it could bleed. Wishing only to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Clearing his throat, Mo Hanjin decided to refrain from teasing her further, for fear that her rising temperature might cause her to faint. "All right, there is no such thing as mind reading. I simply noticed you didn't even touch the carrots, leading me to surmise that you may be lacking in carotene, which could cause night blindness." The previous night, the room had been dimly lit, illuminated only by a few soft, yellow wall lamps. Vision remained unaffected, allowing him to clearly see the face of the young girl in his arms, as well as her startled, doe-like eyes. However, it appeared that struggled to discern the path beneath her feet. Had he not been there to shield her, she would have nearly collided with the corners of the table on several occasions. At that moment, assumed her unsteady gait was due to the effects of the medication. Now, observing her pronounced pickiness, he speculated that she might actually be suffering from night blindness, unable to see clearly in the dark. Blushing, shyly remarked, "Mr. Mo, you've discovered my secret." The acuity of Mr. Mo's observations was truly remarkable, akin to that of an astute detective. Instructed the kitchen to prepare 2 items. One was a carrot, and the other, freshly squeezed carrot juice. He placed the 2 dishes before, his demeanor conveying an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Choose one. Shrinking her shoulders, she hesitantly asked, "Can I not choose either?" She loathed carrots with a passion, deeming them the most detestable vegetable in existence. Watched her with keen interest, his long fingers tapping on the table. "What do you say, little one?" To him, S. occasional whims were reminiscent of a child's. The mere sight of a carrot had drained the color from her face. Yet, she needed to consume some carrots. Otherwise, how would she navigate the darkness without risk of falling? With her small face contorted in indecision, eventually pointed to the carrot after much contemplation. "Well, I'll choose this one." "Very well, you must finish everything on your plate." Without hesitation, picked up a carrot and brought it to her mouth, leaving her no opportunity to evade. She opened her mouth cautiously and took a small bite. However, the bitter taste overwhelmed her, prompting tears to well up in her eyes. Attempting to dislodge the carrot with her tongue, she found unyielding, as he held the vegetable firmly before her bunny-like teeth. "This is what you chose. Do you wish to retract your decision?" With teary eyes, bit into the carrot, chewing a few times before hastily swallowing. This time, she decisively pointed to the other dish. "I choose the carrot juice. Carrots are simply not meant for human consumption." Perhaps, she mused, the juice would be more palatable. Pushed the glass of carrot juice toward her, grasping the glass and pinching her nose. She downed the entire contents in one gulp. The intense bitterness flooded her mouth, nearly causing her to faint. Offered her a cup of honey water to alleviate the taste. "Do you truly despise carrots so much?" Nodded vigorously, her face a portrait of distress. "I utterly detest them." Chuckled softly. "How can a little bunny dislike eating carrots? You are quite the spoiled and willful little rabbit indeed. Such disobedience deserves correction." Engrossed in erasing the carrot flavor from her mouth with the honey water, failed to catch S. playful teasing. Otherwise, the little rabbit would once again be overwhelmed with embarrassment. In the presence of Jiang Nuan Nuan, Mo Hanjin instructed the servant, "From now on, prepare a glass of carrot juice for my wife every day, and ensure she drinks it in your sight." Jiang Nuan Nuan's lovely face instantly fell. Her lips pursed in discontent. Oh dear, must she really consume carrot juice every day? How unfortunate she felt. Mo Hanjin observed every nuance of her expressions, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. He suddenly realized that having an adorable little wife at home was quite delightful. Teasing her from time to time made life infinitely more interesting. Chapter 17. Mr. Mo is going to be jealous in the evening. Jiang Nuan Nuan logged into her long-neglected WeChat. Her dear friend, Chunling Xian, had sent her a flurry of messages. "Nuan Nuan, why do you suddenly stop coming to school? Why can't I reach you on your phone? Are you still at the Jiang family? I'm really worried about you. Please say something." As soon as Jiang Nuan Nuan responded with a brief message, a voice call came through immediately. "Nuan Nuan, is that you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a wave of emotion. "Ling Xian, it's me. You scare me. I thought someone had secretly hacked your account." "Nuan Nuan, you haven't been to school for over half a month. What is going on?" When Jiang Nuan Nuan was brought back to the Jiang family, it coincided with her enrollment at Jing City University. Thus, she had the fortune of attending university for a little over 2 months. However, due to Jiang Yan's treachery and the lack of support from the Jiang family, she ultimately had to leave school. "Nuan Nuan, I heard from the counselor today that your tuition hasn't been paid. Didn't the Jiang family cover it for you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's smile turned bittersweet now. The Jiang family had completely forgotten to pay her living and tuition fees. They had even bought her a single new piece of clothing, let alone concern themselves with her education. Chen Xian was indignant on Jiang Nuan Nuan's behalf, bewildered by the Jiang family's actions. "I really don't understand how they can treat you, their own daughter, with such coldness while they dote on that impostor, Jiang Yan. They are utterly heartless. Nuan Nuan, you must continue your studies. I will discuss the tuition issue with the teacher and see if it can be delayed. I've spoken with my family. They are willing to give me an extra 2,000 for living expenses, and I'll pay part of it for you." Hearing her friend's words, Jiang Nuan Nuan was overwhelmed with gratitude. If circumstances allowed, she indeed wished to continue her university education. When she met with Teacher Wang today, he had urged her to seize the opportunity to study well since she had a caring uncle who was willing to support her. Only by succeeding in her studies could she repay him in the future. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a deep sense of shame and didn't know how to tell Teacher Wang the truth. She also struggled to find the right words for Chun Ling Xian. With a complex tone filled with guilt, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied, "Ling Xian, thank you. My situation is a bit complicated right now, so please don't worry about the tuition for now." Concerned, Chun Ling Xian asked Nuan Nuan, "Are the Jiang family bullying you?" This matter, it seemed, could not be easily explained in a few words. Chun Ling Xian decisively said, "Nuan Nuan, are you in Jing City right now? I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. I'll come find you. Don't keep anything to yourself. I can help you share the burden." Jiang Nuan Nuan couldn't help but cover her mouth, struggling to hold back her tears. "Ling Xian, thank you. I'm so grateful to have you." "Silly Nuan Nuan, what are you saying? Have you forgotten? We're best friends. If it weren't for your help with my studies in high school, I wouldn't have made it into Jing City University." The two agreed to meet the next afternoon. Jiang Nuan Nuan put down her phone, her heart a tumultuous mess. Although she had already registered her marriage with Mo Hanjin, Jiang Nuan knew very well that their union was merely temporary and must remain concealed from outsiders. For someone of Mo Hanjin's stature, having a wife who was pregnant before marriage constituted his greatest blemish. If Jiang Nuan were to attend classes at school, it would inevitably expose her relationship with Mr. Mo over time, which would not bode well for him. Now that she was with child, would Mr. Mo permit her to continue her studies? Jiang Nuan was acutely aware that all of Mr. Mo's kindness toward her stemmed from the child she bore, rather than any affection he held for her. She feared provoking Mo Hanjin's anger. If that were to happen, the warm little home she had just begun to cherish would dissipate like a fleeting dream. Jiang Nuan longed for a family deeply. During breakfast, Mo Hanjin noticed that Jiang Nuan appeared to have not rested well, and, with concern, inquired, "Are you troubled?" Jiang Nuan, hesitant to broach the subject of her schooling, merely shook her head in silence. With her mind occupied, she lacked appetite, yet for the sake of her unborn child, she forced herself to consume a considerable amount of food. However, the delectable dishes tasted to her as if she were chewing on wax. In the afternoon, Jiang Nuan ventured out alone, taking the bus to the rendezvous point she had arranged with Chun Ling Xian. "Nuan Nuan, I'm here," Chun Ling Xian exclaimed excitedly, rushing over with open arms to envelop Jiang Nuan in a warm embrace. Instinctively, Jiang Nuan protected her abdomen and returned the hug gently. Chun Ling Xian grasped Jiang Nuan's hands, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "You look a bit better than before. Your complexion has improved, and you've gained some weight. That puts my mind at ease. Nuan Nuan, you can now tell me what has been going on with you lately, right?" The two settled onto a park bench. Jiang Nuan cast her gaze downward, her voice tinged with melancholy. "So much has happened in the past few days. My mind is a jumble, and I haven't logged onto WeChat." Chun Ling Xian held her hand encouragingly, saying, "It's all right, take your time. I'm here to listen." Jiang Nuan had no desire to lament. She briefly recounted her life with the Jiang family. After being brought back by the Jiang family, they were not particularly welcoming. "Not long ago, I was expelled from the house. My foster parents insisted that I marry quickly, so I fled. Teacher Wang is performing surgery in the capital, which is why I came here." Upon hearing her words, Chun Ling Xuan's face filled with sympathy. Even without Jiang Nuan's account, she had an inkling of how Nuan Nuan fared with the Jiang family. After all, in recent times, Nuan Nuan often attended class bearing visible injuries. All thanks to Jiang Yener. "Nuan Nuan, no matter what happens, you must not abandon your studies. I met a senior in the club who said he could help you apply for a student loan. If you settle your tuition soon, you can return to school." "Senior, over here." Chun Ling Xian waved, and a tall, slender boy wearing glasses approached. He exuded an air of intellect and, with his above-average looks, clearly hailed from a well-off family. "Dear Jiang Nuan Nuan, my name is Zhe. Chun Ling Xian has already informed me about your situation. Rest assured, I will assist you in returning to campus." Upon seeing Jiang Nuan Nuan, the young man's fair complexion flushed slightly. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a sense of familiarity. "Had we met somewhere before?" Zhe smiled brightly, recalling. "When the semester began, I was moving things for the teacher, and you kindly came over to lend a hand." Jiang Nuan Nuan suddenly remembered. Ah, it was you, Nuan Nuan. I didn't expect you to have met Senior Sure before. What a delightful coincidence. Once you secure the student loan, you will be able to attend classes again. You need not worry about living expenses. I will ask my family for a bit more, and we can share the costs. Across the street, Mo Hanjin was inspecting the development of the land with several engineering managers. Assistant Zhang, taking a moment to glance at the roadside, suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Mo, is that Miss Jiang sitting by the roadside? It seems she has a male classmate with her. Chapter 18. Mr. Mo embraces Nuan Nuan. Mo Hanjin coldly lifted his gaze, directing it towards the opposite side. The girl in the white dress, her cheeks flushed with shyness, could only be Jiang Nuan Nuan. Standing before her was a fair-skinned young man, and the two were engaged in conversation. Mo Hanjin's eyes darkened slightly, an inexplicable anger igniting within him. Assistant Zhang glanced at Mo Hanjin's tense profile and cautiously inquired, Mr. Mo, would you like to greet Miss Jiang? After all, they were in public, and he dared not reveal the fact that Mr. Mo was married. Thus, he continued to address Jiang Nuan Nuan as Miss Jiang. Mo Hanjin retracted his gaze. His fists clenched at his sides and replied coldly, no need. His expression appeared indifferent and frigid, yet those around him sensed the intense low pressure emanating from him. It was evident that Mr. Mo was in a foul mood, and they had to tread carefully to avoid incurring his wrath. Zhang, the assistant, walked at the rear, wishing he could slap himself for his imprudent remarks. Shirzei invited Jiang Nuan Nuan and Chen Lingxian to a nearby dessert shop for a chat. It's too sunny outside. Let us head to the shop, he suggested. As the three of them walked towards the dessert shop, Jiang Nuan Nuan couldn't help but glance back. Chen Lingxian, puzzled, asked, Nuan Nuan, what are you looking at? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, saying it was nothing. She had felt a burning gaze upon her, as if it could incinerate her, but upon looking back, there was nothing there. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Upon entering the dessert shop, Chen Lingxian ordered 2 ice cream cones and handed one to Jiang Nuan Nuan. Thinking about the child in her womb, Jiang Nuan Nuan pursed her lips and shook her head. Lingxian, you enjoy it. I'm not very hungry right now. Chen Lingxian assumed her friend was troubled about her studies and comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Nuan Nuan. You will surely return to school smoothly. The three of them spent the afternoon chatting in the dessert shop. By evening, Jiang Nuan Nuan parted ways with Chen Lingxian and Shirzei, boarding a bus to return home. Suddenly, Chen Lingxian exclaimed, recalling something important. She had forgotten to ask where Nuan Nuan currently lived. Surely, she wasn't residing in the hospital. Was she, without relatives or friends in the capital? It was entirely possible she could be staying at the hospital. Imagining Jiang Nuan Nuan alone on a chair in the hospital, Chen Lingxuan's face filled with concern. In her heart, she mentally chastised the Jiang family, wishing to deliver them a thorough beating. These cold-hearted Jiang family members were utterly unworthy of being Nuan Nuan's family. She deserved to be loved by someone far better. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuan Nuan discovered that Mo Hanjin had not yet arrived. Madam, Mr. Mo has matters to attend to at the company and may be working late this evening. You need not wait for him, a servant informed her. Jiang Nuan Nuan asked with concern, Does Mr. Mo often work this late? The servant chuckled lightly, replying, Indeed, with a massive conglomerate of tens of thousands of employees, Mr. Mo manages it all single-handedly. It's not just late hours. He often works through the night, and we are all accustomed to it. Jiang Nuan Nuan let out a soft exclamation, her expression pensive. She had presumed that a formidable figure like Mr. Mo would lead a life of ease. Yet she was taken aback by the evident toil he endured. Seeing that it was still early, she settled in the living room to watch television, eagerly awaiting Mr. Mo Hanjin's return from work. However, as the clock struck 11, he had yet to make an appearance. Glancing outside at the deep, dark sky, fatigue began to weigh upon her eyelids, prompting her to retreat to her room for sleep. In the dead of night, Jiang Nuan Nuan awoke with a slight dryness in her throat, yearning for a glass of water. As she traversed the living room, her eyes, clouded by the darkness, failed to discern her surroundings, causing her to inadvertently collide with an object. Oh, she gasped softly, bracing herself for a fall, only to find her arm seized and drawn into a strong embrace. Blinking in the dimness, she felt her arm swaying in the shadows. Is someone here? Jiang Nuan Nuan's night blindness rendered the unlit living room an impenetrable void, leaving her as sightless as if her eyes were shut. From above, a man's voice resonated, languid and mysterious. There is no one here, only a ghost. Jiang Nuan Nuan paused, a smile blossoming at the corners of her lips, her bright eyes curving into crescent shapes. Her voice, imbued with delight, chimed sweetly, "Mr. Mo, you're back." Her exclamation was so endearing that it could almost melt the heart of the most stoic individual, even Mr. Mo Hanjin, who momentarily softened. Grasping her flailing arms, he secured both her wrists with one hand. In the enveloping darkness, his voice was rich and magnetic, rendering her weak at the knees. "What brings you out at this hour?" Jiang Nuan Nuan licked her lips. "I felt a bit thirsty and wanted to get a glass of water." "Why didn't you bring your phone? How can you see your way?" The girl adorably tilted her head. "I forgot." Having just awakened, she was still ensnared in a haze of drowsiness and had overlooked this detail. The Mo family's living room was vast, filled with furniture and various antiques, and given her night blindness, navigating through it would be perilous. Concerned for her safety, Mo Hanjin simply lifted her up, allowing her to dangle from him like a playful koala. "Mr. Mo, please set me down," she implored. Amusement flickered in his eyes as he replied, "What if you bump into my collection of antiques?" A blush spread across her face as she shyly lowered her gaze. Her fluffy little head nestled against his shoulder. "I'm afraid I might be too heavy." With a physique honed by years of training, Mo Hanjin effortlessly supported her with one hand, feeling no strain. This girl was as light as a feather. Where was the weight? "You're not heavy. Just stay put and don't squirm." He carried her to the refrigerator, opening its door to use the light for illumination. Utilizing the glow emanating from the fridge, he poured Jiang Nuan Nuan a glass of warm water from the nearby table. She remained as a mere ornament upon him, not hindering his movements in the slightest. Mo Hanjin lifted the cup, bringing it to her lips. However, it was evident that this was his first attempt at feeding someone water, and he was rather unskilled. He poured too hastily, causing much of the water to trickle down the corners of the girl's mouth, gradually disappearing into the collar of her garment. "Ahem, Mr. Mo, please take it slow. This is too rapid," she advised. Mo Hanjin moderated his pace and managed to finish pouring an entire cup of water. "Would you like more?" Jiang Nuan Nuan wiped the traces of water from her chin with the back of her hand and shook her head. "No more." Her delicate lips glistened with moisture, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an enticing sheen that beckoned to be plucked. The man's vision was remarkably acute, unaffected by the darkness, and he found himself unwittingly drawn to her again. Mo Hanjin's gaze deepened as he poured another cup, this time filled with cold water. Under Jiang Nuan Nuan's inquisitive stare, he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing, and gulped down the cool liquid. Nestled in his embrace, her ears burned with heat, for the cup he had used was the very one she had just employed. Sharing the same cup was tantamount to an indirect kiss, was it not? Chapter 19. The punishment of Mr. Mo Hanjin approached the refrigerator, yet before he could reach for it, Jiang Nuan Nuan proactively closed the door. He affectionately brushed his fingers against the tip of her nose, his voice laced with a gentle laughter. Clever. Unexpectedly, the two shared a delightful synergy. "I shall escort you back to your room to rest." Jiang Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. As they neared the threshold of the room, she inquired with concern, "Mr. Mo, why were you sitting in the living room instead of returning to your room to sleep?" Mo Hanjin's eyes darkened, a hint of discomfort evident. "I don't feel like sleeping," he replied casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, an inexplicable tension gripped Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart. Could it be that Mr. Mo frequently suffers from insomnia and headaches? Having carried Jiang Nuan Nuan to the door, Mo Hanjin was about to set her down when she quickly exclaimed, "Mr. Mo, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese massage. Allow me to ease the pressure on your temples. It may bring you some relief." Mo Hanjin was taken aback. "You can massage?" "Yes. I once assisted in an old traditional medicine shop and learned a few techniques. My massage skills are quite effective. I'm sure they will lull you into a tranquil slumber." Since middle school, Jiang Nuan Nuan had sought various jobs to support her education. acquiring a few practical skills along the way. Initially, she thought these abilities would remain unused, yet today presented a perfect opportunity. Mo Hanjin turned his steps, lowering his voice as he whispered in her ear. "Then shall we try into my room?" "Of course." He cradled Jiang Nuan Nuan and returned to his own bedroom next door. This was her first visit to his sanctuary. The decor was minimalistic, embodying a cool, understated style, imbued with a subtle scent of cedar that was both refreshing and pleasant. Mo Hanjin switched on a small bedside lamp and sat cross-legged on the bed. Jiang Nuan Nuan knelt behind him, her movements gentle as she began to massage his temples. "Is this pressure acceptable, Mr. Mo?" Mo Hanjin swallowed hard, responding with a soft Jiang Nuan Nuan treated him as her patient, diligently attending to his needs. Her gaze was focused and earnest, a few wispy strands of hair cascading down, brushing against his neck, though she remained oblivious. As Mo Hanjin closed his eyes, miraculously, his racing thoughts began to quiet. The room was enveloped in a serene silence, marked only by their soft breaths. Just as he felt the onset of drowsiness, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning, he discovered Jiang Nuan Nuan nestled against his back, peacefully asleep. The dim, golden light of the bedside lamp illuminated her delicate features. Her cheeks were fair and rosy, her lips slightly puckered, and her curled lashes resembled tiny fans. Mo Hanjin couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had promised to make him drowsy. It was she who had succumbed to sleep first. The following morning, Jiang Nuan Nuan awoke to a gentle stretch, realizing she was comfortably nestled in her own princess bed. Last night, while assisting Mr. Mo with a massage, she suddenly felt drowsy and, unbeknownst to herself, dozed off on his shoulder. Thus, it was Mr. Mo who returned her to her room. Jiang Nuan Nuan hastily threw back the covers and discovered she was still clad in her pajamas from the previous day, letting out a significant sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was in her sleepwear. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she made her way to the living room for breakfast. Upon seeing Mo Hanjin seated on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine, her cheeks flushed as she greeted him. "Mr. Mo, did you sleep well last night?" Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he responded, "What do you think?" This rendered Jiang Nuan Nuan's expression somewhat awkward, and she shyly scratched her cheek. She had volunteered to assist Mr. Mo with a massage, yet it was she who succumbed to fatigue before he even fell asleep. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at it, bringing it to her ear to answer. "Senior Zhang, what is going on?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see your message yesterday." Jiang Nuan Nuan stepped into a corner to take the call, oblivious to the fact that Mo Hanjin's brow had furrowed tightly. Assistant Zhang had arrived early, intending to deliver a contract to Mo Hanjin. Instead, he found his boss wearing a dark expression, his demeanor exuding a chilling aura, as if he were ready to exact vengeance. Assistant Zhang couldn't help but break a sweat. What kind of senior was this, calling the wife first thing in the morning? Mr. Mo's temper, which had finally subsided yesterday, was now being rekindled. Moreover, this time, his anger burned even more fiercely, likely not easily extinguished. Upon returning from her call, Jiang Nuan Nuan sensed an unusual atmosphere in the living room. Just as she was about to sit down, a glass of carrot juice was placed before her. Mo Hanjin, with a stern expression, declared that no honey was allowed, and she was to drink it all. Jiang Nuan Nuan gaped in disbelief. A full glass of carrot juice, without sugar or honey. How could she possibly drink that? Biting her lip, she remained silent, quietly observing Mo Hanjin. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to communicate unspoken words, evoking sympathy in anyone who beheld her. Yet, Mo Hanjin was not an ordinary person. His heart was as unyielding as stone. An inexplicable fire ignited within him, and his tone grew colder. "Drink it obediently. Otherwise, should you fall again next time, there may not be anyone nearby to help." Jiang Nuan Nuan tugged at the sleeve of Mo Hanjin's shirt, her eyes clear and innocent as she sweetly pouted. "Mr. Mo, you cannot repay kindness with enmity. I helped you last night." However, upon witnessing the dangerous glint in Mo Hanjin's eyes, she dared not finish her sentence. It would be futile. He was resolutely intent on bullying her. Jiang Nuan Nuan made a face at Mo Hanjin's back, resignedly lifting the glass to her lips, sipping the carrot juice in small increments. To start her day with something she detested most was truly unfortunate. Had she known, she wouldn't have offered Mr. M.O. a massage, letting his headache worsen. Humph. What a wicked man who repays kindness with malice. The lingering gaze of M.O. Hanjin fell upon her expression, and his mood instinctively brightened. However, thoughts of her outing with the senior yesterday and their phone conversation today caused his lips to press into a straight line once more, his striking features emanating a palpable aura of gloom. During breakfast that followed, neither of them uttered a word, and the atmosphere grew rather oppressive. Yet, apart from the two of them, Assistant Zhang and the servants wore expressions of palpable curiosity. Had they heard correctly? What had the lady said? Something about assisting Mr. M.O. last night? Why did she abruptly halt her sentence? It was utterly exasperating. Jiang Nuan Nuan remained oblivious, her unintentional remark having stirred a tempest of intrigue in the living room. Chapter 20. Mr. M.O. is angry on this day. Jiang Nuan Nuan strolled past the tree where she had encountered the elderly gentleman playing chess. "Grandpa, I have come across you again." The old man smiled warmly at her. "Shall we play a few more games?" "Of course," Jiang Nuan Nuan eagerly replied. She took her seat opposite him and engaged in several matches. As before, she suffered dismal defeats, showing no sign of improvement whatsoever. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and keenly inquired, "Child, do you have something weighing on your mind?" With no one nearby to confide in, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt the burden of her thoughts pressing heavily upon her heart. This stranger was the perfect confidant, free from the constraints of judgment. "Grandpa, I am facing a rather perplexing situation." "Oh, what is it? Do share." Jiang Nuan Nuan rested her chin on her hand, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. "I wish to return to school, but my current circumstances may not permit such a pursuit." The old man appeared taken aback, as he had assumed her worries were related to the M.O. family. Yet, he was surprised to learn that her distress stemmed from her educational aspirations. With a cheerful demeanor, he asked, "Why do you wish to study?" Without hesitation, Jiang Nuan Nuan answered, "It is of course to change my destiny. Ever since childhood, I have been told that gaining admission to a prestigious university is the only path for children like me from rural backgrounds. I finally succeeded in enrolling at Capital University, and I chose my favorite major, but—" Her voice trailed off, tinged with despondence. "But I am pregnant, carrying a child of the M.O. family. Mr. M.O. would surely not permit me to attend school. If education is so important to you, why not give a try?" Jiang Nuan Nuan hesitated, "But I fear I will not succeed." Thus, she had not even dared to voice this matter to Mr. M.O. "How can you know the outcome if you do not attempt it?" The old man's words struck a chord within her, awakening a sense of clarity. She sighed, realizing that her timidity had held her back. Afraid of Mr. Mo's rejection, she had not even dared to speak of her desires. "What a coward I am," she thought. With renewed determination, Jiang Nuan Nuan clenched her fists. "Grandpa, you're right. Regardless of the outcome, I must endeavor to try, lest I regret my inaction in the future." Her incessant daydreaming would not change her circumstances. It would be far better to bravely express her thoughts to Mr. M.O. Even if he disagreed, they could discuss the matter together and seek a solution. Perhaps they might even devise a mutually agreeable approach. "By the way, Grandpa, I mentioned wanting to give you a gift last time. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it." Jiang Nuan Nuan returned to the villa and emerged with a book. "Grandpa, this is a collection of chess strategies written by Mr. Chung Feng, quite rare in the market. I wish to present it to you." The M.O. family possessed an extensive library, and this book was among their treasures. Jiang Nuan Nuan had previously inquired of M.O. Hanjin whether she could gift this chess manual to someone. M.O. Hanjin raised his eyebrow and said to her, "You are the mistress of this household. You may dispose of everything here at your leisure." Noticing that the elderly gentleman had yet to respond, Jiang Nuan Nuan inquired, "Grandfather, do you not enjoy the game of chess?" The old man's lips twitched slightly, his expression somewhat peculiar as he replied, "Indeed, the old man is particularly fond of chess manuals." Jiang Nuan Nuan revealed a light-hearted smile, saying, "As long as you like it, that's enough. I shall take my leave now. When I have time, I will return to play chess with you." After she departed, the old man gazed at the chess manual in his hand, casually flipping through its pages, each one strikingly familiar. How did the chess manual he authored come back to him after such a roundabout journey? Jiang Nuan Nuan noticed only that the author was Chung Feng and remained unaware that the author's surname was Mo, with the full name being Mo Chung Feng. The chess manuals of the esteemed Mr. Chung Feng are indeed priceless yet scarce, often sought after in the black market, where counterfeit versions abound. This young lady, understanding the rarity of the manual, still chose to gift it to a stranger like him. Mo Chung Feng pondered for a moment, wondering if the young man's wife might be rather naive. She appeared somewhat foolish, in stark contrast to that cunning young man. Collectively, they possessed a total of 800 astute thoughts, while Mo Hanjin claimed 801 for himself. Upon hearing that Mo Hanjin had finished work, Jiang Nuan Nuan swiftly dashed outside. She reached the villa's entrance, grasped Mo Hanjin's arm, and led him to a tranquil garden. Mo Hanjin regarded her with surprise, asking, "Do you need something?" Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded, her delicate fingers intertwining nervously. Perceiving her hesitation, Mo Hanjin patiently awaited her to gather her thoughts, refraining from urging her. "Mr. Mo, I wish to return to school. Is that permissible?" Mo Hanjin was taken aback for a moment before recalling that the materials brought by Assistant Zhang had mentioned Jiang Nuan Nuan's excellent academic performance. Having never attended a tutoring class, she had gained admission to the prestigious Jing University through her own diligence. She was indeed a bright young lady. "You wish to return to Jing University?" Jiang Nuan Nuan looked at him earnestly, affirming, "Previously, I left school due to interference from the Jiang family. Now, I can apply for a student loan and attend university without relying on them." "Mr. Mo, may I go back to school?" After cautiously articulating her request, Jiang Nuan Nuan continuously stole glances at Mo Hanjin's expression. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he stood nonchalantly by the flower bed. Upon hearing her words, Mo Hanjin's brow furrowed slightly, his chest rising and falling dramatically, exuding an air of anger. Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart involuntarily tightened, and her gaze dimmed. Could it be that Mr. Mo would not permit her return to school? Although she had somewhat anticipated this outcome, she still felt a pang of disappointment. With a downcast demeanor, she said, "Mr. Mo, if that is the case, then I..." Mo Hanjin spoke in a low voice, "You may pursue your studies." But Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes rekindled with hope, her expression filled with expectation as she looked at him. "You cannot apply for a student loan." Jiang Nuan Nuan was perplexed, wondering why. Mo Hanjin earnestly informed her, "Because I am your husband, the person you can rely upon." This girl had been in a state of distraction for several days, leading Mo Hanjin to believe she was burdened by some significant matter. After much ado, it turned out she merely wished to return to university. Mo Hanjin's irritation stemmed from 2 points. Firstly, she kept matters to herself instead of confiding in him. Secondly, despite their marital bond, Jiang Nuan Nuan insisted on maintaining a clear separation, showing no desire to depend on him financially. "Jiang Nuan Nuan, pursuing your education is your prerogative. Whatever decision you make, I shall not interfere. However, since we are already married, I hope you will not conceal anything from me, nor should you shoulder all burdens alone without seeking my help." Mo Hanjin's voice remained calm and composed, yet even as he strove to temper his presence, an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a mix of embarrassment and profound emotion at his words. Throughout her life, no one had ever assured her that they would be her unwavering support. Mr. Mo was the first and only person willing to stand as her steadfast ally. Chapter 21. The young ones of the Mo family, Jiang Nuan Nuan, took the initiative to grasp Mo Hanjin's hand, enveloping his rough yet warm palm within her delicate fingers. "I apologize, Mr. Mo. I shall no longer treat you with such formality." Noticing the tension still etched on Mo Hanjin's profile, Jiang Nuan Nuan dared to rise on her toes and plant a kiss upon his cheek. She playfully shook his arm, her voice soft and endearing. "Darling, could you assist me with my tuition fees?" Mo Hanjin suppressed the smile that threatened to break through his stoic demeanor, though the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. His expression remained aloof, yet he mused. "Why would you think I would prevent you from returning to your studies?" With a slight pursing of her lips, Jiang Nuan Nuan confessed, "I worry that if our relationship becomes known, it may cause you trouble." After a brief moment of contemplation, Emo Hanjin chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, it could be a bit troublesome, but it is not an insurmountable issue." Reassured by his words, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Before departing the garden, Emo Hanjin extended his long fingers, pinching Jiang Nuan Nuan's face with a mock fierceness as he threatened, "Should you dare to maintain such distance, you shall be subjected to a daily feast of carrots." The wolf understood precisely what frightened the little rabbit. True to his words, Jiang Nuan Nuan immediately covered her mouth in alarm, shaking her head vigorously as if it were a small rattledrum. "No, I refuse to eat so many carrots. Help! Mr. Mo is plotting against his dear wife." Amused by her reaction, Emo Hanjin couldn't resist giving her cheeks a playful squeeze. Her soft, warm face felt delightful to the touch, evoking an irresistible affection within him. As he gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan's radiant smile, his heart suddenly ached with an understanding. She refrained from leaning on him because she had never known love. Lacking a pillar of support, she had grown accustomed to retreating into solitude during difficult times, relying solely on herself for solutions. Perhaps, in her childhood, she had once sought help from her foster parents, only to be met with scorn and reproach, leading her to close herself off from others over time. On this day, Emo Hanjin gathered with a few childhood friends, all of whom had grown up together in the same neighborhood. However, due to Emo Hanjin's remarkable presence, having always been a role model in their eyes, his peers held him in a certain reverence. While browsing the bookshelf at his friend's place, Emo Hanjin stumbled upon a book on child psychology. Setting down his glass of red wine, he pulled the book from the shelf and began to leaf through its pages. The heir of the Zhao family ambled over, his expression one of exaggerated discovery, exclaiming, "Emo, are you suddenly experiencing a revelation and considering having a child?" Emo Hanjin continued to peruse the book, not even glancing at him. "What? Is that not acceptable?" Of course, of course. Who am I to question your capabilities? But if you desire a child, shouldn't you first find a woman? Is it not a tad premature to delve into literature on children?" With a decisive snap, Emo Hanjin closed the book. "I shall take this with me." After his departure with the book in hand, his friends huddled together, chattering animatedly amongst themselves. "Do you think that Mr. Emo might already have an illegitimate child? Perhaps a rather unruly one, which is why he is particularly interested in child psychology. It is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, why would he be perusing such literature? Yet, where could he possibly have an illegitimate child? There hasn't even been a hint of a woman in his life. Who can say? When it comes to Mr. Mo's affairs, I certainly wouldn't dare to speak too freely, as I have no desire to tempt fate. If anyone has the audacity to inquire, let them do so." They could ponder endlessly and still fail to comprehend that Emo Hanjin reads this book to grasp the thoughts of Mrs. Mo. In Emo Hanjin's eyes, his little wife is akin to a capricious child. Since she is indeed a child, one can only employ child psychology to address her. Ever since the last time she openly communicated with Emo Hanjin, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a considerable weight lift from her heart. It was as though a heavy stone, long pressing upon her chest, had suddenly been removed. She immediately shared this delightful news with Chun Lingxian. "Lingxian, I can return to school and I want to need to apply for a student loan. A relative is willing to cover my tuition." After sending this message, Jiang Nuan Nuan reached out to her academic advisor to transfer the tuition fees. The advisor then added Jiang Nuan Nuan to the college's large group chat and tagged everyone. "Welcome back to our family, Jiang Nuan Nuan." However, upon the announcement, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Not a single soul uttered a word. Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, perplexed as to why the lively conversation had abruptly ceased upon her entrance. Upon learning of her return to campus, Chun Lingxian promptly called to congratulate her. "Nuan Nuan, this is wonderful. With your exceptional academic performance, it would have been such a pity to abandon your beloved major." Jiang Nuan Nuan acknowledged her with a softum, yet she couldn't shake the discomfort from the earlier silence in the group. "Lingxian, why did everyone stop talking when I appeared?" Chun Lingxian took a glance at the group chat and immediately sent a message to welcome Jiang Nuan Nuan. She also rallied her friends to create a warm atmosphere in the chat. The previously quiet group soon buzzed with excitement once more. Just then, someone inadvertently shared a screenshot of a message in the group. Although it was retracted swiftly, Jiang Nuan Nuan had already glimpsed the content. How did Jiang Nuan Nuan return to school? Didn't her sister say she was out engaging in promiscuous behavior and was unfit to remain at school? Indeed, this was a statement her sister had made, and it surely could not be false. Her sister claimed that Jiang Nuan Nuan had been fooling around with a man at her birthday party and even attempted to seduce her sister's fiancé. What if she returned to school and infected us with something? The advisor is utterly irresponsible. How could they allow such a person back to school? This shows a blatant disregard for students' safety. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Nuan Nuan's hands trembled with anger. No wonder the school had abruptly notified her to take a temporary leave of absence at home. Jiang Nuan Nuan had assumed it was due to her tuition not being paid. Little did she know that it was actually Jiang Yin'er who had been maligning her behind her back, spreading rumors that she was cavorting with men and had contracted a disease. It was undeniably Jiang Yin'er who had administered the drug to her, leading to her bewildering loss of innocence. Had it not been for her fortuitous encounter with Mr. Mo, a man of integrity, her entire life would have been irrevocably tarnished by Jiang Yin'er. Not only did Jiang Yin'er conspire against her with treachery, but she also disseminated malicious rumors, causing others to perceive her as a dissolute and self-deprecating woman. Jiang Nuan Nuan typed a few words but ultimately deleted them. In the group, no matter the explanation, this belief would prevail. Once she returned to school, all the rumors would naturally collapse under their own weight. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Nuan Nuan resolved not to allow these malevolent events to disturb her peace of mind. She instructed a servant to bring forth a chessboard, seeking solace in the game to divert her thoughts. Upon Mr. Mo's return, he beheld the girl serenely seated in the courtyard, engaged in a solitary game of chess against herself. Chapter 22. Mr. Mo helps Nuan Nuan choose her attire. Jiang Nuan Nuan meticulously arranged the chess pieces, but found herself at a loss for her next move. Just then a deep, alluring voice resonated behind her, instructing, "Move here." Startled, she barely had time to react when a warm sensation enveloped her hand. The man's rugged fingers encased her delicate hand, guiding her to shift a piece on the board. Upon witnessing his chosen position, her eyes sparkled with delight. How had she overlooked this move? How would her opponent respond? Initially, she believed her adversary had no chance left. Yet Mr. Mo shifted another piece, instantly altering the course of the game. Is it possible to move like this? Mr. Mo, do enlighten me further. Jiang Nuan Nuan clung to Mo Hanjin's arm, reluctant to let him depart. Observing her fascination, Mo Hanjin acquiesced to her wishes, imparting strategies for offense and the art of letting go. After concluding a game, Jiang Nuan Nuan found herself enriched with numerous tactics, her mind brimming with insights. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Mr. Mo, you are truly exceptional at chess." Mo Hanjin humbly replied, "It's rather ordinary. The old gentleman enjoys chess, and I merely indulge him occasionally." Naturally astute, Mo Hanjin had cultivated his skills through frequent matches with the elder, evolving into a master over time. "Why are you playing chess alone? Are you preoccupied?" Jiang Nuan Nuan inquired, shaking her head. "Mr. Mo, I can return to school tomorrow. I wish to select an outfit for the day. Could you assist me?" Mo Hanjin's gaze flickered with mild surprise. "You wish for me to help you choose? Indeed, your taste must be impeccable, Mr. Mo." A subtle smile graced his lips as he regarded her. "Are you so certain?" Without hesitation, Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded. "After all, Mr. Mo exuded charm daily, undoubtedly possessing refined taste." Upon entering the wardrobe, Mo Hanjin scanned the array of garments. His long fingers pointed to a solid-colored cotton dress, accented with a limited-edition teddy bear charm at the waist. Eagerly, Jiang Nuan Nuan stepped into the restroom to don the outfit he had selected. She twirled, lifting the hem as she emerged. "Mr. Mo, does this look good?" Mo Hanjin leaned casually against the doorframe, one hand in his pocket, while he attended to work messages on his phone. Hearing her voice, he glanced up, his cold eyes suddenly alight with astonishment. "Indeed, it suits you beautifully." As Jiang Nuan Nuan touched the plush teddy bear at her waist, a realization struck her. This dress bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she wore when she first encountered Mr. Mo. However, that particular dress had been torn to shreds by him. Mo Hanjin's gaze lingered on her, as if recollecting something, and an air of danger gradually enveloped his expression. His voice, now slightly husky, suggested, perhaps you should try another. This girl possessed an exquisitely pure aura. The white fabric on her frame exuded a sanctified and innocent beauty. Yet, such beauty stirred the hidden beast within Mo Hanjin. He harbored a desire to domineer over her, to taint her purity and envelop her in his essence. Jiang Nuan Nuan successfully returned to school. However, regardless of where she sat in the classroom, a space would invariably clear around her, as if she were a fearsome source of contagion. Whispers floated behind her, discussing her presence. That is Jiang Nuan Nuan. Her attire is anything but inexpensive. Where could she possibly have acquired the funds for such garments? I possess a photograph from her sister's birthday banquet, where she shamelessly flirted with men. She even attempted to entice her sister's fiancé. It is rumored that her sister is betrothed to young Master Mo. Surely she is drawn to the Mo family's power, shamelessly seeking to ingratiate herself. Yet, young Master Mo is no fool. How could he possibly take a fancy to a woman so enamored with vanity? Previously, Jiang Yin Air had drugged Jiang Nuan Nuan and deliberately arranged for a man to support her into a private room. Their encounter was captured in a photograph. Due to the lighting and angle, it appeared as though Jiang Nuan Nuan was the one actively seeking proximity to the man. These images became the evidence for Jiang Yin Air slander. Jiang Nuan Nuan had initially intended to ignore the outside world's gossip and focus solely on her studies. However, the rumors proliferated. Her return to school swiftly reached Jiang Yin Air's ears. Did you say what? Jiang Nuan Nuan has returned to school? Jiang Yan exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Yin Air. She dares to show her face at school. I suspect she seeks an opportunity to approach young Master Mo. After all, he is also a student at Jing City University, now in his 4th year, soon to graduate. Jiang Yin Air devised various schemes to prevent Jiang Nuan Nuan from attending school, all to thwart her from getting close to Mo Yinting. Little did she know, that wretched girl was still undeterred, attempting to usurp the engagement with young Master Mo. Jiang Yin Air's nails dug deeply into her palm, nearly breaking her slender fingers. No, I must devise another plan to expel Jiang Nuan Nuan from Jing University. That evening, upon the return of the Jiang family, Jiang Yin Air threw herself into Madame Jiang's embrace, weeping. Mother, I just heard that Nuan Nuan has returned to school, but why hasn't she come to our home? Is she angry with me? Before Madame Jiang could respond, Jiang's second brother disdainfully interjected. I knew she could not forsake the good life in Jing City. After wandering for a while, she still yearns for young Master Mo. Madame Jiang's eyes turned cold as she recalled the events of that day in the hospital. That day, when I was at the hospital, Jiang Nuan Nuan inquired about my whereabouts and specifically sought to meet me. However, I was with several friends and chose to ignore her. Jiang Yin Air, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded, Mother, regardless of the circumstances, she is still your biological daughter. If she remains in Jing City, it would be prudent for her to return home soon. Otherwise, outsiders may gossip about her family. I shall go and console her, apologize, and urge her to return home swiftly. Jiang's second brother slammed the table, declaring, No, Yin Air, why should you apologize to her? Have you forgotten how she bullied you when she lived at home? Your trophies, your clothes, your jewelry. Didn't she ruin them all? She has stolen your belongings, failed to offer an apology, and still wishes for us to welcome her back. Absolutely not. Mrs. Jiang furrowed her brow tightly. Jiang Nuan Nuan is utterly thoughtless. Her return to school will undoubtedly lead her to boast about her lineage, tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Yin'er bit her lip in frustration. No, she is the sole heiress of the Jiang family. Jiang Nuan Nuan shall not seize what rightfully belongs to her. Jiang Yin'er feigned a sense of grievance as she spoke. If my sister desires the position of the Jiang family's heiress, I would gladly relinquish it to her. However, should she wish to be with young Master Mo, even if I were to agree, the Mo family would never consent. Jiang family's second brother patted Jiang Yin'er's shoulder. Do not worry, sister. I shall go to the school and confront Jiang Nuan Nuan, insisting she return home immediately. If she insists on staying at school to seek out young Master Mo, I shall ensure she is forever barred from entering the Jiang family's door. Chapter 23. Warmth and Distress as Jiang Nuan Nuan stepped out of the school. She was abruptly halted. Raising her gaze, she beheld her second elder brother, Jiang Nuan. Upon seeing her adorned in designer attire, his eyes immediately flickered with disdain. You stole Yinner's necklace merely to purchase such extravagant clothing? Jiang Nuan Nuan, how could you be so vain? Jiang Nuan Nuan's complexion paled slightly, yet she stubbornly retorted, I did not take anything from Jiang Yinner. Who would believe you when you claim innocence? If you hadn't pilfered valuables from home to sell, how could you afford such fine garments? Jiang Nuan Nuan was acutely aware that the Jiang family would only heed Jiang Yinner's words. None would stand in her defense. She resolved to ignore Jiang Nuan and strode past him. However, Jiang Nuan was determined not to let her pass. He obstructed her path, his expression dripping with contempt. Jiang Nuan Nuan, why do you so relish in appropriating Yinner's possessions? I warn you, Mo Xiao is Yinner's fiancé. If you dare entice him and bring Yinner sorrow, I shall not let you off easily. Jiang Nuan Nuan countered, when have I ever tried to seduce Mo Yunting? Yinner fancies him. I have no interest. It became clear to her that Jiang Nuan's approach was merely to defend Jiang Yinner. Jiang Nuan Nuan knew that the Jiang family had never regarded her with any respect. Were it not for Jiang Yinner's instigation, they might not even remember her existence. With that, she attempted to move left, but Jiang Nuan blocked her way. She then shifted to the right, yet he remained in her path. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed with indignation. What do you want from me? What do you mean? You will withdraw from school immediately, or, as long as I am present, you shall never enter the Jiang household again. I never intended to return. Jiang Nuan Nuan had long since lost faith in the Jiang family. Even if they begged her to return, she would not set foot in that loathsome place again. Her delicate face was resolute, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Nuan felt she might truly sever ties with the Jiang family. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. When Jiang Nuan first arrived at the Jiang household, she had catered to them with utmost care, striving to please them. They were her only relatives. How could she not wish to return? The words she spoke now were merely a manifestation of her frustration. Jiang Nuan, skeptical, remarked, if you truly wish to stay away, why would you rush back to the capital and intentionally confront my mother at the hospital? The hospital is not exclusive to the Jiang family. Am I forbidden to go? Jiang Nuan scoffed, adopting a condescending tone. Are you done with your antics? You will return home with me now. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your withdrawal. If you comply, we shall overlook your previous transgression and permit you to come home. A surge of indignation ignited within Jiang Nuan Nuan. Why should she be forced to withdraw from the university she had worked so hard to attend? Clenching her fists tightly at her sides, she thought to herself, there are countless other girls at Jing University. No matter how powerful the Jiang family may be, can they compel all the female students to withdraw? Jiang Yinner, consumed by the fear of losing Mo Yunting to another, ought to have earned her place at Jing University through her own merit, rather than impeding others' right to education. Jiang Nuan felt a pang of disbelief. If Jiang Yinner had the capability to gain admission to Jing University, she would have done so long ago. Did she need his encouragement? Nevertheless, in Jiang Nuan's eyes, regardless of Jiang Yinner's academic shortcomings, she remained his most cherished sister. Did you think Yinner, like you, could only bury herself in books? Gaining admission to Jing University is hardly an achievement. Yinner has attained a grade 10 in piano and dances gracefully in multiple styles. Do you dare to compare yourself to her? A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Jiang Nuan's eyes. She too yearned to learn the piano and dance. But had her upbringing ever afforded her such opportunities? Suddenly, Jiang Nuan recalled that Jiang Nuan had grown up in a village, naturally deprived of the chance to learn the piano or dance. A strange discomfort flickered in his heart, but it soon dissipated. Jiang Nuan, do not overstep your boundaries. No matter how much you cling to Mo Xiao, he would never cast a glance your way. Jiang Nuan abruptly reached out, rudely tearing the little bear from Jiang Nuan's clothing and hurling it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. With a piercing glare, he exclaimed, "This is Yinner's favorite toy. Do you think you are worthy to adorn yourself with it? You, a vain thief, deserve only to be trampled by Yinner. Yinner is their beloved princess, cherished and adored, far beyond what a petty thief like Jiang Nuan could ever aspire to." Jiang Nuan gazed at the soiled toy, Her heart clutched tightly as tears welled in her eyes. Having already been cast out by the Jiang family, why could they not leave her in peace? The garments selected for her by Mr. Mo had been sullied by Jiang Nuan's disdain. Coldly, Jiang Nuan regarded the oncoming tears of Jiang Nuan, dismissing her words as mere fabrications. Uninterested in Montagsche? Then why return to school with such eagerness? If even Mo Xiao finds her unworthy, does she dare to pursue Mo Sanyi? Absurdity. The likes of him were far beyond her reach. Should she overestimate her worth, her fate would be dire. Jiang Nuan picked up the dirty bear and walked away silently. Upon returning home, she filled a basin with water and submerged the bear to cleanse it. Madam, if you need anything washed, please let us do it for you. You should not have to soil your hands. A servant hurriedly approached, attempting to assist her. Isn't this the bear from your clothing? How did it become so filthy? Jiang Nuan lowered her head, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I accidentally dropped it. The servant consoled her. Do not worry, madam. I will ensure it is cleaned to look as good as new. A hint of warmth returned to Jiang Nuan's countenance. Thank you. When Mo Hanjin returned that evening, he expected to find Jiang Nuan waiting for him in the living room, as was customary. The moment he appeared, she would lift her head, rub her weary eyes, and greet him with a cheerful smile. However, upon his arrival, he learned that Jiang Nuan had already retired to her room for the night. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow. Has she gone to bed so early? Perhaps it is due to her first day of classes. She may be quite fatigued, came the response. Mo Hanjin tugged at his tie, discarding it onto the sofa. Had she consumed carrot juice today? Indeed, she had. The lady was quite obedient today, finishing the carrot juice in one go. Mo Hanjin felt a flicker of suspicion. Had she said nothing at all? Based on his understanding of the little one, she would typically indulge in some playful antics or delay her drinking for a while. Why was she so straightforward today? No, she usually jokes with me. Yet today, she simply downed the carrot juice without a word, and the milk candies I prepared for her remained untouched. Mo Hanjin's brow unconsciously furrowed. He approached Jiang Nuan Nuan's bedroom door, raising his hand as if to knock, but ultimately lowered it. After finishing his shower, Mo Hanjin emerged from the bathroom, ready to turn off the lights, when his gaze fell upon the book on the table titled Child Psychology. Compelled by an unseen force, he settled into the single armchair and opened the book. A child who has not been loved in their youth carries within them a lingering soul that yearns for affection, even into adulthood. Upon reading this line, Mo Hanjin felt as though his heart had been struck. With a deepened gaze, he continued to read on. Chapter 24. The biased Jiang family. The following day, as Jiang Nuan Nuan arrived at the school gate, she was intercepted by several police officers. Miss Jiang, we have received a report accusing you of stealing jewelry worth 200,000. Please accompany us for an investigation. Turning around, Jiang Nuan Nuan spotted Jiang Nuan in the police car, his expression one of haughty disdain. Beside him sat Jiang Yin'er, her eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together and replied, I did not steal anything. You must come with us to the police station. If you are indeed innocent, we shall clear your name, they insisted, leading her to the vehicle. Inside the car, Jiang Nuan noticed Jiang Nuan Nuan had changed into another designer outfit, his contempt deepening. With all those luxury clothes, don't tell me they were bought by your adoptive parents. I urge you to return Yin'er's necklace swiftly or voluntarily withdraw from school. Otherwise, the charge of theft is one you cannot bear. Realizing that Jiang Nuan and Jiang Yin'er had orchestrated this scheme to force her to drop out, Jiang Nuan Nuan couldn't help but think of how frightened Jiang Yin'er must be, fearing that Mo Xiao had been taken from her. The innocent remain innocent. I have never even seen Jiang Yin'er's necklace. Jiang Nuan slammed his fist against the car door. Keep being stubborn. Once we arrive at the police station, we shall see what you have to say. Jiang Yin'er, feigning generosity, interjected, Nuan Nuan, I have heard your adoptive parents are living in the village. If you stole my necklace to improve their lives, I would commend your filial piety. But I never imagined you would steal it merely to buy designer clothes for yourself. You are truly vain. Initially, Jiang Nuan Nuan had intended to ignore the two, but upon hearing those words, she could no longer contain herself. With clear eyes, she gazed at Jiang Yin'er. My adoptive parents are, In fact, your biological parents. When you were living in luxury within the Jiang household, did you ever consider improving their lives? This ring you wear must be worth more than 100,000. You, their biological daughter, neglect them while expecting me, an adoptive daughter, to take care of them? Jiang Yin'er was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes fixated on Jiang Nuan Nuan. Jiang Nan, filled with disdain, retorted, "When did you become so sharp-tongued? Your humble and pitiful demeanor in the Jiang family was merely an act, wasn't it? This is your true self, and you excel at pretending." When Jiang Nuan Nuan was with the Jiang family, she had been meek and accommodating, believing them to be her true family. She longed for harmonious relations, enduring grievances in silence. Yet, the Jiang family only favored Jiang Yin'er, disregarding her entirely. Why should she continue to grovel for their affection? Did they deserve it? In a cold voice, Jiang Nuan Nuan declared, "From the moment you cast me out of your home, I ceased to be a part of your family. My actions and words are no longer your concern." Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. "Who cast you out? Was it not your own doing, insisting on leaving home?" A flicker of panic crossed Jiang Yin'er's face as she grasped Jiang Nan's arm. The second brother remarked that the police seemed to have arrived. The conversation abruptly ceased as the three individuals exited the vehicle. Upon reaching the police station, an officer inquired, "Jiang Yin'er, you have reported that Jiang Nuan Nuan has stolen your necklace. Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Yin'er, her gaze betraying a hint of guilt, stammered, I have no evidence, but it must be Jiang Nuan Nuan who stole it. She has been in my room, and now my necklace is missing." Jiang Nan scoffed derisively, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Nuan Nuan as he proclaimed, "It must be her. Before she came into our home, we never lost a thing. Since her arrival, how many pieces of jewelry has Yin'er lost? Who else could it be?" The officer, glancing at the documents in his possession, hesitated and asked, "Jiang Shao, Jiang Nuan Nuan appears to be your biological sister. Why do you not support your own sister, but instead side with Jiang Yin'er?" Such a situation left outsiders perplexed. With a disdainful expression, Jiang Nan shot a scornful glance at Jiang Nuan Nuan. "How could she even be worthy of being my sister? Look at her clothes. What piece could she possibly afford? If she hadn't pilfered Yin'er's jewelry, how could she afford such fine attire?" A nearby junior officer interjected, "Jiang Nuan Nuan is a legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Does she really lack the means to purchase clothing and jewelry? That seems unreasonable. Why would a true heiress resort to stealing from a mere pretender?" Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a pang of bitterness at these words. Even outsiders could easily discern the Jiang family's bias. Yet, the Jiang family themselves had never perceived any injustice towards her. After all, their affections lay solely with Jiang Yin'er, leaving Jiang Nuan Nuan feeling utterly superfluous. Jiang Nan, growing impatient, asserted, "Jiang Nuan Nuan insists on returning to the Jiang family solely for its wealth and prestige. She is here for the money. If we were to simply hand her cash, wouldn't that make us fools? You must apprehend Jiang Nuan Nuan immediately. Either make her repay the money or expel her from Jing University." The officer turned to Jiang Nuan Nuan and asked, "Miss Jiang, are the clothes and jewelry you are wearing all purchased by you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, replying, "No, they were given to me by someone else. All these items were prepared by Mr. Mo. I have no idea where they were acquired, only that they are quite expensive." Jiang Nan roughly seized Jiang Nuan Nuan's arm, leaving red marks on her delicate skin. "Still denying it? You must have stolen something. Otherwise, who would provide you with so many clothes and bags? Do you think you deserve them?" Jiang Yin'er added fuel to the fire, saying, "Jiang Nuan Nuan, just admit it. Considering you share the Jiang surname, we want to truly let you rot in prison. I simply want you to leave Jing University. Why do you cling to young Master Mo? She merely wished to pursue her studies in peace. Why must it be so arduous? Jiang Nuan Nuan, cease your disingenuousness and admit that you are a thief." Just as Jiang Yin'er and Jiang Nan reveled in their perceived superiority, believing Jiang Nuan Nuan to be at their mercy, a deep and alluring voice interrupted. "Who dares to label her a thief?" Upon hearing the familiar tone, Jiang Nuan Nuan looked up in disbelief. A tall, striking man strode in, silhouetted against the light, his features chiseled and handsome, as if sculpted from stone. His narrow, cold eyes radiated an air of frigid authority. The oppressive aura he exuded compelled those present to approach with utmost reverence. "Mr. Mo, what brings you here?" Jiang Yin'er, upon spotting Mo Hanjin, felt a flicker of astonishment and resentment cross her features, petulantly calling out, "Uncle." Chapter 25. The purchase by the Mo family. Upon calling out uncle, Jiang Yin'er observed a visible furrow form in Mo Hanjin's brow, resembling the character for river. When the little child had previously referred to him as uncle, he found the title amusing and melodious. However, upon hearing Jiang Yin'er utter the same, an inexplicable wave of nausea washed over him. His gaze turned frosty as he thought, "Who is your uncle?" Jiang Yin'er stood frozen in embarrassment, stammering, I. With so many onlookers, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she wished desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide. Mo Hanjin ignored her completely, striding past her without so much as a sideways glance. Jiang Nuan spoke with deference. "Third master, Jiang Nuan Nuan stole my sister's necklace to purchase designer clothing and jewelry for herself, which is why we brought her here. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly and ensure that Jiang Nuan Nuan does not tarnish the Jiang family's reputation or affect the engagement between our two families." Mo Hanjin's icy eyes narrowed slightly, devoid of any emotion. His gaze bore down on Jiang Nuan, instilling a wave of cold sweat down his spine, causing him to avert his eyes. How could the third master of the Mo family be here? If he were to discover that the Jiang family had raised a thief, it might jeopardize Yin'er's engagement to the young master of the Mo family. All this was due to Jiang Nuan Nuan, that greedy and materialistic woman. Her actions nearly brought disgrace upon them. Mo Hanjin's cold voice broke the silence. "Which one is your sister?" Jiang Nuan hesitated. "This is my sister Yin'er. You should have seen her during your last visit to the Jiang family." Jiang Yin'er shyly stepped forward. "Third master, I caught a glimpse of you the last time you visited the Jiang family with Yunting. Since that encounter, she had etched the image of this celestial figure into her memory." Mo Hanjin scoffed, turning his attention to Jiang Nuan Nuan, and casually inquired, "And who is Jiang Nuan Nuan?" Jiang Nuan momentarily faltered. "She is the daughter of a relative of ours." Montag Hanyins Gaza Shoppent, an icy veneer covering his expression. "I advise you to choose your words carefully." Jiang Nuan, gripped by fear, lowered his head and reluctantly confessed, "She is my parents' biological daughter." Despite his desire to conceal this truth, he dared not lie in the presence of this formidable figure from the Mo family. Given the Mo family's overwhelming influence, it was likely they had already uncovered that Jiang Nuan Nuan was, in fact, the true heiress of the Jiang family. Continuing to hide would serve no purpose. Mo Hanjin regarded Jiang Nuan with a mocking glint in his eyes, as if amused by the unfolding drama. Behind him, Assistant Zhang feigned astonishment, remarking, "Your Jiang family is quite peculiar. To protect a false heiress, you would accuse the true heiress of being a thief?" Jiang Yin'er clenched her fists and retorted sharply, "We are not slandering her. Jiang Nuan Nuan is indeed a thief. Otherwise, where did her clothes and jewelry come from? After just a few days, she is adorned in the latest designer outfits and diamond accessories. The value of her ensemble is staggering, something even she could not afford. How could Jiang Nuan Nuan possess such things?" Mo Hanjin cast a cold glance at her, leisurely stating, "The Mo family purchased these for her. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Yin'er instantly flushed with indignation. What? Both she and Jiang Nuan were filled with astonishment, utterly unprepared to hear such words from the third master of the Mo family. It appeared that Jiang Nuan had secretly formed a connection with the Mo family. The Mo family had even bestowed upon her such extravagant jewels. Could it be that the chosen lady of the Mo family was, in fact, Jiang Nuan? Jiang Yuan glared at Jiang Nuan, her lower lip nearly bleeding from being bitten in resentment. Although Jiang Nuan was indeed the true heiress, having spent so many years in the village, she lacked any semblance of high society elegance. If the Mo family were to marry this village girl, wouldn't it be a source of ridicule? Jiang Yin'er shot Jiang Nuan a scornful look and, in a sycophantic tone, questioned, "Third master, Jiang Nuan grew up in the village. I've heard her adoptive parents are indolent and notorious within the community. Are you truly certain you wish to allow such a vain and superficial woman to enter the doors of the Mo family?" Mo Hanjin's lips curled into a thin smile, devoid of warmth. The Mo family's decisions are not for you to critique. Moreover, if I recall correctly, her adoptive parents happen to be your biological parents. Jiang Nuan positioned herself behind Mo Hanjin, emboldened by his support. Uncle is right. Since they are lazy and deceitful, it's only natural that Jiang Yener, as their biological daughter, inherits their excellent genes. This deliberate address of uncle was intended to provoke Jiang Yener and Jiang Nuan. Jiang Yener gritted her teeth, her long nails pointing accusingly at Jiang Nuan. You dare call him uncle too? Jiang Nuan raised her chin, resembling a proud little swan. I did call him that. What of it? They have bullied me for so long, and finally, someone stands up for me. Shun Ti, I seize the opportunity to retaliate. Jiang Yanar looked eagerly at Mu Hanyin, anticipating a sign of displeasure that would result in Jiang Nuan being cast out. However, Mo Hanjin sat leisurely, sipping tea, his movements delightfully graceful. One might think they were in the Mo family-esque garden. The most striking aspect was that Mo Hanjin displayed no discontent. Rather, he seemed to indulge Jiang Nuan's address, even allowing a hint of amusement to flicker in his eyes. Why did this wretched Jiang Nuan have the right to call him uncle when she herself could not? Mo Hanjin set down his teacup and instructed his assistant Jiang. You stay behind to assist with the investigation. As for Jiang Nuan, I shall take her with me. The police officer stood up and remarked, Mr. Mo, since the misunderstanding has been clarified, you may take her away. Jiang Nuan followed Mo Hanjin out of the police station with an air of self-assurance. Jiang Yener erupted in fury. Jiang Nuan stole my jewels, and you were just letting her go? Miss Jiang, you lack evidence. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. The officer replied, Assistant Jiang just presented us with the list of gifts from Brand, and everything Jiang Nuan is wearing was voluntarily sent to the Mo family without any suspicious circumstances. In the esteemed position of the Mo family, there is no need to personally traverse the marketplace for shopping. A mere word from the Mo family is sufficient for those lofty luxury brands to eagerly present their latest garments and jewelry at their doorstep. Even the Jiang family does not enjoy such privilege. Jiang Yener seethed with jealousy, her heart ablaze with indignation. Dear Sister Yener, let us return for now. We lack evidence this time, but next time Jiang Nuan Nuan steals, she shall not escape unscathed. Jiang Yener bit her lip, her expression one of delicate distress as she lamented. Second brother, what shall we do? It appears that the favored young lady of the Mo family is set to be replaced by Jiang Nuan Nuan. Master Mo, who holds absolute authority within the Mo family, would not permit her entry if he disapproves, and Mo Yunting would certainly not dare to oppose his wishes. Jiang Nuan reassured her, Yener, do not fret. I will certainly devise a plan for you. Everything that rightfully belongs to you shall not be usurped by Jiang Nuan Nuan. Jiang Yener responded with a grateful smile, throwing herself into Jiang Nuan's embrace. Second brother, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 26. Re-raising my wife just after exiting the police station. Jiang Nuan Nuan could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Mr. Mo, what brings you here? Mo Hanjin cast an amused glance in her direction and teasingly replied, You just called me uncle a moment ago. Why the sudden shift to Mr. Mo? This girl was truly amusing. When there was a matter at hand, she addressed him as uncle, but when the situation was resolved, he became Mr. Mo. Jiang Nuan Nuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, blinked and hastily redirected the conversation. You have yet to answer my question. Mo Hanjin succinctly replied, There was a minor issue with the project, and I came to handle some paperwork. Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded. Oh, I see. How fortunate that Mr. Mo had something to attend to. Otherwise, I might have ended up detained by the police today. What Mo Hanjin did not disclose was that the minor issue concerning the project did not necessitate his personal involvement. He had only dropped everything upon hearing from the driver that Jiang Nuan Nuan had been taken away by the police before even entering the school. In a low voice, Mo Hanjin inquired, Did the Jiang family make things difficult for you? Why didn't you call me? Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, responding timidly, I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't call. Mo Hanjin halted his steps, an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him, causing his tone to turn cold. Jiang Nuan Nuan, is this how you protect our child? Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her head in guilt, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I won't be so stubborn in the future. Mo Hanjin frowned. When faced with problems, you should call me. What do you think I bought you a phone for? Jiang Nuan Nuan obediently nodded, resembling a compliant quail. Mr. Mo, I will remember. However, Mo Hanjin, observing her docile demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. He preferred the way she had stood her ground at the police station, hands on her hips, fiercely confronting Jiang Yanji. That was the authentic her. According to child psychology literature, childhood traumas can haunt an individual for a lifetime. To heal someone, one must nurture their inner child anew. A fleeting glimmer of tenderness crossed Mo Hanjin's eyes as he took Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand, enveloping her icy fingers in his warm palm. He intended to care for his little wife as if she were a child once more. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Yanji had been unable to eat or sleep well for days, plagued by dreams of Jiang Nuan Nuan seizing everything she held dear. After failing to expel her from Jing University, Jiang Nuan Nuan would undoubtedly seek further opportunities to approach young Master Mo. This simply could not stand. She needed to devise a plan. Jiang Yanji dialed Mo Yunting's number. As soon as the call connected, an explosive melody burst forth from the other end, intermingled with a woman's sultry and flirtatious voice. Jealousy surged within Jiang Yanji, yet in order to retain Mo Yunting, she feigned a gracious demeanor. Yunting, I ran into Third Master the other day, and from what I gathered, he seems to want you to marry Jiang Nuan Nuan. Mo Yunting's voice dripped with disdain. What did you say? Marry that ugly village girl, Jiang Nuan Nuan? Absolutely not. Yunting, do you wish to meet with Third Master and have a sincere conversation with him? Mo Yunting furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat unnatural. Mo Hanjin was the person he feared most in this lifetime. The thought of approaching his uncle to plead for mercy was akin to courting death. Rest assured, I will clarify matters with the old master. My betrothed will always be you. I shall never marry Jiang Nuan Nuan. Mo Yunting pushed the woman in his arms away, exiting the bar to return directly to the Mo family estate. Compared to his uncle, he would rather plead with the old master, who, at least as his beloved grandson, would not be overly harsh on him. Grandfather, I have heard that third uncle wishes for me to marry Jiang Nuan Nuan. Please spare me. I have no desire to wed an unattractive woman. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? The old master of the Mo family was playing chess alone when he noticed Mo Yunting approaching and gestured for him to come over. Come here and play a couple of games with me. Mo Yunting was not one for chess. Grandfather, I have an engagement shortly. Chess is rather tedious. The old master idly toyed with the pieces, casting a casual glance at him. Once a formidable family patriarch, Mo Yunting dared not be too carefree in his presence and straightened up nervously. Mo Yunting, eager to please, replied, very well. I shall play a few games with you. Just as he reached for the jade chess pieces, the old master casually blocked his hand. No need for that. The old master's expression was indifferent, yet his tone conveyed a measure of authority. Marry whomever you wish. The Mo family shall not interfere, and your third uncle will not meddle either. He knows his own son well enough. Mo Hanjin is busy enough with the company, contending with numerous rivals and business battles. He has no time to concern himself with your matrimonial affairs. Even if you were to beg him, he would not bother with your private matters. Mo Yunting exhaled a sigh of relief, his face reflecting gratitude. That is good. As long as I am not forced to marry that ugly village girl, I shall be at ease. After Mo Yunting departed, the steward sighed and shook his head. The young master's temperament is far too unstable. He is nowhere near third master's caliber. The old master, with a satisfied smile, remarked, That rascal may frequently vex me, yet few can rival his temperament. From a young age, he has exhibited remarkable composure and stability, naturally suited to wield authority. Wait, what was the name of that girl Mo Yunting mentioned? Jiang Nuan Nuan, was it? The old master then snapped back to attention, discarding the jade chess piece in his hand, shattering it into several pieces. He slammed his hand on the table, his beard trembling with fury. Humph. This boy truly lacks discernment, daring to call my daughter-in-law unattractive. He wishes to marry, yet should he not glance in the mirror to see if he is worthy? Though that rascal is older with a cold temperament and lacking tenderness. What right does Mo Yun Ting have to compete for a wife? Nuan Nuan is such a beautiful and sweet girl. How dare he be so choosy? The steward gazed sorrowfully at the shattered chess pieces. Old master, please do not be angered. Your health is of utmost importance. Old Master Mo was so infuriated that he puffed his cheeks and glared, muttering, "That scoundrel has finally found a wife. If Mo Yunting dares to harbor any ill intentions towards his aunt, I shall not hesitate to break his legs." On a stormy day, chaos ensued in the Jiang household, due to the ailments that plagued Madame Jiang after childbirth. Her head would throb mercilessly whenever the winds howled or the rains poured. "Oh, my head aches terribly," she lamented, clutching her temples, her complexion pale and cold sweat beading on her brow. The rest of the Jiang family watched helplessly, their hearts heavy with concern. Did the painkillers prescribed by the doctor prove ineffective once more? Madame Jiang lacked even the strength to shake her head, leaning weakly against Jiang Qinggang as she spoke in a barely audible whisper. "It's futile, completely useless." She had sought help from countless physicians, yet the affliction from her confinement was not easily remedied. In that moment, the eldest Jiang brother recalled something. On the day of Yinner's birthday celebration, it had rained as well, yet their mother did not seem to suffer from a headache. Madame Jiang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of complexity. That evening, Jiang Nuan Nuan had prepared a nourishing soup for her and offered a gentle massage for a while, and afterward, her pain had subsided. For so many years, the stormy weather had deprived Madame Jiang of sleep. Yet on that particular occasion, when Jiang Nuan Nuan was present, she had enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Chapter 27. Brother Jiang's doubts. Upon mentioning Jiang Nuan Nuan, the atmosphere among the Jiang family grew somber. Jiang Tsongnan, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "Jiang Nuan Nuan has now allied herself with the Mo family, speaking to me with an air of disdain. She likely believes she can ascend to greatness, having turned her back on our Jiang family. After all, with the more affluent Mo family, who would still regard us with favor? A woman so enamored with wealth, like Jiang Nuan Nuan, surely has no desire to return to the Jiang family to assist Madame Jiang with mundane tasks, such as preparing soup and offer massages." Madame Jiang sighed, conceding, "Let it be. Do not seek her out. She will not concern herself with me." Jiang Dingbei, the eldest brother, disagreed, stating, "Mother, your illness is a direct result of her actions. How can she remain indifferent? Even if she does not come to brew the medicine herself, I can request her to write down the prescription. Surely, that is a reasonable request." Jiang Qing interjected, asking her to write down the prescription. "I find it hard to believe that a mere girl possesses any knowledge of effective remedies. It could merely be coincidence." Seeing the concern her family exhibited, Madame Jiang gratefully clasped their hands. "The pain is indeed unbearable, but I am thankful for your companionship." Jiang Tsongnan scoffed, "Our family's integrity is unblemished. Yet we have produced a disgrace like Jiang Nuan Nuan. The last time I had her detained, she had the audacity to accuse us of driving her away. It was she who stole, driven by jealousy towards Yinner, and yet she dares to blame us for favoritism. Truly a thankless wretch." Jiang Dingbei patted his brother's shoulder, advising, "Brother, do not burden mother with these matters. It would only add to her distress." However, Jiang Tsonan's words lingered in his mind. Why had Jiang Nuan Nuan claimed they had cast her out? Their family had been absent that day, and her lies could easily be exposed. Was there truly a need for such deceit? Jiang Nuan Nuan approached the dining table only to find Mo Hanjin absent. "Has Mr. Mo already left for the company?" she inquired. The servant shook his head, replying, "Madam, Mr. Mo did not return last night." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in surprise, causing her spoon to clatter into her bowl. "Mr. Mo stayed up the entire night?" "Indeed, it is said that the Mo group is quite busy, currently expanding into new markets, leaving Mr. Mo with much on his plate." As she sipped her bird's nest porridge, which she usually found delightfully creamy, today it bore no flavor. Suddenly, she recalled the last time she had ventured out for water at night, discovering Mr. Mo alone in the dimly lit living room, appearing profoundly lonely, as if the world had shut him out. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Nuan Nuan ventured, "Does Mr. Mo often suffer from insomnia?" "Yes, madam. Are you not aware? The servant's gaze held an oddity that caused Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks to flush. She had only shared a bed with Mo Hanjin for one night. In that evening, she had scarcely rested, having passed out in the latter half. As for whether Mo Hanjin suffered from insomnia, she had no true knowledge. Lowering her head, her ears burned with embarrassment. Ahem, I haven't paid much attention. Mr. Mo frequently experiences headaches and insomnia. He has consulted numerous doctors, yet there has been little improvement. Jiang Nuan Nuan inquired, has Mr. Mo ever consulted a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? The servant shook her head, indicating that he had not. By the way, Madam Mr. Mo asked Assistant Zhang to call home earlier, reminding you not to forget your folic acid and vitamins today. Yes, I will remember, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied. After finishing her meal, she took out a notebook and pen from her bag, swiftly jotting down a prescription. She tore the paper free and said, Aunt Phone, this is a medicinal recipe I learned from an elderly TCM practitioner. It can help regulate qi and blood and promote sleep. Could you please prepare it for Mr. Mo a few times to see if it yields any effect? Aunt Phone looked astonished. Madam, you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled shyly. I only know a few prescriptions by heart. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. I have merely scratched the surface. She owed her knowledge to that elderly practitioner, who generously shared decades of research with her for free. It was this experience that led Jiang Nuan Nuan to choose traditional Chinese medicine as her field of study. Aunt Phone gave her a thumbs up. Madam, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you can make Mr. Mo bloom like a cold tree. Jiang Nuan Nuan's face turned increasingly red. Aunt Phone, I must take my leave. She packed her pen into her bag and hurried out the door. The Mo residence was quite a distance from the school, and Mr. Mo had arranged for a dedicated driver to escort Jiang Nuan Nuan each day. Once in the car, her mind echoed with Aunt Feng's words. Mr. Mo blooming. The image of the indifferent Mo Hanjin surrounded by blossoms made Jiang Nuan Nuan chuckle softly. However, her good mood vanished the moment she spotted her elder brother from the Jiang family. She felt a deep aversion towards the Jiang family and wished to avoid any interaction with them. Attempting to feign ignorance, she walked past him. But Jiang Dingbei called out to her. Jiang Nuan Nuan, how long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Jiang Nuan Nuan ignored him. He then seized her wrist, his grip rough and impatient. Have you had enough? Mother nearly fainted from a headache yesterday, and you still wish to provoke her? Can't you be a little more considerate? Jiang Nuan Nuan turned to face him, her porcelain white face devoid of any expression, lacking the concern Jiang Dingbei expected. I have long been cast out by the Jiang family. Your mother's headache has nothing to do with me. Jiang Dingbei was taken aback. What did you say? When were you cast out? Wasn't it you who stole Yinner's things and left home out of guilt? Jiang Nuan Nuan observed the confusion on his face, sensing his feigned ignorance. When she was bullied by Jiang Yinner, the Jiang family always acted oblivious, turning a blind eye. I have no ties with the Jiang family anymore. Please do not disturb me again. With that, she pushed Jiang Dingbei's hand away and entered the school gate without looking back. Jiang Dingbei instinctively followed, but was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Non-students are not allowed to enter. Irritated, Jiang Dingbei replied, I am her elder brother. I have something to say to her. The gatekeeper glanced at Jiang Nuan Nuan and kindly inquired, Is she your elder brother? Jiang Nuan Nuan decisively shook her head, declaring, I do not know him. The elderly gatekeeper responded with a simple, all right, before slamming the door shut in front of Jiang Dingbei. The dust from the door struck Jiang Dingbei's face, causing him to cough violently. Jiang Nuan Nuan, you? Jiang Dingbei's face turned ashen with fury, yet his status prevented him from causing a scene at the university entrance. He watched as Jiang Nuan Nuan's figure blended into the crowd, feeling an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Wasn't Jiang Nuan Nuan's return to the Jiang family motivated by a desire for wealth and status? Yet, why had her expression been so resolute just now? It was as if she truly cared little for the Jiang family. Impossible. Even if she had aligned herself with the Mo family, she could not sever ties with the Jiang family. Without the identity of a Jiang family daughter, she was merely a rustic village girl. How could the Mo family ever allow her to enter their ranks? With a complicated expression in his eyes, Jiang Dingbei recalled Jiang Nuan Nuan's words and promptly dialed Jiang Yinner's number. Yinner, I have something to ask you. Were you at home the day Jiang Nuan Nuan ran away? Chapter 28. Isolated and helpless, a look of unease washed over Jiang Yinner's face. Elder brother, why do you suddenly ask this? She had just been to see Jiang Nuan Nuan, who claimed she had not run away of her own accord, but had been cast out instead. In a flurry of anxiety, Jiang Yinner paced back and forth, stamping her feet. You should return home first. I wish to speak with you face to face. As soon as Jiang Dingbei arrived home, Jiang Yinner rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elder brother, I apologize. I may have spoken harshly, and Nuan Nuan might have misunderstood, leading her to leave. Jiang Dingbei furrowed his brow. What did you say? Jiang Yinner, her face awash with tears, stammered, She took my things, and I merely reprimanded her. Who would have thought her temper was so volatile that she would leave without a word? Jiang Dingbei's expression shifted as a troubling realization dawned upon him. Jiang Nuan Nuan had no money. After leaving their home, where could she possibly go? The Jiang family had never offered her a single cent. If she had not stolen the necklace, she would possess not a penny. Was she to sleep on the streets? I shall call her foster parents to inquire, he stated. Jiang Dingbei had already blacklisted Jiang Nuan Nuan's foster family. Since they had reclaimed her, they had relentlessly contacted the Jiang family, concocting various excuses for money. He retrieved their number from the blacklist and dialed it. Jiang Yinner, filled with trepidation, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. On the other end of the line, the voices of the Jiang couple dripped with sycophancy. Jiang Shao, how wonderful to hear from you. That ungrateful girl, Nuan Nuan, has defied you. But you cannot simply cast her out. After all, she is your sister. How about this? I will go retrieve her and deliver her to you, bound and ready for you to vent your frustrations upon her, as if this incident never occurred. What do you say? The couple, lazy and opportunistic, had no desire to relinquish Jiang Nuan Nuan, their golden goose. As long as she was welcomed back into the Jiang family, they could swindle numerous benefits from her. They could not contend with the Jiang family of the capital, but surely a mere girl like Jiang Nuan Nuan would be easy to manage. A few sweet words to placate her, and if she remained obstinate, they would leverage their guardianship over her. Surely she would yield. Jiang Dingbei's eyes hardened. What did you say? Jiang Nuan Nuan was cast out by us? The voice on the line grew shrill. I personally witnessed a luxury car drop her off at the village entrance. Your family's steward was present as well. This has become the laughingstock of our village. How can that wretched girl be so disobedient? She truly is destined for a life of poverty, eschewing a life of privilege. On the phone, the Jiang couple continued to hurl insults at Jiang Nuan Nuan. They were deep in gambling debts, their son burdened with loans, and now creditors were knocking at their door, their entrance defiled with excrement. Their sole aspiration was to capture Jiang Nuan Nuan and return her to the Jiang family, extorting money from her. However, Jiang Dingbei had no desire to listen to their grievances and abruptly terminated the call. His cold gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yinner. Yania, what is the meaning of all this? On that day, you were alone at home while the rest of us were absent. Jiang Yinner appealed pelul, her gaze shifting nervously. Jiang Dingbei summoned the butler, questioning sternly, Uncle Wang, please explain the circumstances surrounding Jiang Nuan Nuan's expulsion. The butler instinctively glanced at Jiang Yinner, his expression hesitant. Jiang Yinner gritted her teeth and exclaimed with agitation, It's because Jiang Nuan Nuan provoked me first. She openly stated that she resented our parents and brother for abandoning her in the countryside, and that when she had the opportunity, she would take revenge on you all. She even said she would steal away Brother Yunting and everything that belongs to me. I was terrified at that moment, which is why I asked Uncle Wang to send her away. Jiang Dingbei turned to the butler. Uncle Wang, is this accurate? The butler bowed his head, obsequiously affirming. Miss Yinner speaks the truth. Jiang Nuan Nuan was indeed outrageous. She not only destroyed the gift that young Master M.O. had given to Miss Yinner, but also stole her necklace, uttering many disrespectful remarks. Miss Yinner has a good temper, but Jiang Nuan Nuan was exceedingly malicious, constantly cursing her. Thus, in a fit of anger, she insisted we expel Jiang Nuan Nuan. Jiang Dingbei's gaze sharpened, detecting the unease on both the butler's and Jiang Yinner's faces. Brother, you must believe me. Jiang Dingbei did not respond to her plea. merely rising coldly from his seat. We shall discuss this once our parents return. With a frigid expression, he brushed past Jiang Yinar and exited the room without a glance back. Later that evening, Jiang Dingbei recounted the incident to the rest of the Jiang family. Madame Jiang, visibly distressed, gasped, "What? After all my efforts in bringing her into this world, she harbors resentment against me and seeks revenge? How heartless!" Jiang Yinar, displaying her kindness and magnanimity, interjected, "Father, mother, it is all my fault. I enjoyed your love on behalf of Nuan Nuan. Let her direct her hatred towards me." Jiang's second brother abruptly stood, exclaiming, "How dare she? If Jiang Nuan Nuan dares to harbor hatred towards you, I will be the first to not forgive her." Jiang Qinggang tried to console. "Yinar, you were also a victim in the incident of the swapped children. Refrain from speaking such words in the future." "Yinar, given the gravity of this matter, why did you not inform us at the time?" Jiang Yinar's eyes filled with moisture, as if she had endured a profound injustice. "Father, mother," Jiang Nuan Nuan said, "so many outrageous things that I feared it would upset you, which is why I kept silent. I merely had someone return Jiang Nuan Nuan to her original home. She has lived there for 20 years and is accustomed to it. Is that truly excessive?" Jiang Qinggang sighed. "It is not excessive. That is indeed her home, where she grew up. Do not let your thoughts wander." Jiang Dingbei furrowed his brow, opening his mouth. "Since Jiang Nuan Nuan did not leave home voluntarily, should we consider bringing her back?" Madame Jiang rebuked. "What purpose would that serve? Did you not hear how she cursed both me and your father? It is evident she has harbored resentment. Why would we welcome such a person back?" Jiang Dingbei's proposal was unanimously rejected by the rest of the Jiang family. A wave of irritation surged within him, and he suddenly grasped the sentiment that Jiang Nuan Nuan must have felt in this household. In 4 words, it could be aptly described as isolated and unsupported. Everyone stood by Jiang Yinar, disregarding his perspective entirely. Jiang Dingbei said nothing and quietly rose to leave. Jiang Yinar gazed at his retreating figure, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. It was all her elder brother's fault for meddling, causing her to remain anxious throughout the afternoon. Fortunately, her family indulged her. However, if her brother remained ungrateful and insisted on reclaiming Jiang Nuan Nuan, he should not blame her for being ungracious. Jiang Yinar lowered her head, concealing the fleeting glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 29. Embraced by Mr. Mo and returned to bed the following day, as Jiang Nuan Nuan made her way to school. She once again encountered Jiang Dingbei. However, this time, he did not approach her to obstruct her path. Instead, he stood by the car, observing her from a distance. Chen Lingxian, curious, inquired, "Nuan Nuan, who is that person? He seems to be watching you intently." Jiang Nuan Nuan replied candidly, "He is the elder brother of Jiang Yinar, but he is not mine." Instantly, Chen Lingxian's expression shifted to one of disdain as she pulled Jiang Nuan Nuan away, as if fearing a contagion. "So he is a member of the Jiang family. Let us keep our distance. I wouldn't dare to make eye contact with a lunatic." For several consecutive days, Jiang Dingbei lingered at the entrance of Jing University, secretly observing Jiang Nuan Nuan. He suddenly realized that she was not quite as he had imagined. Jiang Nuan Nuan attended her classes punctually, accompanied only by her close friends, never once approaching any male student. If she truly intended to steal Mo Xiao's affections, shouldn't she take the initiative and devise ways to get closer to him? Furthermore, although her attire consisted of designer labels, it was understated, with logos meticulously concealed, clearly indicating her desire not to flaunt the garment's worth. What kind of person was she, truly? On one particular day, after Jiang Dingbei had parked his car at the university entrance, he was startled by 2 knocks on the window. Looking up, he was surprised to see Jiang Nuan Nuan. Gazing at her delicate porcelain face, he inexplicably felt a sense of kinship, prompting him to hastily lower the window. "Nuan Nuan, Jiang Nuan Nuan abruptly tossed a crumpled piece of paper into the car, her tone distant and frigid, as if he were merely a stranger. "Weren't you here for the prescription? I'll give it to you, but please do not interfere with my life again." Jiang Dingbei waited outside the school daily. As a young master of the Jiang family, his striking looks stirred considerable gossip. Many speculated about his relationship with Jiang Nuan Nuan, and some even wondered if the two harbored unspeakable secrets. Wishing to escape the torment of rumors, Jiang Nuan Nuan decided to confront Jiang Dingbei to clarify matters once and for all. After throwing the paper, she turned to leave. Jiang Dingbei hurriedly exited the car, urgently stating, "Nuan Nuan, was it Yinner who forced you out? Did you say anything about cursing our parents?" Jiang Nuan Nuan did not look back. Does it matter whether I did or not? During her time in the Jiang household, she had repeatedly explained that her intentions were not driven by the family's wealth. Yet, did the Jiang family believe her? In the eyes of those who do not trust you, no amount of explanation can silence their doubts. They will only perceive your words as mere excuses. Jiang Dingbei stood frozen in place. He unfolded the crumpled paper, revealing a clearly written herbal prescription for a nourishing soup. Uncertain whether to trust Jiang Nuan Nuan, he pondered the possibility that she might still harbor resentment and seek revenge against the Jiang family. He made a phone call to a doctor, asking for an assessment of the prescription to ensure it contained no harmful ingredients. "Young Master Jiang, where did you obtain this prescription? The proportions of the herbs are perfectly balanced, and their effects complement each other, posing no harm to the body." Relieved, Jiang Dingbei thought to himself that the next time his mother experienced a headache, he would prepare this nourishing soup for her. Mo Hanjin had prepared himself for a sleepless night, yet upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found it was already dawn. How long had it been since he enjoyed such a restful slumber? Every pore in his body felt at ease, and the heaviness in his mind had dissipated. As he emerged from his bedroom, he noticed the door of the adjacent room being pulled open from within. A girl clad in bunny pajamas stepped out, her eyes still glazed with sleep as she greeted him softly. "Good morning, Mr. Mo." The little girl's gaze was still dreamy, imbued with a thick veil of drowsiness. As she walked past him, Mo Hanjin playfully tugged at the fluffy tail of her pajamas. Jiang Nuan Nuan took a couple of steps before realizing she could not move any further. She sluggishly turned around to face him, her cheeks still flushed from slumber. "Mr. Mo?" Mo Hanjin, holding onto the plush bundle, thought to himself how adorably designed the outfit was, perfectly suited for Jiang Nuan Nuan. Clad in such attire, she resembled a soft and harmless little bunny, utterly endearing and irresistibly tugging at one's instincts to tease. His gaze drifted down to her delicate, bare feet, and his expression darkened instantly. Why was she running around without shoes? Jiang Nuan Nuan rubbed her eyes and glanced down, tilting her head as she murmured, I forgot." Her sleepy voice, tinged with a charming nasal tone, was both innocent and delightful. Having rested well the night before, Mo Hanjin felt invigorated and, with the vigor of a fresh morning, was stirred by her unintentional gestures. His gaze burned with intensity as he reached out, scooping her up effortlessly into his arms. Jiang Nuan Nuan instinctively attempted to struggle, only to be met with a playful slap on her backside. Mo Hanjin's voice was deep and authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. "Put on your shoes before coming out." The girl in his embrace fell silent. He carried her back to the bedroom, but as soon as he placed her on the bed, she rolled away like a spinning top to the opposite side. Mo Hanjin pressed his fingers to his temples, chuckling helplessly. Why run so far? Jiang Nuan Nuan's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, nearly as if she could bleed from embarrassment. Just moments ago, it seemed she had been spanked by Mr. Mo. Goodness, she had never been spanked in her life, let alone by a man. Shame and shyness washed over her, and Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lower lip, wishing to find a crevice in the wall to hide away. The girl appeared bashful, akin to a flower bud on the verge of blooming, exceptionally vibrant and alluring. Mo Hanjin swallowed hard, casting a heavy-lidded glance her way before turning to leave. "The floor is cold. Don't run out barefoot again." Exiting the little girl's room, Mo Hanjin shut the door behind him. The faint, sweet scent that had lingered finally vanished. He took a deep breath and made his way to the living room, where Aunt Fong was watering the flowers. She respectfully inquired, "Mr. Mo, for the past few days, I have prepared dinner according to the medicinal recipes given by Madam. How do you find it?" Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of medicinal recipes. The seemingly clueless little child can actually concoct remedies? Aunt Fong suddenly recalled something and felt a tinge of anxiety. "Indeed, I have yet to consult a physician. Should I seek one out?" She almost forgot that these affluent families place great importance on safety, and one must never use remedies of dubious origin casually. Aunt Feng was fearful that Mo Hanjin might take offense. However, to her surprise, he merely remarked, "There is no need for a consultation. The remedy is quite effective." He had faith that the child would not present him with a remedy of unknown provenance, and he firmly believed that the little one would never wish him harm. Aunt Feng exhaled in relief. "Then shall I continue to prepare the medicinal dishes to help you recuperate?" "MHM," he replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan Nuan had already donned her slippers and emerged. Mo Hanjin graciously pulled out a chair at the dining table for her, watching her with a composed demeanor. "It appears I underestimated you. You truly are a little miracle worker." Chapter 30. Mr. Mo's jealous kiss. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably as he teased her. She shyly scratched her face and replied, "I am no divine physician. I merely learned a few remedies from an elderly traditional Chinese doctor. He is truly remarkable, with many traveling great distances to seek his treatment. All sorts of complex ailments become trivial in his capable hands." Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is he that impressive?" Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, people refer to him as Dr. Zhou. He even claimed to have served as a military doctor, treating numerous influential figures. However, that is likely just drunken boasting." Mo Hanjin's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard of a military doctor named Zhou Tianwen. Coming from a family steeped in the healing arts, his skills were renowned, with many willing to pay handsomely for his services. Yet, how could such a distinguished physician be found in a small county's traditional medicine clinic? After finishing breakfast, Jiang Nuan Nuan noticed that Mo Hanjin showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat in the living room, seemingly waiting for someone. Curiously, she inquired, "Mr. Mo, are you waiting for someone?" Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze to her. "I am waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Today was the day of her prenatal checkup. "Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital." Mo Hanjin approached and took her hand. Jiang Nuan Nuan was momentarily stunned, her mind slow to process the gesture. She had assumed that, given Mr. Mo's busy schedule, he wouldn't have time to accompany her to the hospital. To her surprise, he remembered that today was the checkup day and carved out time from his hectic schedule to be with her. A warm current flowed through Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart, melting the chill within her. Although she understood that her marriage with Mr. Mo was temporary, and they might part ways once the baby was born, she would forever cherish the kindness he showed her during this time. "The results are excellent. There is nothing to worry about," Mo Hanjin announced as he stepped out with the report. Upon glancing up, he caught Jiang Nuan Nuan gazing longingly at the candied hawthorn across the street. Gently ruffling her hair, he asked, "Do you want some candied hawthorn?" Jiang Nuan Nuan licked her lips and quickly shook her head. "No, I don't want any." Mo Hanjin could see through her little deception. Moments earlier, her eyes had been fixated on the treat, and now she claimed disinterest. Jiang Nuan Nuan placed a hand on her small belly, fearing that indulging in street food might displease Mr. Mo. After all, she was a pregnant woman now, responsible for the life within her, and could not be too reckless. Mo Hanjin playfully pinched her soft cheek, leaning down to speak to her in a tone meant to soothe the child. "If you want to eat, just say so. We can ask Aunt Feng to make you some candied hawthorn when we get back. You needn't worry about it affecting the baby." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes brightened, sparkling more brightly than the stars above. "Really? Can I have a skewer?" "Of course," Mo Hanjin replied earnestly, his gaze steady and mature, exuding a profound sense of security. "Though you are currently expecting, you can still remain true to yourself. Who decrees that pregnancy necessitates the role of a mature mother? It is permissible to indulge in occasional whims." Upon hearing such words from Mo Hanjin, Jiang Nuan's heart was stirred, as if touched by a gentle hand. Never had anyone told her that she could be capricious and authentic. In her past, her adoptive parents and elder brother only urged her to be sensible and obedient, and her biological parents had similarly enforced such expectations. It dawned on her that only in the embrace of love does one possess the privilege of being willful. A pang of bittersweet emotion washed over Jiang Nuan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she instinctively averted her gaze. In doing so, She caught sight of a figure across the street, her expression one of sheer astonishment. It was Chun Lingxian, standing on the opposite side of the road. Chun Lingxian stared wide-eyed at Jiang Nuan and the man beside her. What had she witnessed? When had Nuan entered into a romantic relationship without her knowledge? Locking eyes with her best friend, Jiang Nuan suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over her, instinctively releasing Mo Hanjin's hand. What is the matter? Montak Hanyin in Kviot. A hint of curiosity in his voice. Jiang Nuan gestured towards the other side of the street, her voice barely above a whisper. I see my friend over there. In Chun Lingxuan's hands were freshly bought candied hawthorns, her hair tousled by the wind, strands sticking to the sugary treat. Yet, she paid no mind to her snack, her gaze fixed on Jiang Nuan with an expression of bewilderment. Who was that tall and handsome man who had seemingly captivated her dear friend? Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, gripping Jiang Nuan's chin, a shadow of displeasure creeping into his tone. Little one, is your husband truly so unpresentable? At the mere sight of an acquaintance, you hastily release his hand. How heartless! Jiang Nuan was compelled to meet his gaze, her doe-like eyes wide and flustered. I. As Mo Hanjin leaned closer, it felt to Jiang Nuan like an overwhelming wave of beauty striking her sensibilities. Her gaze involuntarily lingered on his lips, which were perfectly shaped, appearing cold and unyielding, yet promising the warmth of a tender kiss. How could she be lost in such thoughts at this moment? Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily dismissed these inappropriate musings. Blinking rapidly, she stammered, "Uncle, I didn't mean it that way." Mo Hanjin's towering presence enveloped her petite figure, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. His lips parted slightly, his voice a cool, magnetic drawl. "Oh, do you find me too old?" Jiang Nuan shook her head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Uncle, my best friend over there is unaware of my marriage. Could you assist me, please?" The mere mention of Chun Lingxian conjured a vision of a male classmate in Mo Hanjin's mind. His cold gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of discontent surfacing. Was that boy she brought along last time? Jiang Nuan was perplexed by the rapidity of his thoughts. After a moment of earnest contemplation, she nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Ling Xian wished to assist me in applying for a student loan. Thus, she sought out Senior Sure. The remainder of Jiang Nuan Nuan's words was forcefully swallowed by the man. The mere mention of the term senior ignited an uncontrollable fire within Mo Hanjin's heart. He grasped the girl's chin, and with an air of fury, pressed his lips against hers fiercely. His other hand enveloped the back of her head, leaving her no opportunity for escape. The man's kiss, relentless and suffocating, descended upon her, prompting Jiang Nuan Nuan to instinctively part her lips, passively submitting to the onslaught. Her small hands, which were pressed against his chest, gradually lost their strength and fell limp. Mo Hanjin enveloped her in his embrace, their bodies aligned perfectly, as he dominantly and forcefully claimed her mouth. Chapter 31. The sole heir of the Mo family after an interminable kiss, Jiang Nuan Nuan leaned against Mo Hanjin's embrace, her almond-shaped eyes hazy, gasping for breath. It was a close call. She had nearly been kissed into oblivion. Mo Hanjin's gaze lingered on her swollen lips, his thumb gently tracing the soft curve of her mouth, his eyes reflecting a hint of insatiable desire. How could it be that after years of austere self-discipline, this girl's mere presence shattered his resolve? What enchantment did she possess? Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, concealing the shadows in his eyes, suppressing the turmoil within him. "Get in the car. I shall escort you home. I need to make a trip to the company shortly." Jiang Nuan Nuan rubbed her flushed cheeks and climbed into the vehicle. No sooner had the car started than her phone erupted with notifications. Without needing to glance at the screen, she knew it was undoubtedly her best friend, Chun Lingxian, bombarding her with messages. How was she to explain this to Lingxian? It was giving her a headache. After dropping her off at home, Mo Hanjin proceeded to the company, seemingly preoccupied with pressing matters. Jiang Nuan Nuan, clutching her phone, hesitated for a moment before dialing Chun Lingxian's number. As soon as the call connected, she was met with Chun Lingxian's thunderous voice. "Jiang Nuan Nuan, when did you start dating? Who is that devastatingly handsome man?" You better spill the truth. Jiang Nuan Nuan winced at the volume, instinctively holding the phone at a distance. Lingxian, please let me explain. Fine, but you'd better clarify everything. I can't believe you would hide something so significant from me. It's truly disheartening. The two had been best friends for years, and yet she hadn't shared such a monumental event as romance. Chun Lingxian felt deeply wounded. Jiang Nuan Nuan recognized her misstep, yet the complexity of her situation made it difficult to articulate the entire truth. Lingxian, why don't you come over to my place? I'll explain everything in person and apologize. All right, send me your address. Jiang Nuan Nuan texted her address, only to be met with another astonished exclamation from her friend. Isn't this the most expensive villa area in the city? They say it's worth its weight in gold. When did you become so affluent? Ahem, I'm just temporarily residing here. Please hurry over. Chun Lingxian hailed a cab and rushed to the Mo family villa at breakneck speed. Standing at the entrance, she gazed in awe at the grandeur of the European-style mansion, the sprawling green lawns, and the fountain, her calves trembling with trepidation. Hey, Nuan Nuan, could you come out to greet me? I'm feeling a bit scared. Jiang Nuan Nuan chuckled. All right, just wait a moment. As soon as she opened the door, Chun Lingxian enveloped her in a tight embrace, nearly collapsing against her. Nuan Nuan, am I dreaming? How did you come to live in such an opulent mansion? Did the Jiang family finally have a change of heart and decide to compensate you with this house? But that can't be right. I've heard that living in this area requires not just wealth, but also top-tier power and connections. I doubt even the Jiang family has the qualification to purchase a villa here. Chun Lingxian, much like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, gazed around in awe, her exclamations of astonishment echoing through the opulent space. It is simply too extravagant. I could never dream of such grandeur. Is this truly a private residence? To maintain such a vast abode, how many servants must one employ? Jiang Nuan Nuan comprehended her astonishment entirely, recalling her own feelings of surreal disbelief upon first moving in. Lingxian, please take a seat. Allow me to explain everything in due course. Chun Lingxian perched cautiously on the leather sofa, too nervous to move. The decorations within the room exuded immense value, and she feared that her clumsiness might inadvertently damage something precious. Nuan Nuan, you must tell me, where exactly is this place? And who is that man? Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her gaze, revealing, that man is my uncle by marriage. What? Your uncle? You too. Chun Lingxian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression betraying an explosion of confusion. Jiang Nuan Nuan quickly waved her hands. You misunderstand. We are not related by blood. Chun Lingxian's emotions swung like a pendulum, nearly overwhelming her. Oh, you frighten me. Nuan Nuan, just tell me everything at once. My heart can hardly bear it. Blushing, Jiang Nuan Nuan clarified. He is the uncle of Jiang Yinner's fiancé. During Jiang Yinner's birthday banquet, I was drugged and ended up spending night with him. To my surprise, I became pregnant afterward. Mr. Mo is willing to take responsibility for the child and brought me here, providing care and even covering my tuition. Chun Lingxian stared wide-eyed at Jiang Nuan Nuan's abdomen. Are you saying you are carrying the child of the Mo family's patriarch? You're pregnant? Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, shamefacedly nodding. Yes. Chun Lingxian tentatively reached out her hand. May I touch it? Upon receiving Jiang Nuan Nuan's consent, she gently placed her palm on her friend's belly. Though Jiang Nuan Nuan's abdomen remained flat and unremarkable, Chun Lingxian felt a profound shock within her. This was the bloodline of the Mo family. Ever since discovering that Jiang Nuan Nuan's biological parents were from the Jiang family, Chun Lingxian had diligently educated herself on the prominent families within the capital. The name of the wealthiest individual in the capital was certainly well known to her. Chun Lingxian had thought such matters were far removed from her life. She never imagined her dear friend would be carrying the child of a powerful figure in the capital. You are pregnant with the heir of the Mo family? The man I saw outside was indeed the patriarch? Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded, then shook her head. Today, Mr. Mo accompanied me to my prenatal checkup, so the man you saw was indeed him. However, the child I bear may not qualify as the heir of the Mo family, as I am merely an uncherished daughter of the Jiang family, too lowly to match the Mo family status. Chun Lingxian grasped her hand. Nuan Nuan, you truly are a foolish girl. Everyone knows Mr. Mo's reputation for virtue and his disinterest in women. He is often referred to as the bodhisattva in private circles. He is surrounded by no women. Your child is his only lineage. In the future, if your child does not inherit the Mo family, who else will? What Chen Lingxian articulated was something Jiang Nuan Nuan had never contemplated. Her sole desire was to have the opportunity to bring her baby into the world, and that alone sufficed for her. As for the opulence and splendor of the Mo family, she dared not covet nor desire it. Lingxian, I understand that you speak these words out of concern for me, yet all I wish for is for my child to grow up healthy and safe. Everything pertaining to the Mo family is irrelevant to me. Chen Lingxian sighed. You make a valid point. I may have been overly simplistic in my thoughts. Previously, when you returned to the Jiang family, you endured so much hardship without anyone to support you. If the Jiang family is so fraught with turmoil, one can only imagine the complexities of the Mo family, a top-tier aristocracy steeped in tradition. One misstep could lead to perilous consequences, leaving one unaware of their own demise. It is not merely a matter of whether the Mo family acknowledges Jiang Nuan Nuan's unborn child, even if they choose to recognize it, given their immense power and influence. It will be effortless for them to engage in clandestine affairs. Aspiring to ascend through mere pregnancy is not so simple. Chapter 32. Enjoying time with my best friend, Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled and said, Indeed, I have no desire to involve myself in these matters. Once the child is born, my mission will be accomplished, and I shall depart from the Mo family to lead my own life. Chen Lingxian hugged her with a hint of sympathy. Nuan Nuan, you truly have faced many challenges. She had initially believed that Jiang Nuan Nuan was exceptionally fortunate to conceive the child of the third master of the Mo family, thinking that with this child, she would ascend to the pinnacle of life. She eagerly anticipated the astonished and regretful expressions of the Jiang family when the time came. Jiang Nuan Nuan chuckled nonchalantly. I am quite content with my current situation. Here, no one bullies me, and Aunt Feng and the others take great care of me, allowing me to focus on bringing my child into the world. Moreover, Mr. Mo treats me very well, and I believe he will be a responsible and caring father in the future. Chen Lingxian smiled. You have a point. Let us not dwell on the future, but rather enjoy the present. At least Nuan Nuan can reside in a luxurious house, no longer cramped in that small, coffin-like storage room. Who knows, as time passes, she might develop genuine feelings for the third master of the Mo family, and they could truly be together. Nuan Nuan, I am particularly eager to see the expressions on Jiang Yen'er and the Jiang family's faces once they learn of all this. She laughed heartily. They would be anxiously watching Mr. Mo, fearing that Jiang Nuan Nuan might usurp Jiang Yen'er's engagement. Little did they know that Nuan Nuan had no interest in that extravagant Mr. Mo, compared to the principled and virtuous third master of the Mo family. What was Mo yunting? It was a decision even a fool could make. Jiang Nuan Nuan covered her mouth. Shoo, I have only confided in you about this. You must keep it a secret. I do not wish to trouble Mr. Mo, rest assured. I shall not speak of it. I was merely indulging in a fanciful thought. Chen Lingxian warned. What if this news gets out and provokes the notoriously unpredictable third master of the Mo family? Wouldn't Nuan Nuan find herself in a precarious situation? She would never betray her best friend. Soon, it was time for dinner, and Jiang Nuan Nuan insisted that Chen Lingxian stay and dine with her. Chen Lingxian shivered. Nuan Nuan, I dare not. I fear the third master will be displeased with me. Do not worry. Mr. Mo is not as intimidating as you think. He is quite kind. Chen Lingxian forced a smile. Are you certain? She had a friend entrenched in the elite circles and had heard numerous tales of the third master of the Mo family's formidable reputation. He was known to be ruthless and compassionate towards no one. Those who inadvertently crossed him could only hope for their own good fortune. Jiang Nuan Nuan found it amusing. Really, Mr. Mo is not that fearsome. It's merely the exaggerations of others. He is genuinely responsible, attentive, and dependable, with just a hint of fierceness on rare occasions. Lingxian, stay and enjoy dinner. Mr. Mo has matters to attend to at the company and may not return tonight. Upon hearing that Mo Hanjin would not be home, Chen Lingxian finally relaxed. Then I shall stay. It has been quite some time since we last dined together. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Upon seeing an array of exquisite dishes, Chun Lingxian swallowed hard. Warm, do you indulge in such lavish meals regularly? Bird's nest, shark fin, ginseng soup, and even the emperor crab that I have never laid eyes on before. Chun Lingxian took a sip of the soup. So delicious it nearly made her leap up in applause. This must be prepared by a top chef, right? The flavor is simply exquisite, akin to what I have seen at state banquets on television. Jiang Nuan Nuan, sipping her porridge, replied with a smile. I have no idea where this chef was sourced from. All I know is that it pleases my palate, and I simply relish the feast. You are absolutely right. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Let us boldly indulge in this culinary delight. I shall not hold back. After the meal, Chun Lingxian felt her belly swell with satisfaction. What bliss! I have never experienced a meal this delectable. Lingxian, come with me. Jiang Nuan Nuan led Chun Lingxian to her bedroom, and upon opening the wardrobe door, it was nearly blinding for Chun Lingxian. You may pick any bags, jewelry, or perfumes from here. Chun Lingxian pointed at herself in disbelief. You wish to gift me something? No, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept. Each item within was worth 6 to 7 figures. How could she dare accept such costly gifts? Rest assured, I have already spoken with Mr. Mo, and he has permitted me to freely dispose of these items. Jiang Nuan Nuan cooed, wrapping her arm around Chun Lingxian's in a soft, affectionate manner. With so many accessories and bags, I cannot possibly use them all. New ones will arrive next week. Please help me share the burden. Stepping into the wardrobe, Chun Lingxian gazed at the opulence surrounding her and shook her head in awe. Nuan, to be honest, I wouldn't dare shop like this even at a 2 yuan store. This necklace would undoubtedly suit you. Do try it on. Jiang Nuan Nuan selected a necklace and eagerly adorned Chun Lingxian's neck. Upon glancing in the mirror, Chun Lingxian felt like a sparkling, runaway princess. Now try on this ring, and this handbag as well. Jiang Nuan Nuan stuffed Chun Lingxian's hands with an abundance of jewelry, causing her neck to bear the weight of several chains. Nuan, let my neck rest for a moment, Chun Lingxian chuckled. Jiang Nuan Nuan could hardly contain her delight. All right, I'm simply too exhilarated. I have always dreamed that if I ever struck it rich, I would first treat my best friend to a wonderful experience. Today, I have finally realized that dream. How could I not be joyous? Chun Lingxian caressed the jade ring on her finger, exclaiming, Is this the joy of having a best friend ascend to great heights? I feel so fortunate. An hour later, the bedroom door swung open, and Jiang Nuan Nuan peeked her head out. Aunt Feng, I wish to make candied hawthorn. Could you assist us in preparing the ingredients? Aunt Feng smiled kindly, madam. Please wait a moment. I will gather everything you need. As the servants brought in the fruits and syrup, Jiang Nuan Nuan and Chun Lingxian began threading the hawthorn, simultaneously enjoying the sweet treat. The two friends laughed and chatted, playing together until late into the night. I can no longer endure. I am utterly exhausted and must return home. It is far too late. Why not stay here and share a night's rest with me? Chun Lingxian shook her head repeatedly, insisting, No, if I do not return, my parents will break my legs. Jiang Nuan arranged for a driver to escort Chun Lingxian home. Before entering the vehicle, Chun Lingxian grasped Jiang Nuan's hand and whispered, Nuan, you have endured so much hardship. I truly hope that you can find happiness from now on. You deserve to be cherished as a beloved daughter. At that moment, Chun Lingxian felt an unexpected gratitude towards the legendary master Mo San, appreciating how he had cared for her dear friend. Nuan had suffered greatly in the past. She needed someone to provide her with the finest and most indulgent life, to heal her wounds properly. Jiang Nuan felt a surge of emotion, her nose tinged with warmth. Yet she could not help but smile. All right, take your gift with you. We shall continue our gossip tomorrow at school. Chapter 33. The Sweetness of Childhood One Evening. Upon returning home, Mo Hanjin was greeted by the sight of 2 skewers of candied hawthorn on the table. Aunt Feng explained, Today, Madam's friend visited, and she personally made these candied hawthorns, specifically instructing me to set them aside for you to enjoy after work. Mo Hanjin pressed his fingers to his brow, and upon hearing this, he lifted his gaze to the dining table. Madam is unaware of your aversion to sweets. Shall I remove the candied hawthorns? He blurted out. Aunt Feng looked at him in surprise as he approached the table, casually inquiring, "How has she been today?" Madam has been in splendid spirits today, engaging in laughter and play with Miss Chun all day, her dimples never fading from her cheeks, Aunt Feng replied. Remembering Jiang Nuan Nuan's radiant smile, Mo Hanjin felt a portion of his fatigue dissipate, as if warmed by a gentle sun, softening even the hardest of hearts. Alone in the living room, Mo Hanjin picked up the candied hawthorn made by Jiang Nuan Nuan. The translucent sugar coating appeared quite enticing. He took a bite, only to grimace at the tartness. After a moment of silence, he sampled a strawberry, which was even more sour than the previous piece. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl had deliberately chosen the sourest strawberries to exact revenge for his impulsive kiss on the street. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he bit into the last strawberry. Though the treats were quite tart, her lips were undeniably sweet. In recent days, Madame Zhang's headaches had become increasingly frequent, and despite several visits to the hospital, her condition showed no improvement. Jiang Dingbei recalled Jiang Nuan Nuan's remedy and instructed a servant to prepare a bowl of soup from the recipe to present to Madame Jiang. After 2 or 3 days of consumption, her headaches significantly subsided. "Where did you find such an effective remedy?" Madame Jiang queried in front of the entire family. Jiang Dingbei candidly replied, "This is a prescription given to me by Nuan Yuan." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jiang family shifted, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Madame Jiang paused, her frown deepening. "This prescription is from Nuan Yuan? Did you not consult a doctor before bringing it to me?" "I consulted the physician. This prescription is perfectly fine," Jiang Dingbei reassured her. Madame Jiang pursed her lips, placing the remaining half bowl of soup on the table, refusing to take another sip. Jiang Yin'er, with a scheming glint in her eye, remarked, "Sister has lived in the countryside all her life. Where could she possibly acquire such a remedy? However, I have heard that her teachers at school are renowned practitioners of traditional medicine. Could it be that she pilfered this recipe from them?" Jiang Tsongnan scoffed. "If she could steal your necklace, she could very well steal a remedy from a teacher. A dog cannot change its nature. I fear she is destined to be a thief for life." Jiang Dingbei interjected, "Father, mother, why don't we invite Nuan Yuan to our home and inquire about the origin of her remedy?" His perception of Jiang Nuan Yuan had softened somewhat. He no longer viewed her as the materialistic person he had once imagined. He wished to bring Jiang Nuan Yuan back home to thoroughly assess her character and determine whether she was worthy of being a member of the Jiang family. "Mrs. Jiang did not even raise her eyelids, coldly remarking, "Even if you wish to bring her back, she may not be inclined to return. She is currently at school, parading before Mo Xiao every day. How could she possibly regard our Jiang family?" Jiang Dingbei had no retort and turned to leave the room. Jiang Yin'er glanced at the prescription on the table, her gaze flickering as an idea took root in her mind. Rumors began circulating around the campus of Jing University. "Have you heard? That Jiang Nuan Yuan, who used to seduce men, has even stolen the treasured prescription of an old professor. Is that true? Those old professors in our academy. Every prescription they possess is worth a fortune. If she dares to steal this, she'll surely end up in prison. What kind of prescription did she steal? It wouldn't be something for treating a venereal disease, would it? Ha ha! Who told her to be so morally loose? She can't survive without a man." Not long ago, Jiang Dingbei had been waiting every day at the entrance of Jing University for Jiang Nuan Yuan. Many had witnessed this scene, leading to speculation among students about whether Jiang Nuan Yuan had ensnared yet another man. "Mo Xiao, this woman looks incredibly pure. She must be to your taste." Mo Yunting grew intrigued and leaned closer to observe the man's phone. "What does she look like? Let me see." Upon seeing the image of a girl in a flowing white dress, an expression of astonishment crossed Mo Yunting's face. He was so captivated that the cigarette he held burned down to his fingers without him noticing. The girl, devoid of makeup, had a delicate face as pale as jade. Her neck and wrists tender and youthful, reminiscent of fresh lotus roots, both refreshing and pure. She was precisely the type Mo Yunting favored. With a slightly hoarse voice, he inquired, "Where did this photo come from?" "She's a new student at our university this year, and quite the sensation. I've seen several posts about her recently." A nearby individual glanced at Jiang Nuan Yuan's picture and disdainfully remarked, "Better not get involved. This woman is not trustworthy. I've heard she even seduced her sister's fiancé." And those designer brands she wears are all funded by men. The most troubling part is that she seems to be promiscuous, having contracted a venereal disease. Such a wanton woman does not deserve Mo Xiao. Mo Yunting felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he downed his drink in one gulp. Damn it, I finally find a beautiful, innocent girl, and it turns out she is a loose woman. Mo Xiao, don't be upset. Next time I'll find you someone even better. I assure you, she'll be more beautiful. As the gossip spread throughout Jing University, the faculty summoned Jiang Nuan Nuan to the office. Upon her entrance, a male teacher pointed at her, launching into a tirade. Where did you steal this prescription? It is a family secret of Professor Zhou S., and it cannot be purchased on the market. An elegant old man with a white beard nearby waved his hand with a smile. Professor Fong, let us not jump to conclusions. Whether it was stolen is still uncertain. How could it not be stolen? The ratios of every single ingredient are identical, down to the last gram. Professor Zhou, she surely visited your office and pilfered your prescription. Jiang Nuan Nuan stood amidst the crowd, composed and unyielding, her gaze clear and penetrating. Her slender frame was held erect, and her voice was melodious yet resolute. I have never set foot in Professor Zhou's office, nor have I stolen his prescription. Teacher Fong regarded her with disdain, questioning. Then do enlighten us on how you acquired this prescription. I have conducted my inquiries, and your family comprises ordinary farmers with no medical background. Moreover, they are notorious for their gambling habits. What kind of exemplary student can emerge from such a household? Chapter 34. Professor Zhou takes a disciple. Jiang Nuan Nuan did not respond to his inquiry, but instead turned her gaze towards Professor Zhou. After observing his face for a moment, her brow gradually furrowed. Is this prescription a family heirloom of the Zhou clan? Before Professor Zhou could utter a word, the earlier teacher, Fong, rebuked loudly. How dare you address Professor Zhou in such a manner? He is a master of traditional Chinese medicine, one of the finest in the country. If it weren't for his benevolence in teaching at Jing University, you would not even deserve to lay eyes on him in your lifetime. Professor Zhou appeared somewhat displeased. Enough, Teacher Fong. My background has no bearing on this matter. Please refrain from mentioning it. He was indifferent to such hollow accolades. His sole curiosity lay in the origins of this prescription. Jiang Nuan Nuan fixed her gaze on Professor Zhou, asserting, however, this prescription was imparted to me by my master. It cannot possibly be a family legacy of yours. Teacher Fong rolled his eyes, a scornful expression overtaking his face. Your master? Who might that be? Jiang Nuan Nuan replied clearly, my master's name is Zhou Tianwen. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Teacher Fong, who had been so animated moments before, now wore a complexion ashen, like a chicken caught by the throat, rendered speechless. Professor Zhou's eyes burned with intensity as he inquired eagerly, what did you say? Who is your master? My master is Zhou Tianwen, an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor from my area. To Jiang Nuan Nuan's astonishment, Professor Zhou abruptly rose and approached her. When did you become his disciple? Where is he now? Jiang Nuan Nuan's expression soured as she shook her head. My master has long passed away. Professor Zhou seemed to be struck by a tremendous blow, his body swaying as if he might collapse. His students hurried to support him. Professor, are you all right? Professor Zhou closed his eyes, a look of weariness and regret clouding his features. Had I known this would come to pass, I should have heeded his words back then. Jiang Nuan Nuan, puzzled, asked Professor Zhou, do you know my master? Professor Zhou offered a bittersweet smile. Not merely acquainted, your master is my own brother. He was the true paragon of traditional Chinese medicine. Many of our family's prescriptions have been refined by him. Teacher Fong rushed forward, flustered Professor Zhou. You mustn't believe her fabrications. This student has a notorious reputation, often consorting with men. How could she possibly be your brother's disciple? The renowned Zhou Shenshi, a figure of unparalleled skill in medicine, would never take a reckless village girl as his apprentice. It's absurd. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed with anger. Believe it or not, I am indeed a disciple of Zhou Shenshi, and this prescription was bestowed upon me by him. Professor Zhou's expression darkened. Leave. Teacher Fong, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared. Did you hear that? Professor Zhou told you to get out. Don't spread your lies anymore. You look like a fool. Professor Zhou pointed at Teacher Fong. I said, "Get out." Teacher Fong's smile froze, and in a fit of exasperation, he protested, "Professor Zhou, you can't possibly believe her nonsense. She is no ordinary university student. Her thoughts are manifold." Professor Zhou's expression grew colder. "Is she not the disciple of my elder brother? I have my ways of discerning that, and I do not require your incessant chatter." With a stern demeanor, Professor Zhou compelled Teacher Fong to exit reluctantly. Before leaving the classroom, he turned back and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nuan Nuan. "Just wait. This girl is undoubtedly insincere, and her words are surely lies. Sooner or later, the truth will be unveiled. Could you share more with me about my elder brother?" Professor Zhou personally drew a chair for Jiang Nuan Nuan to sit down. Surprised and slightly flattered, Jiang Nuan Nuan noticed the sadness etched on Professor Zhou's face, which inexplicably touched her heart. The others vacated the classroom, leaving only Jiang Nuan Nuan and Professor Zhou in the room. She began recounting her past experiences at the traditional medicine clinic and some stories involving the venerable Master Zhou Tianwen. Professor Zhou removed his glasses and wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. "Initially, my elder brother aspired to publicly reveal all the Zhou family's prescriptions for the benefit of society. However, I feared that these secret remedies might be exploited by foreign powers. Hence my persistent opposition. This divergence of views led to a fierce argument, after which my elder brother departed from the Zhou family and wandered the world. If I do not know his whereabouts." Jiang Nuan Nuan sighed, acknowledging that both you and my master have valid perspectives. The two brothers were genuinely concerned for society and the common people, embodying the true essence of benevolent healers. Jiang Nuan Nuan remained uncertain about who was right or wrong. "Nuan Nuan, my elder brother wishes to accept you as his disciple, which reflects your innate talent," Professor Zhou remarked. "I happen to be in need of a direct disciple. Would you be willing to study under me and carry forward the legacy of the Zhou family's medical practices?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Professor Zhou, you wish to take me as your disciple? But you are renowned worldwide, and I am merely an ordinary university student. So many aspire to be your direct disciples. Why have you chosen me? If I could indeed study under Professor Zhou, the envy and admiration from others would be immeasurable." Professor Zhou smiled warmly. "If my brother can accept you as a disciple, then why cannot I?" Jiang Nuan Nuan scratched her head, recalling that when she first accepted the venerable Master Zhou as her teacher, she had no inkling of his esteemed status. Had she known of his remarkable prowess, she would have hesitated to take him as her mentor. "Then it is settled. Rest assured, my teachings will not fall short of my elder brother's. You will be the disciple of both of us, destined for greatness." Professor Zhou exclaimed with laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Nuan Nuan knelt down on the spot to perform the disciple's bow. "Master, my dear disciple." Professor Zhou assisted her to her feet, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He and his elder brother had competed their entire lives, yet fate had brought them to accept the same disciple. After all, they were merely passing on the family's medical heritage. They were indeed one family. "My expectations are quite stringent, even more so than my brother's, so be prepared mentally." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with determination. "Yes, master." The news of Professor Zhou accepting Jiang Nuan Nuan as his disciple stunned everyone at the school. Professor Zhou has not taken on a disciple for many years, and he has seldom accepted students. Yet, he has surprisingly taken Jiang Nuan Nuan under his wing as his apprentice. This signifies a remarkable ascent for Jiang Nuan Nuan, with the title of Professor Zhou's disciple. Who would dare to underestimate her in the future? I have heard that the affluent families in the capital city must prepare substantial gifts and personally visit to invite Professor Zhou for consultations. The connections that Professor Zhou has cultivated over the years will undoubtedly benefit Jiang Nuan Nuan. Although Professor Zhou has many students, the distinction between students and disciples is profound. Jiang Nuan Nuan is now his sole disciple, and in the future, she will be the exclusive heir to the Zhou family's medical legacy. How fortunate she is, so fortunate that it evokes envy. Chapter 35. Mr. Mo's gift. Mr. Mo, the tables have turned. The girl you were interested in last time has now been taken as a disciple by Professor Zhou. Mo Yunting expressed a hint of surprise, Professor Zhou, the geographer? Indeed. Who else could it be? He is the honorary president of our school, renowned for his medical expertise. Numerous affluent individuals have spent vast sums seeking his consultation. Mo Yunting stroked his chin, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes. I didn't expect her to be quite impressive. Send me her photograph. I'll have someone look into her background. Upon receiving the image from his friend, Mo Yunting casually set it as his wallpaper. The girl possessed a pure and sweet demeanor, and gazing at her daily brightened his mood considerably. Mr. Mo, do you not care about those rumors? Mo Yunting scoffed lightly. What is there to care about? If she were truly an unsavory character, would Professor Zhou take an interest in her? While others may not have interacted with Professor Zhou, he had. Professor Zhou, a close friend of his father, often played chess with him. Men of their stature are astute, discerning character with precision, and hold high standards for those around them. Surely, a woman of questionable morals would not catch their eye. Thus, Mo Yunting concluded that this girl in the white dress must possess commendable qualities. Mr. Mo, Miss Jiang has arrived. Jiang Yin'er entered the private room with a smile, wrapping her arms around Mo Yunting's waist. Mr. Mo, I tried calling you. Why didn't you answer? Mo Yunting's tone was impatient. I didn't see it. He subtly pushed Jiang Yin'er away, creating distance between them. Jiang Yin'er's expression shifted as she caught sight of his new wallpaper, prompting her to stand abruptly. Mr. Mo, you. Mo Yunting looked at her with curiosity. What is the matter? Do you have an issue with my new wallpaper? Jiang Yin'er's face darkened, her nails digging into her palms. No issue. She forced herself to regain composure and sat back down on the sofa. Mo Yunting was oblivious to the fact that the girl in the photograph was Jiang Nuan. Had he known, he would likely have questioned her about why Jiang Nuan had appeared so unattractive during her time with the Jiang family. Jiang Yun'er musste an unseitlich smile. Mr. Mo, who is this girl? Mo Yunting casually rotated his phone, stating nonchalantly, I forgot to ask her name. Why are you so concerned? You are merely my fiancé, not the lady of the Mo family yet. Even if Jiang Yin'er were to become the matriarch of the Mo family, it would not restrain him. A wife of equal status at home, accompanied by a few pure and sweet girlfriends outside. This was the ideal life Mo Yunting envisioned. Before so many witnesses, hearing Mo Yunting speak thus nearly shattered Jiang Yin'er's fa of gentility. Clenching her teeth, she replied, Mr. Mo, I will not interfere in your personal affairs. However, this girl does not seem to possess a favorable countenance. If you're to find a girlfriend, it would be best to consider someone else. Mo Yunting forcefully pushed her away, retorting, You need not meddle. As Jiang Yin'er exited the bar, she immediately called her loyal admirer to inquire about Jiang Nuan's situation. Yin'er, I am at a loss as to what transpired. Initially, I followed your advice and spread rumors about Jiang Nuan Nuan stealing the medicinal formula, which circulated throughout the school. However, Professor Zhou, for reasons unbeknownst to me, unexpectedly took Jiang Nuan Nuan as his apprentice. She has now become the sole disciple of Professor Zhou, rendering the previous rumors untrustworthy. Jiang Yin'er could hardly believe her ears. What? Jiang Nuan Nuan has become Professor Zhou's apprentice? How could that be? She is merely a village girl raised in the countryside, utterly unremarkable. How could she possibly catch the eye of Professor Zhou? With a long-standing friendship between Professor Zhou and Elder Mo, Jiang Nuan Nuan's assent to such connections would allow her to ingratiate herself with the Mo family. What if by some chance, Elder Mo is persuaded by her and consents to her marrying young Master Mo? Jiang Yin'er's face twisted in anger as she hurled her Chanel bag into the trash. That wretched girl. How could she always be so fortunate? Upon being accepted as Professor Zhou's disciple, Jiang Nuan Nuan immediately thought to call Teacher Wang to share this delightful news. Teacher Wang, how is your recovery? I have wonderful news to share. Teacher Wang's warm voice came through. I am recovering quite well. I should be discharged in a couple of days. Nuan Nuan, what is the good news? Are you familiar with Professor Zhou from Peking University? He has decided to take me as his apprentice. Teacher Wang was a mix of surprise and joy. Really? The esteemed Professor Zhou, renowned nationwide and a descendant of a celebrated family of healers? Nuan Nuan, it is truly remarkable that you have become his disciple. I am so proud of you. Jiang Nuan Nuan chatted with teacher Wang for several minutes, but fearing it might impede her teacher's rest, she reluctantly ended the call. Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart was still brimming with excitement, and she couldn't help but pace back and forth. Aunt Feng, concerned she might tire herself, gently guided her to sit down. "Madam, do take it easy. Do not forget that you are a child." Aunt Feng said with a hint of amusement, "Madam, is there a joyful occasion today?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly smiled. "Indeed, I have some good news." Sitting in the living room, she propped her chin on her hand, contemplating whether to share this momentous event with Mr. Mo. It was such splendid news, and she yearned to share it with him. Yet she feared he might not be interested. After much deliberation, Jiang Nuan Nuan was still troubled. When Mo Hanjin returned from the office, he found her lost in thought at the table. He waved his hand before her eyes. "Little one, what delightful matter has captivated your attention so?" Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked in surprise, realizing he had returned home, and her eyes brightened. "Mr. Mo, you're back from work." "Indeed." Mo Hanjin seated himself beside her, observing her leisurely. "What were you pondering just now?" Jiang Nuan Nuan hesitated, biting her lip for a moment before softly saying, "Mr. Mo, I have some delightful news to share with you." Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "What is it?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned closer to him. "I have been accepted as Professor Zhou's apprentice. Henceforth, I shall learn advanced medical techniques and be able to heal more people." Mo Hanjin's eyes widened in surprise, and he remarked with admiration, "You are truly remarkable." Jiang Nuan Nuan proudly puffed out her small chest, her expression tinged with a hint of arrogance, playful and adorable. Indeed, as Mo Hanjin observed her proud demeanor, the corners of his mouth instinctively curled into a wider smile. According to child psychology, when a child is eager to share her joyous moments, it signifies that she has begun to regard you as one of her own. In other words, does this mean that he is now considered someone Jiang Nuan Nuan can trust? Mo Hanjin interlaced his fingers on the table, leaning slightly towards her, his deep, magnetic voice both sensual and mature. "This is a good thing. Coincidentally, I have a gift for you as well." As he spoke, his breath brushed against her collarbone, causing a faint blush to creep onto Jiang Nuan Nuan's profile. Her heart raced a little faster, her eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Mr. Mo, what gift are you going to give me?" Chapter 36. Illuminating the darkness beside her, Mo Hanjin cast a smiling glance at her and said, "You will find out soon." He clapped his hands, summoning the household servants. "Close all the doors and windows and draw the curtains." The servants dispersed at his command, shutting doors and drawing curtains. As the curtains were drawn, the living room quickly descended into darkness. Jiang Nuan Nuan's night blindness had yet to improve. As the light dimmed, a murky void enveloped her, rendering her unable to see. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and instinctively, she grasped Mo Hanjin's arm, her sole anchor in this disorienting abyss. "Mr. Mo, I can't see," she admitted. Taking her hand gently, Mo Hanjin reassured her, "Follow me." Enchanted by his voice, Jiang Nuan Nuan allowed herself to be led to the staircase. Upstairs, he instructed. Confusion flickered in her eyes as she glanced toward him, but the darkness obscured his expression. "Mr. Mo, I can't see." Encouraging her, he urged, "Take a step forward and see." Jiang Nuan Nuan inhaled deeply, summoning her courage, and took a step toward the staircase. As her foot touched the ground, a soft glow illuminated beneath it. Her vision brightened, and she continued her ascent. With every step she took, twinkling lights appeared around her, resembling fireflies illuminating the night sky. Gracefully, she ascended the staircase, lifting her skirt as if she were a forest sprite enveloped by fireflies, radiating an ethereal aura. Reaching the top, she stood at the edge of the staircase, gazing down at the man below, illuminated by the cascade of starlight. "Mr. Mo, is this your gift for me?" With one hand tucked into his pocket, Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze slightly to meet hers. "Do you like it?" For the first time, the starlight allowed Jiang Nuan Nuan to glimpse the warmth in his eyes, gentle enough to drown her in its depths. Her heart fluttered, as no one had ever shown her such thoughtfulness. Even her biological parents, aware of her night blindness, had never expressed concern for her well-being. Yet Mr. Mo ensured she had carrot juice prepared daily and had installed star-like lamps throughout the villa. Thus, she would no longer suffer from her affliction of night blindness. No matter how dark the night, someone would always light a lamp for her. Eagerly, Jiang Nuan Nuan rushed down the staircase and leaped into Mo Hanjin's embrace. The refreshing, pleasant scent of sandalwood enveloped her, wrapping her in a profound sense of security. Resting against his firm, broad chest, she closed her eyes, stifling the tears that threatened to overflow. "Thank you, Mr. Mo." Mo Hanjin paused for a moment, then lifted his arm to encircle her petite, delicate frame. Each time he held her fragile body, he couldn't help but think of the injustices and abuses she had endured over the past 20 years. Gently, he patted her back, unable to restrain his concern. "Eat well and take care of yourself." Jiang Nuan Nuan sniffled, her eyes welling with bittersweet tears as she clutched his slender waist with fervor. Her voice, tinged with a muffled nasal tone, betrayed her struggle to contain her emotions. "For the sake of the baby in my womb, I shall indulge a little more." Mo Hanjin had intended to voice a response, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back down. This was merely a part of the transformation. "I shall ensure that the entire villa, including the garden, is adorned with sensory ground lights. No matter where Jiang Nuan Nuan wishes to go, she shall always be illuminated." Meanwhile, at the Mo Group building, a solemn investment conference was underway. Originally, Mo Yunting was not qualified to attend. However, due to his father's relinquishing of his position, Mo Yunting found himself seated at the meeting. Yet, a considerable distance separated him from Mo Hanjin, who occupied the foremost position, surrounded by numerous directors and shareholders. "Now, let us invite young Master Mo to introduce the partners participating in this investment conference." Under the eager gaze of the audience, Mo Yunting nervously cleared his throat and projected his presentation onto the screen. As Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Mo Yunting's computer wallpaper, a girl basking in the brilliant sunlight, her smile radiant and innocent, with two faint dimples gracing her cheeks, each strand of hair exuding warmth and happiness. In an instant, Mo Hanjin's expression darkened. He cast the proposal he held onto the table, a chilling aura radiating from him, as if he were prepared to rend the very fabric of his surroundings. The shareholders and executives, acutely aware of the ominous atmosphere, braced themselves, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. Noticing the tense ambience, Mo Yunting's anxiety escalated, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his tongue tying in knots. "Enough!" Mo Hanjin interjected coldly, interrupting his presentation. Mo Yunting's legs weakened, and had he not steadied himself against the table, he would have likely collapsed in embarrassment. He glanced at his uncle seated at the head of the table, the coldness and menace in Mo Hanjin's eyes rendering him breathless. With trepidation, Mo Yunting asked, "Uncle, did I say something wrong?" Mo Hanjin's brow furrowed deeper, his icy gaze laced with discontent. "This is a corporate meeting, not a family banquet." Mo Yunting hastily corrected himself. "Yes, Mr. Mo." Without so much as a glance in his direction, Mo Hanjin bluntly reprimanded him in front of everyone. "Your logic is disarrayed. Your words lack substance. Step down." A wave of humiliation washed over Mo Yunting, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. This was a proposal he had meticulously prepared, a rare opportunity to present himself before the shareholders. Yet he was dismissed before he could even finish. It was an utter disgrace. However, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to defy Mo Hanjin's authority. With a heart full of rage, he begrudgingly returned to his seat. Mo Hanjin summoned another individual to complete the presentation on Mo Yunting's behalf. The person he called upon possessed a prowess and presence that far surpassed Mo Yunting's, articulating the points with clarity and convincing the partners present. In hushed tones, whispers of speculation circulated among the attendees. Is Master Mo truly targeting young Master Mo? After all, he is young Master Mo's own uncle. Why then is he so stringent with him? It is precisely because young Master Mo has proven to be disappointing. What nonsense he speaks. Master Mo can hardly bear to witness it. In such a significant occasion, young Master Mo actually chose to adorn his wallpaper with images of beautiful women. How utterly foolish. Does he not realize that Master Mo is averse to the company of women and detests their proximity? Among all those present at the meeting, only Assistant Jiang is privy to the true reason behind this. Why did young Master Mo insist on using Madame Mo's photo as his wallpaper? Jiang Nuan Nuan is his little aunt. Does young Master Mo truly consider himself worthy of using her image in such a manner? Even if he must, it should be for Master Mo to decide. However, Master Mo does not strike me as someone inclined towards such sentimentalities. It is unlikely he would engage in such childish antics. Chapter 37. The stubborn Mr. Mo. After the meeting concluded, Mo Yunting pulled Assistant Zhang aside. Why is my uncle so angry? Was my presentation truly that poor? Mo Yunting dared not confront his uncle directly and instead sought out Assistant Zhang in secrecy. Assistant Zhang offered a modest smile. Young master, how could I possibly fathom Mr. Mo's thoughts? Come now, Zhang, spare the humility. You have been by my uncle's side for many years and know him best. Please assist me with this matter, and I shall remember your kindness, Mo Yunting implored. Assistant Zhang chuckled lightly. Young master, I won't dwell on the issues with the proposal. My only suggestion is to change the wallpaper promptly. Change the wallpaper? Mo Yunting pondered, just as he was about to inquire further, but Assistant Zhang had already departed. Could it be that the woman's appearance does not align with my uncle's taste? Upon encountering such a type, he is often filled with disdain and annoyance, which would explain why she was dismissed. The more Mo Yunting contemplated, the more convinced he became of this reasoning. Surely, that must be the cause. He smacked his forehead, berating himself for his foolishness. Knowing full well that his uncle is indifferent to women, and having been harassed by various socialites and celebrities over the years, he had unwittingly chosen a woman's photo as wallpaper. Was he not simply inviting trouble? Hastily, Mo Yunting dialed a number, requesting assistance in changing the computer wallpaper. He swiftly reverted his phone wallpaper to its original state. Ever since Jiang Nuan Nuan became a disciple of Professor Zhou, her schedule had grown even more hectic. Not only did she need to complete her academic coursework, but she also accompanied Professor Zhou on weekends to provide free medical consultations at various traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Only by encountering a multitude of cases could she broaden her horizons and treat various difficult ailments. Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded obediently. Master, I understand. The academic pressure at Peking University is already considerable, and you frequently accompany me on these consultations. Are you finding it exhausting? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. Not at all. It is a tremendous honor to learn alongside you, and the thought of being able to help more people in the future invigorates me. Professor Zhou stroked his beard. Pleased, excellent. You are a promising student. One cannot be deterred by hardship in the study of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, in the office of the Mo Group, Mo Hanjin had just signed a contract and pressed his temples, casually inquiring, "Is my wife at home?" Assistant Zhang was taken aback momentarily. Mr. Mo typically focused solely on work and rarely inquired about others. Mr. Mo, I heard from the household staff that your wife is out with Professor Zhou for free consultations this weekend, so she is likely not at home. Mo Hanjin paused, his brow furrowing. She is attending school and also volunteering on weekends? Assistant Zhang nodded, indeed, but she mentioned she has yet to actually practice medicine and is merely learning alongside Professor Zhou. Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, his eyes nearly aflame. Does she not realize she is pregnant? How dare she overexert herself, showing such disregard for her health? Mo Hanjin picked up his phone and located Jiang Nuan Nuan's number from his contacts. However, his long fingers hovered in the air for quite some time without pressing the button. Assistant Zhang, perceptive to his hesitation, suggested, Mr. Mo, if you are concerned about Miss Jiang, it might be best to wait for her return and speak with her. She will certainly heed your words. Mo Hanjin tossed the phone onto the desk, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Who said I am worried about her? My concern lies with the child she carries. Assistant Zhang tugged at the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. If you are worried about the young master or young mistress, it would be more prudent to have a proper conversation with Miss Jiang. If you find it difficult to approach her, I have an idea. Mo Hanjin raised his gaze. What idea? Is an old master, Mo, quite close to Dr. Zhou? If the old master were to intervene and ask Dr. Zhou to take extra care of Miss Jiang, the matter would be much easier to handle. Since Mr. Mo feels hesitant to speak with Miss Jiang directly. Perhaps it is best to find an alternative approach. Mo Hanjin tapped his fingers lightly on the desk twice, then waved his hand for Assistant Zhang to leave. He rose and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, calling Old Master. Old Master, Mo huffed with a hint of pride. You finally remembered you have a father. Mo Hanjin sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. I called you for an important matter. Old Master, Mo replied disdainfully. What is it? If it isn't about my daughter-in-law or my future grandson, I am not interested in your affairs. His sole focus was on his daughter-in-law and future grandson, while he wished for Mo Hanjin, the disobedient brat, to keep his distance. Mo Hanjin couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you're already aware of Nuan Nuan's situation. He had long known that there were people around him who reported back to the Old Master. It was impossible to keep the news of Jiang Nuan Nuan's pregnancy a secret for long. This was precisely the outcome Mo Hanjin desired. Old Master Mo huffed and shouted into the phone, You didn't even mention such a significant matter to the family. How long did you plan to hide it from me if I hadn't found out myself? Mo Hanjin replied nonchalantly. I was merely concerned that the sudden revelation of such delightful news might startle you into ill health. That is why I planned to tell you gradually. Enough of that nonsense. When did you and Nuan Nuan get acquainted? When did you become a couple? Your wife is already pregnant. When you plan to introduce her to the family? Mo Hanjin paused for a moment. Let us wait a bit longer. Now is not the right time. Old Master Mo slammed his palm on the table. You rascal, let me tell you, our Mo family upholds a reputation for integrity, and there is no precedent for keeping a mistress. We will not allow you to abandon your responsibilities. Since Nuan Nuan is carrying your child, you must give her a proper title and acknowledge her publicly. Do not let her suffer indignities alongside you. Montag Hanyin smedet helplessly, resta suet. I have already registered our marriage. She is legally my wife now. That is more like it. After a long roundabout, Mo Hanjin finally had the opportunity to discuss the matter at hand. In recent days, Nuan Nuan has been studying medicine under the tutelage of Old Master Zhou. Yet she carries a child within her womb, which fills me with concern. I fear for the well-being of the unborn child, and thus, I wish to ask you to convey this to Old Master Zhou. Old Master Mo, with no reservations, exposed the underlying truth. What concerns you is not her child, but rather your wife. I assent it. You are too embarrassed to admit it and use the child as an excuse. Such a tough exterior. I wonder how long you can maintain this bravado. Mo Hanjin vehemently denied it, asserting, I am merely concerned about the twin she carries, nothing more. Old Master Mo wore an expression that suggested he had seen through the pretense long ago, speaking in a teasing tone. Is that all? You little rascal. Remember what you have said today. A nearby servant interjected, Old Master, didn't Third Master just mention twins? Only then did Old Master Mo's eyes light up. His spirit invigorated. What? Twins? You, boy, have such splendid news and did not share it with me? This means I shall have 2 grandsons at once. How envious will those old comrades be when I tell them? But mark my words, if you allow my daughter-in-law to go out and expose herself, and if anything were to happen to her or the child, I shall have your skin for it. The old gentleman, overwhelmed with excitement, felt a rush of blood and, unable to contain his emotions, fainted on the spot. Old Master, are you all right? Chapter 38. The triplets, upon hearing the commotion on the other end of the line, Mo Hanjin felt a wave of concern wash over him and promptly drove back to the ancestral home. How is the Old Master? Rest assured, Third Master. We have already called the family doctor, and the Old Master is fine. He merely fainted from sudden excitement and joy after being administered a bowl of medicine. Old Master Mo gradually regained consciousness. Mo Hanjin helplessly spread his hands. This is precisely why I kept it from you. The old man had been eagerly anticipating his grandson's marriage and the arrival of children. The sudden news of not 1, but 2 grandchildren was surely overwhelming for him. Initially, Old Master Mo felt anger upon seeing Mo Hanjin's face, but the thought of soon having 2 grandsons brightened his mood instantly. Twins are wonderful. It would be splendid if one is a grandson and the other a granddaughter. Then I shall no longer envy others. Old Master Mo called an old friend. Old Mo, what prompted you to call me? How did you know I have grandchildren? Twins, no less? Do not be too envious. Such fortune is not granted to everyone. On the other end, confusion reigned. Old M.O., have you taken your medicine? After finishing one call, old Master M.O. promptly hung up and dialed another contact. What splendid weather we have today. Haha, I just discovered that I am soon to have a pair of twin grandsons, perhaps even a dragon and phoenix pair. When shall we play chess again? I will soon be occupied with my grandchildren, and with two at once. I shall have no time to indulge in games with you childless fellows. Regardless of the responses from the other end, old Master M.O. continued to revel in his delightful news. M.O. Hanjin watched this scene with exasperation. Old Master, if you are well, I shall take my leave. Please do not forget what I mentioned. I know, go on. This afternoon, I will visit old Zhou. I promise to ensure he takes good care of your wife, sparing her any grievances, all right? In the afternoon, old Master M.O., clad in a flowing tang suit, arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic where Professor Zhou was offering free consultations. I heard Dr. Zhou is providing free consultations today. Where is it located? At the back garden, just follow the signs. Following the directions, old Master M.O. arrived at the consultation booth. Although it was officially stated that Professor Zhou was personally attending, it was in fact his students who were seeing patients, with the professor only stepping in for more complex cases. Upon spotting old Master M.O., Professor Zhou approached him with curiosity. What brings you here? Looking to play chess? Old Master M.O.'s gaze drifted behind him, and he indeed caught sight of his daughter-in-law amidst the crowd. Professor Zhou inquired, "What are you looking at?" Old Master M.O. pulled him aside to ensure Jiang Nuan Nuan could not overhear them. That girl, she is your new apprentice? Professor Zhou beamed with pride. Indeed, she is quite an intelligent girl. It is no wonder my brother took her as a disciple. She possesses great insight and a diligent spirit, a truly rare find. Every week, I take her out for free medical consultations, where students treat patients while she diligently records and learns by their side, never uttering a single complaint. After expressing this, I noticed old Master M.O. casting a look of hostility my way. Old M.O., have I offended you in any way? Old Master M.O., visibly agitated, puffed out his beard. Well, it's not you I'm upset with, but your precious daughter-in-law and beloved grandson. That dear girl is pregnant, yet old Zhou makes her work so hard. It's simply outrageous. Old Zhou, how can you claim to be a divine doctor when you're unaware that Nuan is expecting? Professor Zhou, initially perplexed, questioned, "How do you know her name is Jiang Nuan Nuan?" Mere moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is she truly pregnant? It is imperative that she does not overexert herself. She cannot endure such intense study every day. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, check her pulse yourself. Professor Zhou hurried back, pulling Jiang Nuan Nuan aside without hesitation, firmly grasping her wrist. Master, what's wrong? I still need to record the cases, she inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Silence. I am contemplating, he insisted, attentively listening to her pulse, anxious about mishearing. While a joyful pulse is easily discernible, there was something distinctly different about this one. After several minutes, Professor Zhou was finally convinced of his suspicion. Indeed, Nuan was pregnant, and not with just one. Nuan, why didn't you inform me of your pregnancy? Expectant mothers must not overwork. It can severely harm their health. Let us conclude today's lessons here. I will arrange for someone to take you home shortly. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Master, I don't feel tired yet. Please let me study a bit longer. Absolutely not. You must return home to rest. Balance is essential for efficiency. You have plenty of time left to study. A brief pause will not hinder your progress. Professor Zhou firmly insisted on escorting Jiang Nuan Nuan home. After all, old M.O. had traveled a considerable distance for her sake. How could Professor Zhou dare to keep her? Once Jiang Nuan Nuan departed, Professor Zhou entered the room, his face a canvas of curiosity. Old M.O., now you must enlighten me. How did you know Nuan was pregnant? Are you related to her? Old Master M.O., glowing with pride, declared, She carries the bloodline of my son. She is my grandchild. Observing closely, Professor Zhou noted old Master M.O.'s vigorous demeanor, his joy evident in his eyes. Although old Master M.O. had 3 sons, the first 2 are better left unmentioned. The prospect of a grandchild from M.O. Hanjin must be the source of his delight. But Nuan has only just begun her university journey. How could she have become involved with Mo Hanjin? My curiosity is insatiable. Even old master Mo himself did not fully comprehend the situation. That rascal has always been indifferent to women, with nary a female presence around him. How did he suddenly acquire a wife and child? Whether he was exceptionally discreet, or whether his encounter with Nuan was simply fortuitous remains a mystery. Clearing his throat, old master Mo said, feigning mystery, "We shall discuss this matter another time. Speak honestly with me. Is warm-hearted girl in good health? I hope she has not been overburdened by you. Rest assured, both she and the 3 children in her womb are thriving. It is fortunate you came to see me today. Otherwise, enduring such fatigue for an extended period is certainly unsustainable." Old master Mo sighed in relief. As long as all is well, I can rest easy. Jiang Nuan Nuan carries his treasured grandson. It is imperative that nothing goes awry. Just as old master Mo prepared to sip his tea, a sudden realization struck him. What did you say? She is carrying 3 children? Is it not twins, but rather triplets? Professor Mo nodded. Indeed, triplets. This pulse is remarkably rare, and I assure you there is no misdiagnosis. The tea old master Mo had just sipped was instantly spewed out. So, you're telling me that instead of merely having 2 grandsons, I shall now have 3? One astonishing surprise. Chapter 39. Delivering Gifts to Mr. Mo. Old master Mo was overwhelmed by a series of delightful surprises, causing his blood pressure to spike uncontrollably, leaving him breathless and clutching his chest. Old Mo, take it easy. Why are you so agitated? Professor Zhou hurried to support him, administering some ginseng soup to stabilize the old gentleman's condition. Old master Mo shot him a glare. What nonsense! If you suddenly gained 3 precious grandsons, wouldn't you be thrilled? Such extraordinary fortune is not bestowed upon everyone. He had been troubled by that rascal's life decisions, only to discover that the boy had astoundingly presented him with 3 grandsons. How many people in the world could be so blessed? Wait a moment. Didn't that lad previously mention twins? How did it turn to triplets? Old Joe, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Professor Zhou scoffed. Why would I deceive you about something so significant? It's just that the little one is still early in her term, and some gestational sacs are developing slowly, which is why the ultrasound hasn't revealed them yet. When she goes for her next checkup, I suspect the 3rd sac will be visible. Upon hearing this, old master Mo's anxious heart finally settled. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. She is truly a treasure sent to our Mo family by the heavens. The gifts I had prepared for my daughter-in-law will finally be put to good use. He immediately called his trusted steward, instructing him to transfer all luxury vehicles and properties into Jiang Nuan Nuan's name. Yes, everything I prepared in advance shall be given to her, and send along the exquisite court jewelry that was part of the late lady's dowry. Suddenly, old master Mo grew a bit anxious. Old Zhou, with Nuan Nuan's remarkable medical talent, she is destined to become a gifted healer. What if she eventually finds that rascal unsuitable? After all, you know his temperament. His words can infuriate anyone. Moreover, he is a decade older than Nuan Nuan, cold and unfeeling. The thought of their age difference caused old master Mo to fret. Nuan Nuan is so charming and adorable, not to mention her promising future as a healer. What she does not fancy that rascal, Mo Hanjin. Professor Zhou stroked his beard and chuckled. You needn't worry about that. I happen to have a rather unremarkable son, who is around the same age as Nuan Nuan. If she wishes to find someone younger in the future, my son would be a fitting match. Old master Mo exploded with indignation. You, Old Zhou, are you trying to steal my daughter-in-law? Are we no longer good brothers? Professor Zhou coughed lightly. I'm merely making arrangements for Nuan Nuan. If she and Mr. Mo are truly incompatible, considering my son isn't a bad idea. After all, he is a medical enthusiast, oblivious to matters of romance, and has no prospect for marriage. If he could forge a good match with Nuan Nuan, it would be a blessing, relieving his mother and me from worrying about his future. Old master Mo, now rolling up his sleeves, seethed. So you've set your sights on my daughter-in-law, have you? Today, I simply must engage you in a game, so you may grasp the extent of my prowess. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Nuan Nuan called her dear friend Chunling Xian. Nuan Nuan, aren't you supposed to be learning from Professor Zhou during the free clinic? Chunling Xian inquired. Why do you have the time to call me? Jiang Nuan Nuan sighed. Alas, Professor Zhou discovered my pregnancy and advised me to balance work and rest, urging me to take it easy, but I don't feel fatigued at all. Chen Lingxian could not help but chuckle. Nuan Nuan, if anyone else heard you, they would surely be terrified. Everyone longs to lie down and rest. Yet here you are, refusing to take a break when offered. Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes twinkled as she replied, I merely wish to learn more about medicine and begin treating others as soon as possible. You ought to focus on recuperating. After all, you carry the bloodline of the Mo family. Should you overexert yourself and endanger the child within you, the Mo family might seek retribution from your master. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled helplessly. I am simply pregnant. I am not so fragile. After all I have endured in the past 20 years, I am still doing well. A girl raised in a village certainly does not possess such delicateness. After finishing her call with Chen Lingxian, Jiang Nuan Nuan found herself bored and turned her attention to studying chess. Meanwhile, Assistant Zhang reported, Mr. Mo, Madam has returned home from the hospital. Mo Hanjin responded with a faint hum, inquiring, is she resting at home? Assistant Zhang hesitated awkwardly before replying, no, Madam is studying chess strategies. He could not help but admire her astonishing energy. Not only was she excelling in the rigorous curriculum at Jing University, but she was also accompanying the professor for free clinic training. After finally having a half-day to rest, she was once again engrossed in chess strategies. Truly, Madam was just like Mr. Mo, both seemingly unaware of fatigue. Mo Hanjin took a deep breath, feeling a throb at his temples. Why was it so difficult to persuade this young woman to take a proper break? Suppressing his frustration, he commanded, call home and say I left something behind. Ask Madam to bring it over. At home, Aunt Fong received Assistant Zhang's call and informed Jiang Nuan Nuan, Madam, it seems Mr. Mo needs a document. Could you please deliver it? Jiang Nuan Nuan set aside her chess strategies, responding sweetly, of course. I happen to be free. The document is on Mr. Mo's desk in his study. You may go in and retrieve it. Jiang Nuan Nuan opened the study door and stepped inside. This was her first time entering Mo Hanjin's study, where towering bookshelves were filled with volumes, many pertaining to economics and politics. Approaching the desk, she indeed spotted a document. However, she also noticed a book titled Child Psychology. Why was Mr. Mo delving into psychology, particularly that of children? Was he perhaps preparing for the baby in advance? A smile graced Jiang Nuan Nuan's lips as she took the document and exited. She entered the car, but the driver did not head directly to the Mo Corporation. Instead, he took her to a beautifully landscaped wetland park. Why have you brought me here? Madam, this is the instruction from Mr. Mo. He is currently preoccupied with other matters and cannot be present. So he has asked me to accompany you for a leisurely stroll in the park. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a tinge of confusion. Had it not been mentioned just moments ago that the document was urgently needed? How could it suddenly no longer be pressing? The driver chuckled awkwardly and replied, well, Mr. Mo's intentions are beyond our comprehension. We merely follow his directives. Jiang Nuan Nuan pondered this, realizing the truth in his words. After alighting from the vehicle, she spent some time in the park, inhaling the crisp, fresh air, which significantly lifted her spirits. As dusk approached, the driver received a phone call and subsequently escorted Jiang Nuan Nuan to an upscale and secluded garden restaurant. Madam, Mr. Mo is waiting for you inside. Chapter 40. Reluctant to part, Jiang Nuan Nuan paused for a moment, her heart suddenly tightening with anxiety. She had never dined alone with Mr. Mo before. This was her first experience. As she gazed upon the opulently decorated restaurant, she couldn't help but check her reflection in the glass door. After spending an entire afternoon outside, her cheeks were flushed, her hair slightly disheveled, with a few strands rebelliously sticking up. Madam, why aren't you going in? The driver inquired. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip. I will head in now. She hurriedly smoothed her slightly tousled hair, her heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation, and stepped into the private room the driver had mentioned. Upon pushing open the door, her eyes immediately fell upon the man standing by the window, issuing instructions to his assistant. The man was tall, nearly 6'3", with a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted physique that rendered him an ideal model. Mo Hanjin was clad in an impeccably tailored, expensive black suit, which accentuated his air of sophistication. His sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses resembled a drawn blade. Once Assistant Zhang departed, Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly murmured, "Mr. Mo, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "I just arrived as well," he replied. Mo Hanjin handed her the menu, inviting her to peruse its offerings. Jiang Nuan Nuan was unaccustomed to dining in such a high-end establishment, and the lavish decor she had witnessed on her way and had already instilled a sense of trepidation within her. As she scanned the bewildering array of dishes listed on the menu, a wave of anxiety washed over her, rendering her unsure of how to proceed. Noticing her discomfort, Mo Hanjin extended his long, elegant fingers to point at the page featuring Buddha jumps over the wall. "This is our signature dish. Would you care to try it?" Jiang Nuan Nuan found herself captivated by his gesture and nodded vacantly. Her gaze shifted to the soup section of the menu as Mo Hanjin gently elaborated. "This Yuan soup is light and nutritious, ideal for pregnant women, and should suit your palate perfectly." Encouraged by his kindness, Jiang Nuan Nuan mustered the courage to ask, "What is Lingji Yin Yuchan?" Displaying no hint of impatience, Mo Hanjin poured her a cup of tea and, in a gentle tone, began to explain the novel dishes she had never encountered before. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she declared, "Then I shall have one of those as well." She lifted her teacup, feigning a sip, while secretly stealing glances at Mo Hanjin's profile. Mr. Mo was attentive and considerate, embodying refinement in every aspect. In contrast, during her prior visits to Western restaurants with the Jiang family, her inability to order had led to ridicule. "This is a piano piece. We asked you to order food, not music. Who orders a steak medium well? You would have been a laughingstock. Thank goodness you weren't invited to the banquet. Otherwise, you would have embarrassed the Jiang family." Naturally timid, Jiang Nuan Nuan's self-esteem had plummeted further under their scorn, and she had barely managed to eat a few bites that evening. In stark contrast, Mr. Mo never looked down upon her. Rather, he was mindful of her dignity. Compared to the Jiang family, he was as celestial as the heavens, while they remained grounded in the earth. "By the way, Mr. Mo, this is the contract you requested." Jiang Nuan Nuan suddenly recalled that she had come today to deliver a contract to him. Why had she not gone to the company, but instead found herself in a restaurant? Mo Hanjin accepted the contract, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Thank you for your trouble." He had no real need for the contract. He merely sought a reason to coax the young lady out of her home, allowing her to breathe fresh air. He was concerned that her time spent either studying medicine or analyzing chess strategies was draining her spirit, leading to excessive fatigue and potential harm to her health. Jiang Nuan Nuan's mood instinctively lightened, and she softly inquired, "Mr. Mo, I noticed a book titled Child Psychology in your study. Are you preparing in advance for the education of your child?" Mo Hanjin paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her lovely face. His cold eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "Yes, something like that." Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes shone with admiration, sparkling like scattered starlight. "Mr. Mo, you are truly remarkable." Mo Hanjin's gaze deepened, and he suddenly reached out to her. Jiang Nuan Nuan instinctively held her breath, her eyes locked onto him, her heart racing uncontrollably. His large hand hovered near her cheek. His rough yet warm fingertips made her skin feel as if it were ablaze. However, he merely tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Once that gesture was completed, Mo Hanjin withdrew his hand. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes, though she could not fathom why. Why did this seemingly casual action from Mr. Mo leave her so anxious, so expectant, as if her heart were spiraling out of control? Why did she feel a tinge of loss when he retracted his hand? Fortunately, the waiter arrived with their dishes in tow. Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her head to eat, attempting to mask her earlier fluster. Yet, her slender fingers continued to tremble ever so slightly, and her heartbeat showed no sign of slowing. After their meal, Jiang Nuan Nuan and Mo Hanjin returned home together. The garden had been illuminated with the lights Mo Hanjin had ordered. As they walked along the path, the ground blossomed with twinkling star-like lights, akin to fireflies in the night. The surrounding darkness was dispelled by their glow. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a warmth radiate from her cheeks, and she could not help but rub them slightly. "Are you cold?" Mo Hanjin assumed the night breeze had chilled her and promptly removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders. The familiar scent of wood enveloped her, stirring an unexpected urge to weep. Noticing her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Mo Hanjin's concern deepened. What is wrong? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, adopting a feigned lightness. It's nothing, perhaps just a bit of sand blew into my eyes. Upon hearing her words, Mo Hanjin immediately led her to a well-lit street lamp. Their shadows intertwined in a tender embrace. Mo Hanjin cupped her face with both hands, softly insisting, "Open your eyes wide." "Let me see." Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lower lip, struggling to widen her eyes while deliberately averting her gaze, fearful of revealing her awkwardness. Mo Hanjin noticed the absence of sand. However, to spare her discomfort, he leaned closer to her face and gently blew twice. Jiang Nuan's heart raced with fervor, the emotions she had suppressed bubbling forth like a balloon that had finally burst. "I'm fine now. Thank you, Mr. Mo," she suddenly declared, pushing him away and hastily retreating towards the villa without a glance back. That night, Jiang Nuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. An overwhelming fear gripped her at the thought of the day she would eventually leave. Once the child was born, she would have to part ways with the Mo family, and with Mr. Mo himself. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of reluctance swelled within her. Was it the life she currently cherished that she was loath to abandon? Or was it him? Chapter 41. Ambiguity abounds on the following morning. When Jiang Nuan Nuan awoke, she discovered that Mo Hanjin had already departed from their home. She inquired, "Has Mr. Mo gone to the company?" "Indeed, madam. Would you like breakfast now?" "I can bring it to you," replied the servant. Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed towards the doorway and nodded thoughtfully. As she quietly consumed her breakfast, she silently lamented, wishing she had risen a bit earlier. If only she had awakened sooner, perhaps she could have crossed paths with Mr. Mo. She hastily dismissed this dangerous thought. She knew she would eventually have to leave and could not afford to become too attached to Mr. Mo. The more she cherished him, the more difficult it would be to part ways when the time came. Jiang Nuan Nuan initially intended to peruse her medical books to divert her attention. However, before long, a call from the company interrupted her. Aunt Feng approached with a smile. "Madam, Mr. Mo requires a pen. Would you kindly deliver it to the company?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes brightened. Of course. She swiftly returned to her bedroom's dressing area, meticulously selected an outfit, and then retrieved Mr. Mo's fountain pen from the study before departing in the family car. Yet, like the previous day, the driver escorted her to a park owned by the Mo group, suggesting she take a leisurely stroll and enjoy the scenery. After she had explored the park thoroughly, the driver finally took her to the foot of the Mo group building. As she entered, she unexpectedly encountered Mo Yunting. The sight of him reminded her of the ridicule and oppression she had endured at the Jiang family home, prompting her to lower her head and attempt to evade him. However, the moment Mo Yunting spotted her, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He deliberately approached her. "Aren't you my junior? What brings you here? Surely you didn't come all this way to find me, because you heard I was interning at the company?" Jiang Nuan Nuan took 2 steps back to create distance. "I'm looking for Mr. Mo." A smirk crept on Mo Yunting's lips. "Oh, you're looking for me? What could you possibly want?" Jiang Nuan Nuan raised her head in disbelief, her delicate brows furrowing. Had she misheard? Where did Mo Yunting derive the audacity to refer to himself as Mr. Mo? The true authority of the Mo group was Mo Sanyi, and Mo Yunting possessed no shares whatsoever. How could he shamelessly call himself Mr. Montauk? "I am not here to find you," Jiang Nuan Nuan replied curtly, maneuvering around him towards the elevator. Mo Yunting observed her retreating figure with keen interest and dialed a friend. "I forgot to ask you last time. What was the name of that girl you sent me?" "Young Master Mo. The woman's name is Jiang Nuan Nuan. She's a freshman at our school." Mo Yunting halted in his tracks. "What? Jiang Nuan Nuan? Are you certain?" "Of course I am sure. She is quite the sensation at our university. How could I mistake her name?" After ending the call, Mo Yunting's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Jiang Nuan Nuan's true appearance was indeed strikingly beautiful. But why had she appeared so unappealing at the Jiang family birthday banquet? Could it have been a result of poor makeup? Upon learning that she was indeed Jiang Nuan Nuan, Mo Yunting's interest was piqued once more. She claims she is not here to seek him, but if not, what purpose could bring Jiang Nuan Nuan all the way to the Mo group? Is it not merely a tactic of feigned indifference? He comprehends. Mo Yunting confidently stroked his chin, resolved to engage in a little game with Jiang Nuan Nuan. As Jiang Nuan Nuan entered the elevator, she discovered it was restricted, preventing her ascent to the president's office on the top floor. Thus, she approached the reception desk for assistance. "Hello. I wish to see President Mo." The receptionist glanced at her. "Do you have an appointment?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. "No, without an appointment. Do you think you can see President Mo at your whim? Our president is quite busy, with no time for frivolous encounters. You ought to return whence you came." Jiang Nuan Nuan stood there, bewildered by the sudden tirade. Just then, the voice of Assistant Zhang resonated beside her. "Miss Jiang? President Mo instructed me to come down and escort you." Recognizing him, Jiang Nuan Nuan responded, "Ah, it's you, Assistant Zhang. Please deliver this pen to President Mo. I shall refrain from going up myself." Assistant Zhang quickly waved his hand. "Miss Jiang, it would be best if you personally delivered it to President Mo. It would be absolutely unacceptable for Mrs. Mo to visit the company and leave without meeting him. If President Mo were to find out, he would surely be displeased." Jiang Nuan Nuan replied gently, "Then I shall accompany you upstairs." Upon seeing Assistant Zhang, the receptionist's expression soured instantly, as if she had swallowed a fly. "Ahem, Assistant Zhang, may I inquire who this young lady is?" Assistant Zhang coldly replied, "That is none of your concern." Of course, the receptionist begrudgingly conceded, casting a jealous glance at Jiang Nuan Nuan. What could this woman's background be, that she warranted such a personal welcome from Assistant Zhang? Could she have ensnared President Mo? It was difficult to perceive that this seemingly innocent woman possessed such cunning, adept at captivating men. With this thought, the receptionist's gaze towards Jiang Nuan Nuan turned tinged with animosity. Assistant Zhang led Jiang Nuan Nuan into the exclusive elevator for the president's office. Upon reaching the top floor, he paused outside the office, gesturing for her to enter. "President Mo is inside." Jiang Nuan Nuan took a deep breath, pushing open the office door. Mo Han Yin, having completed his review of a contract, looked up in surprise upon seeing the girl's figure. "What brings you here?" Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked, puzzled. "Mr. Mo, did you not ask me to come deliver a fountain pen?" She glanced at the pen in Mo Han Jin's hand, perfectly intact. Why insist she bring another from home? It was only then that Mo Han Jin recalled the matter. He tossed the pen aside and extended his hand towards her. Jiang Nuan Nuan hesitated for a moment, then slowly placed her hand into his palm. Mo Han Jin raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle at the foolishness of the girl. "I instructed you to hand me the fountain pen." Oh! Realization dawned on Jiang Nuan Nuan, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly passed him the pen. However, as she attempted to retract her hand, Mo Han Jin grasped it firmly. Jiang Nuan Nuan, blushing, stammered, "Mr. Mo, come here." Mo Hanjin gently grasped her small hand, guiding her to the desk, where his tall frame effectively enclosed her. From behind, it appeared as though he held Jiang Nuan Nuan in an embrace. The firmness of his chest pressed against her back, emanating a palpable presence. The warmth of his breath caressed the side of her neck, infused with an alluring scent of masculine pheromones, causing Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart to race uncontrollably. Had she not instinctively grasped the edge of the desk, she might have faltered and collapsed. Mo Hanjin seemed oblivious to the intimate distance between them as he retrieved a contract from the desk. Taking her hand and guiding it to the lower right corner of the document, he tapped twice at the signature line, indicating where she should sign. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked, casting her gaze upon the contract, only to realize it was a stack of asset transfer documents. Her eyes widened in shock as she scanned the lengthy list of assets: a villa, luxury cars, orchards, parcels of land. Assets valued well over $1 billion were to be transferred into her name. Startled, Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, instinctively seeking refuge in Mo Hanjin's embrace. "Mr. Mo, this is..." she stammered. Mo Hanjin curled his lips into a slight smile, responding with an air of nonchalance, a welcome gift from the old man. Chapter 42. Nuan Nuan strikes it rich. Jiang Nuan Nuan was utterly astonished, her mouth agape. All of this is for me? Mo Hanjin responded with a nonchalant hum, as if the lavish gifts were utterly commonplace and insignificant. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed upon the luxurious offerings with trepidation, feeling unworthy of such generosity. Each item represented a fortune she could never hope to amass in her lifetime. To suddenly have all of this thrust upon her was beyond her comprehension. Mr. Mo, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. In a state of panic, Jiang Nuan Nuan relinquished the pen and attempted to retreat, only to find herself ensnared between Mo Hanjin's solid chest and the table. As she turned to escape, she collided directly into his sturdy embrace. Jiang Nuan Nuan rubbed her reddened nose, casting a pitiful glance upward at him, her soft voice pleading, "Mr. Mo, may I not sign?" Mo Hanjin narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, his arms braced on either side of her, enveloping her entirely within his domain. Gradually he leaned in, approaching his prey with deliberate slowness until the sweet fragrance from her body wafted into his senses. Jiang Nuan Nuan's form arched under the pressure, instinctively aligning herself against his chest, leaving no space between them. Mo Hanjin's lips curled in amusement. "What do you think?" He scrutinized the quivering girl in his arms, inhaling her delicate scent, while the beast within him stirred restlessly. Mo Hanjin's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing with restrained emotion. At that moment, Jiang Nuan Nuan timidly proposed, "How about I return these items to the elders after I give birth?" Mo Hanjin replied in a hushed tone, "Once something is given, it cannot be taken back. But I cannot simply walk away with such wealth. I cannot accept what is not rightfully mine," she protested. Mo Hanjin keenly sensed the pivotal word she had uttered, "leave." Instantly, a tempest of emotions swirled within him, darkening his expression. He grasped her delicate face, his voice tinged with anger. "Leave? Where do you intend to go?" Jiang Nuan Nuan flinched, her shoulders hunching slightly as she cautiously responded, Once I give birth, I will willingly depart. I shall not entangle you. You need not worry." She understood that Mr. Mo had married her merely to ensure her peace of mind during her pregnancy. After she fulfilled her duty of bearing the child, what reason would she have to remain? Jiang Nuan Nuan had never harbored the illusion of permanently occupying the position of Mrs. Mo. She recognized it as a transient circumstance. Mo Hanjin's chest heaved with suppressed ire, flames of fury flickering in his eyes, as he felt an overwhelming urge to consume her entirely. This ungrateful girl, whom he had cared for so deeply, now harbored thoughts of leaving, to abandon the Mo family and seek another man. Absolutely not. Having bound themselves together, she would never escape him. "Can you bear to let our child be born without a mother?" Mo Hanjin fixed a fierce gaze upon her, and just as Jiang Nuan Nuan braced herself for an outburst, he merely leaned down and bit the corner of her lips. Jiang Nuan Nuan gasped in pain, her delicate eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him pitifully. The man before her resembled a savage beast, his thin lips curling slightly as he spoke in a deep, domineering voice saturated with possessiveness. "Ungrateful little wolf. Try to run away again, and I'll break your legs." Jiang Nuan Nuan sniffled in distress, her slender frame trembling under the overwhelming disparity in strength. Against such raw power, even the thought of resistance was futile. With her fragile arms and legs, provoking this ruthless tyrant would only lead to dire consequences. "Sign the contract. Be good." Mo Hanjin pinched her cheek gently, coaxing the pen into her trembling hand. Under his dual blend of persuasion and coercion, she shakily inscribed her name on the document. Once the ink dried, an eerie sense of unreality settled over her. She had envisioned a modest life, attending university, securing a decent job, and striving for a small home in a quiet city. Yet in the blink of an eye, she now possessed wealth beyond what most could earn in 10 lifetimes. Suddenly, she had become a woman of luxury, adorned with mansions and sports cars. After Jiang Nuan Nuan left the office, Mo Hanjin received a call from the family patriarch. "Well, did the girl like the gifts I sent? Did she accept them?" Old Master Mo's voice was laced with anxiety, fearing his future daughter-in-law might disapprove. "Relax. She has them. Stop worrying so much." The old man huffed in exasperation. "This is all for your sake. That girl is now Zhou's prodigy. Countless eyes are coveting her, scheming to snatch her away. You're already older and lack charm. If she rejects you, you'll regret it. Mo Hanjin's brow arched. Would she dare? The little minx carried his child. Where could she possibly flee? Even if she vanished to the ends of the earth, he'd drag her back and cage her by his side. Humph. Stop burying yourself in work. Make time for her. Cherish your wife. If she loses even a single strand of hair, I'll disown you. Mo Hanjin was long accustomed to his father's disdain. In the old man's eyes, his rebellious son paled in comparison to the precious grandchildren to come. With a sigh, he replied, Rest assured, I'll take care of her. Even without the patriarch's reminders, Mo Hanjin would never neglect Jiang Nuan Nuan. It was his duty as a man. Unbeknownst to him, old Master Mo had deliberately withheld a crucial detail. Jiang Nuan Nuan was carrying triplets. The next prenatal visit would undoubtedly leave Mo Hanjin stunned. The thought amused the old man. After all, hadn't he, this insolent brat, kept secrets first? Now it was his turn. Jiang Nuan Nuan returned to the villa, arms laden with property deeds and car keys. She arranged the documents on the table, attempting to photograph them, only to find the screen couldn't capture them all. Heart racing, she sent the image to her best friend, Chun Lingxian. Chun Lingxian scratched her head and sent a message. Nuan Nuan, have you gone to shoot a short drama? I've only seen so many property certificates in short films. Jiang Nuan Nuan excitedly typed back. These are not props. They are real. They are gifts from the head of the Mo family. What? Chun Lingxian, lying in bed, instantly sat up with a jolt. Her eyes sparkled as her fingers flew across the keyboard, almost igniting sparks. Are you saying that the Mo family gifted you all these property certificates and luxury cars? Jiang Nuan Nuan trembled as she replied yes. A voice message arrived from the other side, filled with enthusiasm that surpassed even her own. Oh my goodness, Nuan Nuan. So many luxury cars and mansions. The Mo family is incredibly generous. You've struck it rich. This is a monumental fortune for you. I want to cling tightly to your prosperous leg, wealthy lady. I'm starving. Chapter 43. Observing Mr. Mo's muscles as the closest companion of Jiang Nuan Nuan. Chun Lingxian felt no trace of jealousy upon learning of her friend's newfound wealth. Shouldn't a best friend seize the opportunity to support her flourishing companion? Who, at such a moment, would harbor envy towards their dearest friend? Chun Lingxian called Jiang Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan, you must be joking, right? Jiang Nuan Nuan, still somewhat dazed, nodded slowly. It must be true. The contract remained in her possession. The agreement was signed in front of Mr. Mo atop the Mo Group's headquarters, rendering any deception impossible. Moreover, given the Mo family's substantial wealth, there was no need to deceive her over such trivial matters. Chun Lingxian erupted with excitement, her shrieks echoing as she leaped into the air. Is this a short drama come to life? I used to think those short dramas were overly exaggerated. Who would have guessed that there exists a family so generous in reality? You've just become pregnant, and the elders are already so magnanimous. It seems the Mo family truly values you and the lineage within you. Nuan Nuan, do you realize how fortunate you are? That's the Mo family, perched at the pinnacle of the Beijing elite. Having garnered the admiration of the Mo family elders, a future of opulence awaits you, and you'll find no hardship to endure. Jiang Nuan Nuan swallowed hard, reflecting on the events at the company. It was only now, back at home, that the reality began to sink in. It wasn't that she was slow to react. Rather, the magnitude of this surprise was overwhelming, akin to winning the lottery multiple times over. Who could immediately comprehend such a staggering stroke of fortune? Contemplating Mr. Mo's words earlier, she hesitated before asking, Lingxian, I mentioned leaving after the child is born. But Mr. Mo seemed quite irate. He even warned me against contemplating escape, threatening to break my legs if I did. What do you think he means by that? Jiang Nuan Nuan had previously assumed Mr. Mo's decision to bring her home was solely to ensure her peace of mind during her pregnancy. Yet, his remarks today left her somewhat perplexed. Silly girl, you don't understand? Mr. Mo is undoubtedly smitten with you. He is utterly enchanted. If you were to leave, it would be akin to taking half his life. Jiang Nuan Nuan chuckled at her friend's words, her lovely eyes curving into crescent moons. How could that be? You're exaggerating. Ling Xian, you've undoubtedly read too many romantic novels. Ling Xian retorted with conviction. How could it be impossible? Just look at those celebrities showcasing their love on trending topics or the extravagant weddings of the wealthy. I've come to realize that the world is akin to a grand romantic novel. Nuan, you have no idea how wonderful you are. You possess a pure and stunning beauty, a gentle and agreeable nature, and you are incredibly understanding. Not to mention your intelligence and outstanding academic achievements. You are the sole disciple of Professor Zhou. It is only natural for Mr. Mo to fall deeply in love with you. In my opinion, living together will inevitably lead to affection blossoming, and soon enough, Mr. Mo will be at your feet. Jiang Nuan Nuan, both amused and exasperated, replied, I am not as remarkable as you claim. In my heart, you are the most extraordinary fairy in the world. If it weren't for the strikingly handsome and aloof Mr. Mo, I would have been against his union with you. However, considering Mr. Mo's exceptional qualities, I can reluctantly consent to this marriage. After the call, Jiang Nuan Nuan sent her dear friend a lucky red envelope filled with 88,888 for blessings are best shared. Reflecting on her earlier words about leaving, Jiang couldn't help but ponder Mr. Mo's reaction at that moment. Was he perhaps a little reluctant to part with her? Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head. Surely not. Mr. Mo was likely only considering the child's perspective, not wanting the little one to be born without a mother, hence his reluctance to let her go. She felt content with her current life and should not desire more. Sometimes, excessive greed can be detrimental. The more one wishes for, the more one risks losing. On an unusual occasion, Mo Hanjin returned home early from work. When he arrived, Jiang Nuan Nuan was languidly swinging on a swing in the yard, occasionally lost in thought, and then breaking into silly smiles at the sky. And Mo Hanjin approached her, curious about the thoughts dancing in her mind that brought forth such joy. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked innocently, denying anything was amiss. She would never confess that she had been reflecting on Chen Lingshuan's words. The mere thought of Chen Lingshuan's assertion that Mo Hanjin was hopelessly in love with her made Jiang Nuan Nuan want to giggle foolishly. She leaned her head to glance at the man beside her, offering a sweet smile. Mr. Mo, you're home quite early today. Mo Hanjin removed his suit jacket, draping it casually over his arm, revealing a well-built physique beneath his shirt. His muscular chest strained against the fabric, accentuating his impressive form. He undid a couple of buttons, exposing a prominent Adam's apple and a straight collarbone, with the contours of his chest subtly visible below. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt as if her gaze had been scalded, hastily diverting her eyes. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret, wishing she did not have night blindness. Had she been able to see that night, perhaps she would have glimpsed Mr. Mo's abdominal muscles and the enticing lines of his physique. Jiang Nuan Nuan, what are you daydreaming about now? She shut her eyes in embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Mo Hanjin watched her with interest, taking in the changes in her expression. Just moments ago, she had been smiling foolishly, yet upon his return, her face flushed as if she were a kettle about to boil over. Mo Hanjin glanced down, seemingly grasping the situation. A playful smile tugged at his lips. His voice languid yet tinged with mischief. Little one, have you seen something you shouldn't have? Jiang Nuan Nuan, flustered, shook her head vehemently. No, I did not see your chest muscles. The moment the words escaped her lips, she wished she could retract them. Oh dear, how clumsy of her to reveal her thoughts. Mo Hanjin leaned closer, his gaze teasing, his tone low and suggestive. Would you like to see something else? Jiang Nuan Nuan gulped, her heart racing. I don't want to. Not at all. She reminded herself that she was pregnant, and this was not the time for such thoughts. Moreover, the gentleman before her is none other than Mr. Mo. It is essential to remember that their union is merely a temporary contractual marriage, devoid of genuine affection. Jiang Nuan Nuan hastily closed her eyes and silently recited in her mind: pectoral muscles, abdominal muscles, waist muscles, deltoids, latissimus dorsi, biceps. Mo Hanjin observed her lips moving, curious about her murmurs. Leaning in to listen intently, he ultimately discerned the medical terminology she was reciting, and a bemused smile spread across his face. This foolish girl, Could it be that she relies on such a method to maintain a pure and untroubled heart? Unexpectedly, despite her seemingly daft demeanor, she possesses quite the sensual nature. Chapter 44. The confident Jiang family. Upon learning that Jiang Nuan Nuan had become a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhou, the thoughts of the Jiang family began to stir. Madame Jiang furrowed her brow, astonished that Jiang Nuan Nuan possessed such remarkable ability to earn Dr. Zhou's favor. Jiang Nuan scoffed disdainfully, suggesting that she must have employed some underhanded tactics to have charmed Dr. Zhou into accepting her as a pupil. What talents does Jiang Nuan Nuan truly have? Surely, it must be mere unscrupulous means. Given her unlikable demeanor, it was inconceivable that anyone would genuinely care for her. However, Jiang Dingbei held a different perspective. How could that be? The prescription she had provided for mother was indeed quite effective. Perhaps Dr. Zhou recognized her innate talent, and thus was willing to personally mentor her. Brother, why are you suddenly speaking up for Jiang Nuan Nuan? What kind of enchantment has she cast upon you to cloud your judgment? Do not forget how she treated Yin'er previously. Jiang Dingbei clenched his fist. I am not defending Jiang Nuan Nuan. Rather what? Jiang Dingbei rationally analyzed. Regardless of Jiang Nuan Nuan's unappealing personality, the fact remains that she has become Dr. Zhou's sole apprentice, and she has also ingratiated herself with the Mo family. If we were to acknowledge her again, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the Jiang family. Jiang Nuan Nuan was no longer the same as before. Previously, she was merely a village girl raised in the countryside with little to offer. Yet now, not only was she under the Mo family's patronage, but she was also the sole disciple of Dr. Zhou. Should the Jiang family choose to accept Jiang Nuan Nuan back, the other prominent families in the capital would surely envy them for having such a promising daughter. Jiang Qinggang exchanged glances with Madame Jiang, each contemplating the validity of Jiang Dingbei's assertions. Jiang Qinggang finally spoke, since the news about Jiang Nuan Nuan cannot be concealed. It would be prudent to acknowledge her now that she has established a connection with Dr. Zhou. Madame Jiang agreed, saying, if we accept her back now, and if she possesses any sense of gratitude, she will remember our kindness. In the future, should we require Dr. Zhou's assistance, I believe Jiang Nuan Nuan would surely lend a hand. Jiang Nuan abruptly became agitated, exclaiming in a frantic tone, but what about Yin'er? If Jiang Nuan Nuan returns to the Jiang family, she will undoubtedly intensify her bullying of Yin'er, leaving her without anyone to care for her. Jiang Qinggang spoke with authority. Songnan, do not mention this to Yin'er just yet. Once Jiang Nuan Nuan is back in the Jiang family, we will certainly caution her to behave and not cause trouble. If Jiang Nuan Nuan continues her vain and scheming ways, targeting Yin'er as she did before, then we shall have no choice but to disregard our blood ties and expel her from the family. After class, Jiang Nuan Nuan accompanied Chen Lingxian to retrieve a package. As they stepped out of the school gates, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Dingbei. The sight of the Jiang family member instinctively triggered a sense of aversion in Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart. Nuan Nuan, let us leave. Chen Lingxian's smile vanished in an instant as she pulled Jiang Nuan Nuan to turn back. Jiang Dingbei stood before them, declaring, Nuan Nuan, I have come with good news for you. In response to Jiang Nuan Nuan's perplexed gaze, Jiang Dingbei confidently declared, Mom and Dad have decided to bring you back home, Nuan Nuan. Your household registration can also be transferred to the Jiang family. With that, he eagerly awaited a display of joy and gratitude on her face, for Jiang Nuan Nuan had long yearned to return to the Jiang family. How could she possibly not be elated upon receiving such news? However, upon hearing his words, her expression remained devoid of any happiness. She replied coolly, I have already stated that I have no connection to the Jiang family. I do not wish to return, nor will I. Jiang Dingbei frowned, displeased. Nuan Nuan, there is no need for you to be obstinate at this moment. Mom and Dad are already aware that you were driven away by Yin'er. It was not your own choice to leave. They have agreed to welcome you back. What is there to be dissatisfied about? If you continue to act out, it will only deepen our disappointment. As Jiang Nuan Nuan prepared to respond, Chen Lingxian could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, hands on her hips. Are you Jiang family members, all deaf? Did you not hear what Nuan Nuan just said? She has no desire to return to your wretched family, nor to associate with your biased lot, for you are unworthy. Jiang Bei's expression darkened. Well, have we shown bias? Nuan Nuan, the previous incidents were merely misunderstandings. And Mom and Dad have forgiven you. You must cease your capriciousness. His tone suggested that Jiang Nuan Nuan should feel honored by their forgiveness, oblivious to the harm they had inflicted upon her in the past. Chunling Xian clenched her fists, her eyes reddening with urgency. Oh, no bias? Where were you Jiang family members when Nuan Nuan was pushed into the water by Jiang Yin heir? Where were you when Jiang Yin heir set her snakes upon Nuan Nuan's bed? Each time Nuan Nuan was bullied, you turned a blind eye. Is that not bias? Jiang Bei instinctively retorted, that's impossible. Yin heir is not that kind of person. Nuan Nuan, why can't you coexist peacefully with Yin heir? The mix-up with you two was not intentional on her part. She is also a victim. Why harbor resentment towards her? Jiang Nuan Nuan took a deep breath, her eyes tinged with self-mockery. Since you all still believe that Jiang Yin heir is blameless and that the fault lies with me, why then call for me to return to the Jiang family? Did you not explicitly state that Jiang family has only one daughter, Jiang Yin heir? Jiang Bei's tone turned accusatory. Nuan Nuan, Yin heir did not take anything from you. There's no need to target her. I will ask you one last time. Will you return to this home or not? Miss this opportunity, and it will be gone forever. They lowered their stance, willing to overlook Jiang Nuan Nuan's past actions and welcome her home. What more could she possibly desire? Truly, they were insatiable. Jiang Nuan Nuan responded indifferently. That is not my home. Why should I return? Chunling Xian linked arms with Jiang Nuan Nuan and added, you do not cherish Nuan Nuan. Others will. Step aside, and do not harass her again, or I shall make the news of Jiang Yin heir, being an adopted daughter, known to all. With that, Chunling Xian took Jiang Nuan Nuan and departed. Warm, the Jiang family surely harbors ill intentions. Do not be deceived by them. For a return to the Jiang family is absolutely out of the question. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled gently, assuring, rest assured, I have long been utterly disillusioned with the Jiang family. I shall never return in this lifetime. Jiang Bei stood there, frozen in shock for quite some time, completely unprepared for Jiang Nuan Nuan's attitude. Very well, since she is so ungrateful, she shall not regret it in the future. Let her not assume that by aligning herself with the Zhou and Mo families, she is guaranteed to marry Mo Yunting, without the support of her family. Which prestigious household would welcome her? It is no surprise that one raised in the countryside lacks foresight. There will come a time when she will deeply regret her choices. Chapter 45. Sharing the same bed, Jiang Nuan Nuan sat in the living room, engrossed in her book, when suddenly it was snatched from her hands. She turned in confusion to find the tall figure of a man before her. Mr. Mo, is that you? She yawned. Mo Hanjin glanced at the pages of her book, densely packed with notes, a testament to her diligent attendance in class. He checked his watch, his brow furrowed in concern. Why was she still reading at such a late hour? With a weary smile, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied, I've fallen behind in my studies and wish to catch up quickly. Studying medicine is inherently stressful, and having missed 2 months of classes has compounded that pressure. Observing the slight redness in her eyes, Mo Hanjin's lips pressed into a thin line. It's too late. We shall continue tomorrow. Jiang Nuan Nuan tugged at his sleeve, her voice a soft plea. Mr. Mo, just a little longer, please. I promise to rest once I finish this section. Mo Hanjin maintained his stern demeanor. No, it's time for bed. He tossed the medical book onto the table, and as she reached for it, he swiftly bent down and lifted her into his arms. With a thud, the corner of the book she had just grasped fell to the floor once more. My book, she exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Mo Hanjin shot her an amused yet exasperated glance before carrying her upstairs. He placed her in his bedroom and locked the door behind him. You will sleep in my room tonight. No more late nights studying. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a twinge of guilt. I wasn't studying late, she protested. But under the sharp intensity of his gaze, she felt as if her thoughts were laid bare before him. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hanjin spoke in a low, measured tone. You sneak out to the balcony at midnight to study, thinking I wouldn't notice? Her eyes flickered with guilt. I might have been sleepwalking. His expression turned a shade darker, and he tossed her onto the soft single sofa, his strong arms framing her on either side. Trapped within his embrace, she felt a mix of vulnerability and defiance. Mo Hanjin chuckled darkly. Do you take me for a fool? You think such an obvious lie would deceive me? The air between them was thick with tension, her senses overwhelmed by the mature, alluring scent that radiated from him, mingled with an intoxicating aura of masculinity. A blush crept onto her cheeks as her delicate hand pressed against his chest, attempting to fend off his domineering presence. I just need not force yourself to excel. Even if you fall short of greatness, you remain deserving of love. At times, haste impedes progress. A gentle, steady stream endures the longest. Jiang Nuan Nuan absorbed his words, contemplating them earnestly. Mr. Mo spoke with wisdom. Why was she striving so desperately? There are countless days ahead for her to learn and improve at her own pace. The tension that had long gripped her heart finally began to ease. She offered a relaxed smile and gratefully replied, Mr. Mo, I understand now. I shall no longer exert myself so tirelessly. Mo Hanjin's lips curled slightly. A habit formed over many years would not be easily altered. I shall oversee you. Should you neglect your health again, do not blame me for being harsh, understood? Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. I understand. She secretly exhaled in relief. Now, she should no longer have to sleep in Mr. Mo's room, right? Next week, the old master celebrates his birthday. You will accompany me back to the ancestral home. Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Mo, do I really have to go? Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. And if not? Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, hesitant. But they were in a faux marriage. Were they not? Why then must they meet the family? Mo Hanjin narrowed his cold gaze, pressing closer, and what of it? Jiang Nuan Nuan averted her eyes. Feeling anxious, I'm unsure how to explain to the elders. After all, their child was born from an accident, and it was the existence of that child that compelled Mr. Mo to marry her. Mo Hanjin lightly tapped her forehead. Do not fret so at the banquet. Partake in food and drink as you please. I shall handle the rest. Should the old master have inquiries, I will clarify matters with him. As for others, they are of no consequence to me. I have no interest in their opinions. Mo Hanjin sighed. How is it that at such a tender age, you bear so many worries? How profoundly insecure must she be? Enough. Go take a bath and get to bed promptly. Jiang Nuan Nuan acknowledged him with an "oh" and was about to return to her room. Yet, as she reached the door, she was blocked by the man. Mr. Mo, I am going to my room to sleep. Mo Hanjin gestured to the floor beneath them. Sleep here. I shall keep watch over you. This way, this disobedient young lady will not sneak out to the balcony in the middle of the night to study. She is at an age meant for savoring life. What good is studying day in and day out? Jiang Nuan Nuan was ushered into the bathroom, where she lingered for quite some time before finally emerging. Mo Hanjin chuckled at her prolonged silence. I thought you had fallen into the bathtub. Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed, her hair still dripping as she tightened the bath towel around herself. Mo Hanjin handed her the hairdryer. Dry your hair before sleeping. As Jiang Nuan Nuan saw him rise and head towards the door, she instinctively asked, Mr. Mo, where are you going? I have a work call to attend to. I shall return shortly. You need not wait for me. Jiang Nuan Nuan exhaled a sigh of relief, slowly grasping the hairdryer to dry her hair before climbing onto the plush bed. It was her first time sleeping in a man's bed, as if she had inadvertently trespassed into the domain of a beast, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Jiang Nuan Nuan curled up nervously under the covers, revealing only her glistening, doe-like eyes, her heart racing rapidly. Yet, the room was enveloped in silence. After a long day of studying, her mind felt utterly fatigued. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier, and her breathing became steady and deep. Soon, she drifted into a deep slumber. After Mo Hanjin left the room, he refrained from making a phone call, instead seeking a plausible excuse to vacate the bedroom to spare the young girl any discomfort. Once he deemed it appropriate, estimating that she had succumbed to sleep, Mo Hanjin ascended the stairs to return to his room. Chapter 46. Octopus Nuan Nuan. The first rays of morning sunlight gently caressed the soft expanse of the bed. Jiang Nuan Nuan drowsily turned over, her limbs instinctively seeking the warmth of what she assumed was a plush pillow beside her. Unbeknownst to her, the pillow stiffened slightly the moment she embraced it. Not content with merely wrapping her arms around it, she even lifted a leg entwining herself around the oversized cushion like an octopus. Mo Hanjin's slumber shattered instantly as his sharp, obsidian eyes snapped open, gazing down at the restless figure nestled against him. The girl remained lost in dreams, her delicate form pressed flush against his. A faint smile graced her lips, hinting at whatever sweet reverie held her captive. Mo Hanjin attempted to disentangle himself, carefully peeling her arms away, only for her to cling even tighter the moment he thought he'd escaped. His chest rose and fell deeply, his darkened eyes simmering with restrained desire. Grasping her shoulders, his voice emerged low and rough. Jiang Nuan Nuan, let go. Yet the girl slumbered on, undisturbed. With no other recourse, Mo Hanjin pinched her cheeks, molding her soft face into amusing shapes. Foolish girl, wake up. At last, her lashes fluttered open, confusion clouding her bleary gaze. Who are you? Mo Hanjin's expression darkened. I am your husband. Who else will be sharing her bed? Blinking slowly, it took several moments before the events of the previous night resurfaced in her memory. To prevent her from secretly studying late into the night, Mr. Mo had insisted she sleep in his room, which meant they had shared a bed. The realization jolted her fully awake, a wave of mortification crashing over her. Mr. Mo, we slept together? A vein throbbed at his temple as he gritted out, get off me first. Only then did Jiang Nuan Nuan register their compromising position and the undeniable evidence of his arousal. Scarlet flooded her cheeks as she scrambled backward, hands flying to cover her face. Mr. Mo, the first 3 months are off limits. Mo Hanjin froze mid-motion, his gaze sharpening dangerously. He hadn't planned to touch her, but she'd been the one to provoke him at dawn. Yet her words sparked a different realization. After the first trimester, many restrictions would lift. They wouldn't have to wait until the child's birth. Seizing her wrist before she could flee, he murmured, "Don't forget to come here tonight." Her blush deepened. Again, his lips curved in quiet amusement as he studied her. "You're carrying my child. I won't rest unless I supervise you personally." A predatory gleam entered his eyes. "As for when this arrangement ends, that depends on my mood." She squirmed, but his grip was unyielding. The disparity between their strengths mirrored that of a ruthless wolf and a helpless rabbit, utterly incomparable. Jiang Nuan Nuan had no choice but to accept her fate, conceding with a resigned, "All right, fine." Mo Hanjin was quite pleased with her demeanor and, in a rare act of mercy, released her hand. As Jiang Nuan Nuan descended from the bed, her legs felt weak beneath her. The thought of sharing a bed with Mr. Mo every day sent her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. With the birthday of the elder Mr. Mo approaching, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt compelled to present a gift to the elder, determined to arrive with something in hand. Although Mr. Mo had assured her that she need not prepare anything as he had already made arrangements, she felt an internal obligation. "Ling Xian, could you accompany me to Lingxi Mountain this Saturday? I wish to seek a string of prayer beads for safety and longevity." Chen Lingxian readily agreed. "Of course. There's a religious gathering this Saturday. It should be quite lively." Upon their arrival at Lingxi Mountain, they found the place teeming with people, a throng of worshippers. Chen Lingxian looked at the crowd on the stairs with concern, furrowing her brow. "Nuan Yuan, there are too many people up there. It could be dangerous if you get jostled. Let me go up and ask for the beads on your behalf while you wait here." Jiang Nuan Nuan waved her hand mysteriously. "Don't worry, I know a shortcut." "Really? Where is it? I'll take you there." Jiang Nuan Nuan led Chen Lingxian to a secluded courtyard, where indeed a small path was revealed. "How did you know there was a shortcut here?" "Mr. Mo told me. Years ago, a great fire consumed many statues at Lingxi Temple, and the Mo family funded the temple's reconstruction, providing golden statues for these figures. Thus, a quiet path was reserved specifically for the Mo family. If you want the prayer beads, and since they are meant for the head of the Mo family, why not simply have Lingxi Temple bring them to you? There's no need for you to go in person." Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled gently. "I desire a set of prayer beads blessed by the abbot. Such items are not available to the public. One must ascend the mountain with sincerity to receive them." "I see." The two chatted and laughed as they leisurely made their way up the mountain. "Please wait here, esteemed patrons," a young acolyte instructed as he led Jiang Nuan Nuan and her companion to a resting hall. Upon entering, Jiang Nuan Nuan unexpectedly encountered members of the Jiang family. In addition to Madame Jiang and Jiang Yener, there was also Madame Mu, whom she had met previously at the hospital, along with several other socialites whose identities she did not know but whose opulent attire indicated their wealth. Feigning ignorance of Madame Jiang's presence, Jiang Nuan Nuan discreetly averted her gaze. Madame Jiang frowned, her displeasure evident. Suddenly, one of the ladies remarked, "This young lady bears an uncanny resemblance to Madame Jiang." A flicker of panic crossed Madame Jiang's eyes. "Does she? I don't see it." Jiang Nuan Nuan had indeed inherited Madame Jiang's fair and flawless complexion, unmarred by any blemish. However, her features were even more exquisite than those of Madame Jiang, with a perfectly oval face. It is precisely because Jiang Nuan Nuan bears a striking resemblance to Madame Jiang that the Jiang family refrains from allowing her to make public appearances, fearing that outsiders might discern their mother-daughter relationship. Madame Zhou approached gracefully, her eyes alight with surprise. "You must be Nuan Nuan, am I right? Old Zhou has shown me your photograph, and he praises you incessantly, grinning from ear to ear whenever he speaks of you, his disciple." Jiang Nuan Nuan quickly regained her composure and politely replied, "Nuan Nuan is honored to meet you, madam. I had intended to pay a visit in a few days, but I did not expect to encounter you here." Madame Zhou took her hand and affectionately patted it. "Well, lovely child, it appears we are destined to meet." Madame Mu interjected, "I recall that old Mr. Zhou's disciple is named Jiang Nuan Nuan. How fortuitous that she shares the same surname." Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled faintly, attributing it merely to coincidence. Chapter 47. A stroke of good fortune. Madame Jiang gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan with an air of indifference, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found her demeanor rather irksome. In the past, when this girl resided in the Jiang family, every glance directed at her was filled with a cautious eagerness, a palpable yearning for maternal affection. Now, having aligned herself with the Mo and Zhou families, she seemed to cast aside her own mother. What a superficial and materialistic young woman. Taking a sip of tea, Madame Jiang remarked with a sardonic tone, with the Mo and Zhou families backing her. "She certainly carries herself with newfound confidence. One might easily mistake her for a scion of a prestigious family." Several families allied with the Jiang family chimed in. "She cannot possibly compare to Miss Yen. Your Yen is the epitome of grace and elegance. Her every gesture radiates an aura that those from lesser backgrounds cannot hope to emulate. Indeed, moreover, Yen will undoubtedly become the young mistress of the Mo family." No matter how much some may ingratiate themselves with the Mo family, do they truly believe they could marry into it? Hearing these remarks, Chun Lingxian was incensed to the point of fury. She felt her heart ache at their words, and how much more so for Nuan Nuan. "Nuan Nuan." Chun Lingxian cast a worried glance her way. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled gently, shaking her head. "I certainly cannot compare to the daughters of affluent families, for I am without parents, merely an orphan reliant on no one." As soon as these words left her lips, Madame Jiang's expression darkened ominously. "What do you mean by that? This brazen girl dared to curse her own parents. Did she not understand the essence of filial piety? Such an ungrateful wretch." Unfazed, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied, "I merely stated that my parents passed away long ago. Why does Madame Jiang seem so perturbed? What connection do we share?" Madame Jiang's chest heaved with anger, nearly exposing Jiang Nuan Nuan's true lineage before the assembly. Jiang Yener's eyes flickered as she hastily intervened. "My mother is a lady of high society. You cannot hope to forge any connections there. Furthermore, this is a sacred place. Speaking of death is considered inauspicious, and one ought to fear retribution." Jiang Nuan Nuan straightened her back, replying with calm dignity, "I have never engaged in wrongdoing. Should retribution come, it shall be borne by those who deserve it first." Both Jiang Yener and Madame Jiang found themselves rendered speechless by her retort. Madame Jiang's face turned a deep shade of anger as she fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Nuan Nuan. What was she implying? Was she insinuating that her ungratefulness would lead to future consequences? After all the toil and effort she had expended to bring her into this world, how could she not express gratitude, instead uttering such venomous curses? It appeared that driving Jiang Nuan Nuan from their midst had indeed been a judicious decision. Chen Lingxian grasped Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand, her excitement bubbling over as she whispered in her ear, "Nuan Nuan, you were incredible just now. I was so worried you would be bullied by them and would not dare to retort." Initially, upon hearing Madame Jiang's words, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a sharp pang in her heart, akin to a knife piercing her. However, she had long since become disillusioned with the Jiang family. Such pain was but fleeting and would not bring her to her knees. "Esteemed ladies and young misses, the abbot is still in seclusion. Please draw lots before partaking in the vegetarian meal." Didn't they say the abbot would emerge today? We have all made a special effort to come here amidst our busy schedules. Why are we still in seclusion? The young monk kindly replied, "The master will emerge from seclusion this afternoon, so please be patient, esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, the monks brought forth a draw container for everyone to draw lots. This has always been a tradition at Lingxi Temple, where all guests must draw a lot, and only those who draw the character for fate will be granted an audience with the abbot. "Hurry and draw," urged Jiang Yin'er as she assisted Madame Jiang forward. As they passed by Jiang Nuan Nuan, she intentionally nudged her aside, pushing her out of the crowd. Ouch! Jiang Nuan Nuan bumped into the door, her elbow bruising from the impact. "Nuan Nuan, are you all right?" Chen Lingxian inquired with concern. Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. "I'm fine. Let us go draw our lots." When they reached the draw container, the others had already selected their lots, leaving only a few remaining. Jiang Nuan Nuan randomly picked one and, upon turning it over, discovered a golden character, fate, outlined in auspicious clouds. Chen Lingxian nearly jumped for joy, exclaiming, "How wonderful! We can meet the abbot soon. This trip has not been in vain." The young monk smiled and congratulated her. "Congratulations, esteemed guest, for drawing the auspicious lot today. When the abbot emerges, you may be the first to pay your respects." Jiang Nuan Nuan's face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you, master." The others, witnessing her fortunate draw, displayed envious expressions upon realizing she had selected the only golden lot. "This girl is simply too lucky. How did she manage to draw the sole auspicious lot?" Lady Zhou remarked with a smile. "This lot is quite rare and difficult to obtain. You are truly fortunate, child. I find myself envious of your luck." "You are too kind, Annie." In stark contrast to Jiang Nuan Nuan's delight, the atmosphere was notably awkward for Madame Jiang and Jiang Yin'er, as both had drawn blank lots, symbolizing a futile endeavor. Jiang Yin'er, frustrated, stomped her foot. "Why are there so many blank lots? What purpose do they serve at Lingxi Temple? The abbot rarely receives visitors, and obtaining an audience with him is akin to a Herculean task. One must be well-informed and fortunate enough to draw the right lot." Madame Jiang had visited 3 times, and each time returned empty-handed. This latest blank lot was infuriating. The news of Jiang Nuan Nuan not only drawing the character for fate but also the rare golden lot made Madame Jiang seethe with frustration. Ever since Jiang Nuan Nuan was brought back, her luck had been abysmal. Was it possible that Jiang Nuan Nuan's fate was ill-fated, bringing misfortune to the Jiang family? Or had she siphoned the family's fortune? During the meal, while the others were distracted, Madame Jiang approached Jiang Nuan Nuan. With a stern expression and a forced smile, she remarked, "Nuan Nuan, this mango sticky rice is quite delightful. I thought you would enjoy it, as I remember you love mangoes." Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed at the dish, her lips curving into a sardonic smile. Even with her toes, she could surmise that Madame Jiang had ulterior motives for her sudden kindness. Indeed, the next moment, Madame Jiang reached for the lot she had placed on the table. "Please, let me have this lot. At my age, climbing up and down the mountain is quite inconvenient, and I shouldn't have made the trip for nothing." Chen Lingxian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her journeys up and down the mountain were fraught with difficulty. Did that imply that Nuan Nuan would find it any easier? After all, she was with child. It was a stroke of luck to have drawn a fateful slip. If she relinquished this opportunity, who could say if such fortune would grace her again? Just as Madame Jiang picked up the slip, it was swiftly snatched away by Jiang Nuan Nuan. Lifting her gaze to her, Nuan Nuan remarked, "Madame Jiang, do you truly believe that a mere bowl of glutinous rice can exchange for someone else's coveted fortune? Is that not rather disrespectful?" The gazes of the others turned toward them, and Madame Jiang felt a pang of embarrassment. Pinching her fingers, she awkwardly replied, I merely thought that the mango glutinous rice from Lingxi Temple is delightful, and I was kindly offering you an extra portion. Do not be ungrateful for goodwill. Chapter 48. The consecutive Rolls-Royce before Jiang Nuan Nuan could utter a word. Chun Lingxian had already pushed aside the serving of mango sticky rice. Madam Jiang, are you not aware that Nuan Yuan is allergic to mangoes? Even as her close friend, Chun Lingxian knew that a mere touch of mango would leave Jiang Nuan Yuan covered in red rashes. Yet, astonishingly, Madame Jiang, as Nuan Yuan's biological mother, appeared oblivious to such an evident fact. Taken aback by this revelation, Madame Jiang instinctively exclaimed, How could that be? Isn't she the one who adores mangoes? Before she could finish her sentence, it dawned on her that it was Jiang Yin'er, not Jiang Nuan Yuan, who relished mangoes. On Jiang Yin'er's birthday, the Jiang family had specially ordered a multi-tiered mango cake, filled with fresh mangoes airlifted from abroad. While the entire family indulged in the birthday cake, Jiang Nuan Yuan abstained entirely. Madame Jiang had scolded her then. How thoughtless. In such a grand occasion, why are you throwing a tantrum? If you continue to be so unreasonable, you might as well return to your original home. At that time, Jiang Nuan Yuan had merely mentioned her allergy to mangoes and her inability to consume the cake. However, the Jiang family disregarded her words, believing it to be mere sibling rivalry against Jiang Yin'er. Now, Madame Jiang finally noticed that Jiang Nuan Yuan's plate was filled with various fruits, conspicuously devoid of mangoes. Meeting Jiang Nuan Yuan's clear, innocent gaze, a pang of guilt surged within Madame Jiang. Yet, before she could articulate her feelings, Jiang Nuan Yuan calmly averted her gaze, as if she were just an inconsequential stranger. After partaking in the vegetarian meal, Jiang Nuan Yuan entered the quiet room with Chun Lingxian, where they encountered the venerable abbot. Amit Ba, please have a seat, the abbot said, his kind eyes radiating a tranquil energy that enveloped them in peace. The emotional turmoil caused by Madame Jiang subsided miraculously for Jiang Nuan Yuan. Master, I have come sincerely to request a set of blessed prayer beads, Jiang Nuan Yuan stated. The abbot, seemingly aware of her innermost thoughts, smiled gently and inquired, Are these prayer beads intended for an elder? Jiang Nuan Yuan, taken aback, responded, How did you know? The abbot smiled in silence, merely handing her an antique wooden box. Upon opening it, she discovered a set of smooth sandalwood prayer beads, inscribed with verses wishing for longevity and peace, perfect for gifting to an elder. Surprised, she glanced at the abbot, realizing why so many affluent ladies sought this master's wisdom and personally visited him on the mountain. It seemed the abbot was even more formidable than she had anticipated. A thought crossed Jiang Nuan Yuan's mind, prompting her to ask, Master, could you help me discern if I am destined to be devoid of familial blessings in this lifetime? She lowered her gaze, concealing the sorrow within her eyes. It was disingenuous to claim she did not envy others who basked in the love of their parents. Yet, she could not fathom what she had done wrong to elicit disdain from her adoptive parents and indifference from her biological ones. Was her fate truly to be devoid of her kin's affection? The abbot sighed softly and poured her a cup of hot tea. Do not fret, dear one. Kinship extends beyond parents and siblings. It encompasses future lovers and children as well. Observing your countenance, I perceive you to be a person destined for a life of fortune and fulfillment. I impart this wisdom to you. The consequences of good and evil are predetermined, and your debts will be repaid in due course. As Jiang Nuan exited the quiet room, she contemplated the meaning of the abbot's words. Chun Lingxian elucidated, Nuan Nuan, I believe the abbot's statement is a form of guidance for you. The Jiang family has treated you poorly and owes you much. They will inevitably come to regret their actions. Moreover, having endured such hardships in your early life, you are destined for great wealth and a smooth journey ahead. What fate owes you shall be returned to you twofold. Jiang Nuan responded with a soft affirmation, her face lighting up with hope. She too wished that the abbot's words held such significance. Furthermore, the master had mentioned that kinship is not limited to parents and siblings, but also includes future partners and offspring. Did this not suggest that her future marriage would be blissful and that her husband and children would cherish her deeply? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for what lay ahead. As she descended the mountain, Jiang Nuan once again encountered the Jiang mother and daughter duo. They were traversing the crowded thoroughfare, jostling amongst the throng, their makeup askew. In contrast, Jiang Nuan, having taken a secluded path, descended leisurely and without haste, despite having left later than them. Madame Jiang departed in the family vehicle. Yet Jiang Yin'er did not board. Intentionally, she approached Jiang Nuan, adopting a haughty demeanor as she derided, "Are you waiting for the bus?" "Huh. Soon Mo Xiao will come to collect me. Would you care for a ride?" Jiang Nuan blinked and readily replied, "Sure." This left Jiang Yin'er feeling awkward. Her intent was merely to mock Jiang Nuan, not to genuinely extend an invitation. Casting a glance at Jiang Nuan's exquisite features, a flicker of jealousy crossed Jiang Yin'er's eyes. If Jiang Nuan were to ride, who knew what seductive tactics she might employ to shamelessly entice Mo Xiao? Never mind. Mo Xiao's car was not a privilege for just anyone to claim, lest some individuals attempt to meddle as a mistress. Jiang Nuan waved to the roadside, "Uncle Lu, we are here." Jiang Yin'er looked on with disdain, initially presuming it to be a cheap taxi, only to be astonished by the arrival of a matching Rolls-Royce. As the vehicle approached, many passers-by stood agape, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Yin'er widened her eyes in disbelief as the luxury car advanced toward Jiang Nuan. Such understated opulence must surely be worth tens of millions. A vehicle even Mo Xiao lacked. Despite being cast out by the Jiang family, how could Jiang Nuan afford such an extravagant ride? Jiang Yin'er's face contorted with jealousy as she venomously inquired, "Jiang Nuan, from where did you rent this car?" "To satisfy your vanity. You are truly going to great lengths. One wouldn't presume you to have resorted to selling yourself just to rent such an expensive vehicle, would one?" A bystander interjected, "It's clear you've never driven a luxury car. Who would rent out a limited edition vehicle like this?" Jiang Nuan turned to Jiang Yin'er and asked, "Do you often rent cars?" "I had no idea that one could rent luxury cars." Her remark undoubtedly insinuates that Jiang Yin'er frequently hires vehicles to flaunt her status. Otherwise, how would she possess such knowledge? Jiang Yin'er, infuriated, contorted her face in anger, struggling to maintain her waning dignity, and retorted defiantly, "Humph, what does that matter? Once I marry into the Mo family, I shall have access to any luxury car I desire, no matter the source of Jiang Nuan Nuan's vehicle. It could never compare to hers in the future. She is the true daughter of the Jiang family, destined to wed into a prestigious family like the Mo's and live a life of opulence." Before getting into her car, Jiang Nuan Nuan turned back and earnestly said, "I genuinely hope you marry into the Mo family. That way, you and I would become family." Chapter 49. Unexpected Encounter After Jiang Nuan Nuan departed. Jiang Yin'er lingered at the spot for 3 to 4 hours, until she finally saw Mo Yunting arrive to pick her up. Her legs ached from standing, yet in the presence of Mo Yunting, she found herself unable to utter a single complaint. "I saw a Rolls-Royce with consecutive numbers today. It was truly stunning. Yunting, once we are married, could you gift me one?" Mo Yunting cast her a sidelong glance. "Are you unwell? Where would I procure such a vehicle with consecutive numbers?" Jiang Yin'er's expression stiffened, and she retorted stubbornly, "But I saw one today and even took a photo. Your Mo family hold a prestigious position in the capital. Surely it wouldn't be difficult for you to acquire such a car." Mo Yunting glanced at the photo on her phone, his brows knitting together. "Isn't this my uncle's car?" Jiang Yin'er's voice rose sharply. "What did you say?" Mo Yunting dug at his ear, wearing an impatient expression. "Why are you shouting? Who else would dare to use such an impressive license plate, if not my uncle? Look closely. The tires are custom-made in Italy, marked with an M. It's exclusively for my uncle. Where did you see it? Did my uncle come to Lingxi Temple today? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Mo Yunting's mood soured instantly. Had he known his uncle was here, he would have come sooner to seize the opportunity to enhance his standing in his uncle's eyes. Jiang Yin'er was engulfed in profound shock, barely registering Mo Yunting's words. This was indeed Master Mo's car. She had seen Jiang Nuan Nuan board that vehicle. Could it be? No, it was impossible. Master Mo was so unattainable, and countless debutantes in the capital could not capture his attention. What right did Jiang Nuan Nuan have to entice him? There had to be another explanation. Regardless, there was no way Jiang Nuan Nuan could ascend to such heights. Mo Yunting, growing impatient, pushed Jiang Yin Air aside. I'm asking you a question. My uncle is here, and you didn't inform me sooner? Jiang Yin Air swallowed her indignation and replied. I had no idea it was Master Mo's car. Had she known, she would have rushed to interrogate the driver about why Jiang Nuan Nuan was allowed to board. Could it be that Jiang Nuan Nuan had charmed Master Mo's driver? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her suspicions. When the elder Mo celebrated his birthday, she would publicly expose Jiang Nuan Nuan's sordid deeds, stripping her of dignity and ensuring she could no longer threaten her engagement with young Master Mo. Soon, they arrived at the elder Mo's birthday banquet. Jiang Nuan Nuan spent a considerable time in the fitting room, her eyes weary from selecting attire. Ultimately, she chose an elegantly colored qipao. Just as she adorned herself with the garment, someone entered from behind. Still not done? Mo Hanjin assumed she was still selecting clothes, not realizing she was already in the process of changing, with the garment only half on. The girl hurriedly turned, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin to the air. Mo Hanjin's gaze deepened slightly. Do you require my assistance? Jiang Nuan Nuan covered her flushed face and shyly said, No need, Mr. Mo, please wait for me outside. Mo Hanjin slightly curled the corners of his lips and gentlemanly stepped out of the room. The style of Jiang Nuan Nuan's qipao was quite unique, featuring an exquisite pearl button at the back, which she struggled to fasten for quite some time. In her helplessness, she had no choice but to call Mo Hanjin back in. Mr. Mo, are you still outside? Mo Hanjin's deep voice resonated, possessing a penetrating quality. What is it? Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly asked. Could you possibly help me with the button? Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to a whisper, barely audible if one did not pay close attention. Mo Hanjin strode into the dressing room, coming to stand behind Jiang Nuan Nuan. She faced a full-length mirror, and through its reflection, she beheld the tall and imposing figure of a man behind her. Mo Hanjin's keen gaze quickly locked onto hers in the mirror, their eyes meeting with a weighty intensity. Noticing Jiang Nuan Nuan flinch away like a startled rabbit, a hint of amusement flickered in Mo Hanjin's depths. Where's the button? Right here, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied, parting her seaweed-like long hair to reveal a delicate swan-like neck and a back of porcelain-like skin. As Mo Hanjin extended his long fingers to touch the pearl button, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her neck. Instantly, Jiang Nuan Nuan's back stiffened, as if electricity coursed through her. She cautiously peered through the mirror to gauge Mo Hanjin's expression. The sharpness of his refined features and the depth of his brows made him appear as if he were a masterpiece meticulously crafted by a divine creator. Mo Hanjin pinched the pearl button, playing with it lightly between his fingers until it warmed to his touch, before fastening it with care. As he withdrew his hand, Jiang Nuan Nuan breathed out a sigh of relief, fanning her flushed cheeks. However, just as she was about to turn around, her high heels faltered beneath her, causing her to topple forward. Ah! Jiang Nuan Nuan exclaimed in panic, flailing her arms at her sides, inadvertently grasping a rectangular piece of fabric. Mo Hanjin swiftly reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Yet, due to her grip on his thigh, his tall frame was forced to bend, pressing her against the full-length mirror. With wide eyes, Jiang Nuan Nuan stared at the intimate reflection of the two of them in the mirror. She leaned against the glass, with Mo Hanjin's strong hand tightly gripping her waist. His broad chest nearly fused with her petite back. Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, her heart racing as if it were about to surpass its limits. Help, she thought. It was truly unintentional. Mo Hanjin narrowed his eyes slightly, a predatory glint flashing within them, as though he were a beast ready to devour its prey. He closed his eyes, suppressing his fierce impulses. Gently, he extricated his tie from her grasp, assisting her in standing upright before the mirror. Catching sight of the sparkling high heels on her feet, Mo Hanjin's brows furrowed slightly. How to wear high heels? Jiang Nuan Nuan tucked her hair behind her ear, her heart racing with anxiety. I believe wearing high heels presents a more formal appearance, she stammered. Yet, she overlooked the fact that she had never donned high heels before. Just moments ago, she had nearly lost her balance. And had it not been for Mo Hanjuan's timely support, she would have certainly fallen. Mo Han-jun spoke in a low voice. If you are unaccustomed to them, there is no need to force yourself to wear them. Switch to flats. The thought of her navigating the world in high heels made him uneasy, fearing she might inadvertently trip again. It would be far better for her to simply change into flats. Jiang Nuan Nuan, feeling embarrassed, nodded, I will change right away. As she sat on the stool to swap her shoes, she caught a glimpse of Mo Han-jun adjusting his disheveled tie. His fingers, delicately structured, resembled pieces of art carved from jade. The contrast between his pale fingers and the dark tie was striking. What was a simple action took on an inexplicable allure when performed by him. Jiang Nuan Nuan recalled their earlier physical contact and, unable to help herself, swallowed hard. Chapter 50. Meeting the elder Mr. Mo outside the Mo family's ancestral residence. A procession of understated luxury vehicles glided in, coming to rest upon the verdant lawn. Jiang Nuan Nuan sat within the car, her heart fluttering with anticipation even before arriving at the estate. Mo Han-yin, Sen Singhar Anis, gently grasped her hand and offered a reassuring pat. Do not be anxious. The elder gentleman is quite fond of you. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked in confusion. But I have never met Mr. Mo before. Mo Han-jin smiled mysteriously. You shall soon find out. With a heart full of curiosity, Jiang Nuan Nuan alighted from the vehicle alongside him. The butler of the Mo family approached with great reverence. Third master, allow me to park the car for you. Very well, Mo Han-jin replied, tossing the keys to the butler while taking Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand as they entered the charmingly antiquated residence. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan withdrew her hand. Mr. Mo, I think it best if I enter on my own. Mo Han-jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is the matter? You undoubtedly have many social engagements today. Do not mind me. Please proceed, she insisted, gently urging him forward. As they approached the old estate, they took a path that diverged from that of the other guests, hoping to remain unseen. Though she had come to partake in the gathering, Jiang Nuan Nuan was keen to keep her connection with Mr. Mo concealed, wishing not to tarnish his reputation. Mo Han-jin affectionately ruffled her hair. Once you arrive at the banquet hall, be sure to enjoy yourself and not neglect your appetite. Understood? Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded obediently. I understand, rest assured. She would take good care of herself and the baby. With lingering concern, Mo Han-jin advised, call me if you need anything. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled sweetly, sure. As his figure disappeared into the garden, she lingered for a moment before making her way toward the main thoroughfare where the other guests were gathered. Mingling into the crowd, she soon spotted Madame Zhou, whom she had encountered previously. Nuan Nuan, how delightful to see you here. Come, let us enter together, Madame Zhou said warmly. Andy, what a coincidence, Jiang Nuan Nuan replied, linking her arm with Madame Zhou as they made their way into the banquet hall. Inside, the hall was bustling with guests, who gathered in small clusters, wine glasses in hand. Madame Zhou offered Jiang Nuan Nuan a glass of red wine. Would you care for a drink? Jiang Nuan Nuan politely declined. Thank you, Annie, but I would prefer a glass of juice. Being with child, she was cautious about consuming alcohol. As Madame Zhou mingled with old friends, Jiang Nuan Nuan wandered alone to the dessert section, sampling a delightful little cake that caught her eye. To her surprise, she noticed that all the afternoon teas and sweets served at the banquet were her favorites. At that moment, Jiang Yin approached with a glint of mockery in her eyes. Jiang Nuan Nuan, I never expected you to manage to sneak in. This is the elder Mr. Mo's birthday celebration. Do you truly believe you are worthy of attending? To make an impression in front of the Mo family, Jiang Yin had adorned herself in extravagant attire and enlisted the help of a professional makeup artist. Yet, despite her efforts, her darker complexion and lack of refined features still bore an air of awkwardness. Jiang Nuan Nuan took a sip of cream, the rosy corners of her lips adorned with white froth, exuding an indescribable aura of vivacity. If you're able to attend, why can't I? Jiang Yinner approached her with crossed arms, disdain dripping from her words. I am the fiancé of young Master Mo, the future mistress of the Mo family. What status do you possess to even be compared with me? The group of young ladies behind her also joined in, launching a barrage of ridicule at Jiang Nuan Nuan. Indeed, Yinner is the sole young lady of the Jiang family and the future mistress of the Mo family. You, a village girl from the countryside, how dare you compare yourself to Yinner? I truly wonder how you managed to get in here. I advise you to leave voluntarily to avoid embarrassing yourself before old Master Mo. What a laughingstock you would be. I hear your parents are mere farmers. You likely cannot even present a proper birthday gift. How utterly disgraceful. The eyes of Jiang Yin'er and her companions burned with jealousy as they glared at Jiang Nuan Nuan. Each of them was exquisitely dressed, yet they felt overshadowed by Jiang Nuan Nuan's simple elegance. Without a trace of makeup, she wore a plain qipao that looked simply stunning. Her gentle smile, accompanied by a subtle dimple, made her resemble a fairy come to life from an ancient ink wash painting. Whose daughter is that? How has she blossomed into such beauty? And her beauty is far from gaudy. Rather, it possesses an ethereal quality. Standing opposite her was none other than Jiang Yin'er. In this light, Jiang Yin'er appeared completely eclipsed by that enchanting fairy. Today marked old Master Mo's birthday celebration. Perhaps she would catch his eye, and the position of young Mistress Mo might soon see a change. The gazes of other guests turned toward Jiang Nuan Nuan, first observing Jiang Yin'er and her friends. Heavily made up, leaving them feeling as though their eyes had been sullied. But upon glancing at Jiang Nuan Nuan, their eyes were instantly healed. Indeed, in the presence of true beauty, the more one tries to embellish oneself, the more laughable it becomes. Jiang Nuan Nuan's voice was sweet as she calmly stated, "Since I am in the banquet hall, it is evident that I have been invited. If Miss Jiang wishes to expel me, perhaps she should wait until you have truly become a member of the Mo family." Implicit in her words was the suggestion that Jiang Yin'er had yet to marry into the Mo family, and it was premature for her to flaunt such authority as the future young mistress. Whether she could successfully ascend to that position remained uncertain. Jiang Yin'er's face darkened, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. The Mo family values their promises. They will not renege on our engagement. As for you, in your eagerness to climb the Mo family's ranks, you are willing to associate with someone so lowly. Jiang Nuan Nuan frowned. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yin'er beamed with triumph. Do not think I am unaware of your secrets. Soon, I shall expose your true nature before everyone. With that, she strutted away like a victorious rooster, her head held high. Jiang Nuan Nuan pondered Jiang Yin'er's words, bewildered by their meaning. Never mind. Why should she care? After all, her words would surely be unkind. The joyous yet classical music began to play, signaling the official commencement of the birthday celebration. Old Master Mo, the birthday celebrant, donned a vibrant red tang suit today, exuding vitality and possessing remarkably sharp eyes. Jiang Nuan Nuan followed the gazes of the crowd, and upon clearly discerning old Master Mo's visage, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it be that this was the very gentleman who had played chess with her? No wonder she had always felt that this elder bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. It turned out he was the patriarch of the Mo family. Upon closer inspection, the hawk-like sharpness of his eyes was indeed a mirror image of Mr. Mo's. Despite encountering Mr. Mo daily, she had failed to recognize their uncanny similarity. Chapter 51. The affection of Old Master Mo. Old Master Mo's piercing gaze swept across the gathering of guests, finally landing on that precious daughter-in-law of his in the corner. Instantly, his expression softened considerably, his eyes brimming with affection and satisfaction as they rested upon Jiang Nuan Nuan. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Nuan Nuan nervously lowered her head. How could the grandfather she played chess with be old Master Mo? Surely, he wouldn't misconstrue her intentions and think she was deliberately approaching him? Why was old Master Mo fixated on that corner? Was he admiring the girl in the qipao? It was perplexing. Wasn't Jiang Yin supposed to be the young mistress of the Mo family? Why did old Master Mo not spare her a glance? The guests whispered among themselves. Yet none connected this to third Master Mo. Their thoughts were solely on Mo Yunting. After all, third Master Mo was notoriously cold-hearted, indifferent to women, and it had never been heard that any woman graced his side. May old Master Zhu enjoy robust health and prosperity as vast as the East Sea. The guests approached old Master Mo in succession, offering their gifts and well wishes. Jiang Yin'er's shrill voice pierced through. Jiang Nuan Nuan, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? What gift do you plan to present to old Master Mo? Her tone was just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Mrs. Zhou, concerned, cast a worried glance at Jiang Nuan Nuan and whispered, I happen to have a modest gift prepared. Why not take it to old Master Mo? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, expressing her gratitude for Mrs. Zhou's kindness. However, I have brought a gift of my own. Steeling herself against the gazes of the crowd, she approached old Master Mo. From her bag, she retrieved a wooden box, stating, This is a token of my sincerity. I wish you longevity, old master, and may your descendants flourish, bringing you happiness and health. Upon hearing the mention of flourishing descendants, old Master Mo's smile radiated with warmth. He personally accepted Jiang Nuan Nuan's gift, beaming as he replied, You are thoughtful, my dear Nuan Nuan. Thank you for your blessings. Jiang Nuan Nuan sighed in relief. Fortunately, old Master Mo harbored no doubts about her intentions, or else there could have been a significant misunderstanding. Little did she know, old Master Mo had not merely chanced upon her. He had been waiting specifically for her arrival. Jiang Yin, upon hearing those words, revealed her shock and disbelief. Old Master Mo actually knew Jiang Nuan Nuan's name and spoke to her so affectionately? What right did Jiang Nuan Nuan have? Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yin pushed past Jiang Nuan Nuan to stand before old Master Mo. With a sycophantic expression, she eagerly proclaimed, Grandfather Mo, this exquisite jade Buddha was procured at great expense by our Jiang family. I hope you will find it to your liking. Old Master Mo glanced at it casually before instructing his servant, accepted and noted on the gift list. Just as he was about to converse further with Jiang Nuan Nuan, Jiang Yin stubbornly interposed herself between them. She opened the box, proudly revealing the jade Buddha within. Grandfather Mo, this jade Buddha is a deep emerald green, extremely rare, and would fit beautifully on the antique shelf in your living room. If this gift from the Jiang family is placed on display by old Master Mo, my engagement with young Master Mo will be secured. Regrettably, what the Jiang family perceives as an invaluable treasure is deemed utterly insignificant in the eyes of the Mo family. The elder Mr. Mo furrowed his brow and dismissed the offering. Jiang Yinner's smile faltered momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Mo, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yinner, the fiancé of Mo Shao. If I am fortunate enough to marry into the Mo family, I shall honor you as if you were my own grandfather. She confidently mused within, believing the old man must be forgetful, failing to remember her. Once she revealed her identity as Mo Shao's fiancé, she anticipated a complete turnaround in his demeanor towards her. Mr. Mo attempted several times to converse with Jiang Nuan, but each effort was thwarted by Jiang Yinner, leaving him in a foul mood. With a cold tone, the elder stated, Do not rush to call me grandfather. I do not require another granddaughter. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted dramatically at his words. Guests exchanged curious glances, filled with intrigue, while whispers circulated among them. Hadn't the Jiang family always claimed that the Mo family was exceedingly pleased with Jiang Yinner as the future matriarch? Why then did it seem that Mr. Mo's demeanor was rather frosty? It was more than just indifference. One could see the displeasure etched across his furrowed brow. He appeared quite taken with Jiang Nuan instead. Was there a possibility of a change in alliances? The Jiang family seemed to be in for quite a spectacle. Listening to the murmurs, Jiang Yinner felt her temper flare. Why was this old man not supporting her and instead showing such affinity towards Jiang Nuan? Was Jiang Nuan truly destined to be the future daughter-in-law of the Mo family? Once she entered the Mo household and took charge of the Mo group, her first order of business will be to show this old man a thing or two. Unable to confront Mr. Mo directly, Jiang Yinner turned her ire towards Jiang Nuan. Jiang Nuan, what gift did you present? What is there to hide from everyone? Without awaiting a response, she strode to the servant and forcefully opened the wooden box Jiang Nuan had given. Upon seeing its contents, a mocking smile graced Jiang Yinner's lips as she acidly remarked, For such a significant occasion, you presented a string of worthless beads? Did your family not teach you the meaning of decorum? She had anticipated that Jiang Nuan, being of modest means, would have nothing of worth to offer. No wonder she hesitated to unveil the box, keeping it concealed. Jiang Nuan pursed her lips and replied, These beads were personally acquired from Lingxi Temple, sought from the abbot, and are meant to bless our elders with longevity and health. I believe the essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it, rather than its monetary value. Elder Mr. Mo regarded Jiang Nuan with a look of approval, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. It was no surprise that he was drawn to that impudent boy. Indeed, she was a perceptive individual, unlike those banal women. Jiang Yin'er retorted sharply, "No matter what excuse you conjure, it cannot disguise the truth of your stinginess in gifting. Such Buddhist beads are abundantly available at street stalls. Who can truly ascertain whether they're the sacred beads consecrated by the abbot of Lingxi Temple? Jiang Nuan Nuan certainly knows how to embellish her own reputation. The beads blessed by the abbot of Lingxi Temple are not so easily obtained. It is likely that she merely picked up a cheap trinket from a vendor to deceive Master Mo." Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked. "And did Miss Jiang forget? That day, when I visited Lingxi Temple, I happened to encounter you and Madame Jiang as well. However, I was fortunate enough to draw the golden slip, while you and Madame Jiang seem to have drawn an empty one, signifying a futile endeavor." The triumphant smile on Jiang Yin'er's face instantly froze. Many affluent families hold a belief in certain metaphysical principles. Otherwise, those noble ladies would not venture to Lingxi Temple to seek an audience with the abbot. The Jiang family has made several trips up the mountain to meet with the abbot, yet they have never drawn a favorable slip, returning empty-handed each time. If this matter were to spread, everyone would perceive the Jiang family as cursed with misfortune. Who would dare to collaborate with them? Chapter 52. Worm's counterattack. Jiang Yin'er wore a ghastly smile. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "We merely drew a random fortune, nothing more. The notion of a futile endeavor is nothing but superstitious nonsense. I do not subscribe to such beliefs." Jiang Nuan Nuan feigned confusion and inquired, "If you do not believe, then why seek a fortune?" This left Jiang Yin'er speechless. With a venomous glare, she remarked, "What of encountering the master? Those blessed prayer beads are not for everyone to possess. The master's actions are often inscrutable. How could it be that Jiang Nuan Nuan, on her very first visit to Lingxi Mountain, could acquire such a treasured item?" Jiang Nuan Nuan lifted the fragrant prayer beads high and pointed out the 18th bead. "Everyone, please observe, behind the 18th bead is the master's personally inscribed Dharma name." Mrs. Zhou leaned in for a closer look. "Indeed, this is inscribed by Master Liao. I recognize it." Several esteemed ladies stepped forward to corroborate Jiang Nuan Nuan's assertion. "I can attest to this. I have seen the master's calligraphy at Lingxi Temple, and this is undoubtedly his authentic signature." With this revelation, Jiang Nuan Nuan's gift was deemed beyond reproach. A string of prayer beads blessed by the master at Lingxi Temple is a treasure that cannot be purchased with wealth alone. Jiang Nuan Nuan's possession of such beads signifies her auspicious fate and connection to the divine, something others could only envy. Amidst the envious gazes, old Master Mo proudly donned the prayer beads on his right hand, unabashedly expressing his delight. "Nuan Nuan, you are truly thoughtful. Amidst all these gifts, this one resonates with me the most. After all, these beads were not only blessed by the master, but were also personally sought for him by his future daughter-in-law. How could he not cherish them?" Old Master Mo decided he would wear these beads daily, as if his future grandchildren were perpetually by his side. Jiang Nuan Nuan's reputation was restored, and she was publicly praised by old Master Mo, basking in the spotlight. Now, it was Jiang Yin'er who found herself in an awkward position. Why had Jiang Yin'er consistently targeted Jiang Nuan Nuan? Had they known each other prior? Even if the prayer beads were indeed counterfeit, it was hardly her place to nitpick, especially since she had yet to marry into the Mo family. Her eagerness was unwarranted. Is this truly the daughter of the Jiang family? One might mistake her for a mere jester, faced with the mocking gazes of others. Jiang Yin'er wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. As old Master Mo appeared ready to express his ire, Jiang Dingbei quickly intervened. With displeasure, he admonished, "Yin'er, this is the old master's birthday celebration. What is the meaning of your antics?" "Jean Januaire is fast flushed crimson." "Old master, my sister is young and spoiled by our family. She does not understand decorum. She was merely jesting, and I ask for your forgiveness." Old Master Mo did not even lift his eyelids, clearly unimpressed by the Jiang family. "Ah, I recall that she is of the same age as Nuan Nuan. yet their temperaments are worlds apart. Is this the esteemed upbringing of the Jiang family? Jiang Dingbei instinctively glanced at Jiang Nuan Nuan, hoping she would mediate. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan averted her gaze, a hint of sarcasm gracing her smile. Earlier, when she was tormented by Jiang Yin'er, the Jiang family feigned ignorance. Yet now, as Jiang Yin'er faltered, they were all too eager to shield her, truly a testament to sibling affection. Jiang Yin'er, seething with rage, blurted out, "What does she understand?" In truth, Jiang Nuan Nuan has long been entangled with the driver of Master Mo. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Dingbei coldly interrupted, "Enough. Do you not feel the humiliation is already sufficient? Old Master Mo, I apologize for the spectacle. Upon our return, we shall ensure my younger sister is strictly disciplined, so she will not act so willfully again." With that, Jiang Dingbei grimly led Jiang Yin'er aside. Once the siblings had departed, the guests began to murmur about the Jiang family's affairs. I heard rumors that the Jiang family is embroiled in a scandal regarding the true and false heiresses. Could it be true? Why is Jiang Yin'er so antagonistic towards Jiang Nuan Nuan? They are precisely the same age and share the same surname. What a striking coincidence. I believe Jiang Nuan Nuan is the genuine heiress, while Jiang Yin'er is dark and unrefined, bearing no resemblance to Madame Jiang. It is evident to the discerning eye that Madame Jiang possesses fair and delicate skin, a trait fully inherited by Jiang Nuan Nuan. In contrast, Jiang Yin'er has a coarse and dark complexion. No amount of makeup can mask her lack of beauty. If Jiang Yin'er is indeed a misplaced false heiress, then Jiang Nuan Nuan must be the true daughter of the Jiang family, and everything falls into place. I wonder what the Jiang family is scheming. Failing to promptly bring the true heiress home to rectify the years of neglect, instead treating a false heiress as a treasure. No wonder the Jiang family consistently draws ill-fated lots whenever they visit Lingxi Mountain. Not a single person in their household possesses clear judgment. They are all fools with bizarre reasoning. Jiang Yin'er retreated to a corner, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Dingbei. "Why did you pull me away? I still have crucial matters to address. I must expose Jiang Nuan Nuan's scandalous affairs with men. I will ruin her reputation." Jiang Dingbei furrowed his brow. "Yin'er, how can such vile words escape your lips? Is this truly the gentle and kind sister I remember?" Jiang Yin'er's eyes flickered. "I merely fear she will usurp what rightfully belongs to me. Why is Master Mo so close to her? I dread that Jiang Nuan Nuan will speak ill of me in front of him. You, a young lady, should not utter such things." Jiang Dingbei attempted to continue, but was interrupted by his brother, Jiang Tsongnan. "Brother, why are you being so harsh on Yin'er? You know well how vain Jiang Nuan Nuan is. Yin'er's concerns are not without merit." From Jiang Tsongnan's perspective, Jiang Nuan Nuan has no right to curry favor with old Master Mo, and she will undoubtedly gossip in front of him. She seeks to destroy Yin'er's engagement with young Master Mo, so she can take her place. Jiang Yin'er gazed gratefully at Jiang Tsongnan, saying, "Second brother, you have always treated me the best. Yin'er, rest assured, if Jiang Nuan Nuan dares to spread malicious rumors and tarnish your reputation, I shall not let her off lightly." Jiang Yin'er feigned a gentle demeanor, lowering her head modestly. Yet in her heart, she plotted that since she had failed to deal with Jiang Nuan Nuan at the birthday banquet, upon returning home today, she would undoubtedly employ other means to expose Jiang Nuan Nuan's true nature, ensuring that everyone would see her for who she really was. Chapter 53. Returning home with Mr. Mo. Old Master Mo smiled warmly and said, "Nuan girl, we meet again." Jiang Nuan felt a twinge of anxiety. "Grandfather, I was unaware of your identity before. I did not intend to approach you." Old Master Mo, with a gentle smile, replied, "I understand. There is no need for explanation." He had intended to assess his future daughter-in-law, a fact Jiang Nuan was blissfully unaware of. Come, do not stand for long. Sit down and rest a while. Have something to nibble on," he encouraged. The old gentleman personally pulled out a chair for Jiang Nuan and even served her some tea and snacks. "I heard that young people enjoy afternoon tea. I had this specially prepared and hope it pleases your palate." Jiang Nuan, taken aback, stood up with slightly parted lips. "Grandfather, you need not be so courteous." Old Master Mo waved his hand dismissively, We are family. There is no need for such formality. Please sit down. We wouldn't want to tire you out, or else that unfilial rascal would surely hear about it. Furthermore, old Master Mo was aware that Jiang Nuan was expecting 3 children, and thus he felt inclined to take special care of her. The conversation between old Master Mo and Jiang Nuan caught the attention of several old comrades nearby. Old Mo, why are you so attentive to this girl? Could it be that you truly consider her as your future granddaughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, old Master Mo nearly choked in exasperation. Granddaughter-in-law? With that Mo yunting, does he deserve to be with one girl? He shot a glare at the speaker and scolded, "Go away. Don't speak nonsense." His precious daughter-in-law could only be matched with that rascal Mo Hanjin. By the way, old Mo, didn't you say you were soon to have a grandson? We've heard you boast about it every day. Where is he? Why haven't we seen him? Old Master Mo coughed twice, his old face nearly losing its composure. At his age, it was a rare joy to be expecting a grandson, yet he found himself overly excited, akin to a child. If this were to spread, would he still maintain his dignity as the head of the Mo family? Old Master Mo murmured, "Hurry and eat. Stop babbling. Such fine dishes, and yet your mouths cannot be silenced." The prominent figures seated at the main table were leaders in various fields, each more astute than the last. Observing old Master Mo's demeanor towards Jiang Nuan and recalling his previous phone calls bragging about soon having a grandson, it was easy to deduce that this girl, Jiang Nuan, shared an intricate connection with Mo Hanjin. However, given their status, they would refrain from spreading gossip. Old Mo, congratulations. At our age, the greatest joy is to hold our grandchildren. You are indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this cheer, Jiang Nuan felt her cheeks flush. She glanced around, but did not spot Mo Hanjin. Noticing her search, old Master Mo quietly remarked, "Looking for that rascal? He had to step out for a moment and entrusted me to look after you, ensuring that you're not bullied by those foolish Jiang family members." Unfortunately, Mo Hanjin, as the current president of the Mo group, is exceedingly busy. Today marks the birthday of the elder patriarch, and numerous business partners from afar have called in to extend their congratulations, leaving Mo Hanjin with no choice but to attend to them. Thus, he has not yet made his appearance in the banquet hall. Upon hearing that Mr. Mo had instructed the elder to take care of her, a warm current flowed through Jiang Nuan's heart. The elder Mo, indignant, remarked, "Those Jiang family scoundrels are not worthy of being considered family. Do not regard them as such." Jiang Nuan couldn't help but smile, replying, "I understand, Grandpa Mo." She had already resolved to sever ties with the Jiang family completely, vowing that from henceforth, paths would diverge and they would remain unrelated. What a perceptive girl she is. No wonder old Zhou took an immediate liking to you and insisted on taking you as his apprentice. The more the elder Mo observed Jiang Nuan, the more he felt satisfied. Intelligent and clear-minded, such a girl is indeed a rare find. If it weren't for old Zhou attending a conference out of town, I would have insisted on sharing a drink with him today. "Dear Nuan, tell Grandpa what you wish to eat. Do not starve yourself," he said, leading the way to serve her dishes and caring for her in every possible manner. His comrades treated Jiang Nuan as their granddaughter, even going so far as to remove an entire table of alcohol and replace it with tea. Thus, Jiang Nuan became the darling of this table full of dignitaries. Each of these esteemed individuals was a leader in their respective fields. Not only could Jiang Nuan sit at the same table with them, but she also had them serving her food and pouring her tea. Her good fortune could spark envy in many hearts. After the meal, the distinguished guests began conversing. Wishing not to disrupt their discussions, Jiang Nuan excused herself to take a breath of fresh air and rose from the table. As she stepped outside, she encountered the approaching Mo Hanjin. Her eyes lit up, and she sweetly called out, "Mr. Mo." Mo Hanjin surveyed her from head to toe, and upon finding her safe and sound, he unconsciously exhaled in relief. He approached her, extending his hand to tousle her fluffy hair. "Have you eaten well?" he inquired. Jiang Nuan nodded. "Yes, Grandpa Mo is conversing with his comrades, so I stepped out first. No one has bullied me at the banquet today, right?" A gentle smile curved her lips, revealing 2 delightful dimples. "Rest assured, Mr. Mo, Grandpa Mo has been looking after me, ensuring that I am not bullied by the Jiang family members." Hearing her address him, Mo Hanjin's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Why the discrepancy in our generations? Jiang Nuan, still oblivious to her error, muttered in annoyance, Mr. Mo, I played chess with Grandpa Mo before and even gifted him a collection of your treasured games. Today, I learned that it was he who authored that very collection. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to resist wiggling her toes. How could she have gifted the elder Mo a chess anthology that he himself had penned? Surely, nothing could be more mortifying than this. In the eyes of the esteemed elder Mo, she surely cannot be perceived as a fool. Mo Hanjin discerned her thoughts, and a subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes glimmering with mirth. You are still quite young. It is entirely normal to stumble upon mistakes. The old gentleman will not hold it against you. Mo Hanjin glanced at his watch and spoke softly, Shall I engage in some socializing inside while you accompany me? Or would you prefer to wait for me outside? Jiang Nuan Nuan promptly shook her head. I will wait for you outside, if that is all right. Very well. Please wait for me in the car. We shall return home together shortly. Upon hearing the words return home, a profound sense of reassurance enveloped Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart. She had longed for a warm home, and now her dream was finally realized. In high spirits, she softly hummed a tune as she settled into the comfort of the Bentley, ready to rest. Chapter 54. Mr. Mo knows the triplets. As Mo Hanjin made his entrance into the banquet hall, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. His allure was not solely attributed to his esteemed status, but also to his strikingly handsome visage, which surpassed even that of celebrities. The prominent ladies of the capital, secretly infatuated with the enigmatic Mo San Yi, formed a queue stretching from the West City to the East City. However, previous attempts by women to approach him had ended poorly, leaving the affluent young ladies to admire him from a distance, too intimidated to even exchange a few words. Approaching the main table, old Master Mo set down his chicken leg and glanced over his shoulder. Where's the little girl? Mo Hanjin's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone unexpectedly laced with affection. She is quite young, shy, and reserved. I shall toast to you all on her behalf. Upon hearing this, the esteemed figures at the main table wore warm smiles, confirming their suspicions. The soft and lively girl from earlier was indeed the one who had captured the heart of Mo San Yi. One elder patted Mo Hanjin on the shoulder, exclaiming, All your peers have long since married and started families. You are the last one remaining. We old fellows are just waiting to celebrate your wedding. Old Master Mo, having been teased about his son's marital status, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, who is worried about this rascal? With that cold demeanor. It's a miracle if he finds a bride. Perhaps due to a few drinks and the good mood of the day, old Master Mo beckoned to Mo Hanjin. Since I'm in good spirits today, I shall share some news with you. Old Joe examined the little girl and said she's not expecting twins, but triplets. Mo Hanjin's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Old Master Mo delightedly observed his astonishment, chuckling heartily. Hurry and attend to the little girl. Do not keep her waiting. I shall manage the socializing here in your stead. Mo Hanjin's gaze flickered with a mix of astonishment and profound joy. To think he was suddenly to become a father, and to 3 children at that. He raised his glass in a toast to the elders at the table before hastily departing the banquet hall. Old Mo, what were you and your son whispering about so mysteriously just now? Old Master Mo shook his head with a mischievous grin. I won't tell you, heh. Just wait until his 3 grandchildren are born. It will surely shock this bunch of old geezers. Imagining that scene brought a refreshing sense of glee to old Master Mo. Although his son was the last to marry, he never expected to be blessed with 3 children all at once, a splendid achievement that would bring honor to the Mo family. Jiang Nuan Nuan sat in the back seat of the car, waiting. In the front, Uncle Lu was engaged in a video call with his family. The sweet voice of a little girl could be heard, babbling incoherently, as she called out, Daddy, Daddy. Uncle Lu beamed with joy, his face crinkling with smiles. Oh, my dear daughter, say it again, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Jiang Nuan Nuan watched this tender scene unfold, her heart swelling with envy. From the moment she began to form memories, she had never felt the warmth of familial affection. She dreamt of possessing such solace. Uncle Lu could not resist raising his phone, proudly showcasing his daughter to Jiang Nuan Nuan. "Madam, look how adorable my daughter is." Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed at the little girl on the screen, her hair styled in an adorable topknot, clad in a festive red robe, resembling a miniature Neza. Indeed, she is quite charming, both delicate and beautiful. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nuan Nuan, this moment of conversation with Uncle Lu was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Yin Air. Having ventured out with her friends, Jiang Yin Air's eyes lit up in delight as she unexpectedly spotted Jiang Nuan Nuan in a clandestine rendezvous with the driver. "See, I told you so," Jiang Yin Air exclaimed eagerly. To satiate her vanity, Jiang Nuan Nuan has entangled herself with the driver of Master Mo. Good heavens, that driver is of such an advanced age. How could she not find it repulsive? Moreover, he must already have a family. Isn't Jiang Nuan Nuan merely playing the role of a mistress? I simply cannot fathom what she seeks. To ride in Master Mo's car, she would stoop to consorting with such an elderly driver. Is her ambition truly so materialistic? With a triumphant smirk, Jiang Yin Air urged her friends to take out their phones and capture the evidence. Let us see how Jiang Nuan Nuan tries to wriggle out of this one. Huh, you don't understand her. She would sell anything for money. Being involved with the driver is nothing if fortune smiles upon her. She might even present herself before Master Mo, and that would be her ascent to greatness. At Jiang Yin Air's words, her friends began to comprehend the implications. So, Jiang Nuan Nuan harbored such intentions. How could they have missed this? She appeared so naive, yet her scheming was profound. They had assumed her to be a simpleton, but she was indeed a master manipulator. Master Mo was far too lofty to ever take note of her. How could a mere country girl presume to tarnish his reputation? Master Mo despised women who played games for advancement. If he were to discover this affair, he would surely not let this shameless woman escape unscathed. Jiang Yin Air eagerly anticipated Master Mo's reaction upon learning of this incident. And that ancient patriarch of the Mo family, was he not particularly fond of Jiang Nuan Nuan? Once this matter came to light, it would be a resounding slap to his face. Jiang Yin Air was convinced that by then, he would no longer entertain the notion of Jiang Nuan Nuan becoming his granddaughter-in-law. The position of the young mistress of the Mo family was destined to be hers. Let us depart before we are discovered. Jiang Yin Air and her companions hastily vacated the area. Shortly after their departure, Mo Hanjin approached from another direction. As Jiang Nuan Nuan prepared to greet him, Mr. Mo, have you finished your engagements? Before she could complete her sentence, Mo Hanjin gently enveloped her in his embrace, resting against his shoulder. Her doe-like eyes blinked in confusion. Why had Mr. Mo suddenly embraced her? After a fleeting moment of surprise, she slowly wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing slightly as her delicate nose twitched, catching the scent of alcohol from his suit. "Mr. Mo, have you been drinking?" Mo Hanjin then recalled that she was with child and could not tolerate the scent of liquor. "Just a little." He removed his suit jacket, imbued with the scent of alcohol, and handed it to the driver, instructing him to dispose of it. The driver, discerning that the couple had matters to discuss, voluntarily exited the vehicle, waiting outside with the garment in hand. Jiang Nuan Nuan furrowed her delicate brows, her expression tinged with concern. "Mr. Mo, what troubles you? You seem unusually agitated today." Yet, their earlier encounter had seemed perfectly fine. Had something at the banquet unsettled him? Mo Hanjin grasped her arm, his dark eyes shimmering with intense emotion, his voice deeper than usual. "Little one, I must take you to the hospital once more." Chapter 55. The healthy triplets. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked in confusion, wondering why. Mo Hanjin asked solemnly, "Did Professor Zhou help you with the pulse diagnosis?" Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded, affirming his question. Suddenly, she realized something, and her delicate face flushed with a hint of anxiety. Grasping his arm, she expressed her concern. "Mr. Mo, is there something wrong with our baby?" Her heart raced with apprehension. Although she initially contemplated terminating the pregnancy, her feelings had profoundly changed after being with Mr. Mo. Having spent every day with the baby, she had developed a deep attachment and eagerly anticipated the day she would finally meet her child. The thought of something happening to the baby was unbearable. Noticing her fear, Mo Hanjin gently reassured her, "Do not worry. The baby is perfectly fine." Previously, we checked for twins, but Professor Zhou mentioned that you were actually expecting triplets. Jiang Nuan Nuan's pale complexion regained its color. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Is there a mistake? During our last visit to the hospital, it was clearly twins. Mo Hanjin took her hand. Professor Zhou personally examined you. There should be no error. Let us go to the hospital for confirmation. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found that Mu Xiaoxian was on duty that day. Mr. Mo, what brings you here? Mo Hanjin gestured towards Jiang Nuan Nuan, instructing him to arrange for her examination. Noticing Mo Hanjin's serious demeanor, Mu Xiaoxian instinctively felt the matter was of great importance and promptly arranged for them to use the VIP examination room, ushering them upstairs. During the ultrasound, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a bit better than before, though she still felt shy. Mo Hanjin held her hand, whispering, "Relax, do not be afraid." Taking a deep breath, she slowly steadied her emotions and gazed at the ultrasound screen, which appeared as a dark mass to her untrained eyes. The female doctor, staring at the screen, gasped in astonishment. How is there another gestational sac? This sac was hidden behind the twins and had not been detected during the last examination. After meticulously checking several times, she confirmed that there were indeed 3 gestational sacs. In other words, Jiang Nuan Nuan was truly expecting 3 babies. Congratulations, Miss Jiang. You are having an exceptionally rare set of triplets. All 3 babies are healthy and in excellent condition. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Nuan Nuan, and she instinctively looked up at Mo Hanjin. At that moment, he too looked down at her, his dark eyes reflecting the same elation. Once he regained his composure, he asked with concern, why was it not detected last time? The development rates of gestational sacs vary. The last time, Miss Jiang's pregnancy was still in its early stages, so it was not detected. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. It is not that the hospital's diagnostic capabilities are insufficient. Rather, multiple pregnancies are inherently rare, let alone triplets. Observing the attire and demeanor of these 2 individuals, one can immediately discern their affluent background. Confident that they do not fear the burden of raising numerous children, but rather embrace the notion that more offspring equates to greater blessings. Miss Jiang appears remarkably youthful, yet it is astonishing to learn of her fortuitous circumstance. She is expecting triplets. If she were to bear 3 children for a distinguished family, her in-laws would surely elevate her to the status of a treasured gem, lavishing her with affection and care. Mo Hanjin posed several questions to confirm that both Jiang Nuan and the trio of children were in good health, finally alleviating the anxiety that had weighed upon him. Upon exiting the examination room, Jiang Nuan remained transfixed by the report in her hands, which boldly proclaimed, "Triplets, all in good condition." She swallowed hard, incredulity evident in her voice as she asked, "Mr. Mo, are we truly expecting 3 babies?" Mo Hanjin gently tousled her hair, his voice a husky whisper. Indeed, the prospect of twins had already filled him with joy, yet he was unprepared for the delightful surprise that followed. This endearing girl had conceived the rare occurrence of triplets. I shall show the report to the old master for his peace of mind. Mo Hanjin took the report, captured a photograph, and sent it to the elder Mo. The elder Mo, amidst a gathering with old friends, burst into hearty laughter upon viewing the report. "Bring the wine, my dear Zhao. Why haven't you fetched your finest collection? Today, we shall celebrate in style. Nuan is indeed carrying triplets. This is now unequivocally confirmed. Once the 3 grandsons arrive, I shall take them out daily, parading 3 exquisitely crafted little ones in a row. How enviable that will be." Mo Hanjin grasped Jiang Nuan's hand, his gaze a mixture of emotions, his voice low and gravelly. "I scarcely know how to express my gratitude." The surprises she had brought into his life were overwhelming. Jiang Nuan offered a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Mr. Mo, there is no need for gratitude. You have treated me so well. I should be thanking you instead. Had I not fortuitously encountered you, I cannot fathom where I might be suffering now. You rescued me from despair and granted me a warm home. If gratitude is due, it ought to be from me to you." Mo Hanjin was not one to indulge in sweet talk. He preferred to express his appreciation through actions rather than words. Pregnancy is inherently challenging, and bearing triplets amplifies that difficulty. You must not overexert yourself. Should you require assistance, inform me. If I'm not home, instruct the servants to help or simply call me. Do you understand? Jiang Nuan nodded, affirming, yes, I will. On their return journey, Mo Hanjin received the monthly bill from his black card. Perusing the expenditure for the month, he pressed his lips together, his mood darkening. How could she have spent so little in a month? Moreover, in the past week, she had not purchased a single item. Was she reluctant to use his money? Perhaps viewing him as an outsider? Or was she preparing to leave at any moment, hence hesitating to form deeper ties with him? Contemplating these thoughts, Mo Hanjin's expression grew solemn, his brow furrowing in concern. It is imperative to dispel her thoughts of leaving. Mo Hanjin's gaze flickered slightly. That friend who visited our home last time, Jiang Nuan Nuan, who was admiring the scenery outside the window, turned her head upon hearing his voice. Chun Lingxian, right? Mo Hanjin replied with a faint affirmation. Are you classmates? Indeed. We have known each other since high school. She is my dearest friend. Mo Hanjin nodded slightly, casually suggesting, since you're such good friends, you could visit the mall together this weekend and purchase some items. Jiang Nuan Nuan pondered for a couple of seconds, tilting her head slightly. But I don't have anything I need to buy. Mr. Mo has provided her with the most lavish living conditions, encompassing all her needs with the utmost excellence. What more could she possibly require? Mo Hanjin reminded her, you don't have to buy only what you need. You can acquire what you desire. Jiang Nuan Nuan scratched her chin. I don't even know what I like. Perhaps in her childhood, she had many things she cherished. Yet, her wishes were never fulfilled. Instead, she was often chastised by her foster parents for being greedy. Over time, she grew hesitant to embrace any preferences. Chapter 56. The warmth of spending money. Mo Hanjin felt a sudden headache. He pondered what justification he could offer to persuade the little one to willingly spend more of his money. After a moment of contemplation, he finally devised a reason. Could you assist me with a small favor? Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled as she leaned in, much like a curious kitten. What favor? I am willing. Mo Hanjin's gaze softened unconsciously. My black card has a spending limit. The minimum expenditure each week is 700,000. However, I am quite busy with work and lack the time to spend it. Would you be willing to help me? Jiang Nuan Nuan considered this for a moment. Mr. Mo, are you suggesting that I assist you in purchasing items? You may spend it as you wish, as long as you meet the minimum requirement. Jiang Nuan Nuan bit her lip, feeling somewhat troubled. 700,000. How on earth could she manage to spend such a sum? She had never spent so much money before. In her past, even spending 70 yuan had made her hesitant. Now she was expected to spend 700,000 within a week. Mo Hanjin intentionally remarked, this is already the minimum limit. If I fail to meet this expenditure, my black card will be downgraded. Jiang Nuan Nuan clenched her fist. I will help you spend it. Though she had yet to devise a plan for how to spend that money, she felt she couldn't refuse to assist Mr. Mo, who had helped her so much. Mo Hanjin's scheme succeeded, a subtle smile gracing his features. I appreciate your help. Jiang Nuan Nuan began to seriously contemplate how to allocate the funds. 700,000 in 1 week. Did that not amount to several million in a year? That seemed excessive. Although it was not her own money, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety over such a large sum. The following day, Jiang Nuan Nuan invited Chun Lingxian to share her new task. Upon hearing her words, Chun Lingxian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly spitting out the water she had just drunk. What? You must spend 700,000 within a week. Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded. Yes, and once this week's task is completed, another one will follow next week. Chun Lingxian clutched her chest, nearly fainting from the shock. She took a moment to recover, counting on her fingers. 700,000. Even if she earned 10,000 a month after graduation, it would take her 7 years to save that amount. Chun Lingxian stood up, grabbing Jiang Nuan Nuan by the arm. Spending money isn't that difficult, is it? Cool, me. Let's head straight to the most upscale mall in the city. The driver took them to the mall. However, upon arriving at the entrance of these high-end luxury stores, Chun Lingxian hesitated at the sight of the exquisite displays within. I feel a bit nervous, she admitted. Jiang Nuan Nuan whispered back, so do I. The two of them squeezed into a corner, peering curiously into the store but reluctant to step inside. After all, they were accustomed to being frugal. The moment they faced such opulence, they found themselves feeling intimidated. Jiang Nuan Nuan nudged Chen Lingxian and placed the card in her hand. You go in, buy whatever you like, and just spend the money. Chen Lingxian seemed to have received a hot potato, instantly handing the card back to Jiang Nuan Nuan, firmly pressing it down. No, I can't do it. You go ahead and spend it. Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed at the shops, yet lacked the courage to step inside. For reasons unknown, she felt inexplicably guilty, her confidence wavering. Although the money was a task entrusted to her by Mr. Mo, she and Chen Lingxian resembled children clutching a substantial amount of pocket money, too timid to spend it. One might mistakenly believe that she felt the funds were ill-gotten, hence her reluctance to indulge. Jiang Nuan Nuan's small face fell, and she pitifully asked, What should we do, Lingxian? She had promised Mr. Mo, and if she failed to complete the task, how could she face him? Chen Lingxian, scratching her head in frustration, realized that the wealthy also had their troubles. It was indeed a dilemma to be unable to spend money. With a monthly allowance of merely 2,000 yuan, she was truly apprehensive about spending such a considerable sum all at once. The two spent an entire morning in the shopping mall without spending a single cent, and hunger began to creep in. After deliberating over various restaurants for half the day, they ultimately found themselves walking into a KFC in the adjacent mall. Chen Lingxian took a hearty bite of her burger, swallowing half of it in one go. How infuriating! I'm laughing at my own poverty, she lamented. Is there anything more humiliating than being unable to spend money despite having it? Jiang Nuan Nuan, equally a loss, sighed. We haven't even spent 100 yuan. What shall we do about the remaining task? They still had 699,900 yuan left. At their current rate of spending, how long would it take? Lingxian, how about we use this money to top up our meal cards? Chen Lingxian quickly halted this absurd notion. Nuan Nuan, are you out of your mind? You want to add hundreds of thousands to your meal card? Even if we could add that much, we wouldn't be able to spend it all. What will we do with the leftover money after we graduate? Topping up a school meal card is less sensible than putting it on a transportation card. Just imagine topping it up with 200,000. We could ride the bus and subway at will. Jiang Nuan Nuan pouted in dismay. Then how are we supposed to spend it? Feeling dejected, she thought even the burger in her hand had lost its appeal. Just then, she looked up and spotted a store on the second floor across the way, and an idea sparked within her. I know how we can spend it. Chen Lingxian inquired, What are you planning to buy? Jiang Nuan Nuan flashed a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. Let us eat quickly, and once we're full, we'll go shop. Mr. Mo, Madame went to the mall with her friends today. The housekeeper mentioned that she returned very happy and bought a lot of things. Upon hearing Assistant Zhang's report, Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, feeling a touch of pleasure. That stubborn girl finally decided to spend his money. When Mo Hanjin returned home, he found the living room strewn with packaging bags. There sat his little wife on the sofa, diligently tapping away on a calculator. Mo Hanjin approached and sat beside her, intrigued, and asked, Have you completed your task? Jiang Nuan Nuan looked at him with a radiant smile, her voice sweet enough to melt into honey. Mr. Mo, the task has been successfully accomplished. She pressed a button on the calculator, producing a mechanical sound. It totals 700,000. Mo Hanjin, intrigued, inquired, What did you purchase? His curiosity piqued. He wondered what delightful treasures the child had acquired after a day of play. Jiang Nuan Nuan had eagerly awaited his question. She rose from the sofa, rummaged through the packaging scattered on the floor, and unveiled the contents of the boxes, meticulously arranging each item upon the table. Jiang Nuan Nuan set forth a bountiful display, turning back to him with a beaming expression, eager for his approval. Mr. Mo, look. Chapter 57. A warm gift. Mo Hanjin rose and approached her, gazing at the table adorned with a plethora of golden ornaments. Observing Jiang Wan's adorable expression, he couldn't resist placing his hand atop her head, gently ruffling her hair. Do you like gold jewelry? Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled brightly as she nodded vigorously. I do. Moreover, they can be sold for money in the future, which means I will spend nothing at all. Mr. Mo, am I clever? Montag Hanyin chuckled softly, realizing that the young girl viewed her purchase of gold jewelry as a future investment. He playfully pinched her nose, his tone imbued with affection. Little money grubber. Jiang Wan presented him with a list detailing all her expenditures for the day. Mr. Mo, Ling Xian accompanied me to the jewelry store, and I gifted her 2 gold bracelets. Is that all right? You may freely allocate anything within this household. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Jiang Nuan responded cheerfully. Mo Hanjin casually glanced at her account statement, noting her lunch consisted of a hamburger meal. He discreetly furrowed his brow. The last 2 entries recorded that she had loaded 250 yuan onto meal cards for both the young girl and Chun Lingxian. Altogether, the total precisely amounted to 700,000, not a cent more or less. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Mo Hanjin. The little one had become so accustomed to frugality that she hesitated to spend even a single extra penny. When allowed to shop, her purchases were exclusively valuable gold. This left Mo Hanjin momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, a man would feel gratified to see his wife being economical. Yet, witnessing Jiang Nuan's behavior only filled his heart with tenderness and pity, in which he learned to relax her understanding. He wished for his young wife to indulge, like most girls her age, without guilt or hesitation when acquiring the things she desired. Mo Hanjin silently scrutinized the account, remaining uncommunicative, which left Jiang Nuan feeling uncertain. Her eyes flickered with anxiety as she cautiously tugged at his sleeve. Mr. Mo, am I not doing well enough? Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze and was met with her unease, causing a pang of heartache within him. Instinctively, he released his grip, allowing the account statement to flutter to the ground. No, you're doing splendidly. Recalling child psychology, which suggests that to foster confidence and courage in children, one must frequently praise and encourage them. He continued, your choice to purchase gold jewelry reflects a keen investment mindset. You are remarkable. Jiang Nuan, elated by his praise, clenched her fingers nervously, her cheeks flushing with excitement. I'm not that impressive. I simply happened upon a jewelry store and thought to buy gold. Oh, Mr. Mo, I have one more gift for you. Jiang Nuan retrieved a simple black gift box from the shelf. Mo Hanjin noticed that while the packaging for the gold jewelry lay scattered on the ground, this particular box had been carefully placed on the shelf, a testament to her regard for it. As she gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan's hopeful expression, Mo Hanjin felt a subtle stirring within him. What gift? Jiang Nuan Nuan opened the box, revealing a modest silver tie clip. Yesterday, when I grabbed your tie, I accidentally pulled the tie clip off. Thus, when Jiang Nuan Nuan ventured out shopping today, she deliberately kept an eye out and splurged on a tie clip for Mo Hanjin. The silver tie clip featured a minimalist design, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, exuding a strong sense of restraint and maturity. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice a meticulously carved rose adorning its surface. Montag Hanyin inquirit, puzzled. Why wasn't Tiet included on the bill? Jiang Nuan Nuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained, I bought this with my own money. After all, it was a gift for Mr. Mo. She could hardly use his money to purchase something for him. Amused yet exasperated, Mo Hanjin asked, where did you get the money? He was unsure whether to commend the girl for her frugality. A single outing had cost her exactly 700,000, not a penny more. Even when buying him a gift, she had dipped into her own savings. Jiang Nuan Nuan candidly confessed, when Grandpa, Mo, gifted me those luxury cars and mansions, there was also a sum of pocket money deposited into my account. However, that 3 million in pocket money seemed rather insignificant amidst her numerous assets, which is why she had initially overlooked it. Mo Hanjin rubbed his temples in exasperation, saying, you should save that money for yourself. You are not to use it again. Jiang Nuan Nuan, puzzled, asked why not. Mo Hanjin asserted firmly, since you married me, all your expenses are my responsibility. My wife should not rely on anyone else for support, not even if that someone is the old gentleman. Jiang Nuan Nuan pouted, contemplating a rebuttal, but found herself at a loss for words. Mo Hanjin interrupted her thoughts, his gaze falling upon the tie clip in the box. Could you help me put it on? Jiang Nuan Nuan paused for a moment, then replied, sure. She carefully retrieved the tie clip from the soft velvet box. Noticing her clumsiness, Mo Hanjin gently enveloped her hand with his own. Let me show you. Under his guidance, Jiang Nuan Nuan awkwardly affixed the tie clip between his tie and shirt. Her fingers brushed against the silver tie clip, a chill of metal coursing through her fingertips. Suddenly feeling as if she had been shocked, she blushed and withdrew her hand. Mo Hanjin curious, asked, "How did you know my tie clip was missing?" Such a small item, even he had not noticed it was gone. Yet she had observed it with remarkable acuity. Jiang Nuan Nuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, blinked innocently. "I happened to see it." Mr. M.O., wearing the tie clip, exuded an undeniable charm and handsomeness. He radiated an air of noble maturity, reminiscent of the affluent European nobility of the Middle Ages, captivating all eyes with every movement. She would never confess that she often secretly admired Mr. Mo's tie clip. Mo Hanjin discerned her slight discomfort, yet he presumed that the child felt embarrassed for having misplaced his belongings. Little did he know that Jiang Nuan Nuan was so attuned to the subtleties of his persona. This tie clip held no significant value to Mo Hanjin, but for some inexplicable reason, it resonated deeply with him. However, it was perplexing that she was reluctant to indulge herself, yet willing to lavishly spend on a gift for him. Mo Hanjin's gaze turned complex as he pondered. "You have bestowed a gift upon me, but what about your own?" Jiang Nuan Nuan momentarily froze, her eyes blinking in confusion. "I do not require a gift. Today is not my birthday." Mo Hanjin gazed at her with a hint of helplessness, a barely perceptible sigh escaping his lips. Such a foolish girl. She only remembers to show kindness to others while neglecting her own needs. "Rise early tomorrow. I have prepared a little surprise for you." In an instant, Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, yet she instinctively sought to decline. "No need, Mr. M.O. I'm already quite content with my life as it is. You need not trouble yourself to prepare anything for me." Without hesitation, Mo Hanjin reached out and gently pressed his fingers against her chattering lips. "It is settled then. Objections are futile." Chapter 58. Is Nuan Nuan being pampered? That night, Jiang Nuan Nuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Although she had asserted that she did not require Mr. Mo to prepare any surprises for her, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. After countless restless turns, she felt a strong arm encircle her waist. Mo Hanjin's voice, deep and husky, resonated in the stillness of the night, exuding a captivating allure. "Are you still so restless while trying to sleep?" he teased, noting her incessant movements and the occasional brush against him, as if she had forgotten his need for rest. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked twice and declared, "I'll remain still." She obediently lay flat, intending to maintain this position until morning. Yet, within moments, she succumbed to the urge to turn once more. Mo Hanjin's temples throbbed with irritation. Unable to tolerate her fidgeting any longer, he pulled her into his embrace, his strong arms securing her waist. "Do not move," he commanded, his voice gravelly, the heat radiating from his chest palpable against her back. The breath he exhaled brushed against her ear, igniting a wave of tingling sensations. Sensing an air of danger, Jiang Nuan Nuan nestled closer, daring not to stir. Her heart raced with trepidation. Continuing to share bed with Mr. Mo could inevitably lead to an encounter fraught with unforeseen consequences. The warmth on her cheeks intensified as she endeavored to purge these unwholesome thoughts from her mind. The following morning, she accidentally overslept and hurriedly dashed down the stairs. After running for a distance, she suddenly noticed that the floor beneath her feet felt warm and soft. Glancing down, she discovered that the entire villa was adorned with plush woolen carpets. Her bare feet sank into the thick, luxurious fabric, offering a delightful warmth that was far from cold. "How come the carpets are laid down?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. The housekeeper smiled and explained, "Madam, this was a special request from Mr. Mo. He mentioned that you enjoy running around barefoot and feared you might catch a chill, so he had us cover every inch of the floor with carpet. Even these carpets were custom-made by master craftsmen, ensuring they are exceptionally soft." Jiang Nuan Nuan slowed her pace, relishing the warmth beneath her feet. This was the surprise Mr. Mo had spoken of. Despite his busy schedule, he had taken the time to observe her habits with such thoughtfulness. Never before had she been treated with such tenderness. A wave of unprecedented sweetness surged within her heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan Nuan was diligently attending class at school, completely oblivious to the storm of rumors brewing online. A female student from Jing University is being kept, flirting with an older man in a luxury car. What a disgrace. Isn't that Jiang Nuan Nuan? I heard her family is from the countryside and so impoverished that they couldn't afford her education. How could she be seen in a Bentley? That older man beside her must be her benefactor. He looks to be in his 40s or 50s. How could she stoop so low? Isn't that revolting? At this age, she must have already settled down with a family. To intrude upon another's relationship for monetary gain is indeed the epitome of shamelessness, a true homewrecker. Initially, rumors circulated within the elite circles of Beijing, confined to a small group. However, someone, perhaps seeking a spectacle, leaked photographs to the outside world, and the fervor quickly escalated. Chun Lingxian, nearly dozing off in class, was abruptly awakened by her friend showing her the scandal. Who could be so brazen as to tarnish Nuan Nuan's reputation? Upon delving into the images, Chun Lingxian discerned that the photos were meticulously taken from angles that distorted the reality of a mere conversation between Nuan Nuan and a stranger. With a side shot and a dash of Photoshop, the images appeared scandalously suggestive. Yet, Chun Lingxian was acutely aware that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. She had witnessed Nuan Nuan's husband, tall and handsome, with a physique and appearance surpassing that of any celebrity. His long legs seemed to stretch beyond the realms of ordinary life. Moreover, her husband was the most formidable figure in the Beijing elite, Master Mo San. How could she possibly abandon such a dashing and affluent spouse for another man? Once class concluded, Chun Lingxian dashed to Jiang Nuan Nuan's classroom to relay the news. Nuan Nuan, someone is deliberately slandering you. It is utterly shameless. Upon viewing the photographs, Jiang Nuan Nuan clenched her delicate fists in indignation. Isn't that, Uncle Lu? That day, he was video calling his daughter, and I merely exchanged a few words about her. How could this be maliciously twisted into a narrative of being his mistress? Chun Lingxian, filled with righteous anger, exclaimed, "Today's netizens are so gullible. They see a doctored photo and believe everything without question. A few chat records and a blurry image, and they rush to judgment, mindlessly attacking online." The rumors grew increasingly absurd, with fabricated chat records depicting Jiang Nuan Nuan engaged in lascivious conversations with a benefactor. In the screenshots, she allegedly uttered numerous indecent remarks and requested 30,000 yuan for nutritional expenses. No wonder she suddenly had the means to pay her tuition and adorned herself in luxury brands. It seemed she had secured a sugar daddy, to be kept and still feign innocence. She hadn't even participated in the school health examination. Could it be that she harbored some disease? Now that evidence was in the public domain, how could she possibly refute it? Professor Zhou, who had taken her as a disciple, must surely be regretting it profoundly. Since her enrollment, Jiang Nuan Nuan had been the talk of the school, admired for her pure and sweet appearance, with many male students secretly revering her as a goddess. Furthermore, Professor Zhou, a master in traditional Chinese medicine, had never taken a disciple before, yet he chose Jiang Nuan Nuan as his protégé. How could this not incite envy? Thus, when negative news about Jiang Nuan Nuan emerged, those who harbored jealousy began to unleash a torrent of insults and slander against her. Chun Lingxian, brimming with fury, slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "Shame on you all, university students. Have your brains been devoured by dogs? A few chat records, a handful of photographs, and you leap to such conclusions. As I edit this image, I declare myself your ancestor. Do you truly believe that?" A girl from Jiang Nuan Nuan's class disdainfully rolled her eyes. "You aren't even part of our class. Why are you trying to stir up trouble?" The way you defend Jiang Nuan Nuan makes me wonder if you were involved in similar activities. Oh, and look at that gold bracelet on your wrist. Surely it was gifted by some benefactor. You seem to acquire wealth effortlessly, earning such treasures simply by lying around for a night. Just as Chun Lingxian was about to retort, Jiang Nuan Nuan held her back. Leaning closer, she whispered in her ear, "Lingxian, I know who is scheming behind the scenes." Chapter 59. Counterattack. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly inquired, "Who is it?" If she were to discover who was behind such despicable actions, she would surely curse them to death. Jiang Nuan Nuan pulled her out of the classroom, saying, "Let us discuss this in a more secluded location." Upon reaching the back of the teaching building, Jiang Nuan Nuan calmly articulated her analysis. This photograph must have been taken during old Master Mo's birthday banquet. The attendees were all prominent figures within the capital's social circle. As a mere ordinary student, I have no connections to such influential individuals. No one even knows who I am. The only people present at the banquet with whom I have any interaction are the Jiang family. Chen Lingxian nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning compelling. Are you suggesting that we suspect Jiang Yin'er of spreading these rumors behind the scenes? Jiang Nuan Nuan affirmed, aside from her. I cannot fathom anyone else who would do this. Chen Lingxian, her teeth clenched in anger, exclaimed, It must be her. Previously, she spread rumors about your illness. And now, she is alleging that you're involved with the driver. Given her style of malicious slander, it is undoubtedly Jiang Yin'er. In contrast to Chen Lingxuan's fury, Jiang Nuan Nuan, the subject of the rumors, maintained surprising composure. Chen Lingxian could not help but ask, Nuan Nuan, are you not angry? I am incensed, she replied. But if I allow my anger to cloud my judgment, I will be playing right into Jiang Yin'er's hands. I must control my emotions and devise a strategy to counter her. I'm neither a pushover nor a saint, having been maliciously targeted by Jiang Yin'er on numerous occasions. Jiang Nuan Nuan had long harbored thoughts of retribution, merely awaiting the opportune moment. In the past, Jiang Yin'er was the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, while she herself had no backing and was no match for her. However, the circumstances had shifted. Nuan Nuan. How can we clarify these rumors? The things they are saying are utterly outrageous. They clearly do not know you, yet they resort to such vile language to judge you. Do they not possess any common sense? Chen Lingxian lamented, striving to post clarifications, yet her hundreds of comments were drowned out by insults. Nuan Nuan is not that kind of person. These photos have been doctored by malicious individuals. They are all fabricated. She has not been kept by anyone, nor is she involved with older men. Yet, each time she posted, a torrent of vitriol ensued. Isn't this just Jiang Nuan Nuan's alternate account? Or perhaps she has hired internet trolls. How much does she pay per comment? We would like to earn that money too. They sneered. If she is innocent, how do you explain these photographs? How can a village girl, who cannot even afford tuition, be seen in a Bentley? Give me a reason. The mockery continued. You have run out of excuses, haven't you? If you envy Jiang Nuan Nuan so much, why not share your own pictures and let us see how much you are worth in a single night? Facing the barrage of insults from dozens, Chen Lingxian found herself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and instead became the target of further ridicule. Her fingers trembled with rage as tears brimmed in her eyes. Jiang Nuan Nuan gently patted her shoulder, saying, Lingxian, do not pay attention to these online comments. But they're saying such things about you. It makes me utterly furious. It is revolting. Jiang Nuan Nuan smiled helplessly. Let them insult me. It won't cost me anything. Those netizens who are quick to judge may indulge in their criticisms. Yet it does not affect her lavish lifestyle. Driving a Bentley, residing in a villa, feasting on endless delicacies, and donning exquisite haute couture. While I remain indifferent to the opinions of others, the malicious schemes of Jiang Yin'er compel me to retaliate. Otherwise, I would merely be a soft target, a saintly figure to be exploited. Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together, her clear apricot eyes reflecting a fiery resolve. Jiang Yan'er continualites ses limits. Does she truly believe that she is without temper? What Jiang Yin'er cherishes most are the Jiang family's affection and her engagement with the Mo family. Stripping her of these two treasures would be her most profound suffering. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes, and she quickly devised a plan. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuan Nuan secluded herself in her room, quietly concocting something. Even after Mo Hanjin returned from work, she remained inside. What is the lady up to? Aunt Feng gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan's room, shaking her head in confusion. We have no idea. She has locked herself away since her return and has yet to emerge. Mo Hanjin's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern rising within him. After a while, the door to Jiang Nuan Nuan's room creaked open. The young girl peeked her fluffy head out and sweetly called down the stairs, Aunt Feng, could you please bring me a glass of water? Certainly. Aunt Feng began to prepare the water to take upstairs, but was preempted by Mo Hanjin. I'll do it. Mo Hanjin carried the charming rabbit-shaped water cup to Jiang Nuan Nuan's room. She was engrossed in her laptop, typing away furiously, so much so that she did not notice his entrance. He placed the cup on the desk, and without turning her head, she thanked Aunt Feng. Taking a sip from the cup, she returned to her task at hand. Intrigued, Mo Hanjin glanced at her screen and was taken aback to discover that Jiang Nuan Nuan was hiring online trolls. She had created a secondary account to contact the most vociferous critic of her, transferring a substantial sum of 10,000 to him. The recipient, unaware that the person he had just lambasted was Jiang Nuan Nuan, inquired, "Daddy, what do you want me to do?" Jiang Nuan Nuan then presented several pieces of evidence, instructing him to recruit more accounts to disseminate this matter, ensuring the uproar would overshadow her own situation. To avoid leaving any traces, she had even activated a voice changer. Using a gruff, masculine tone, she commanded, "Promote this matter. Once accomplished, I shall reward you with an additional 30,000. Upon hearing her altered voice, Mo Hanjin could not help but chuckle softly. Startled by the laughter, Jiang Nuan Nuan turned around in alarm. She quickly spun back, seeing Mo Hanjin standing behind her, prompting her to hastily shut the chat window. And Mr. Mo. Yet, she had forgotten to deactivate the voice changer. Filling the room with the voice of a rugged man, calling out Mr. Mo, embarrassment washed over Jiang Nuan Nuan. Her face ablaze as she fumbled to turn off the device, wishing she could escape to another planet in that moment. Upon completing this task, Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her head and stood before him, her chin nearly buried in her chest. Her heart sank incessantly, filled with both anxiety and trepidation. Had Mr. Mo, perchance, glimpsed her chat records? If Mr. Mo were to discover her solicitation of online support and her deliberate dissemination of Jiang Yinner's background, would he perceive her as overly scheming? The mere thought of this cast an inexplicable bitterness within Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart. She feared being misunderstood by Mo Hanjin. Yet she found herself at a loss as to where to begin her explanation. Jiang Nuan Nuan resembled a child who had committed a misdeed, her fingers chilled with fright, and her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Despite enduring countless insults for the rumors that Jiang Yinner had spread about her being kept, she had never felt afraid. Yet at this moment, Jiang Nuan Nuan was gripped by an overwhelming fear of being misinterpreted by Mr. Mo. Chapter 60. Mr. Mo believes in her. Mo Hanjin waited patiently for a considerable time. Yet Jiang Nuan Nuan did not lift her gaze. He arched an eyebrow, pondering her silence. The little girl before him remained quiet, stirring a sense of doubt within him. Just as he contemplated lifting her chin, his fingers brushed against the dampness. His heart tightened as he raised Jiang Nuan Nuan's face, revealing two distinct tracks of tears on her cheeks. Her eyes reddened, resembling a wronged little rabbit. Upon witnessing her tears, an inexplicable irritation surged within Mo Hanjin. He withdrew a tissue and gently dabbed away her tears. "What troubles you? Has someone bullied you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan sniffled pitifully, biting her lip, remaining silent. As Mo Hanjin reached for her laptop, she clutched his arm. "No, please don't look." Her voice was thick with nasal tones, laced with grievance, evoking a sense of sympathy. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hanjin suppressed his mounting annoyance and gloom. "Are you concealing something from me?" Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her lips together, her porcelain-like face reflecting hesitation. You may not look at my computer, but you must tell me what transpired. If you remain silent, I will have no choice but to investigate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan Nuan grew anxious. "Please no." With Mr. Mo's capabilities, a mere inquiry would unveil everything, including her attempts to employ online forces against Jiang Yinner. After deliberating for half a minute, she resolved that it would be better to confide in him directly. "Jiang Yinner slandered me, so I sought to retaliate. I hired online forces to expose Jiang Yinner's true background." Upon hearing her confession, a chill replaced the warmth in Mo Hanjin's gaze. Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart raced with fear. "Mr. Mo, are you angry with me?" She nervously tugged at her clothing, her heart filled with trepidation. Mo Hanjin's eyes were as sharp as blades, and his voice turned icy, almost frigid. "She slandered you?" Jiang Nuan Nuan was taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned. Wasn't Mr. Mo supposed to be angry? She did not appear as harmless and gentle as she seemed on the surface. Was he not disappointed that she was not the naive and innocent girl he had envisioned? However, why did his first inquiry not concern her stark contrast, but rather whether Jiang Yinar had bullied her. Jiang Nuan Nuan replied honestly. She had someone secretly photograph me with Uncle Lu, accusing me of being maintained by him, which is why I was seen in a Bentley. But that day, Uncle Lu was video chatting with his daughter. I merely admired their familial atmosphere and chatted with him about her. We were quite distant. As Mo Hanshin absorbed her words, a wave of unbridled fury surged within him, his eyes darkening with profound wrath. The gravity of such rumors was far too damaging for a young girl, especially one who was pregnant and could not endure any further distress. She slanders you, and your only response is to disclose her background? In Mo Hanshin's eyes, such a punishment was utterly insufficient. Jiang Yinar dared to commit these acts. To render her powerless would be a mere trifle. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked in bewilderment. Why was Mr. Mo's reaction so different from her expectations? Jiang Yinar treasured her identity as the heiress of the Jiang family, as well as her engagement to the Mo family. Revealing her lineage would strike her the hardest. Upon hearing her words, Mo Hanjin's expression shifted to one of surprise, which was swiftly replaced by admiration. Striking at the heart of the matter, your approach is astute. It not only precisely retaliates against those who have wronged her, but also ensures her own immunity from the repercussions. Although the child can be somewhat slow at times, her intellect remains sharp in these critical matters. Otherwise, she would not have secured a place in the finest program at the capital's university. Jiang Nuan Nuan, flattered by his praise, felt her spirits lift, her lips curling into a smile. Since she had already devised a plan for retaliation, why was she still in tears? With some difficulty, Jiang Nuan Nuan murmured, I fear you might misunderstand me as a woman of deep scheming. Mo Hanjin casually replied, if one is bullied and does not retaliate, would it not appear foolish? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Moreover, Jiang Yinar has usurped 20 years of the child's privileged life and has maliciously schemed to drive her from her home. If it were Mo Hanjin, he would have long since annihilated his enemies, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Nuan Nuan's level of retaliation merely indicates her inherent kindness. Mr. Mo, do you think I acted correctly? Mo Hanjin's eyes sparkled with amusement. Well done indeed. If you could be a bit more ruthless, it would be more to my liking. However, he deemed it unwise to voice his true thoughts at that moment, lest he frighten her. There would be ample time in the future for him to gradually guide her, transforming the innocent little lamb into a cunning little fox. Jiang Nuan Nuan sighed with relief. Fully at ease, Mo Hanjin observed the tear streaks on her face, feeling a mix of helplessness and compassion. Was she truly reduced to tears over such trivial matters? Jiang Nuan Nuan moved her lips. I won't do it again. She simply lacked a sense of security. Neither her adoptive parents nor her biological ones had ever stood by her side. Thus, whenever matters concerning Jiang Yinar arose, Jiang Nuan Nuan was haunted by psychological shadows, fearing rejection from those close to her, just as the Jiang family had shunned her. Fortunately, Mr. Mo did not misinterpret her feelings. Rather, he supported her decisions. Mo Hanjin cupped her damp little face, and despite his usual fastidiousness, he showed no disdain. He playfully pinched her cheeks, mischievously altering their shape. Such a stubborn child. After a struggle, Jiang Nuan Nuan finally freed herself from his grasp, only to hear him say, your voice changer is rather unconvincing. You need not involve yourself in this matter. Let Assistant Zhang handle the rest. Jiang Nuan Nuan understood that Mr. Mo was protecting her, preventing Jiang Yinar and the Jiang family from discovering that she had leaked the information, which would only deepen their resentment and prompt future retaliation. Grateful, Jiang Nuan Nuan obediently curved her lips into a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Mo Hanjin gazed upon her radiant smile, and his mood inexplicably brightened considerably. It was indeed pleasing to behold her laughter. However, when she wept, he felt as if ensnared by an enchantment, an indescribable sense of frustration swelling within him, accompanied by a restless urge to obliterate everything around. Let us proceed downstairs for a meal. As they descended the staircase, one after the other, the servants exchanged knowing smiles, particularly Aunt Feng, who upon noticing Jiang Nuan's reddened eyes and slightly swollen lips, beamed with a maternal grin. It appeared that the lady's spirits had greatly improved. Truly, Mr. Mo had a way of soothing her with his words. Little did they know, Jiang Nuan's lips were not swollen from affection, but rather from her habit of biting them when troubled, leaving them slightly inflamed. Chapter 61. Jiang Yin'er faces public ridicule that evening. After finishing her bath, Jiang Nuan lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a message from Chunling Xian. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. Jiang Yin'er's background has been exposed. I heard from friend in high society that everyone in the circle is mocking her as a false phoenix, a true wild chicken. She brought this upon herself with her malicious slanders against you. Now she is reaping what she has sown. Jiang Nuan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Mr. Mo's swift action. Within just a few hours, news of Jiang Yin'er's predicament had spread like wildfire. The Jiang family possessed a measure of renown. And considering Jiang Yin'er's aspirations in the entertainment industry, coupled with her few web dramas, albeit not particularly successful, it was no surprise that this scandal ascended to trending status. Why is it again someone from the Jiang family? Wasn't Jiang Yin'er supposed to be the Jiang family's precious daughter? She had flaunted her affluent persona online, amassing millions of followers. Little did anyone know, she was merely a counterfeit heiress. Moreover, her biological parents had been uncovered, an indolent rural couple, perpetually gambling and buried in debt. Previously, Jiang Yin'er had leveraged her identity as the Jiang family's daughter to seize opportunities from others and bully lesser internet celebrities. I had always disapproved of her conduct. Jiang Nuan clicked on the trending topic and found it rife with mockery, all directed at Jiang Yin'er. Although she had garnered a substantial fan base, her bizarre antics had long made her a target of anticipation for her inevitable downfall. Nuan, one of my university roommates, is also a young lady from a prominent family in Beijing. Her name is Mu Wei, and her brother is supposedly a medical PhD returning from abroad. She has added me to her group of childhood friends, and I am enjoying the gossip immensely. I will add you in as well. Thus, Jiang Nuan found herself included in the group. The members were predominantly second-generation elites, hailing from distinguished families within the Beijing social circle. Previously, when a scandal regarding the true and false heiresses had emerged, the Jiang family had stubbornly denied it. Now that the evidence was laid bare, it had certainly backfired on them, hadn't it? The alliance between the Jiang and Mo families was already a stretch for the former. With this revelation of a false heiress, could Jiang Yin'er still hope to marry into the Mo family? Do they underestimate the Mo family? Although young Master Mo holds no real power within his family, he is certainly beyond the reach of a mere counterfeit heiress like Jiang Yin'er. If Jiang Yin'er were to marry into the Mo family, I might as well go out without my undergarments. The members of the group were all mocking the Jiang family and Jiang Yin'er. Their past actions have been so petty and short-sighted. Even after learning that Jiang Yin'er was not their biological daughter, they had concealed the truth to preserve their engagement with the Mo family. Were they treating everyone like fools? In my opinion, the Jiang family should have admitted from the outset that Jiang Yin'er was not their true daughter and welcomed their real daughter back with dignity. Indeed, that would have been the rational course of action, if young Master Mo was willing. Even if Jiang Yin'er were a counterfeit, she could still assume the role of the Mo family's young mistress. After all, this was merely a matter concerning Mo Yunting, a somewhat idle young master without shares in the family business, who he wished to marry was of little concern to the Mo family. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the Jiang family for their insatiable greed and their audacious attempt to deceive even the Mo clan. They shall await their inevitable misfortunes. Jiang Nuan Nuan observed the mockery directed at Jiang Yin'er with no semblance of sympathy. The derision she faced paled in comparison to the insults and wounds she had endured. At that moment, a few messages arrived, causing Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes to well with tears. Am I the only one who feels profound pity for the true daughter of the Jiang family? She is indeed their biological offspring, yet she has been lost to the world for 20 years, suffering unimaginable hardships. After finally being reunited with her biological parents, they fail to recognize her, instead claiming she is merely the child of a relative. Imagining the plight of Jiang's true daughter shatters my heart. I truly feel for her. Upon reading these words, Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart was unexpectedly stirred. It was as if, in times of distress, she would silently endure. But a single word of concern would unleash her tears. The corners of Jiang Nuan Nuan's mouth tasted the cold, salty flavor of sorrow. Chun Lingxian discreetly messaged her. This is my roommate, Mu Wei. So, she is Mu Wei. Jiang Nuan Nuan silently vowed to herself that if given the chance, she would surely forge a close friendship with her. The sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting Jiang Nuan Nuan to hastily wipe her tears and set down her phone. Mr. Mo, your actions are remarkably swift. She had anticipated that it would take at least until the following day for the revelation of Jiang Yin Air's true identity to spread. To her astonishment, just a few hours later, the topic of the internet sensation, Jiang Yin Air, being a false phoenix, had already surged to the trending searches. Now, as everyone indulged in the scandal surrounding Jiang Yin Air, who would remember Jiang Nuan Nuan, a mere ordinary student from Jingda? Such trivial matters were but a simple task for Mo Hanjin. Nevertheless, witnessing the admiration and gratitude in the child's eyes brought him considerable joy. How do you plan to repay me? Jiang Nuan Nuan pondered seriously for 2 seconds before cheerfully responding, I'll give you a massage. Mo Hanjin entered the bedroom, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and placed them on the nightstand. He leaned over the bed, his arms positioned on either side of Jiang Nuan Nuan, his deep eyes shimmering with a gentle smile. This time, do not fall asleep early. Jiang Nuan Nuan playfully stuck out her tongue, assuring him that she would not this time. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was shrouded in dark clouds. Jiang Yin Air's friends were inquiring about her true lineage. Yania, you are not the biological daughter of the Jiang family? Why have you never disclosed this to us? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Yin Air felt utterly bewildered. Instinctively, she denied the accusation. What are you talking about? Of course, I'm my parents' daughter. Huh, Yin Air, you have greatly disappointed us. We regarded you as a good friend, and this is how you deceive us? The paternity test report. See for yourself. Jiang Yin Air opened the image and, upon viewing the paternity test report linking her to Madame Jiang, it felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. The blood in her veins nearly froze. How could this happen? How could her paternity test be seen by others? However, at this moment, the most pressing matter is to suppress this incident swiftly. It is imperative that the Mo family remains oblivious to it. From where did you come across this photograph? It must be digitally altered. It is absolutely not authentic. Please come to my residence. I have matters of great import to discuss with you. Are you attempting to silence us with monetary inducements? It is too late for you to seek our silence. This news is already spread far and wide, and the Mo family must have been informed long ago. Jiang Yinner trembled as she navigated to the top trending topic. Upon witnessing the myriad of paternity test evidence and the multitude of derisive comments directed at her, her eyes widened with shock, and a wave of metallic sweetness surged in her throat. Who is it? Who has divulged her most precious secret? Chapter 62. Mo Yunting encounters a setback. Jiang Yinner burst into her parents' room, brandishing a photograph and accusing them with a tone laced with hostility. Why did you disclose my lineage? I am about to become engaged to young Master Mo, revealing my origins at this moment. Do you wish for me to be jilted? In Jiang Yinner's eyes, the only individuals capable of possessing the paternity test report were her parents. Who else could it possibly be? Jiang's mother, taken aback by her daughter's outburst, stared blankly at the resentful expression on Jiang Yinner's face, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this vengeful person truly her gentle and kind daughter? At that moment, Jiang Yinner realized she had momentarily lost her composure, inadvertently exposing her true self. She quickly forced a smile and softened her tone. Father, mother, I apologize for my hasty words. However, if you harbor grievances against me, retaliating in such a manner is unwarranted. Do you have any idea how distressed I felt upon seeing that report? Jiang's mother, perplexed, inquired, Yinner, what paternity test? We are unaware of such a thing. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Yinner's eyes. Mother, do not feign ignorance. The report has been in your room all along. Who else could have accessed it besides you and father? Irritated, Jiang's mother retorted, why would I deceive you? If I intended to reveal your lineage, I would have done so when Jiang Nuan was back. She had always treated Jiang Yinner as her own daughter, and despite the absence of blood ties to her, Yinner was far more obedient and endearing than that disobedient Jiang Nuan. In her eyes, Jiang Yinner was akin to a biological daughter, while Jiang Nuan was inconsequential. Jiang Yinner held the photograph up before them. Look, is it truly not you who leaked this news? Jiang Qing, his face pale with anger, admonished Yinner, how can you speak to your elders in such a manner? You used to be so graceful and courteous. What has caused this sudden lapse in decorum? Desperation coursed through Jiang Yinner. She had no time for their theatrics. With a commanding tone, she insisted, you must see this and understand what is at stake. The couple turned their attention to the photo displayed on her screen. This is the paternity test from our room, yet aside from your father and me. How can anyone else have obtained it? Unless it was a servant? A glint of menace flashed in Jiang Yinner's eyes as she spoke, her tone venomous. Do not let me uncover who it is, for the consequences will be dire. Father, mother, Yinner, have you seen the trending news? Jiang Tsonin rushed in, urgency in his voice. Who could have leaked that report online? Could it be Jiang Nuan? Jiang Yinner, prompted by his words, suddenly considered the possibility that it might indeed be Jiang Nuan. Having lived in the Jiang household for 3 months, she could have easily surreptitiously captured the paternity test report. In retaliation for exposing her scandalous affair with the driver, Jiang Nuan might have resorted to using Yinner's lineage against her. Truly, what a diabolical scheme. Jiang Tsonin comforted, Yinner, do not fret. Young Master Mo has long been aware of your background, yet he has not called off the engagement, which indicates that he is indifferent to this matter. Jiang Nuan Nuan thought that by publicly revealing her origins, she could compel young Master Mo to annul his engagement and turn to her instead. What naive delusion! With Jiang Tsonin's reassurance, Jiang Yinner's heart felt considerably lighter. Even if she were merely a fake heiress, so what? As long as she could successfully marry into the Mo family and assume the identity of the young mistress, who would dare to belittle her? As for Jiang Nuan Nuan, she had truly underestimated her, initially believing Jiang Nuan Nuan to be a pliable soft fruit. She was taken aback to discover that her good-natured demeanor was merely a fade. In reality, Jiang Nuan Nuan possessed a deeply cunning mind. Yinner, Tsonin is right. As long as young Master Mo does not break off the engagement, there is nothing to fear. Jiang Yinner clenched her phone tightly, neglecting to greet her family as she swiftly exited the living room. That vile Jiang Nuan Nuan actually sought to sow discord between her and young Master Mo. She needed to contact young Master Mo immediately to clarify this matter. She would not allow Jiang Nuan Nuan to succeed. At the Mo family's ancestral residence, Mo Yunting arrived early in the morning to pay his respects to old Master Mo. However, after waiting downstairs for quite some time, old Master Mo did not make an appearance. Butler, where's my grandfather? The butler wore a feigned smile. Young master. The old master is currently engrossed in studying chess strategies and is not receiving guests at the moment. Mo Yunting clenched his fists, displeased. Am I not his own grandson? Must he not see me? Tell grandfather that I did not attend his birthday banquet out of choice, but rather due to an unfortunate flu infection. Upon ascending the stairs, the butler discovered old Master Mo, wearing reading glasses, seated at a table poring over a dictionary. Come here, assist me in determining whether these characters are suitable for names. The butler leaned in closer and saw that the paper was densely filled with names. Old Master, who are you naming? Old Master Mo could not help but hum a tune, clearly in high spirits. Of course, I am naming my 3 precious grandsons. Who else could it be? This revelation astonished the butler, who had served him for many years. Among old Master Mo's 3 sons, only the name of the 3rd son had been chosen by him personally. Now, even before the arrival of the 3rd son as child, old Master Mo was diligently thumbing through the dictionary to select a name. It seemed that these 3 grandsons held a significant place in the old man's heart. Old Master, young Master Yunting is waiting for you downstairs. He claims he did not attend the birthday banquet due to the flu. Old Master Mo coldly huffed. A pack of lies. He has not a shred of responsibility, just like his father. The reason Mo Yunting had missed the banquet was clearly because he had been out carousing with women at a bar. He had been so inebriated that he dared not show his face at the banquet. Old Master, do you not wish to go downstairs? No, let him wait. Old Master Mo waved his hand dismissively, returning to his thick dictionary. I still do not know whether the girl is expecting a boy or a girl. I must come up with several names to choose from later. The butler hesitant to intrude, quietly replenished the old gentleman's tea before retreating. Upon returning to the living room below, he was greeted warmly by Mo Yunting. "Where's grandfather?" he inquired. "The old gentleman is occupied and cannot spare a moment. Please return, young master." Mo Yunting felt a pang of disappointment at being met with a closed door. If it weren't for the firm's assets and shares, along with the substantial power held by his uncle, he would not have to demean himself in such a manner. Yet, the thought of contesting authority with Mo Hanjin filled him with trepidation. Frustrated by the fruitless visit, he was further disturbed when several friends bombarded him with messages urging him to check the trending news. "Mo Xiao, you must see the trending news. Jiang Nuan's background has been revealed. Everyone is speculating whether you will annul your engagement with her." Chapter 63. The cancellation of the engagement. Upon entering the group chat, Mo Yunting discovered the ongoing discussions surrounding Jiang Nuan's paternity test results. The document unequivocally stated that Jiang Nuan bore no blood relation to Madame Jiang. She was not the heiress of the Jiang family. One member of the group inquired of Mo Yunting, "Mo Xiao, it seems Jiang Nuan is an impostor. How do you intend to address this?" With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Mo Yunting replied nonchalantly, "I was already aware of her origins. Furthermore, he possessed knowledge of the true heiress of the Jiang family. While the Jiang family might deceive others, they could not conceal the truth from him." The revelation that Mo Xiao had long been privy to this information stirred whispers in the group. "Your decision not to annul the engagement indicates that her lineage does not concern you? As long as Jiang Nuan remains the young mistress of the Mo family, her authenticity is of little consequence. Even if the true heiress were to arrive, she would not surpass Jiang Nuan's status. Envied Jiang Nuan. Mo Xiao has forsaken his past ways and is willing to marry her despite her dubious heritage." Listening to these comments, Jiang Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. A gleam of pride and disdain crossed her eyes. This time, Jiang Nuan Nuan's schemes would surely come to naught. Even if her lineage were revealed, Mo Xiao's devotion to her remained steadfast. He would marry no one but her. Jiang Nuan promptly responded in the group chat, "Mo Xiao and I share a wonderful relationship. Thank you all for your concern. What of the true heiress of the Jiang family? When she returns, will you yield your position?" Rolling her eyes, Jiang Nuan retorted, "I spent over 20 years with my parents. Surely that bond outweighs mere blood ties? When my sister is found, I shall treat her as my dear sister. But this declaration is meant to inform everyone that, despite being an impostor, I continue to enjoy the affection of the Jiang family. Even if the true heiress returns, she will not measure up to me." The group buzzed with speculation about whether the true heiress had indeed been located. Jiang Nuan, however, was not inclined to reveal that Jiang Nuan Nuan was the genuine heiress. Let them speculate at their leisure. A friend of Mo Yunting called to inquire, "Mo Xiao, are you truly planning to marry Jiang Nuan?" Mo Yunting intended to respond, but suddenly recalled another matter. He furrowed his brow and asked, "I did not attend the birthday banquet. I heard you say that the old master is particularly fond of Jiang Nuan Nuan. Indeed, I cannot fathom why the old master dotes on her far more than his own granddaughter. Jiang Nuan Nuan merely gifted him a broken bracelet, yet he cherishes it as a treasure, wearing it closely and proclaiming it his favorite gift. Even your fiancé, Jiang Nuan, has not received such favor from the old master." She called him grandfather and was publicly rebuffed, leaving her utterly humiliated. A daring hypothesis began to take shape in Mo Yunting's mind. Could it be that his grandfather was already aware of the truth regarding the Jiang family's impostors? Thus, at the birthday banquet, the grandfather intentionally favored Jiang Nuan Nuan while treating Jiang Nuan with disdain. He even publicly disavowed her call of grandfather, leaving her in a state of embarrassment. At last, Mo Yunting comprehended why the old master had refused to meet with him that day. It is undoubtedly due to his insistence on marrying the false heiress, Jiang Nuan, which has tarnished the reputation of the Mo family, that he faces their discontent. Previously, when Jiang Nuan's true origins remained undisclosed, he could marry whomever he wished. However, now that everyone is aware of her counterfeit status, pursuing marriage with her would only invite trouble upon the Mo family. Mo Xiao, why are you silent? Do you truly intend to marry Jiang Nuan? Mo Yunting licked his lips, contemplating his options. Let us see, I still have another candidate in mind. The thought of Jiang Nuan's pure and delicate visage ignited a warmth within him. He had initially assumed she was an unattractive village girl, but her true beauty was captivating, even stirring his heart. If only Jiang Nuan were more compliant and less envious, he might very well bring her home, even as a mere ornament. As the heat within him intensified, he eagerly stated, "Arrange for me 2 pure and youthful women to alleviate my pent-up desires." 20 minutes later, Mo Yunting lay on the hotel bed, smoking. He had received several calls from Jiang Yener, but he chose not to answer. He found himself torn between choosing Jiang Nuan or Jiang Yener. Had Jiang Nuan the sense to be more understanding, like Jiang Yener, disregarding his other romantic entanglements, he would decisively choose her. After all, her beauty far surpassed that of Jiang Yener. Yet he feared her potential jealousy might disrupt his affairs with other women, which would be rather imprudent. After releasing the paternity test concerning Jiang Yener, Jiang Nuan paid little heed to the matter. She dedicated herself to her studies, often remaining in the classroom after lessons to continue her learning. "Nuan Nuan, I brought Mu Wei to play with you," called Chun Lingxian, accompanied by a girl exuding an air of scholarly refinement, adorned with narrow silver-framed glasses. "Hello, I am Mu Wei," the girl introduced herself. Jiang Nuan put away her books and graciously replied, "I am Jiang Nuan. I've been best friends with Lingxian since high school." Chun Lingxian leaned closer to Mu Wei, whispering, "Nuan Nuan is the true heiress of the Jiang family, but they favor Jiang Yener and have treated her poorly." At this revelation, Mu Wei's eyes filled with compassion and indignation. "So you're the genuine daughter of the Jiang family. We've been discussing you and that imposter, Jiang Yener, in our group chat these past few days." The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Nuan, Mu Wei felt an innate sense of her sincerity, a stark contrast to Jiang Yener, whose calculating gaze suggested she prioritized lineage in her relationships. Chun Lingxian wrapped her arm around Jiang Nuan's, exclaiming, "Nuan Nuan, why are you still studying? I can barely sit still," eagerly waiting for Jiang Yener to be rejected. The Jiang family and Jiang Yener are simply insufferable. For the past few days, Chun Lingxian struggled to focus in class, anxiously anticipating Jiang Yener's dismissal from the Mo family, which would deliver a resounding slap to her and the Jiang family's faces. Jiang Nuan smiled helplessly, explaining, "It's inconvenient for me to study at home, so I prefer to read more here at school." Mr. Mo, concerned for her well-being, had specifically instructed Aunt Feng and the others to keep an eye on her. Whenever she settled down to peruse her books, Aunt Feng would approach with a warm smile, offering her delicious treats or engaging her in leisurely conversation. Above all, she was concerned that the girl might exhaust herself with her studies and jeopardize her health. Chun Lingxian felt a twinge of anxiety. That day, Jiang Yener had mentioned in the group that her relationship with Mo Xiao was thriving. Surely, he wouldn't consider retracting their engagement? Jiang Yener, with her malicious schemes against Nuan Nuan, would be insufferable if she faced no repercussions for her actions. Mu Wei glanced at her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, look, someone has posted a short video. Mo Yunting is going to the Jiang family to annul the engagement." Chapter 64. Nausea of warmth. Jiang Nuan Nuan and Chun Lingxian activated the video in their group chat. The footage revealed the Mo family's car entering the Jiang family's gates, where Mo Yunting disembarked with a grim expression. How do you know that young Master Mo is certainly there to annul the engagement? What if he intends to comfort Jiang Yener instead? Did you not observe young Master Mo's countenance? He is undoubtedly under pressure from the Mo family. The elders disapprove of Jiang Yener entering the family. If the elders disagree, no matter how fond young Master Mo is of Jiang Yener, he cannot wed her. As they speculated, Mo Yunting indeed had come to dissolve the engagement. Initially, he hesitated, torn between choosing Jiang Nuan Nuan or Jiang Yener. However, a phone call from his father shattered his indecision, followed by a scathing reprimand. "Quickly annul the engagement with the Jiang family, or you shall never set foot in the Mo household again." Not only did Mo Yunting endure a harsh scolding, but his credit card was also suspended. With no assets in his name, he found himself unable to afford even a drink at the bar. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to personally visit the Jiang family to annul the engagement. In his heart, he reassured himself, let it be. I shall marry Jiang Nuan Nuan, who is 100 times more beautiful than Jiang Yin heir. Uncle Jiang, Auntie, I have come to annul the engagement, he stated. Upon hearing these words, the couple's previously amiable expressions turned to one of embarrassment. Young Master Mo, although Yin heir is not our biological daughter, she holds a place in our hearts as if she were. Jiang Nuan Nuan has already been cast out of the Jiang family. Yin heir is our only treasured daughter. Mo Yin Ting's expression grew impatient. This is the decision of my family. I cannot alter it, Mrs. Jiang retorted, but when the engagement was arranged, Master Mo 3 visited our home, which clearly indicates his regard for this union. Are you certain you wish to annul the engagement? What if Master 3 becomes displeased? Mo Yin Ting recalled the circumstances of that day, his brow furrowing. Who said my uncle was there to witness the engagement? He merely happened to stop by the Jiang family. Do not misunderstand. Even now, Mo Yin Ting found it peculiar. On his way to the Jiang family for the engagement, his uncle's car had unexpectedly blocked his path, insisting on accompanying him. Mo Yin Ting dared not defy Mo Han Jin's orders. Thus he had unwittingly gone along with him. Is it possible? What could Master 3 have come to our house to see? Young Master Mo, surely there is some misunderstanding. Should we not inquire further about Master 3's opinion? Mo Yin Ting replied impatiently, if you wish to ask, then you may do so. I shall not be going. Call Jiang Yin heir down. Let us clarify matters face to face. His assertive demeanor compelled the Jiang couple to summon Jiang Yin heir downstairs. Yin Ting, you came to see me. I knew you would, Jiang Yin heir exclaimed, hurriedly descending the stairs and lunging into Mo Yin Ting's embrace. Yet, before she could touch his clothing, he coldly pushed her away. Jiang Yin heir, I am here to annul our engagement. Jiang Yin heir froze in her tracks, disbelief evident in her eyes. What? He wants to annul the engagement? No, I cannot agree. I absolutely will not. Mo Yin Ting opened a box and retrieved a piece of red paper. This is our engagement certificate. It has become obsolete, so let us tear it apart. No, please don't. Jiang Yinner desperately lunged forward, attempting to prevent his actions. Unfortunately, she was a moment too late. Mo Yunting had already ripped the certificate in two, swiftly shredding it into several pieces. Clutching the fragments of the engagement certificate, Jiang Yinner felt as though her heart was being mercilessly sliced open, a deep and excruciating pain consuming her. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. Do not dare to invoke the title of Mrs. Mo in the future. Tears of madness welled in Jiang Yinner's eyes as she gritted her teeth and questioned, is this because of Jiang Nuan Nuan? It was she who exposed my background online, seeking to usurp my rightful place in the Mo family, and I shall not acquiesce. Mo Yunting's gaze held no tenderness, only an overwhelming sense of distaste and impatience. Regardless of your approval, you are no longer my fiancé. Who I choose to marry henceforth is of no concern to you. Regarding Jiang Nuan Nuan, I have yet to inquire. Despite her undeniable beauty, you dared to label her as unattractive? Jiang Yinner was initially taken aback, realizing he had indeed seen Jiang Nuan Nuan's true visage. Almost immediately, she erupted into a frenzied laughter, bordering on hysteria. I knew it. It's all that wretched Jiang Nuan Nuan's fault. She seeks to seize everything that belongs to me. She aims to usurp the position of the true heiress and covet your engagement. This time, she has plotted against me. The identification report was also disseminated by her. You have all been deceived by her. She is far from the naive and innocent girl you believe her to be. Mo Yunting found her incessant chatter unbearable. Enough. This matter is settled. Mrs. Jiang watched her tear-streaked daughter with a heart heavy with sorrow. Witnessing her daughter's suffering pained her deeply. Mrs. Jiang urged, young Master Mo, would he not reconsider? Although Jiang Nuan Nuan is our biological daughter, she was raised by outsiders and does not share our sentiments. Furthermore, her dark disposition and vengeful nature render her unsuitable as the young mistress of the Mo family. Would they not agree? Yinner has been nurtured as a true lady from childhood. Her poise and grace are incomparable to Jiang Nuan Nuan. If it were up to Mrs. Jiang, she would choose Jiang Yinner without hesitation. Mo Yunting initially felt a twinge of reluctance, But upon witnessing Jiang Yinner's tear-streaked face, the makeup smudged, revealing her coarse, dark skin, he could not help but feel revulsion. In comparison to Jiang Nuan Nuan's flawless complexion, Jiang Yinner appeared akin to a gossiping matron from the village. Mo Yunting's eyes brimmed with disdain. Tomorrow, the Mo family shall publicly announce the dissolution of our engagement. With that, Mo Yunting turned and departed, showing no sign of regret. Jiang Yinner, in a state of disarray, reached out for his hand but was callously rebuffed. Leave. Jiang Yinner collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes ignited with a fierce hatred. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, drawing blood. Jiang Nuan Nuan, I shall not let you escape. Do not presume that by marrying into the Mo family, you will trample upon her. Such a notion is impossible. Jiang Nuan Nuan has lived in the village since childhood. Must she not remain there, marrying a villager? Yet she remains unsatisfied, coveting what belongs to others. She should not blame me for what follows. Soon, the news of Jiang Yinner's broken engagement spread throughout the social circle. While others engaged in fervent discussions about the matter, Jiang Nuan's heart remained unperturbed. Had Jiang Yinner not sought to undermine her, she would have preferred to avoid any association with the Jiang family altogether. The predicament that Jiang Yinner now found herself in was entirely of her own making. That evening, as Jiang Nuan prepared to discreetly peruse medical texts before Mr. Mo returned from work, she suddenly felt a tumultuous sensation in her stomach, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, she found herself retching uncontrollably. Madam, what is the matter with you? Chapter 65. Mr. Mo cares for Nuan Nuan. As soon as the servants witnessed Jiang Nuan Nuan's retching, they hurriedly gathered around her, filled with concern. Madam, are you all right? Jiang Nuan Nuan pressed her hand against her chest, her delicate face paling from discomfort. Weakly, she replied, I'm fine, just suddenly feeling quite nauseous. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of heat surged in her throat once more. Before she had the chance to rise, she retched again, leaving a mess on the floor. Aunt Feng's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? Quickly call Mr. Mo. I will summon a doctor. Madam, allow me to assist you to the sofa for a moment, one of the servants offered. Jiang Nuan Nuan leaned against the sofa and sipped some cool water, managing to suppress the wave of nausea momentarily. However, it was not long before dizziness overwhelmed her once again. Madam is retching again. Upon receiving the call, Mo Hanjin rushed home to find a scene of chaos. Typically, the villa would be dimmed and tranquil at this hour, but tonight it was brightly lit and bustling. The servants anxiously surrounded Jiang Nuan Nuan, pouring her water and wiping her brow with towels. Mo Hanjin's brow furrowed in concern. What on earth is happening? Mr. Mo, we are unsure. Madam has been vomiting repeatedly since a little while ago. Mo Hanjin's voice was icy. Where's the doctor? We have already contacted the family doctor, but due to the late hour, he is still on his way. Seeing Jiang Nuan Nuan's pale visage, Mo Hanjin's expression darkened ominously, his eyes filled with palpable tension. A sentiment he himself failed to recognize. Be careful of the mess on the floor, a servant cautioned, but Mo Hanjin disregarded the warning, stepping over the filth as if it were invisible. He approached Jiang Nuan Nuan and cradled her fragile form in his arms, feeling her weightless as if she were but a wisp of paper. After all this time, why had she not gained any strength? A fleeting pang of concern flickered in his eyes. With a voice low and imbued with tender caution, he asked, How are you feeling now? Aside from a nausea, do you feel any other discomfort? Jiang Nuan Nuan weakly opened her eyes, the blurred figure before her bringing forth a weary smile. Mr. Mo, I think I feel a bit dizzy. Mo Hanjin lifted her effortlessly, carrying her upstairs and laying her upon the soft, expansive bed. He instructed someone to open the windows, allowing fresh air to circulate swiftly. With calm authority, Mo Hanjin ordered the servants, place the basin and towels down. You need not attend to her any longer. Go clean up downstairs. With so many people gathered, the air is stagnant, which only exacerbates her nausea. He positioned Jiang Nuan Nuan against the headboard and poured her a glass of lemon water. Gently, he coaxed, Drink some lemon water. It will make you feel better. After consuming the lemon water, Jiang Nuan Nuan's tumultuous stomach seemed to settle somewhat. Mo Hanjin dampened a towel with warm water and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheeks. Mr. Mo, the doctor has arrived. At long last, the doctor made his entrance, and under Mo Hanjin's unwavering gaze, he approached Jiang Nuan Nuan to conduct an examination. Please, madam, extend your tongue so I may examine your tongue coating. After the doctor completed his inspection, Mo Hanjun inquired in a deep voice, how is she? There's no need for concern, Mr. Mo. Your wife merely suffers from a deficiency in her spleen and stomach, compounded by hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy, which has led to morning sickness. This is a normal reaction to pregnancy, the doctor explained, but he did not receive a response from Mo Hanjun. Gathering his courage, he lifted his gaze, only to find Mo Hanjun tenderly embracing the girl, gently patting her back. Even his voice was so soft that one might question the reliability of their hearing. Was this truly the fearsome third Master Mo? Surely, he had not been swapped out for an imposter. Mo Hanjun softly coaxed Jiang Nuan to drink some water, then turned his eyes back to the doctor. His tone once again icy. What are you dawdling for? Prescribe the medication. At the sound of Mo Hanjun's cold voice, the doctor shivered, yet found a sense of reassurance within. This was the Mo he was familiar with, the one he recognized. The doctor scribbled a few words on a piece of paper. This is a medication that can alleviate nausea. It will be delivered shortly, and your wife should take it with warm water. Jiang Nuan, feeling so unwell that she could scarcely speak, nonetheless sat up, her worry prompting her to ask, Doctor, will this medicine affect the fetus? Mo Hanjun furrowed his brow, surprised that even in her discomfort, her first thought was for the child within her. Why could she not consider her own well-being? Rest assured, madam, the primary ingredient of this medicine is vitamin B, which will not harm your child, the doctor reassured her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan closed her eyes in relief. Leaning against Mo Hanjun, she inhaled the crisp, cool scent that emanated from him, and her breathing gradually became steadier. Perhaps due to her physical malaise, her mind felt heavy, and she soon drifted off to sleep. Approximately 20 minutes later, the medication arrived. Mo Hanjun held the tablet to her lips, but Jiang Nuan, too drowsy to open her eyes, refused to part her lips despite his calls. Little one, wake up. Take the medicine before you sleep. Murmuring, Jiang Nuan managed to open her eyes a sliver. Just as Mo Hanjun placed the tablet in her mouth, the bitterness struck her tongue, causing her to instinctively spit it out, directly into Mo Hanjun's hand. The others in the room were taken aback by the sight, their hearts racing in fear. Mr. Mo was famously fastidious. How could the madam dare to spit the tablet into his hand? This was surely a recipe for disaster. Mr. Mo would undoubtedly explode with fury. The doctor swallowed hard and took a few steps back, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. To his astonishment, Mo Hanjun merely frowned but did not erupt in anger. He discarded the rejected tablet and pinched Jiang Nuan's mouth. Take your medicine and then sleep. Open your mouth, obediently. Jiang Nuan, overwhelmed by his insistence, reluctantly parted her lips. Mo Hanjun tossed the small tablet into her mouth, and the next moment, warm water was presented at her lips. Jiang Nuan, this time compliant, swallowed the medicine. Mo Hanjun exhaled in relief. Finally, he had managed to persuade this little darling to take her medicine. He had anticipated that after ingesting the medicine, Jiang Nuan's symptoms would improve. However, to his dismay, she began to feel unwell again later that night. Mo Hanjun was in a light slumber when he was roused by a soft whimper nearby. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, covering her mouth, as she hastily threw off the covers and dashed towards the bathroom, fearing she might stumble in the dark. Mo Hanjun quickly turned on the lights and followed her. After Jiang Nuan Nuan finished retching at the toilet, she looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mo. I made a mess here. I'll clean it up right away. Mo Hanjun grasped her hand gently and said, rinse your mouth first, then go back to sleep. Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, resembling a child who had done something wrong. But I've dirted the floor. Mo Hanjun affectionately tousled her hair and reassured her, just lie back down. I will take care of this. Chapter 66. Encountering Mr. Mo in the bath. Jiang Nuan Nuan anxiously returned to her bed. She had anticipated that Mo Hanjun would summon the servants to tidy up, yet he did not. Instead, he personally cleaned the bathroom, and soon after, the sound of water gently trickled from within. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment as she buried herself beneath the covers. After an indeterminate amount of time, the water ceased, and the bathroom door creaked open. The sound of the man's steady footsteps approached the grand bed. Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly closed her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just as the footsteps halted, she could no longer pretend to be asleep. She sat up to look at the man. "Mr. Mo, I didn't tea." Jiang Nuan Nuan turned her head only to be taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. The rest of her words were swallowed back. The man's muscular torso was bare, droplets of water gliding over his chiseled chest and cascading down to his well-defined abdominal muscles. Ultimately, the droplets followed the alluring line of his physique, disappearing into the white towel wrapped around his waist. Mo Hanjin paused in the act of drying his hair, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. "I thought you were already asleep." Jiang Nuan Nuan's lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed on Mo Hanjin, momentarily forgetting to blink. He retrieved a fresh shirt from the wardrobe, draping it over his frame and beginning to fasten the buttons. His movements exuded elegance and poise, and Jiang Nuan Nuan found her gaze glued to him, unable to look away. The intensity of her stare was undeniable, and Mo Hanjin could hardly disregard it. The corners of his mouth twitched in amusement, nearly breaking into a smile. What was this girl doing, staring at him so intently in the middle of the night? Had she perhaps become dazed from sleep? Mo Hanjin approached the bedside, waving his hand before Jiang Nuan Nuan. "What are you daydreaming about?" Jiang Nuan Nuan licked her lips, stammering in nothing. Mo Hanjin scrutinized her complexion, which seemed to have acquired a touch more color than before. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with life, darting back and forth. "Are you still unwell?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, assuring him, "I feel much better now. I threw up earlier, and it alleviated my discomfort." "What did you eat for dinner?" Jiang Nuan Nuan placed a hand on her lips, recalling her meal. "I had a bowl of American ginseng and black-bone chicken soup, followed by glutinous rice balls, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and braised beef." Upon hearing this, Mo Hanjin realized that the little one had indeed consumed quite a lot, much of which was hard to digest, explaining her earlier distress. "Why such a hearty appetite tonight?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly tugged at her ear, feeling a bit bashful. "I heard that the Jiang and Mo families had called off the engagement, and I was in a rather good mood. Moreover, it was my first time trying glutinous rice balls. They were both chewy and sweet, so I couldn't resist having two." Though Jiang Nuan Nuan had little regard for Jiang Yin Yin, the thought of her cousin being jilted brought a sense of schadenfreude. The Jiang family must be in utter disarray now. Indeed, even a family enterprise would likely suffer repercussions. A sense of glee welled up within Jiang Nuan Nuan. After all, they were her closest kin, yet they had hurt her so deeply. The wounds inflicted upon her by the Jiang family were too profound for her to easily forgive. Observing the malicious delight in the eyes of the little ones, Mo Hanjin couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. As night fell, he decided it was time to sleep, saving their mockery for the morrow. Jiang Nuan Nuan obediently nodded in agreement, just as she was about to recline back into bed. Her gaze fell upon Mo Hanjin's shirt, perhaps due to the droplets of water that had not been dried. The contours and hues of his chest subtly revealed themselves beneath the white fabric. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Mo Hanjin followed her line of sight, and his expression darkened in an instant. Grasping her chin, he squeezed out a reprimanding question through clenched teeth. "Do you still wish to sleep, What was it about this girl that made her blush every time she gazed upon him? What chaotic thoughts occupied her mind? Jiang Nuan Nuan, feeling guilty, blinked innocently. "I'm going to sleep. Right now." She hastily lay down. Mo Hanjin gave her a light pat on the backside, her cheeks aflame. Jiang Nuan Nuan quickly burrowed under the covers. With a sudden clap, the room was plunged into darkness. The mattress beside her sank as the man extended his long arm, pulling her into a cool embrace filled with a fragrant chill. His warm palm unexpectedly rested on her abdomen. Assuming he intended to do something inappropriate, she let out a delicate squeak and instinctively grasped his wrist. "Mr. Mo, that is not allowed." Mo Hanjin's forehead twitched with a vein pulsing, as he gritted his teeth and replied, I'm merely helping you massage your belly. Where did your mind wander off to? His hand, gently massaging her stomach through her clothing, brought her comfort. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt her face burn with embarrassment. Fortunately, the room was dark, otherwise, she would have wished to disappear into a crevice. Mo Hanjuan's palm was quite warm, and under his soothing touch, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her stomach. Nestling closer in his embrace, she found a cozy position and quickly drifted off to sleep. While she slumbered peacefully, Mo Hanjun faced a different plight. His hand continued to massage her belly, alleviating her discomfort, yet he found himself distracted by the softness in his arms. The following morning's breakfast was noticeably lighter than usual. Aunt Feng smiled as she explained, "Madam, Mr. Mo instructed us to ensure that each meal maintains a balance of meat and vegetables, emphasizing a light and healthy diet. After all, Jiang Nuan Nuan is currently pregnant and prone to nausea. Consuming harder-to-digest foods would only exacerbate her discomfort." Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded, agreeing. "Let us proceed as Mr. Mo suggests." Early that day, the Mo family officially announced the complete annulment of the engagement between Mo Yunting and Jiang Yenner, given the prominence of the Mo family. Any slight disturbance would attract considerable attention. The cancellation of the engagement quickly trended on social media. Wasn't Jiang Yenner claiming that her relationship with Mo Xiao was flourishing, assuring us not to worry? How could it suddenly turn into a broken engagement? With her true lineage exposed, Mo Xiao had decisively severed ties with her, indicating that he harbored no genuine feelings. It seemed she was merely indulging in her own fantasies. In the introduction of Jiang Yenner, it amusingly mentions her as the future young mistress of the Mo family. Yet how swiftly the situation has turned. I find myself blushing on her behalf. As spectators indulge in the drama surrounding Jiang Yenner, they eagerly speculate, with the false daughter of the Jiang family being jilted, will the Mo family now welcome the true daughter into their fold? And who, pray tell, is this enigmatic true daughter of the Jiang family? Wasn't she already found? Who is she indeed? Has anyone laid eyes upon her? Strangely, every post mentioning the true daughter of the Jiang family seems to vanish into thin air. It is as if an invisible hand is quietly safeguarding her from the prying eyes of the internet. Some skeptics, undeterred, insist on discussing the true daughter of the Jiang family, only to have their posts swiftly removed. After numerous attempts, their accounts are silenced or banned altogether. Goodness, what is the true daughter of the Jiang family hiding? Why is no information about her permitted to circulate? This has led netizens to speculate. Could the true daughter of the Jiang family be a cherished princess of an elite family? Chapter 67, Mr. Mo's concerns. The day after Jiang Nuan Nuan experienced morning sickness, the old man received the news. Mo Hanjin was engaged in discussions with several executives about a collaboration when Assistant Zhang entered, bearing an expression of distress, holding his phone. "Mr. Mo, the old man is calling you. He insists it's urgent and that you must answer now." Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow slightly. "Give me the phone." It was rare for the old man to interrupt him during work, so this call surely held significant importance. He pressed the phone to his ear, his tone laced with tension. "Hello." As soon as he spoke, the old man launched into a tirade of scolding. "You rascal, how are you taking care of your wife? I heard Nuan Yuan was vomiting all night. Is she feeling any better now? And you, with your wife unwell, are still preoccupied with work? Can't you take a day off to be with her?" Mo Hanjin instinctively held the phone a little farther from his ear to avoid being deafened by the old man's yelling. "Please lower your voice. I'm not deaf. Don't change the subject. Tell me quickly, how is Nuan Yuan now? Have you called a doctor?" Montag Hanyin replied softly. "I had a doctor come to see her last night. Don't worry, she is fine now and has stopped vomiting." The old man pounded the table in frustration. "You finally married a wife, and yet you're not prioritizing her well-being. If she decides to leave you one day, you'll be the one left crying. What if she takes your 3 precious grandchildren and leaves? That would be the end of you." The old man wished he could fly to Mo Hanjin's side, drag him home, and ensure he took proper care of his wife. When is there a time you can't work? Is your wife not more important than your job? Mo Hanjin helplessly rubbed his temples. "She is resting at home. I've arranged for someone to take care of her, and a doctor is there. She'll be fine. I have important matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up." With a serious tone, the old man advised, "Don't always be consumed with work. You've already expanded the company overseas. How much further can you go? Make time to be with your wife before it's too late and you find yourself regretting it." "I understand. I'll hang up now." Mo Hanjin offered a few perfunctory words and ended the call. The old man sat in his armchair, listening to the beeping sound of the phone, letting out a long sigh. In his youth, he had been exactly like this rascal, wholly focused on the company, pondering how to expand its business lines and establish the group as a leader across multiple industries. He indeed achieved this, yet he missed the final moments with his beloved. This became the greatest regret of his life. In his twilight years, he realized that family was the most important thing, 1,000 times more significant than career. He did not wish for his cherished youngest son to repeat his mistakes. The butler, sensing the old man's discontent, offered reassurance. "You need not worry, sir. Last night, the third master personally looked after Miss Jiang, and all the staff in the villa witnessed it. Give the young couple some time. As the days pass, their feelings will deepen, and naturally, Sen Yi will come to understand your heartfelt intentions." Old Master Mo nodded, acknowledging your insight. "I have been too impatient." Ever since his mother's passing, Mo Hanjin has developed a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, coupled with insomnia and headaches. Last night, when Nuan was suffering from morning sickness, he set aside his cleanliness to care for her, which clearly indicates his growing affection. However, their time together has been insufficient, so he has yet to realize his own feelings. I am confident that it won't be long before this stubborn boy understands that while a career can always be pursued, a wife who is lost is not easily regained. Meanwhile, after finishing a call, Mo Hanjin was met with a probing question from CEO. "Mr. Mo, have you acquired a pet?" From the conversation earlier, it seemed that his little treasure was unwell. Assistant Zhang nearly lost his composure at the mention of pet. That is Mrs. Mo. Yet, one cannot entirely fault the speculation. After all, Mr. Mo's reputation for being indifferent to women is widely known. Furthermore, as he remains unmarried and childless, the only thing that could possibly occupy his mind would be a pet. Mo Hanjin narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile flickering beneath the surface. He was disinclined to clarify his marital status and merely responded with a non-committal hum. "Mr. Mo, I have intentions to expand into the pet health sector and have already achieved some results. Might we explore collaboration?" Assistant Zhang stifled a smile, struggling to maintain his composure as the esteemed assistant. This was utterly absurd. Mo Hanjin replied coldly, "We'll discuss that later. Let us focus on today's collaboration." The CEO dared not utter another word and dutifully shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but ponder how such a cold-hearted individual like Mr. Mo could possibly own a pet. His tone during the call suggested he cared deeply for the creature. The disparity was astonishing. Upon exiting the conference room, Mo Hanjin casually inquired, "Have all online rumors been suppressed?" Assistant Zhang nodded, confirming that all information regarding Miss Jiang had been deleted. "Continue monitoring public opinion. I do not wish to see anyone discussing her background." "Yes, I will notify the PR department immediately." How could those clueless fools from the Jiang family presume to associate with her? Moreover, the young lady is already pregnant. Mo Hanjin wishes for her to focus on her health without being disturbed by online gossip. As he approached the elevator, Mo Hanjin suddenly halted. "Mr. Mo, is something the matter?" He recalled whether he had been attentive enough to the young lady. The old master was right. She suffered greatly from morning sickness yesterday, and instead of staying home to accompany her today, he had chosen to attend business meetings. This seemed rather inconsiderate. Remembering Jiang Nuan's pale face as she weakly leaned against him, Mo Hanjin felt a pang in his heart. "Cancel this afternoon's meeting." Assistant Zhang was taken aback, but Mr. Mo, this meeting is crucial. Is there a more important engagement? Mo Hanjin entered the elevator without looking back, stating he was heading home. On his way back, he intended to sign several documents. Yet a sense of unease enveloped him inexplicably. The image of Jiang Nuan Nuan's pale face, adorned with glistening tears, surfaced in his mind. Had she truly ceased to be unwell today? What if she was still feeling ill, merely pretending to be fine to spare him worry? Deliberately concealing her condition from the servants? Distraught, Mo Hanjin closed his fountain pen and cast the contract aside. Thus, the esteemed CEO traversed the journey with a heart laden with anxiety. As he approached the villa, his usual steady pace quickened, reflecting his agitation. Upon reaching the entrance, before stepping inside, he was greeted by the melodious and cheerful laughter of the girl. Arbing, Yuan, haha, I won. Chapter 68. The support of the Jiang family. Jiang Nuan Nuan sat at the table, engaged in a game of mahjong with several servants. It was unclear what fortunate tile she had drawn, but her joy was palpable as she danced with exuberance, her bright almond-shaped eyes curving into crescents. With such a demeanor, there was no trace of discomfort to be found. Mo Hanjin closed his eyes, his long fingers resting on his brow. What was the matter with him? Normally, he was as steadfast as a mountain. Yet today he found himself unable to remain still, his heart restless and unsettled. Such a situation had never arisen before. He could only reassure himself that perhaps it was due to having stayed up late tending to Jiang Nuan Nuan the previous night, leaving him without adequate rest, which was why he felt so uneasy. Just as he contemplated returning to the office, Assistant Zhang approached him with an expression of distress, saying, "Mr. Mo, the negotiation meeting has been canceled." Mo Hanjin felt an urge to turn back time half an hour. It was all the old man's phone call that had disrupted his rational judgment. Before he could make his exit, Jiang Nuan Nuan, with her keen eyes, spotted him. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she joyfully ran to him. "Mr. Mo, why are you back so early today?" As she approached, she resembled a delicate butterfly, her entire being radiating joy. Mo Hanjin's expression stiffened slightly. "Not busy today." Fortunately, Jiang Nuan Nuan did not seem to notice his discomfort. "Mr. Mo, I won many rounds today. Am I not amazing?" she exclaimed, her excitement contagious. Mo Hanjin smiled faintly. "Indeed, quite impressive. I had never played before. I just learned mahjong today and didn't expect to be so good at it," she continued, blissfully unaware of the affectionate smiles on the faces of Aunt Feng and the other two servants. It was not her skill that was remarkable. They had deliberately lost to her to keep her spirits high. Mo Hanjin gestured to Assistant Zhang, who immediately understood and discreetly approached Aunt Feng and the other two servants. Whispering, "You have taken great care of the lady. Your bonus this month will be tripled." Aunt Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Where else could she find such a good job if she left the Mo family? From now on, she would treat Jiang Nuan Nuan with even more kindness than her own daughter. Jiang Nuan Nuan excitedly said, "Mr. Mo, I recently met a new friend named Mu Wei. She invited me and Ling Xian to a banquet. Could you help me choose an outfit?" Having never attended such an event, she was uncertain of what to wear and sought Mo Hanjin's assistance. Upon reaching the dressing room, Jiang Nuan Nuan presented several gowns. "I really like these, Mr. Mo. Which one do you think looks best?" Holding the dresses up, she modeled them against herself. With her slender figure and fair skin, her long, straight legs made any gown shine. However, Mo Hanjin glanced at the V-neck long dress and the backless mermaid gown, his brow involuntarily furrowing in disapproval. "Set these aside, especially this one." Far away, he instructed. He ultimately chose the most conservative dress, believing this would shield the young lady from the prying eyes of those with ill intentions. As Jiang Nuan Nuan emerged after changing into her attire, she left Mo Hanjin utterly captivated. She donned a delicate light blue gown, adorned with shimmering gemstones, while a matching blue lace headband complemented her ensemble flawlessly. The radiance emanating from the girl was so dazzling that it was impossible to conceal. Mo Hanjin's eyes were shrouded in shadows, and a profound sense of possessiveness surged within him, compelling him to cherish and possess the girl before him. Chun Lingxian clung to Jiang Nuan Nuan's arm, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "This is my first time attending such an extravagant banquet. I hope I won't be mistaken for a country bumpkin and thrown out by security," she fretted. Jiang Nuan Nuan chuckled softly, covering her lips. "Lingxian, you are overthinking it." Previously, Jiang Nuan Nuan had shared similar trepidations regarding such gatherings. However, after attending the old master's birthday banquet, she felt no pressure whatsoever, allowing her to approach this event with tranquility. After all, no matter how grand this banquet was, it paled in comparison to the birthday celebration of the head of the Mo family. Chun Lingxian murmured nervously, "I fear someone might suddenly throw red wine on me." which is why I specifically chose a waterproof gown. Mu Wei approached them, greeting, Jiang Nuan Nuan, you've arrived. Today's gathering is a private affair, attended solely by our old classmates and childhood friends. You needn't be overly anxious. As a scion of a prominent family in the capital, Mu Wei's old classmates and childhood friends were naturally of the same elite circle. If Jiang Nuan Nuan had not been mistakenly switched at birth, she would likely frequent such gatherings. After chatting with her friends for a while, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. What is Jiang Yang doing here? She is a fraud who has been rejected by the Mo family. How dare she attend our gathering? Did you not see the eldest and second sons of the Jiang family beside her? It seems they have come to support Jiang Yang. However many supporters she had, it would not change the fact that she was a fake. In the past, Jiang Yang had offended many young ladies due to her connection with young Master Mo. Today promised to be entertaining. Mu Wei frowned, pondering, why has young Master Mo not shown up today? What is Jiang Yang's purpose in being here? Jiang Yang had come to ensure that everyone knew, even if she wasn't the biological daughter of the Jiang family, she remained the cherished belle of the family. This so-called genuine heiress, Jiang Nuan Nuan, could not compare to her in the slightest. Jiang Dingbei snorted dismissively, his tone resolute. Who says my sister cannot attend? Jiang Tsongnan stood protectively on Jiang Yang's other side, asserting, Yang is our only sister and the sole princess of our family. Anyone who dares to bully her is challenging the Jiang family. Jiang Yang's lips curled into a smug smile, declaring, you might be disappointed. I'm living quite well. My engagement with Yunting has only been temporarily dissolved, yet our feelings remain intact. Whether we will reconcile in the future remains uncertain. Today, she was exquisitely adorned, intent on dazzling everyone and proving her critics wrong. Jiang Yang held her head high, resembling a proud rooster. However, upon spotting Jiang Nuan Nuan, the arrogance on her face evaporated, replaced by a flicker of jealousy. Ironically, both she and Jiang Nuan Nuan were adorned in gowns of the same shade of blue. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan possessed a petite and enchanting figure, her skin glowing with a luminous whiteness. The light blue gown she wore accentuated her beauty, making her resemble a radiant mermaid. In stark contrast, Jiang Yan had a more ordinary physique with short and stout legs, and the blue dress only served to emphasize her darker complexion, despite her heavy makeup, which made her face somewhat presentable. She paled in comparison to Jiang Nuan Nuan as porcelain-like, unadorned beauty. Curiosity arose among the onlookers, prompting one to inquire, Jiang Yan is your only sister. What about your biological sister? Before Jiang Dingbei could respond, Jiang Tsongnan firmly interjected, as long as I am present, no one shall usurp Yan place. Not even my biological sister is worthy of replacing her. Jiang Dingbei, lifting his gaze, inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Nuan Nuan amidst the crowd. An inexplicable unease stirred within him. Tsongnan refrained from speaking further. He quietly cautioned his brother. Yet, when he looked up again, Jiang Nuan Nuan had already diverted her gaze, engaging in conversation with her companions, as if they were complete strangers. Chapter 69. The Disgrace of the Jiang Family. Mu Wei grasped Jiang Nuan Nuan's hand, her concern evident as she inquired, Nuan Nuan, are you all right? She had not anticipated the presence of the Jiang family today. Had she known in advance, she would certainly have refrained from inviting Nuan Nuan, or the eldest and second young masters of the Jiang family up too. Despite Jiang Yan's identity being exposed, they continued to shield her, even going so far as to support her at the banquet. What did this imply for Nuan Nuan? Nuan Nuan offered a faint smile, replying, I'm fine. There is no need to worry about me. She had long since grown accustomed to the favoritism shown by Jiang Dingbei and Jiang Tsongnan. Wei Wei, may I ask a favor of you? What is it? Speak freely, Mu Wei encouraged. Nuan Nuan bit her lip. I hope you can help me conceal my identity. I wish to sever ties with the Jiang family. A hint of sorrow glimmered in Mu Wei's eyes. All right, I understand. Given the Jiang family's attitude, anyone in her position would feel a sense of coldness. Jiang Yan approached Jiang Nuan Nuan, looking at her with disdain. I am here as the sister of the young master of the Jiang family. What right do you have to be present here? Mu Wei stepped protectively in front of Jiang Nuan Nuan. She is my friend and is far more deserving of attending this banquet than you. Jiang Yin Air shot a displeased glare at Mu Wei, retorting sarcastically, Jiang Nuan Nuan, you truly go to great lengths to infiltrate the upper-class society. First with the Zhou family, then the Mu family. Alas, a ugly duckling is destined to remain an ugly duckling. And no matter how hard you strive to enter the swan circle, you cannot shed your duckling essence. Jiang Nuan Nuan fixed her gaze on Jiang Yin Air, blinking in curiosity. Are you referring to yourself? That necklace around your neck appears to resemble a duck. Jiang Yin Air glanced down at her necklace, her expression immediately shifting. Clenching her fists, she coldly challenged, Humph, today is a gathering of the youth. No elders will come to your aid this time. At the last birthday celebration of the elder, Jiang Nuan Nuan had unexpectedly received special attention from old Master Amo, which had left Jiang Yin Air seething with jealousy. Jiang Nuan Nuan, we young ladies from distinguished families have been cultivated in the arts from a young age. Aside from ingratiating yourself with others, what else can you do? Jiang Nuan Nuan chose not to respond to her taunt, instead turning the tables with a question of her own. And what can you do? Jiang Yin Air had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. With an air of pride, she strode toward the grand piano in the center of the hall, her face brimming with self-satisfaction. Allow me to show you what a true lady of refinement is capable of. She dismissed the service staff playing the piano and took her place at the keys, her expression one of rapture as she began to play. Jiang Yin Air believed she would astonish the entire gathering, shutting her eyes in concentration, her head bobbing exaggeratedly to the music. Yet among the elite, who was not proficient in playing the piano, no one paid any heed to Jiang Yin Air's display. It was hardly noteworthy. Could Jiang Yin Air truly be so foolish? Had she seen any true lady of refinement entertain in such a manner an event like this? This was hardly a performance venue. Indeed, if she possessed genuine talent, she should take the stage on an international platform rather than putting on a pretense here. She missed several notes, performing far worse than the waiter from earlier. How could she dare to perform in public? Jiang Yin'er showcased her talents but failed to earn any applause, instead becoming the target of ridicule. Mu Wei stifled a laugh, finally understanding why the Jiang family was so biased towards Jiang Yin'er. Chun Lingxian inquired why. Mu Wei pointed to her head, indicating that they all shared a certain affliction. It seemed that kindred spirits often recognized each other. Jiang Yin'er and the Jiang family's intellect appeared to align perfectly on the same level. They truly were a family chosen by fate. Nuan Nuan, being so astute, felt utterly out of place among them, which explained why she was ostracized. Jiang Nuan Nuan nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right, Wei Wei. Chun Lingxian tugged at Mu Wei's arm, asking Wei Wei, do you dislike Jiang Yin'er as well? Mu Wei grimaced, of course I do. In the past, she flaunted her identity as the future young mistress of the Mo family, looking down on others. Once, I mistakenly mistook Mo Xiao for my brother because I forgot to wear my contact lenses. As I approached and called out brother, Jiang Yin'er suddenly charged at me and shoved me away. It was during a gathering with so many people present. In front of everyone, she splashed a cup of cold water on me and loudly berated me for wanting to be a mistress. I was utterly stunned at that moment, standing there foolishly while others discussed the incident. Did you not retaliate, Wei Wei? Jiang Yin'er was truly despicable. Mu Wei shook her head. I'm rather slow to react and not skilled in arguments. When Jiang Yin'er berated me, I was completely taken aback. It was only after everyone had dispersed that I slowly regained my composure and began to feel anger, but by then, it was too late. She often wondered why she was always so sluggish. Had she been angry at that moment, she undoubtedly would have retaliated against Jiang Yin'er. Instead, she stood there like a fool, frozen in place. Today, when she helped Nuan Nuan confront Jiang Yin'er, it was perhaps the quickest she had ever reacted in her life. Jiang Nuan Nuan walked over to the beverage area to get drinks for herself and her two friends. As she turned around, she found Jiang Dingbei approaching her. Nuan Nuan, I need to speak with you. Jiang Nuan Nuan, with a tray in hand, replied, I have nothing to discuss with you. She intended to sidestep him and leave. But Jiang Dingbei suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. With a loud crash, the tray slipped from Jiang Nuan Nuan's hands, spilling juice all over Jiang Dingbei. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Chun Lingxian and Mu Wei hurried over. Nuan Nuan, are you all right? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. I'm fine. Since Jiang Dingbei had pulled her towards himself, the juice had splattered all over him. He deserved it. Jiang Tsongnan appeared from nowhere, glaring at Jiang Nuan Nuan with hostility. Jiang Nuan Nuan, what are you doing? Big brother merely wanted to speak with you, and you splashed juice on him. Have you grown wings and no longer regard us? Upon hearing those words, Mu Wei felt a surge of indignation ignite within her. However, her tongue faltered, leaving her at a loss for a retort, and she silently simmered with frustration. Chun Lingxian stepped forward boldly, exclaiming, "That is your elder brother, not Nuan Nuan's." A stranger suddenly seizing a woman's wrist. What does that make him? A rogue or a lecher? And as for your claim of being a strong woman, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in those tomato novels, truly believing yourself to be a domineering CEO. Mu Wei gazed at Chun Lingxian with admiration, discreetly giving her a thumbs up. Lingxuan's performance was exceptional, embodying the very image Mu Wei had always envisioned for herself. She not only chastised the Jiang family, but also clarified that it was Jiang Dingbei who had first overstepped the boundaries. Even if he ended up drenched in fruit juice, it was entirely his own doing. Chapter 70. Framing Nuan Nuan. Jiang Tsongnan cast a disdainful glance at Chun Lingxian, truly a friend of that wretched girl. Sharp-tongued and utterly unlikable. Why did she so brazenly evade his brother's conversation? Could it be that she harbored some guilty secret, rendering her incapable of facing his brother? If it were not for her exposing Yinner's identity online, how could Yinner have been jilted by young Master Mo? Yet here she was, having snatched away Yinner's engagement, shamelessly attending such a prestigious gathering. What right did a village girl like her have to be present here? Jiang Nuan Nuan regarded Jiang Tsongnan with indifference, her voice clear and resolute. I am a complete stranger to him. Must I engage simply because he approaches me? Is it your family's upbringing that leads to such childish rage when a flirtation fails? Jiang Tsongnan's face turned a deep shade of anger, his demeanor dark and threatening. Do you dare to retort? My brother could never be seeking you out. He was clearly intending to say. Jiang Yan es gaze schappend, swiftly interrupting Jiang Kongnan. Brother, why are you discussing this with her? She feared that Jiang Tsongnan's agitation might inadvertently reveal that Jiang Nuan Nuan was the true heiress. Jiang Nuan Nuan was now the sole disciple of Dr. Zhou and had forged a friendship with the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Revealing her lineage at this juncture would only serve to push her towards the Mo family. If Jiang Nuan Nuan truly married Mo Yunting, she would be forever beneath her. Jiang Yinner would never permit such a fate. Jiang Tsongnan turned his gaze to Jiang Yinner, his expression softening in an instant. Were it not for Yinner, I would never wish to utter a word to Jiang Nuan Nuan in my lifetime. Just the sight of her face disgusts me. Though Jiang Nuan Nuan had severed ties with the Jiang family, Jiang Tsongnan's words pierced her heart deeply. The organizer of the banquet hastily intervened to ease the tension. Waitstaff, quickly escort young Master Jiang to change his attire. This was merely a minor incident. Let us not dwell on it. Jiang Nuan Nuan took several glasses of juice and retreated to a corner with Mu Wei and Chun Lingxian. Mu Wei, curious, inquired, Nuan Nuan, what did young Master Jiang wish to say to you? Could it be that he intends to acknowledge you? Yet, why would he not publicly disclose Nuan Nuan's identity, but seek her out privately? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, uncertain. He didn't have the chance to speak. However, I can surmise a little. The Jiang family's visit is undoubtedly to discuss Jiang Yinner. Now that she has been jilted, they are likely concerned that I might become involved with young Master Mo, hence their attempt to intervene. Their worries are entirely unfounded. I am now a married woman, with Mo Hanjin's child in my womb. How could I possibly be with Mo Yunting? Moreover, even if I were single and childless, I would never entertain an interest in a frivolous man like Mo Yunting. Chun Lingxian crossed her arms and shivered slightly, expressing her disdain. Mo Yunting, I've heard he changes women as frequently as one changes clothes, often making headlines for his flings with internet celebrities. Nuan Nuan would never lower herself to consider him. Such a man, devoid of any moral integrity, is only valued by Jiang Yinner. Nuan Nuan had encountered her husband before. Even if one were to disregard the fact that he was the heir of the Mo family, His appearance and physique far surpassed that of Mo Yunting by several leagues. It would take a moment of sheer madness for Nuan Nuan to ever develop an affection for Mo Yunting. Upon hearing Jiang Nuan Nuan's words, Mu Wei was overwhelmed by a surge of indignation. The Jiang family had gone too far. After being cast out for 20 years and enduring countless hardships, they showed no desire to compensate her. Instead, they kept her identity concealed and expected her to yield to Jiang Yin'er. What sort of family was this? Even if Nuan Nuan held no interest in Mo Yunting, it did not justify the Jiang family's coercion for her to make way for Jiang Yin'er. If Jiang Yin'er aspired to be the young mistress of the Mo family, she should earn it through her own merits, not issue commands to Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan had long ceased to care about the Jiang family's favoritism. She did not wish to dwell on her past grievances. Rather, she sought to lift her head and move forward. Nuan Nuan proactively shifted the topic, suggesting they admire the light show by the pool. "All right, let us go," they agreed. The trio engaged in conversation as they approached the poolside. A considerable crowd had gathered, and arriving late, they could only stand at the edge. As a frequent user of tomato novels, Chen Lingxian immediately felt a sense of alarm upon seeing the pool. It was notorious for accidents. It would be wise to maintain a safe distance. Chen Lingxian looped her arm through Jiang Nuan Nuan's, saying, "Our position is not ideal. We might easily be jostled into the water. Let's move to the back." Initially, Jiang Nuan Nuan intended to retreat, but the crowd behind them blocked their way, leaving them nowhere to escape. At that moment, a pair of hands reached out from the throng, pushing toward Jiang Nuan Nuan. Just as she stepped back, the hands missed their mark, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward. With a splash, someone fell into the pool, sending a cascade of water flying. "Someone has fallen in. Quick, help them." The crowd erupted into chaos, pushing and shoving, resulting in several others being jostled into the water as well. Spotting the blue dress, Jiang Nuan Nuan immediately deduced the identity of the person who had fallen. Being with child, she refrained from jumping into the fray and instead pulled Chen Lingxian and Mu Wei away from the poolside. "Phew, we finally made it out. There were so many people just now. I nearly got pushed in," she exclaimed. "Nuan Nuan, are you all right?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head. "I am fine." Fortunately, her quick reflexes in grasping her friends allowed them to escape the crowd. Otherwise, in such tumult, all three of them might have ended up in the water. The individual rescued from the water was none other than Jiang Yin'er. Why her again? Jiang Yin'er emerged, her wet hair disheveled against her face, her makeup a chaotic mess. She resembled a tarnished palette. Jiang Yin'er, looking pitiful, bit her lower lip as she leaned against Jiang Dingbei. Pointing at Jiang Nuan Nuan, she accused, "Nuan Nuan, why did you push me into the water?" Jiang Nuan Nuan was taken aback for a moment, replying, "I did not push you." In Jiang Yin'er's eyes burned with the flames of jealousy as she declared with unwavering conviction, "It was you who pushed me. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into the water?" Jiang Nuan Nuan pointed towards the surveillance cameras in the courtyard and replied, "I did not push you. You can verify it yourself by reviewing the footage." The expression on Jiang Yin'er's face stiffened. She certainly dared not look at the recordings. If she were to check, it would reveal that she had been the one to shove Jiang Nuan Nuan first. At that moment, someone shouted, "The Mo family's car has arrived. It seems to be young Master Mo." Jiang Yin'er's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. Although young Master Mo had declined today's banquet, his appearance here suggested he had come specifically for her. It seemed that he still held her in his heart. Jiang Yin'er deliberately raised her voice, piercingly questioning, "Jiang Nuan Nuan, did you intentionally push me into the water to embarrass me in front of young Master Mo? Is it necessary to be so malicious in your attempt to seize the Mo family's engagement?" Chapter 71. Mo Yunting faces humiliation upon hearing Jiang Yin'er hurl such baseless accusations. Chen Lingxian felt as though her very lungs might burst from indignation. How dare she speak so recklessly? Was it not Jiang Yin'er who had previously pushed Nuan Nuan into the swimming pool during her visit to the Jiang family? Moreover, on that occasion, Jiang Yin'er had deliberately stationed individuals on the shore to prevent Nuan Nuan from climbing out, reveling in the sight of her struggling to breathe underwater. Nuan Nuan, lacking any swimming skills, could barely keep herself afloat, and that day she had come perilously close to drowning. Just as Chun Lingxian prepared to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Jiang Yinar, she was restrained by Jiang Nuan Nuan. There was no need to engage in futile debate. Soon enough, the surveillance footage would reveal the truth. Jiang Nuan Nuan understood that Jiang Yinar thrived on chaos, and attempting to reason with her was an exercise in futility, merely a waste of breath. Amidst the adoration of those around him, Mo Yunting approached the poolside. What transpired? Mo Xiao. Jiang Yinar just fell into the water. She claims that Jiang Nuan Nuan pushed her. Jiang Yinar, with tears of feigned sorrow glistening in her eyes, cast a pitiful glance at Mo Yunting. Her voice dripped with artifice as she added, Mo Xiao, just moments ago, Jiang Nuan Nuan splashed juice onto my elder brother. When I reprimanded her, she harbored resentment and, taking advantage of the crowd, pushed me into the pool. I have been unable to eat or sleep properly these past few days. My health is already fragile. She wishes to endanger my life. Cough, cough. Mo Yunting did not even cast a glance in Jiang Yinar's direction. From the moment he arrived, his gaze had been steadfastly fixed upon Jiang Nuan Nuan, radiating profound satisfaction. She looked resplendent in her delicate azure gown. Particularly striking was her slender waist, appearing so soft and alluring that he felt he could encompass it with a single hand. Noticing the intensity of Mo Yunting's gaze, Jiang Nuan Nuan furrowed her brow slightly, her displeasure prompting her to avert her eyes. She had never encountered such an overt stare from Mr. Mo, leaving her with a distinct sense of discomfort. How could it be that, despite sharing the same family lineage, there existed such a vast chasm between Mo Yunting and Mr. Mo? As Jiang Nuan Nuan chose to look away, a smirk crept upon Mo Yunting's lips. Was she blushing under his scrutiny? She appeared delightfully innocent, whether genuine or feigned, which was certainly to his liking. Yunting, do say something, Jiang Yinar implored, her voice tinged with desperation as she tugged at Mo Yunting's sleeve. Her eyes filled with resentment at how completely his attention had shifted to Jiang Nuan Nuan. Mo Yunting, irked, glanced at her with a tone devoid of warmth. Are you not well? Do you require a doctor? Tears sprang to Jiang Yinar's eyes, and this time they were not feigned. She felt genuinely wounded by Mo Yunting's indifference. In the past, he would at least indulge her with some semblance of respect, but with Jiang Nuan Nuan's arrival, he had seemingly cast aside all pretense. That wretched woman. How could she so effortlessly captivate a man? Did she believe she could not survive without one? Mo Yunting had initially intended to shake off Jiang Yinar's grasp, but then he reconsidered. This was an opportune moment to gauge Jiang Nuan Nuan's character. If she displayed magnanimity and maturity, refraining from jealousy, he would contemplate marrying her. Conversely, if she proved petty and possessive, she would not be worthy of the title of Mrs. Mo. Yunting grasped Jiang Yinar's hand, feigning deep affection. Quickly, summon a doctor. Yinar, you must be freezing. He removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Chun Lingxian silently rolled her eyes. After having endured the cold for so long, he only thought to offer her his coat now. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? What a pretentious show. Let us go. Jiang Nuan Nuan turned around, intending to leave. Yet, Mo Yunting called out to her. Jiang Nuan Nuan, come here and apologize to Yinar. You pushed her into the water. Do you think you can just walk away without an apology? Jiang Nuan Nuan halted, frowning as she retorted, I told you I did not push her. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. Mo Yunting scoffed. How do I recall that the cameras around here are malfunctioning? Surely you are aware of that, and are deliberately saying this. Jiang Nuan Nuan's face flushed with indignation. This is my first time here. How would I know if the cameras are working? Jiang Yinar was taken aback by Mo Yunting's fierce protection of her. It seemed that the decision to break off the engagement was merely the will of the Mo family elders. Perhaps Yunting was coerced by that old man into calling it off. Jiang Yinar felt a surge of emotion. Yunting, I knew you still hold a place for me in your heart. Mo Yunting's tone softened. Regardless of who it is, anyone who harms you shall face consequences. He raised his gaze towards Jiang Nuan Nuan, his expression and tone chilling significantly. What are you standing there for? Hurry and apologize. This was his first test for Jiang Nuan Nuan. To be his woman, she must exhibit grace and not succumb to jealousy. Furthermore, she must unconditionally obey him. Whatever he instructed, she must comply. If Jiang Nuan Nuan failed to meet his expectations, she was unworthy of a rightful place in his life, merely suitable for his fleeting amusement. Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a surge of disbelief. Who was Mo Yunting to command her so? Jiang Nuan Nuan, are you deaf? Did you not hear my words? I will count to 3. You better come over quickly. Don't test my patience. 1, 2. Mo Yunting's countenance was overshadowed by a dark cloud, appearing ominous and intimidating. His demeanor reminded Jiang Nuan Nuan of her adoptive father, who, when intoxicated or losing at gambling, would transform into a terrifying figure, unleashing his wrath at home, as if possessed by some dark force. A chill ran down her spine as she clenched her fists at her sides, unable to suppress a slight tremor. Suddenly, she recalled Mr. Mo's words. If you are bullied and do not retaliate, wouldn't that make you a fool? Jiang Yin'er and Mo Yunting were slandering her. Should she continue to endure? With Mr. Mo backing her, what was there to fear? A rush of determination surged within Jiang Nuan Nuan as she approached Mo Yunting and Jiang Yin'er. Observing her compliance, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Mo Yunting's eyes. Good. At least you're not completely oblivious. Much better than those women who only know how to be jealous. With an air of superiority, Mo Yunting declared, as long as you apologize sincerely, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Jiang Yin'er expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Mo shall. She pushed me into the pool, and you simply let her off the hook? Mo Yunting shot her a warning glance, signaling her to refrain from being overly demanding. Jiang Yin'er agreed hertil, reluctantly suppressing her resentment. Soon, Jiang Nuan Nuan stepped before Mo Yunting. He wore an air of haughty disdain and spoke in a condescending tone. Now that's more obedient. You must learn to be flexible and adaptable. Understood, just as he was about to finish his sentence. A sharp sound pierced the air from shore. Slap! Jiang Nuan Nuan delivered a resounding slap across Mo Yunting's face, so forceful that her hand went numb. This single act rendered the entire venue silent. Chapter 72. Warm concerns. Chun Lingshuan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Was this truly the Nuan Nuan she knew? Yet, one could not deny the exhilaration of that slap. It was utterly satisfying. On what grounds did Mo Yunting presume to command Nuan Nuan? And with such a repulsive and condescending tone, one might think he was chastising a dog. It was an utter disrespect. Mu Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. It was well-deserved. She had long found Mo Yunting's demeanor intolerable, and a few more slaps wouldn't be out of place. Mo Yunting's face was turned to the side, his cheeks stinging with fiery pain. His expression morphed into one of dark fury, astonished and incredulous as he gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan. How dare you strike me? He was the young master of the Mo family. Who would dare lay a finger on him? Yet here she was, brazenly delivering a slap in public. Was she courting death? Jiang Yin'er looked on with delight, sharply admonishing, Jiang Nuan Nuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike young Master Mo? Young Master Mo, are you all right? She gently caressed Mo Yunting's cheek, only to be rebuffed by his disdainful avoidance. Mo Yunting fixed a menacing glare upon Jiang Nuan Nuan, threatening in a low voice, do you realize the consequences of striking me? Jiang Nuan Nuan's palm tingled from the impact, her breath quickening involuntarily. Yet, her gaze remained resolute as she summoned her courage to reply, on what grounds do you slander me, and why do you presume to command me in such a tone? In the past, even if Jiang Nuan Nuan had suffered indignities, she would have never dared to rebel in such a manner. However, of late, perhaps due to Mo's indulgence, she no longer wished to endure such humiliation. Regardless of the trouble she stirred, Mr. Mo would always have her back. Moreover, it was Mo Yunting who had insulted her first, trampling her dignity beneath his feet. Mo Yunting's expression was one of disdainful arrogance as he retorted, you commit a wrong and cannot endure a reprimand? Is your tolerance so scant? If you cannot withstand even this minor grievance, how could you ever be worthy of marrying me? Jiang Nuan Nuan stood tall, her slender frame exuding defiance. Were you to me that I should bear with you? Mo Yunting, with a sly grin, licked his back teeth, amused. So, she sought to establish her standing. One must admit, Jiang Nuan Nuan was far more cunning than the women surrounding him. The game of feigned retreat was one she played expertly, stirring his interest and appetite completely. Jiang Nuan Nuan spoke clearly. I did not push Jiang Yin'er into the water. If anyone has an issue, let them report me to the authorities. There were many witnesses present. I refuse to believe there isn't a single one who can attest to my innocence. Indeed, not only were many present, but several had raised their phones to capture the spectacle. Should an investigation arise, it would surely uncover traces of her innocence. Jiang Yin'er appeared somewhat flustered. Is it worth calling the police over such a trivial matter? Just apologize to me, and I shall forgive you. I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge like you. Jiang Nuan Nuan retorted, is it truly my pettiness and stubbornness? Or is it your guilt that prevents you from reporting to the authorities? Everyone knows the truth. Since the old master Mo's birthday banquet, you have consistently targeted me. While I have never intentionally approached anyone from the Jiang family, Jiang Yin'er's provocations and targeting were evident to all. It was clearly the Jiang family who sought trouble. Yet they had the audacity to accuse her of being overly serious. Jiang Yin'er was left speechless, her eyes darting with uncertainty. What if Jiang Nuan Nuan really did alert the police? What if they investigated and found eyewitnesses? Wouldn't her scheme to push Jiang Nuan Nuan into the water be exposed? At that moment, Jiang Dingbei, who had remained silent, spoke with a complicated tone. Nuan Nuan, are you retaliating against Yin'er for what happened at her birthday banquet? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan Nuan's almond-shaped eyes filled with hurt. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that they were all aware of the incident. They knew the truth, yet still. It became clear to her that the Jiang family was aware she had been pushed by Jiang Yin'er, and that she did not jump in willingly. But what did it matter that they knew? Not one person stood up to defend her. Everyone protected Jiang Yin'er instead, even blaming her for being inconsiderate. Jiang Dingbei furrowed his brow disapprovingly. If your actions are indeed a deliberate and callous retaliation against Yin'er for that incident, then I am deeply disappointed. Yin'er acted impulsively and without forethought last time, and I apologize on her behalf. However, this time, you should apologize to Yin'er as well. In Jiang Dingbei's view, Jiang Yin'er, having been pampered since childhood, displayed a naturally proud demeanor. Her act of pushing Jiang Nuan Nuan was merely a moment of impulsiveness. Yet, Jiang Nuan Nuan's retaliation was clearly premeditated. The nature of these two incidents was entirely different. Jiang Nuan Nuan understood the Jiang family's double standards and bias, but she never anticipated their bias had reached such an irrational level. Jiang Yin'er harmed her in a moment of impulsiveness, while her counterattack was labeled as cruel revenge. Jiang Nuan Nuan clenched her fists, declaring, I do not covet your apology. What does it matter if you apologize? Can a mere insincere apology erase the hurt I have suffered? I believe everyone knows exactly how Jiang Yin'er fell. If you're convinced I did it, then go ahead and report me. It is you who are too guilty to report, not I. With that, Jiang Nuan Nuan turned and walked towards the door. Jiang Dingbei and Mo Yunting exclaimed in unison. Jiang Nuan Nuan, stop right there. However, Jiang Nuan Nuan acted as if she had not heard, not even glancing back. Mo Yunting intended to rise and stop her, but was delayed by Jiang Yin'er gripping his clothing. He touched his swollen left cheek, wincing in pain. Never had the esteemed young master of the Mo family faced such humiliation. The next time he encountered that girl, he would ensure she received a thorough retribution. How dare she slap his face? She truly deserved to be taught a lesson. On their future wedding night, she should not blame him for being too rough or lacking in tenderness. Jiang Nuan Nuan sent a message to Chen Lingxian and Mu Wei, then boarded the Mo family's car to return to her residence. Aunt Feng noticed her unusual expression and inquired with concern, Madam, are you all right? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, insisting that she was fine. However, her gaze remained fixed on the door, her heart fluttering with unease. In that moment, when she struck Mo Yunting, she had indeed acted impulsively. After all, Mo Yunting's terrifying demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to her adoptive father's drunken rages, stirring deep-seated psychological shadows within her. Yet now, having regained her composure, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a twinge of regret and overwhelming anxiety. Would Mr. Mo harbor resentment towards her? After all, Mo Yunting was his beloved nephew. and she had only recently acquainted herself with Mr. Mo. Although he treated her kindly, it was primarily due to his affection for the child. If she were to take advantage of his kindness, it would surely lead to his disappointment. Contemplating this, Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart sank further. Chapter 73. Are your hands hurt? Madam, would you like to retire to your room for some rest? Mr. Mo has social engagements today and is likely to return late. Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, responding, I'm not tired. I shall wait for him a while longer. Aunt Fang's eyes reflected a hint of concern as she draped a coat over her shoulders. It is chilly at night. You should retire early. Noticing Jiang Nuan Nuan's distracted demeanor, Aunt Fang could not help but feel anxious. She made her way to the kitchen and discreetly messaged Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang, Madam returned home looking quite upset today. Her eyes are red, and I am somewhat worried. Moreover, there is juice on her skirt. I wonder if she has been wronged. She has been waiting for Mr. Mo's return. Peering through the door crack, Aunt Fang saw the girl perched on the sofa. Her head hung low, appearing quite sorrowful. Madam would never be the one to bully others. Her disheartened mood surely stems from some grievance at the banquet. I must inform Mr. Mo at once. Receiving the message, Assistant Zhang dared not delay, promptly pushing open the door to the private room. Under the curious gazes of the prominent figures at the table, he approached Mo Hanjin and whispered a few words in his ear. Mo Hanjin's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly stood, raising his glass in apology. I have matters at home. Please excuse me. His sharp Adam's apple bobbed as he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Subsequently, Mo Hanjin seized the coat draped over the back of his chair and swiftly exited the table. As he announced his departure, the others at the table hastily rose, none daring to impede him. Mr. Mo, take your time. We can discuss the unfinished collaboration another day with the MO group. Mo Hanjin nodded slightly and left in a hurry. Once he was gone, the remaining attendees exchanged curious glances and began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Mo has never allowed family matters to interfere with his work. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that the elder Mr. Mo is unwell? That seems unlikely. He appeared vigorous during the last birthday banquet. Who knows? Mr. Mo is nearing 30 and remains unmarried. Perhaps the elder is eager for grandchildren and is urging him to return for matchmaking. However, everyone was aware that, regardless of the pressure from his father, if the third master Mo had no interest in marriage, no one could compel him, even if that person were his own father. At the table, someone's eyes darted as they lowered their voice to inquire, if Mr. Mo remains unmarried for life, will the Mo group eventually be handed over to Mo Yunting? Upon utterance of this remark, the room fell silent. Some cast furtive glances, contemplating whether to align themselves with Mo Yunting early, hoping to secure a senior position in the future. Others displayed disdain. If indeed handed over to Mo Yunting, the Mo family's legacy would be doomed. He possesses neither Mr. Mo's capabilities nor his decisiveness. Should Mo Yunting ever take the helm of the group, the Mo family would likely plummet from their esteemed position in the capital. Once the Mo family falls from grace, those clans reliant on them for sustenance will undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. This is not a fate they wish to witness. Thus, the most favorable scenario would be for Master Mo to maintain his grip on power, steering the course of the group's development. The more prominent the Mo family's influence, the more these individuals can bask in its glow. In haste, Mo Hanjin returned home, yet paused at the threshold. Mr. Mo, why do you not enter? A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Do I reek of alcohol? Assistant Zhang carefully considered his response, not excessively. Not excessively implied there was indeed a scent of liquor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Hanjin decisively declared, I shall go to the guest room first. Please fetch me a change of clothes. Assistant Zhang nodded, understood, Mr. Montauk. He promptly contacted Aunt Fong, requesting her to prepare a press suit and discreetly deliver it. Aunt Fong glanced at Jiang Nuan Nuan in the living room, lightening her footsteps as she stealthily brought the attire to the door. Assistant Zhang? Mr. Mo has not yet returned? Assistant Zhang replied with a silent gesture, indicating he had. Then why have I not seen him? Do not ask too many questions. Just keep the lady company. With that, Assistant Zhang carried the clothes to Mo Hanjin. Mo Hanjin entered the guest room through the back door and changed into a fresh outfit. Satisfied that no unpleasant odor lingered, he emerged from the room. Jiang Nuan Nuan sat anxiously in the living room. Though it was well past her usual bedtime, sleep eluded her. With her mind occupied, she found it impossible to rest until Mo Hanjin's deep voice broke the silence. You did not attend the banquet. Why the long face? Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes brightened momentarily before recalling her recent actions, which rekindled her nerves. Rising from the sofa, she stammered, Mr. Mo, I seem to have caused some trouble. Mo Hanjin seated himself across from her, pouring himself a cup of exquisite Longjing tea. Sipping from the cup, he raised his gaze to her, his tone unperturbed. What trouble? His calm demeanor suggested he held no concern for the magnitude of her misstep. Perhaps he believed that regardless of her blunder, he could resolve it. Jiang Nuan Nuan swallowed hard. I slapped Mo Yunting. Upon uttering this, she anxiously lifted her gaze, awaiting Mo Hanjin's reaction. Upon hearing of his nephew's misfortune, Mo Hanjin displayed no change in expression. The incident hardly stirred any emotion within him. Even if Mo Yunting had been grievously harmed, it would not have stirred a ripple in Mo Hanjin's heart. However, considering the boy's gentle nature, soft as cotton, it was perplexing that he would provoke another. Unless, of course, Mo Yunting had committed some egregious act that even the gentle soul could not tolerate. Setting down his teacup, Mo Hanjin's tone turned somber. Did he bully you? Jiang Nuan Nuan felt a pang in her heart, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Struggling to contain her distress, she recounted, Jiang Yinner fell into the pool herself, yet accused me of pushing her in. Later, Mo Yunting insisted I apologize to Jiang Yinner in front of so many people. I asserted that it was not my doing, yet Mo Yunting sternly commanded me to apologize. Overwhelmed with anger, I impulsively struck him. Mo Hanjin's countenance darkened, his voice chillingly fierce. Did he retaliate? Jiang Nuan Nuan shook her head, indicating otherwise. Mo Hanjin felt a slight relief. Which hand did you use? Jiang Nuan Nuan hesitated, cautiously extending her right hand, palm facing upward. She presumed Mr. Mo intended to punish her. Thus her instinct led her to present her palm upward. As she witnessed Mo Hanjin raising his hand, fear compelled her to shut her eyes, her heart racing in trepidation. However, Mo Hanjin grasped her hand, gently massaging her palm. His tone softened, imbued with a barely perceptible tenderness. Did it hurt your hand? Chapter 74. Treating one's wife like a child, uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect. The more Mo Hanjin gazed at Jiang Nuan Nuan's palm, the more he perceived a faint redness in it. Consequently, his dissatisfaction with Mo Yunting intensified. Fortunately, the latter still possessed the sense to refrain from retaliating. Otherwise, Mo Hanjin would have undoubtedly rendered him incapacitated. After a prolonged moment of shock, Jiang Nuan Nuan, with a look of utmost grievance, murmured, "It doesn't hurt." Yet, within her heart, it felt as though she had been squeezed, and crystalline tears streamed down her chin in a steady flow. Jiang Nuan Nuan lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Mo Hanjin. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, but before she could voice a single word, she succumbed to her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. Her cries grew increasingly fervent, her frail shoulders trembling incessantly. Mo Hanjin, at a loss for what to do, bent down to gently wipe her tears with a tissue. Do not cry. If Mo Yunting dares to bully you, I shall take revenge on your behalf, all right? Watching Jiang Nuan Nuan weep, Mo Hanjin felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. A deep-seated pain surged within him, akin to countless small needles piercing his soul. Jiang Nuan Nuan, sobbing, flung herself into his embrace, releasing a heart-wrenching whimper. Mo Hanjin held her tenderly, softly patting her back. Let your grievances flow freely. You have me by your side. The anguish within Jiang Nuan Nuan resembled a balloon inflated to its limit, and once a tiny opening was made, the remaining emotions would erupt forth. She felt overwhelmingly sad and wrong that night, not solely due to Mo Yunting and Jiang Yinner, but also because of Jiang Dingbei. How could he, her own brother, not believe her? As she recalled Jiang Dingbei's words, her heart felt as though it had been mercilessly slashed. So they all knew. Mo Hanjin, feeling her pain, embraced her tighter. What do they know? Yet, Jiang Nuan Nuan's sobs were too fervent, her crimson lips quivering, rendering her words indistinct. What she wished to convey was that the Jiang family was aware of Jiang Yinar having once pushed her into the swimming pool. Yet, they remained indifferent, perceiving her as nothing but a source of trouble for the family, viewing her as unworthy of respect. They were her blood relatives. How could they exhibit such coldness toward her? The events of that day, involving Mo Yunting and Jiang Yinar, were merely a trigger. The true source of Jiang Nuan Nuan's heartache would forever be those closest to her. Nestled in Mo Hanjin's arms, Jiang Nuan Nuan cried intermittently. Just then, Assistant Zhang had matters to report, but before he could speak, Mo Hanjin silenced him with a piercing glance. Mo Hanjin inclined his chin, signaling for him to exit, suggesting they could discuss the matter tomorrow. Assistant Zhang nodded and bowed as he departed from the villa. After an indeterminate period, the girl in his arms finally cried enough and calmed down. Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes, noticing a wet patch on Mo Hanjin's shirt, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed with awkwardness as she hurriedly attempted to wipe his shirt with a tissue. I apologize, Mr. Mo. I lost control of my emotions earlier. Mo Hanjin grasped her hand, gently taking the tissue from her palm and tossing it aside. Jiang Nuan Nuan expressed her apologies. I have soiled your clothes. No need to worry, Mo Hanjin replied, showing no concern for the garment she had stained with her tears. His primary focus lay on the extent of her distress that day. With tenderness, he caressed her delicate cheek with his thumb. Do you feel any better after crying? Jiang Nuan Nuan sniffled, her dark almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, exuding both vulnerability and charm. Mr. Mo, I feel much improved. She sensed that the sorrowful burdens had seemingly washed away with her tears. Since her earliest memories, Jiang Nuan Nuan had strived to be a considerate and obedient child. Even when wronged, she refrained from expressing her feelings. She would stifle her sobs, ensuring not a sound escaped her lips, even when the sadness became unbearable. This was the first time she allowed herself to unreservedly express her emotions instead of repressing them. However, once her tears ceased, a wave of concern washed over her. Mr. Mo, do you think I am an emotionally unstable person? Mo Hanjin shook his head and replied softly, most emotionally unstable individuals have a tormentor driving them to madness. Furthermore, anyone would feel sorrow after enduring what you have today. Jiang Nuan Nuan lowered her head in guilt. I fear I may not be fit to be a mother. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brows slightly. Why do you say that? I seem too immature and fragile. At my age, I still cry. Gazing at her swollen, tear-streaked eyes, which resembled those of a pitiable little rabbit, his heart melted. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and tucked her hair behind her ear. His voice, deep and magnetic, carried a soothing strength. It is not your fragility. It is their cruelty. You are still young, and it is perfectly acceptable to be immature. You have me by your side. In that moment, Jiang Nuan Nuan realized she had been cradled in Mo Hanjin's embrace all along. As she wept, he had gently lifted her onto his lap, soothing her as one would a disobedient child. A bittersweet sensation surged within her, mingling with profound sweetness and gratitude. To her astonishment, her first experience of being cherished like a child occurred while she was weeping, cradled in her husband's arms. Feeling shy, she squirmed to extricate herself from his hold. Yet in the next instant, her body was lifted effortlessly, and she instinctively clung to him. Mr. Mo, where are you taking me? It is getting late. We shall return to your room to rest. Mo Hanjin allowed her to hang on to him as he supported her with both hands under her hips, carrying her upstairs. As they ascended, Jiang Nuan Nuan's petite form bounced gently in his embrace. Yet, inhaling the woody, cool fragrance emanating from him, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Upon reaching the bedroom, Mo Hanjin prepared to set her down. Summoning her courage, Jiang Nuan Nuan lifted her head and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. She hid under the covers, revealing only her round, dark eyes, and timidly said, Mr. Mo, thank you. Mo Hanjin's arms rested on either side of her body, his flawless visage, akin to that of a celestial being, mere inches from her nose. His profound gaze deepened unconsciously as it fixated on her luscious lips, exuding an overwhelming aura of intensity. Leaning slightly closer, his heated breath brushed against her lips, maintaining a tantalizing proximity that suggested an imminent advance. Just as Jiang Nuan Nuan held her breath, anticipating a kiss, Mo Hanjin, with remarkable restraint, withdrew. He tucked the blanket around her gently, his voice husky as he instructed, "You should sleep. There is no need to wait for me." Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked her thick eyelashes, concealing the fleeting disappointment that flickered in her eyes. She obediently murmured, "All right." Moments earlier, she had believed that Mr. Mo was about to kiss her. Chapter 75. Mr. Mo stands up for Nuan Nuan. Once Mo Hanjin departed, tranquility enveloped the room. Jiang Nuan Nuan nestled under the covers, her fingers brushing over her lips in disappointment. Despite her boldness in kissing Mr. Mo, why did he not reciprocate? Did he not harbor feelings for her? Her mind was a tumultuous mess, preventing her from drifting into slumber. It was not until the bedroom door creaked open that a tall figure entered, climbing into bed beside her. Mo Hanjin intended to pull the little girl into his embrace, as he usually did, but before he could make a move, Jiang Nuan Nuan nestled into his arms of her own accord, seeking comfort like a docile kitten. Mo Hanjin's voice, mature and enticing, broke the silence. "Are you still awake?" Jiang Nuan Nuan clung to his waist, her fuzzy head resting against his chest. "Mr. Mo, I cannot sleep." He carried the scent of dampness, mingled with a refreshing hint of mint. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself particularly enchanted by his alluring pheromones, causing her cheeks to flush every time she caught a whiff. Mo Hanjin assumed her sleeplessness stemmed from the events of the evening banquet. However, after her earlier tears, Jiang Nuan Nuan had long dismissed those thoughts from her mind. Instead, her thoughts were consumed by another matter. She lifted her head from his embrace, her voice sweet and delicate as she softly called out, "Uncle, why do you not kiss me?" Mo Hanjin stiffened momentarily, tightening his hold around her. His heated breath brushed against her face. "What did you just call me?" Jiang Nuan Nuan's cheeks flushed a soft pink. "Is it acceptable for me to call you that?" She sometimes felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in addressing him as uncle, perhaps due to her childhood absence of familial affection. Mo Hanjin's narrowed eyes suggested that any name would suffice. Jiang Nuan Nuan sweetly repeated, "Uncle." No sooner had her words left her lips than he grasped her face, pressing his lips against hers. Jiang Nuan Nuan's entire body tensed, her eyes widening in surprise. As he pinched her cheek, she instinctively parted her lips. "MMM." A faint smile flickered in Mo Hanjin's eyes as he pulled her body closer, ensuring she could not escape. In the darkness, although Jiang Nuan Nuan could not see him, her other senses heightened. She could distinctly feel his overwhelming presence and the warmth of his broad chest, along with the rapid beating of her own heart, which thudded as if it might burst. When the prolonged kiss finally concluded, Jiang Nuan Nuan felt as though she were a drowning soul finally surfacing for air. She gasped for breath, her lips slightly parted. Mo Hanjin's voice, laced with amusement, was both mature and lazily seductive as he explained. "I did not approach you earlier because I had the scent of alcohol." With this revelation, Jiang Nuan Nuan's heart settled completely. She longed to burrow back into his embrace. Yet he firmly held her shoulders, preventing her from getting closer. Bewildered, she blinked, suddenly struck by a thought that caused her face to flush crimson. She spoke softly, "Uncle, I can help." But Mo Hanjin swiftly covered her mouth, fearing she might utter something to provoke him. "Behave and sleep, or I shall make you eat 3 servings of carrots tomorrow." Jiang Nuan Nuan let out a soft "oh" and obediently returned to her position. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, her bright and clear apricot eyes sparkling with an unprecedented happiness. It seemed she had finally found someone to rely on, no longer alone in the world. When Mo Hanjin arrived at the company the next day, he exuded an aura of chilling severity that left his subordinates trembling in fear of inciting his ire. "Assistant Zhang, what has gotten into the president?" Assistant Zhang shot him a warning glance, advising him to refrain from probing into Mo Hanjin's affairs. He then entered the president's office and meticulously reported on the events of the previous evening's banquet. Upon hearing the account, a tempest of fury brewed in Mo Hanjin's eyes. His voice chillingly cold as he commanded, "Notify the board of directors to dismiss Mo Yunting from his position within the group. Effective immediately, revoke his eligibility to attend senior management meetings and rescind all of his equity and bonuses. Assistant Jiang was taken aback, his shock palpable. With this decree, Mo Yunting would wield no power within the company. Not only had he lost his authority, but even the dividends bestowed upon him by his father were being retracted. This was not merely a blow to Mo Yunting's pride. It was a public humiliation for his father as well. Clearly, Mo Hanjin was genuinely enraged, disregarding even the elder Mo's dignity. Suppressing his astonishment, Assistant Zhang silently conveyed Mo Hanjin's orders. When Mo Yunting received the news, he could hardly believe his ears. He sprang to his feet, shouting, "What did you say? Uncle is demoting me?" Assistant Zhang replied calmly, "Indeed, Mo Yunting. You may now pack your things and vacate the managerial office." Mo Yunting's face twisted in rage as he retorted, "On what grounds? I am merely relaying the president's wishes. Please do not take your frustration out on me," Assistant Zhang replied, maintaining his composure. Seething with fury, Mo Yunting grasped Assistant Zhang's collar, demanding to know why he was being demoted. "Go ask Uncle why I am facing this punishment. I refuse to accept it." Unable to raise his voice against his uncle, he felt entitled to vent his anger at his assistant. With this order, his efforts in the company had been rendered futile, and he would be scorned by the shareholders. As a scion of the Mo family, why did Mo Hanjin command the entire Mo corporation, managing a business worth hundreds of billions? While he had to toil for so long to reach a mere subordinate position, only to have it so easily stripped away. Mo Yunting's face contorted with resentment, his heart seething with bitterness. Assistant Zhang broke free from his grasp and calmly adjusted his tie, regaining his usual meticulous demeanor. "If you have any objections, you may raise them with the board. I shall take my leave now." With that, Assistant Zhang, unfazed by Mo Yunting's darkening expression, turned and departed. Mo Yunting slumped helplessly into his office chair, reflecting on his fall from the lofty status of the young master of the Mo family to the most ordinary employee within the company. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? If word of this were to spread, the second-generation elites in his circle would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. In such a scenario, he would become the epitome of disgrace and helplessness. With a despondent expression, Mo Yunting furiously dialed his father's number. "Father, my position has been revoked by my uncle, and the privileges and shares you bestowed upon me have also been taken back." His father, the elder brother of Mo Hanjin, would surely not allow this. No matter how imperious Mo Hanjin may be, he could not possibly disregard his elder brother's words. This time, he was determined to make Mo Hanjin bow his head and apologize. Chapter 76. The misfortune of the Mo family's eldest what? He actually dared to revoke your position? Mo Yunting, clutching a cardboard box, complained indignantly to his father. "Not only did he rescind my title, but he also reclaimed the shares you granted me. I have been ousted from my office and am now standing in the corridor as the esteemed young master of the Mo family." He found himself crammed into a large office with a group of junior employees. Was this not a deliberate affront to his dignity? Fearful of being ridiculed, Mo Yunting hesitated at the entrance of the office, unwilling to step inside. Hearing his son's grievances, Mo Ming felt a surge of anger. How outrageous! I shall confront him and ascertain his intentions. Does he truly believe he holds dominion over the entire Mo family? Let's not forget, he has two elder brothers to contend with. It is hardly his place to flaunt his authority. Mo Ming ended the call and turned to the shareholders present. "Since everyone is here, let us proceed to the CEO's office together. I am eager to discover what schemes Mo Hanjin is concocting." With a group of shareholders in tow, Mo Ming strode purposefully toward the CEO's office. This bold move piqued the curiosity of the employees. What is happening? Mo Ming is leading the board members straight to the CEO's office. Is a power shift underway at the Mo Group? A shift indeed. The chairman of the board is still old Master Mo, and the global CEO has always been Mr. Mo. Does Mo Ming possess such capability? One employee remarked, having just witnessed Mo Yunting's office being locked, forcing him to stand below with his box. Is it beginning? Is it finally commencing? The rumored corporate battle for supremacy among the 9 sons. To the ordinary employees, the covert struggles of the upper echelon scarcely affected their lives. Regardless of who held the title of CEO, their meager salaries remained unchanged. Disregarding the speculation, they chose to observe the unfolding drama. Mo Ming arrived at the door of the CEO's office, his expression a mask of fury, poised to kick it open. Yet, as he raised his leg, he recalled Mo Hanjin's usual tactics and hesitated. Behind him, a shareholder encouraged, "You are his elder brother." He would not dare to protest if you were to kick down his door. Mo Ming, feeling vexed, grumbled in annoyance. "If you are so fearless, why don't you go ahead and do it? It is easy to speak when you are not the one facing the consequences." With a decisive push, Mo Ming opened the door and stormed into the CEO's office, followed by his entourage. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this?" Mo Hanjin sat leisurely in a genuine leather office chair, his back turned to the intruders as he conducted a telephone conversation. Even as they entered, he remained composed, concluding his call in fluent foreign language. As he slowly turned his chair, his piercing countenance emerged, his dark eyes glinting like a drawn sword, instantly captivating the attention of all present. With a mere lift of his gaze, he instilled a sense of awe in the room. Mo Hanjin removed his gold-rimmed glasses and casually handed them to his assistant, Jiang. His voice was icy and measured as he inquired, "What is the matter?" The shareholders, sensing the gravity of the situation, unconsciously adopted a tone of respect. "Mr. Mo, why did you revoke Yunting's position?" With long, elegant fingers, Mo Hanjin lightly tapped the surface of the desk. "Jiang, you may explain." Behind him, Assistant Jiang meticulously reviewed the documents in his hands and stated, "During Mo Yunting's tenure as manager, he has consecutively mishandled 3 major projects and over a dozen minor ones. Not only did he fail to secure new collaborations from long-standing clients, but he also found himself blacklisted from the industry. Last time, his department committed a significant error during the quarterly report, resulting in substantial losses for the company. Moreover, Mo Xiao frequently arrives late and leaves early, disregarding company policies. When I visited his office today, I discovered him viewing swimsuit photos of models on the company computer. Upon hearing of his son's misdeeds, Mo Ming's face shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. He felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "He is still young. It is perfectly normal for him to make minor mistakes. Shouldn't this provide him with an opportunity for growth? Surely, you are not targeting him due to our personal grievances, are you?" Mo Ming's words were a veiled jab at Mo Hanjin's inability to separate personal and professional matters. If Mo Hanjin cannot even uphold this distinction, he is unfit to lead such a vast conglomerate. Lacking the capability, he should step down from the CEO position and hand over the company to him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Mo Hanjin's lips, yet it did not reach his eyes. Minor mistakes? Had it been anyone else, they would have been dismissed from the company after their first error. Out of respect for my elder brother, I merely demoted Mo Yunting instead of expelling him. Is this not a generous act? Mo Ming, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Hanjin, his eyes ablaze with long-held resentment. What of his mistakes? Did you not make any when you first joined the company? Mo Hanjin elegantly raised his hands in a gesture of calmness. What mistakes have I made? I would appreciate your guidance on this matter. Mo Ming's mind raced, but after much contemplation, he could not recall any mistakes Mo Hanjin had made since joining the company. Mo Hanjin had joined later, when Mo Ming's influence was already firmly established. Naturally, he attempted to obstruct and undermine Mo Hanjin at every turn. Yet, despite these challenges, Mo Hanjin seized control of the group with decisive measures, and most of the company's executives rallied behind him. The mere recollection of this humiliating past filled Mo Ming with seething hatred. How could it be that, despite being the sons of the same patriarch, Mo Hanjin's abilities far surpassed his own? A shareholder behind Mo Ming quietly advised, "Perhaps we should let this matter go and allow Yunting to continue gaining experience. He will eventually rise again. He cannot afford to be timid." The thought of the fates that befell those who opposed Mo Hanjin sent shivers down his spine. He worked to provide a better life for his wife and children, not to gamble their lives away. Mo Ming, in a fit of agitation, waved his hand dismissively, and shouted defiantly, "No. Today, Yunting's position must be restored, and I demand an additional 10% of the shares as compensation. Otherwise, I will not rest until I have my due." Mo Ming had longed for another opportunity to battle Mo Hanjin and reclaim the company that rightfully belonged to him. Today presented the perfect chance. Mo Ming's gaze was cold and ruthless as he planned to take advantage of the numbers on his side to stage a coup. Today, he was determined to force Mo Hanjin to surrender his shares and the authority of the entire corporation. However, Mo Hanjin remained calm, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied, "Brother, are you truly intent on opposing me to this end?" Mo Ming smirked triumphantly. "It is not I who oppose you, but you who initiated this provocation against me. With such grandiose efforts aimed at Yun Ting, do you truly disregard my presence? For years, you have acted unilaterally. Do you even remember that you have an elder brother? The Mo family is not for you to dictate. Now, hand over the CEO's seal without delay." The last vestige of patience in Mo Hanjin's eyes had been completely exhausted. Since some individuals wished to overstep their boundaries, he would have to disregard familial ties and employ a more assertive approach. Mo Hanjin retrieved a document from his drawer and casually perused its contents. "Speaking of shares, it suddenly occurs to me that for years, brother, you have coerced executives by holding their secrets, threatening them, and acquiring shares at a bargain, gaining considerable benefits in the process. Has anyone reminded you that extortion is a criminal offense? Given the amount involved exceeds 100 million, how many years do you believe you should be sentenced to?" Chapter 77. The disdain of old master Mo. Upon hearing Mo Hanjin's words, Mo Ming's face turned as pale as a ghost. His heart quaked in fear, and his lips trembled uncontrollably as he incredulously asked, "How could you possibly know?" He had believed that his actions were so clandestine that they could not be uncovered. Yet, how could Mo Hanjin have unearthed this information? Just how far-reaching were his connections? What other forces lay hidden from his knowledge? Sweat beaded on Mo Ming's forehead as he nervously replied, "Do not think to deceive me. I have never even heard of such matters." Inwardly, he sought solace, convincing himself that it mattered little if Mo Hanjin was privy to the truth. As long as there was no evidence, he could not be touched. Mo Hanjin regarded Mo Ming's palpable anxiety and denial with a gaze that suggested he was merely observing a buffoon. He unfurled the documents in his hand and handed them to Assistant Chun, who presented them to Mo Ming. "You may examine them yourself." Mo Ming hastily flipped through the pages, and with each line, his astonishment and trepidation deepened. The fear in his eyes when he glanced at Mo Hanjin was involuntary. How had Mo Hanjin procured such damning evidence? Breathless and trembling, Mo Ming stammered, "You." In stark contrast to Mo Ming's disarray, Mo Hanjin remained composed, his hands intertwined, exuding an air of effortless authority. His gaze was imperious, as if he were a sovereign born to rule, emanating an unyielding pressure of superiority. "Considering that you also bear the surname Mo, I shall grant you a chance for redemption," he declared. Desperately, Mo Ming inquired, "What chance?" He was willing to concede to any terms as long as Mo Hanjin refrained from releasing the evidence. Mo Hanjin replied coolly, "Return all shares that do not rightfully belong to you, and compensate the company threefold for its losses." Mo Ming's lips quivered, his complexion growing increasingly ghastly. "Threefold compensation? Are you attempting to drive me to despair?" Even if he liquidated all his assets, he could not bridge such a gaping chasm. "Brother, I am your kin. For the sake of old Master Mo, could you not show some leniency and let this matter pass?" Mo Hanjin scoffed. If this matter were to be brushed aside, which shareholder would dare to collaborate with the Mo family in the future? It is not merely a concern for others. Even those shareholders behind you must now harbor doubts. Mo Ming, how could you be so cruel as to gather secrets on them and then use those to extort? What are secrets? Had Mo Ming ensnared any of their vulnerabilities? In an instant, the gazes directed at Mo Ming were rife with suspicion. Mo Ming found himself in a position of bitter helplessness. He lacked the capacity to gather secrets on all the shareholders. At most, he had managed to ensnare a couple. However, with Mo Hanjin holding evidence of his crimes, If he did not plug this hole, he would face imprisonment. At that juncture, any hopes of a comeback would be futile. The Mo family would inevitably fall under Mo Hanjin's dominion. His inept son, Mo Yunting, would never stand a chance against Mo Hanjin, even after a millennium of cultivation. With gritted teeth, Mo Ming acquiesced. Fine, I shall return the shares. As for the company's losses, grant me a few more days. Mo Hanjin extended a finger, declaring that there would be no extensions beyond 10 days. Mo Ming shot him a fierce glare, seething with anger as he exited the CEO's office. Instead of reclaiming his son's dignity, he found himself humiliated, his own face trampled upon by Mo Hanjin's authority. In the office closest to the CEO's, colleagues secretly gossiped in their group chat, noting how fiercely Mo Ming stormed into the office only to emerge looking downtrodden. It was evident that he had once again been bested by the CEO. It was hardly surprising. In their younger days, when Mo Hanjin lacked experience, Mo Ming was not his rival. Now, with Mo Hanjin fully matured and formidable, extinguishing Mo Ming was merely a matter of a single finger. At the Mo family estate, the elder Mo was amusing himself by entertaining the birds in their cage when the butler approached. Word had spread of changes within the company, with the third master removing Mo Yunting from his position. The eldest had sought justice, only to return empty-handed. The elder Mo, stroking the parrot's head, remarked casually, "The eldest is quite foolish. After suffering so many losses at the hands of that wretched boy over the years, hasn't he had enough? How dare he provoke Mo Hanjin again? Truly forgetful." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he asked, "Has Mo Yunting done something foolish again?" Given his disdain for that wretched boy, he would have no reason to waste effort on him otherwise. The butler stepped forward. "Miss Jiang attended a banquet the other day." The elder Mo's demeanor darkened instantly. And what of it? Jiang Nuan Nuan had slapped Mo Xiao, and this incident had spread like wildfire in their circles. The elder's good spirits were shattered in an instant. He scattered the bird feed he held, losing all interest in their care. This useless wretch, lazing about among women, his mind corrupted. He cannot distinguish right from wrong. Nuan Nuan is his little aunt. Who does he think he is to act so arrogantly? She did well to slap him. Such a blow was hardly enough. In the elder Mo's eyes, Mo Yunting's disrespect towards his little aunt in front of so many warranted a severe reprimand. Had Mo Yunting been at the estate, the elder would have unhesitatingly kicked him out. With concern, the elder inquired, "How is Nuan Nuan? Has she been harmed by anger?" According to the servants from the third master's side, Mrs. Mo had returned in tears, comforted by the third master for quite some time. Mo Yunting, this useless creature, much like his father, only knows how to create chaos. The elder Mo felt a sharp pang of anger. If Nuan Nuan were to suffer any ill fate due to Mo Yunting's actions, he would personally enforce discipline, casting that foolish boy out of the family. In comparison to Mo Yunting, Nuan Nuan's 3 children were the true treasures in the elder Mo's heart. However, upon hearing from the butler that Mo Hanjin knew how to soothe his wife, the elder was taken aback. This wretched boy, it seemed, was not as foolish as he appeared. He understood the importance of comforting his wife when she cried and knew how to stand up for her. Recognizing the value of cherishing his spouse, he would surely navigate the days ahead with ease. Otherwise, it would be akin to the turmoil experienced by Mo Ming, with chaos reigning in his household and his career yielding no success. "Old Master Mo, your elder has arrived. Close the door. We shall not receive him." Given the circumstances surrounding Mo Yunting, Old Master Mo already harbors a poor impression of their family. Moreover, Mo Ming's arrival undoubtedly signifies his intention to beseech Old Master Mo to intercede on behalf of Mo Hanjin. Although Old Master Mo exhibits a slight bias towards Mo Hanjin, he has always maintained impartiality in matters of great importance. Inform him that during the times he dealt with the third son, I never intervened. Now that he has erred, he must rectify his own mistakes. At his age, he should not expect me to clean up after him. It is utterly disgraceful. Mo Ming has already crossed the line, and the fact that the third son did not have him imprisoned is a testament to their brotherly bond. If he continues to evade responsibility for his mistakes, he shall never amount to anything in this lifetime, remaining forever inferior to the third son. Chapter 78. Mr. M.O. cares the butler, concerned that the elder Mr. M.O. might be overly agitated, hurriedly offered words of comfort. "Elder, please calm down." He assisted the elder back into his armchair. After a moment of contemplation, the elder mused. "That dear girl has faced unjust treatment. As her elder, I must make amends." Soon after, a thick stack of property deeds was delivered to M.O. Hanjin's desk. The elder was aware of the situation concerning young Master M.O., and these were intended as compensation for the lady. M.O. Hanjin glanced at the asset transfer contract, flipping through its pages until he reached the final one, which inscribed a rather modest sum designated as pocket money. His fingertip rested upon that line, his tone icy and resolute. "Strike that out and replace it with double the assets before returning it." The elder's secretary nodded. "I will inform the elder right away." Such trivial matters did not particularly concern the elder, who readily acquiesced. M.O. Hanjin promptly instructed his subordinates to deliver the contracts and property deeds to his residence for the lady's signature, conveying that it was his wish. Assistant Chun, curious, inquired, "Mr. M.O., why have you exchanged the lady's pocket money for assets?" M.O. Hanjin closed his fountain pen, lifting his gaze coldly. "Are you particularly idle lately? Why are you prying into my affairs?" Faced with his master's penetrating stare, Assistant Chun broke into a cold sweat. I was just about to report that M.O. Ming had a fierce argument with his wife, selling off his assets and her dowry, and even borrowing a considerable sum from her family to fill the gap. He continued, "Moreover, M.O. Yunting has now obediently relocated to the main office area, sitting alongside interns from the same university." M.O. Hanjin replied indifferently, "Understood. You may leave." Upon exiting the president's office, Assistant Chin immediately chastised himself, slapping his own face. What a fool. Why did I meddle in the boss's affairs? He reminded himself that the first rule of being by M.O. Hanjin's side was to maintain discretion. Fortunately, Mr. M.O. was in good spirits today. Otherwise, his position as the chief assistant could have been at risk. He resolved to exercise caution and prudence in the future, always remaining vigilant while in Mr. Mo's presence. As Jiang Nuan Nuan entered the school, she was quickly engulfed in the gossip surrounding M.O. Yunting. "I heard from a senior intern at M.O. Corp. that M.O. Yunting has apparently been demoted, now receiving the same treatment as regular employees. He even sits right next to them. Why is that? Isn't young Master M.O. the elder Mr. Mo's own grandson? Are they trying to make him start from the ground up? Start from the ground up, indeed. The current president of M.O. Corp. is his third uncle. It is said that young Master Mo's father has always been at odds with the third master, and now that the third master holds the CEO position, do you think he would show young Master Mo any favoritism?" The crowd quickly realized that young Master Mo's standing within the M.O. family was not nearly as elevated as they had presumed, though the power holder was his uncle. A feud with his father colored the dynamics unfavorably. How could the third master possibly harbor any goodwill towards M.O. Yunting? Nevertheless, regardless of his lack of favoritism, young Master M.O. remained a member of the M.O. family, destined to live a life of luxury with wealth enough to last a lifetime. This has reached a height unattainable by ordinary individuals, no matter how envious they may feel. Upon hearing these rumors, Chun Lingxian excitedly sought out Jiang Nuan. "Nuan, have you heard about M.O. Yunting? What are your thoughts?" Jiang Nuan blinked, responding, "I have heard, but I have no particular thoughts on it." "Silly girl. Just think about it. Only a few days ago, you were bullied by M.O. Yunting, and now he has been demoted so swiftly, with his father also facing a significant downfall. Can you not see? This is M.O. San Yi seeking retribution for you." Jiang Nuan paused, then shyly smiled. "That can't be true. It must be mere coincidence. Mo Yunting doesn't strike me as particularly clever. It's normal to make mistakes at work and face demotion. How could it possibly relate to avenging me?" Chun Lingxian, exasperated, tugged at her hair, wishing she could shake some sense into her friend. "What kind of coincidence is this? Just when you were wronged, M.O. Yunting happens to make a blunder? Nuan, trust me, M.O. Senyi is undoubtedly concerned about you. He has fallen deeply in love, unable to extricate himself." Jiang Nuan, upon hearing this, felt her resolve waver. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she uncertainly inquired, "Are you sure it's not just your imagination?" "Absolutely not. I can assure you. Your husband is indeed avenging you. He dotes on you. Chen Lingshuan's greatest passion, aside from reading novels, is indulging in ship pairings. She never imagined she would one day ship the wealthy tycoon with her best friend. Based on her extensive experience in such matters, she was convinced that Mo Sanye's affection was akin to a rare bloom on an iron tree, an uncontrollable fire in an old house. Jiang Nuan rubbed her face, feeling a surge of excitement. She resolved to inquire about it with Mr. Mo when she returned home after class. With anticipation swelling in her heart, she found it hard to concentrate during lessons, her excitement akin to the thrill of an approaching holiday. The moment class ended, Jiang Nuan hurried home without delay. Upon seeing a pile of property deeds on the table, she curiously asked, "Why are there so many property certificates? Are they Mr. Mo's?" Assistant Chun handed her a pen. "Madam, these were sent by old Master Mo. He mentioned that the younger generation is thoughtless, and, fearing it might affect your health, he specifically arranged this compensation for you." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Nuan realized old Master Mo referred to Mo Yunting. After all, isn't he technically her junior? The thought of a future day when Mo Yunting would respectfully address her as aunt filled her with anticipation. At that moment, she resolved to impart some wisdom to this disobedient nephew. "As for the previous incident, I no longer care. I shall not sign this contract." Assistant Chen replied, "Kindly, madam. This is Mr. Mo's intention. Perhaps you could consider." Upon hearing it was Mo Hanjin's directive, Jiang Nuan, without a second thought, flipped to the last page and signed her name. She did not even glance at the contract's contents. When Mo Hanjin returned from work, Jiang Nuan eagerly welcomed him. "Mr. Mo, are you feeling fatigued from work today? Would you like me to give your shoulders a gentle massage?" Mo Hanjin, slightly surprised, chuckled and inquired, "Why is your mood so buoyant today?" "It's just a tad better," Jiang Nuan Nuan replied as she approached him from behind and tenderly kneaded his shoulders for a while. When the time felt right, she feigned pouring tea and sweetly asked, "Mr. Mo, I heard that young Master Mo has been demoted. What is the reason behind this?" Mo Hanjin, with his eyes closed in contemplation, replied coldly, "He made a mistake. Should he not face the consequences?" Jiang Nuan Nuan secretly rejoiced within, continuing her probing. What mistake did he commit? Mo Hanjin narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Are you quite concerned about him?" Chapter 79. Mu Shaoxian Jiang Nuan Nuan blinked twice, feigning indifference. If it weren't for Chen Lingshuan's remarks, she wouldn't even consider mentioning Mo Yunting. Just the thought of his name was enough to dampen her spirits. "Mr. Mo, I must inquire. Your punishment of Mo Yunting, could it be for my sake? Are you seeking to avenge me?" Jiang Nuan Nuan shyly posed a question. Her gaze filled with anticipation as it turned towards Mo Hanjin. Mo Hanjin paused momentarily, his expression remaining indifferent as he replied, "No, I never allow personal matters to influence my decisions." In an instant, Jiang Nuan Nuan's hopes evaporated like mist. The girl puffed out her cheeks in frustration and set the teapot down with a thud, returning the empty teacup to its original place. Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. "What about the tea? Were you not going to pour me another cup? Why has it taken so long for you to return the empty cup?" Jiang Nuan Nuan huffed. "The tea is finished. Have Aunt Feng brew another pot, please. I must take my leave." With that, she stomped up the stairs in her cartoon slippers, the sound echoing with each step. Mo Hanjin observed her slender figure retreating, a wry smile forming on his lips. What had he done to provoke her? This girl, once so gentle, had recently begun to show her temper. He picked up the teapot, noting it was still full. She insisted that it was empty. What sort of tantrum was this? However, rather than feeling anger, Mo Hanjin found her vibrant demeanor refreshing, far more appealing than her previous timid and self-doubting self. Mo Hanjin received a call from the old man. "Why did you have the secretary convert the pocket money I provided for Nuan Nuan into assets?" Montak Hanyin, with one hand in his pocket, replied, "She resides under my roof. Would I ever slight her? I know you wouldn't skimp on her financially, but this is merely a gesture of goodwill from me as her elder. Given how arduous her pregnancy is, isn't it only right to provide her with several million for living expenses?" Mo Hanjin rubbed his temples. "Providing her with assets is sufficient. As for her daily expenditures, that is my responsibility." The old man caught on. This rascal was clearly driven by possessiveness. He was displeased if his wife spent someone else's money, insisting she should only use his. The old man, having lived for so long, had never encountered such a domineering character. Fine, fine. I shall convert her pocket money into double the assets, placing them under Nuan Nuan's name. I won't transfer her any more pocket money. Will that suffice? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Mo Hanjin's eyes. I will express my gratitude to you on Nuan Nuan's behalf. The moment Jiang Nuan Nuan opened her eyes that morning, she sprang out of bed. Oh no, today marked the last day of the weekend, and she needed to swiftly spend the 700,000 limit. Otherwise, Mr. Mo's black card would be downgraded. Jiang Nuan Nuan hurriedly rose, calling her good friend to join her at the mall. They wandered the marketplace for a considerable time, yet remained uncertain about what to purchase. Just then, Mu Wei called them. Nuan Nuan, Ling Xian, there's an auction happening here. Would you like to come and join the fun? Jiang Nuan Nuan's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Upon encountering something suitable, one can readily expend their funds. Thus, she and Ling Xian need not deliberate on what to purchase. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Jiang Nuan Nuan and her companion presented Mu Wei's name and were granted entry without hindrance. Today's primary focus was on moderately luxurious jewelry, priced affordably, making it appealing to the youth. Furthermore, each piece was unique, boasting considerable collectible value. Jiang Nuan Nuan perused the catalog detailing the auction items and was captivated by several pieces, preparing to bid on them at the earliest opportunity. As she closed the catalog and lifted her gaze, she was unexpectedly met with the sight of Jiang Yan'er and Mo Yunting. Accompanying them was the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Songnan. The sudden appearance of these three loathsome individuals shattered Jiang Nuan Nuan's previously delightful mood. Jiang Yan'er and Mo Yunting, too, recognized Jiang Nuan Nuan. A malevolent glint appeared in Jiang Yan'er's eyes, for she regarded Jiang Nuan Nuan as an incessant nuisance. Meanwhile, Mo Yunting, with a sense of confidence, mused that Jiang Nuan Nuan must have come seeking his attention. After all, she had deliberately slapped him last time and now reappeared at the auction he intended to attend. Jiang Nuan Nuan was clearly expending considerable effort to capture his notice. Jiang Songnan expressed his disdain, remarking, "That woman is utterly vain. What money could she possibly possess to warrant her presence at this auction?" Jiang Yan'er retorted sarcastically, "Did you not see Mu Xiao walking by? Jiang Nuan Nuan likely intends to ingratiate herself with him for financial gain." Mu Xiao Xian had also arrived, and upon seeing his sister with Jiang Nuan Nuan, was taken aback. "How do you know each other?" he inquired. Mu Wei, puzzled, asked, "Brother, do you know Nuan Nuan?" Mu Xiao Xian's thoughts immediately flickered to a formidable man, prompting him to clear his throat nervously. "Ahem, I don't know her well. She merely appears somewhat familiar." He gestured, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Ling Xian, my classmate, and this is Jiang Nuan Nuan, a close friend of Ling Xuan's. We have also become good friends." Casting a glance at Jiang Nuan Nuan, Mu Xiao Xian instinctively looked behind her. Thankfully, that intimidating figure was absent today. "Pleasure to meet you," he said awkwardly. "I am Wei Wei's elder brother, Mu Xiao Xian." The group exchanged pleasantries and settled into their seats. Ling Xian, ever the gossip, queried, "Wei Wei, do I sense that your brother seems a bit anxious upon seeing Nuan Nuan? Could he possibly have taken a liking to her?" At her words, Jiang Nuan Nuan nearly spewed her tea. Mu Xiao Xian, who inadvertently overheard, was so startled that he almost fled the scene. He bore no enmity with Miss Chan. He hoped she would not implicate him. Jiang Nuan Nuan was with that man's child. Should Mu Sanyi discover that he dared to covet his woman, his life would surely be in peril. Such words could not be uttered. Jiang Nuan Nuan tugged at Ling Xuan's sleeve. "You misinterpret. I had visited Mu Xiao at the hospital previously, so he may just find me somewhat familiar." Ling Xuan's eyes widened in understanding. "Oh, I see. I thought Mu Xiao Xian had fallen for Nuan Nuan at first glance." Soon, the auction commenced officially, and their conversation ceased. Jiang Nuan Nuan observed as Mu Xiao Xian placed the fruit platter and refreshments before Mu Wei. Whenever Mu Wei expressed interest in a piece of jewelry, Mu Xiao Xian would promptly raise his paddle, securing it for her. "Thank you, brother. You are so kind to me." Mu Xiao Xian replied warmly. "Why be so polite with your own brother? Just tell me which piece you desire." Jiang Nuan Nuan gazed at this scene with envy, silently wishing for a brother who would cherish her so deeply. Unfortunately, whether from her foster parents' home or the Jiang family in the capital, her three brothers harbored disdain for her, making it impossible for them to show her such tenderness.